Chapter 249. Xianxia kneels directly. Xianxia, caught off guard, crashed into empty space, tumbling forward comically. Are you looking for me? Long Yuan's voice drifted from behind Xianxia. Xianxia swiftly turned around, only to find Long Yuan leisurely standing behind him, a mocking smile on his face. You dare to toy with me? Xianxia fumed, brandishing his fiery spear towards Long Yuan. Long Yuan deftly sidestepped the assault, effortlessly evading the attack, and then delivered a sharp slap to Xiaxia's rear. Xianxia was propelled forward by an unseen force, crashing into the crowd of the Qian clan, sending warriors sprawling in disarray. Ha ha! Are you performing acrobatics for everyone? Xiaohe laughed uncontrollably on the warship. The morale of the Qian clan plummeted at the sight. Xianxia was both furious and anxious, never having anticipated Long Yuan's overwhelming strength. He turned to the other two ancestors beside him, saying, "We must join forces to subdue this person." The two ancestors nodded, and the three of them simultaneously channeled their powers, their flames blazing brightly. They unleashed formidable spells, merging three distinct fire energies into a colossal torrent of flames that surged towards Long Yuan, warping the space it traversed. Long Yuan felt this immense power and found it quite intriguing, deciding to play with these adversaries. Over the decades, he had found life exceedingly dull. Now, nearly everyone in the Tianxian domain recognized him. Stepping outside felt akin to crossing paths with a harbinger of doom, with everyone keeping their distance, fearful of inadvertently jeopardizing their own factions. With this thought, he raised his hands and chanted, "Tian Ling Ling, Di Ling Ling, can the heavenly lord lend me a shield?" Before him appeared a gigantic golden shield, inscribed with mysterious runes, emanating a powerful aura. Not bad. I've managed to condense this broken shield. The torrent of flames crashed against the golden shield with a resounding boom, creating a deafening echo. The mighty impact caused rifts to appear in the surrounding space. Long Yuan stood behind the shield, utterly unfazed, his expression remaining composed. Your attacks are quite lackluster. You can't even breach my defenses. Now it's my turn. As Long Yuan spoke, he dismissed the golden shield and swiftly waved his hands, summoning countless golden fists in the sky. Tian Ma Lu Xing Quan, return my beautiful fists. A flurry of strikes ensued. These fists descended like meteors upon the warriors of the Qian clan. Xiaxia's expression shifted, from a formation to resist. Yet their formation was utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught of punches. The golden fists were overwhelmingly powerful, leaving the warriors of the Qian clan helpless. Bang! 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 Those struck by the fists were sent flying, some suffering shattered meridians, spitting blood. Xianxia and the three ancestors fought with all their might to resist, but were still rocked by the residual force of the golden fists, teetering on the brink of collapse. They were filled with dread, as Long Yuan's strength far surpassed their imagination. Attacking while taunting, Long Yuan remarked, "Did you not wish to capture me? Come on, why have you all suddenly become so obedient?" His words nearly caused Xianxia to spit blood in anger. Yet he had no energy left for a war of words. Under Long Yuan's relentless assault, the Qian clan's warship also suffered greatly. Golden fists rained down upon the ship, riddling the deck with holes, causing the vessel to sway dangerously. "Chief, we can barely hold on," a warrior from the Qian clan shouted. Xianxia felt despair, yet gritted his teeth, declaring, "We cannot retreat. We must stop him." However, Long Yuan's attacks grew ever more ferocious. Another wave of golden fists struck, shattering the Qian clan's warship into splinters. The warriors plummeted from the sky, only to be crushed by the fists, the scene descending into chaos. Xianxia and the three ancestors exerted every ounce of strength just to cling to life. They gazed at Long Yuan, their eyes filled with terror and resentment. Xianxia asked, "Chief, what should we do now?" With a surge of determination, Xianxia produced a treasure bestowed upon him by a deity, capable of unleashing a strike akin to that of a deity in its early stages, with terrifying power. Xianxia, stunned, exclaimed, "Chief, are you really going to use this treasure? It's a one-time use item. Once it's gone, it's gone." Xiaxia's eyes burned crimson. "I care not. These people must not return to the Xianhuang realm." With that, Xianxia activated the treasure, which transformed into a streak of light soaring towards the sky, a skeletal claw descending upon Long Yuan. The speed was astonishing, and Long Yuan was too engrossed in his chaotic assault to notice the skeletal claw above. Boom! A deafening crash echoed as the claw buried Long Yuan into the earth. The flurry of fists halted, and Xianxia exhaled in relief. At last, we have dealt with him. Even a deity's strike would leave him in pieces. Xianxia chuckled. The chief is formidable, effortlessly extinguishing a monstrous talent of the human race. Ha ha ha. Indeed, such a fiend deserves to perish by my hand. Soldiers, capture that divine beast for me as a mount. We shall also claim this peculiar worship of the Qian clan. The warriors of the Qian clan burst into laughter, charging toward the warship. Boom, boom, boom. The skeletal claw was shattered by a single strike from Long Yuan, with fragments flying towards the advancing soldiers. Puff, puff, puff. The shards, sharper than blades, easily pierced through armor, impaling the soldiers. Long Yuan ascended slowly, his eyes filled with murderous intent, and he uttered coldly, I fought you fairly, yet you resorted to ambush. Xianxia and the others stared in shock at Long Yuan. Chief, is he even human? How can he not be killed like this? Xianxia, terrified, gazed at Long Yuan and immediately knelt in the sky. Elder, I was wrong. I shall never dare again. Could you spare us? I have an elderly mother to care for. All the members of the Qian clan stared in disbelief at their chief. Who could have imagined that the leader of their clan would kneel before someone? Long Yuan was equally surprised at how quickly this fellow had knelt. Xianxia shouted angrily. Chief, what are you doing? As if I have no elderly mother to care for. Bang! Xianxia also knelt down, creating a sonic boom as he did so. The three ancestors were left pondering for a long time, without finding any excuses. Xiaohe laughed so hard on the warship that his stomach ached, exclaiming, Boss, these people are utterly amusing. Hurry up and deal with them, or I shall die from laughter. Chapter 250. The pursuit of the Black One. Numerous ethereal swords descended from the sky, targeting the members of the Qian clan. Xianxia shouted, Since you refuse to let us live, do not expect to fare any better. Let us all self-destruct and take a few of you down with us. However, their movements were sluggish, and the ethereal swords fell rapidly from the heavens. With piercing sounds, the Qian warriors burst like balloons. The explosions echoed relentlessly in the sky, turning the soldiers and battleships of the Qian clan into ashes under Long Yuan's strike. Xianxia and his comrades perished in despair, never anticipating that in their quest to capture a human, they would face the annihilation of their own clan. Long Yuan sheathed his sword and returned to the battleship. Long Xian, step forth, he commanded. Long Xian promptly emerged from the cabin. Ancestor, what are your instructions? Long Yuan gestured towards the entrance. Take them back to the Xianhuang realm. I have matters to attend to here. Ancestor, should we seal this entrance? Asked Long Xian. Xiaohe playfully tapped Long Xian on the head. Are you foolish? With my master here, what is there to worry about? Just take them back. Long Xian nodded in understanding. Oh, I see. Long Yuan mounted Xiaohe and descended from the battleship. You shall pilot the ship back. Head directly to the upper realm. There will be no Azura clan members capturing people in the Xianhuang realm. Long Xian clasped his fists in respect. Ancestor, take care. With that, he navigated the ship towards the entrance. Once the vessel disappeared into the opening, Long Yuan conjured an energy barrier to seal the entrance. Master, where are we headed now? Xiaohe inquired. Long Yuan scratched his head, equally perplexed. I have no idea. Tang Tang materialized and remarked, Host, you should retrieve the heart of Azura for Long Ling to refine. This will greatly benefit her in the future. Without further consideration for the peculiar object, Long Yuan decided to take it, as long as it served his kin. Tang Tang, set the navigation. Certainly, a route materialized before them, which Long Yuan transmitted to Xiaohe. Follow this path. Xiaohe nodded in agreement. Understood. With a swift motion, Xiaohe whisked Long Yuan away from the area. The news of the Qian clan's near annihilation reached the Rakshasa clan. Chief Xianxia gazed darkly at the intelligence in his hand, muttering, incompetent fools. They couldn't even subdue a mere human from small world. They deserved to perish. Elder Shui too furrowed his brow and replied, Chief, the Qian clan possesses at least 3 experts at the minor celestial god level. To obliterate them, one must be at the divine monarch level. The Xianhuang realm merely connects to the immortal realm. It is impossible for a divine monarch to appear there. Upon hearing Elder Shui Tu's words, Xianxia felt a sense of unease. Shui Tu, what do you think is happening? Could he be descended from the divine realm? Shaking his head, Shui Tu countered, impossible. The dimensional realms of the human race are entirely different from ours. It is exceedingly difficult for their divine beings to descend. The second elder slammed his fist on the table. Why ponder so much? Let us capture him and inquire directly. Heavenly Fiend furrowed his brows, pondering who should be dispatched. Even a deity might struggle to subdue the adversary, yet all 4 divine kings of the clan remained in slumber. Blood Butcher chuckled, suggesting they send the Hellfire Wolf. If it could capture that individual, they would assist in lifting its curse. Night Fiend nodded in agreement, recognizing the merit in this plan. Even if the Hellfire Wolf were to perish, they could ascertain the strength of their opponent. Blood Butcher, you shall release the Hellfire Wolf, he commanded. Blood Butcher acquiesced. Very well, I shall proceed. With that, he soared toward a particular direction. In an icy dungeon, countless frozen chains bound a colossal wolf, measuring 100 meters in length. Its black flames suppressed by the relentless frost. Any slight movement elicited painful snarls. Blood Butcher landed before the icy prison, addressing the Hellfire Wolf. Do you wish to escape from here? The Hellfire Wolf raised its head, its eyes a blood-red hue, coldly regarding Blood Butcher. Oomph. You intend to use me as cannon fodder, do you not? Why else would you seek me out? Blood Butcher, unfazed by the revelation, retorted. Simply state your desire to leave. If you do not wish to, I shall take my leave, and you can remain here. The Hellfire Wolf pondered briefly. What are your terms? Speak them aloud. Blood Butcher succinctly recounted the situation regarding Long Yuan, along with the conditions for the Hellfire Wolf's release. After a moment of silence, the Hellfire Wolf conceded, all right, I agree. Following the establishment of a solemn vow, Blood Butcher formed intricate hand seals, causing the chains binding the Hellfire Wolf to vanish one by one. As the final chain fell away, the Hellfire Wolf gradually rose to its full height of over 50 meters, exuding an overwhelming presence, bolstered by its peak divine power. How many years has it been? The Rakshasa clan has imprisoned me for so long. Once I retrieve that brat, our grievances will be settled. With that proclamation, the Hellfire Wolf soared into the sky. Meanwhile, a commotion unfolded in Long Yuan as Xiaowei was pursued by a throng of Rakshasa. The reason was simple. Xiaowei had a penchant for stamping on the weaker Rakshasa, resulting in the current scenario where he found himself fleeing from retribution, having inadvertently crushed a member of a tribe guarded by a divine realm expert. Long Yuan lay atop Xiaowei's back, indifferent to the chaos unfolding beneath him. The pursuers shouted, "Thief! Do not flee. If you dare ruin our ancestral temple, you shall find no escape today." Xiaowei glanced back at the 3 divine realm experts in pursuit. In a moment of panic, he inadvertently released a flatulence. Puffed, puffed, puffed. Xiaowei's emissions echoed like the roar of a racing engine, creating a cacophony of sound. The 3 divine experts were overwhelmed by the stench, tears streaming down their faces. What on earth has this beast consumed? That odor is unbearable. One exclaimed. How should I know? Why don't you go and inquire? Another retorted angrily, launching a blade toward Xiaowei. The blade sliced through the air, prompting Xiaowei to swiftly evade. The blade narrowly missed, cleaving a nearby hillside in 2. By the heavens, does this fellow seek my demise? Elder brother, you must intervene and assist me. Long Yuan turned over, remarking, this trouble is of your own making. Deal with it yourself. Do not disturb my slumber. Xiaohai, in resignation, produced a talisman from his mouth, exclaiming, you have forced my hand. With that, he spat it backward. The talisman exploded, transforming into a long sword that lunged towards the 3 individuals behind him. Upon witnessing this, the second brother bellowed, shatter it. A scythe swung towards the incoming sword. Boom! 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 The long sword countered the scythe's assault and pierced directly toward the second brother. The eldest brother's expression changed drastically as he urgently cautioned, second brother, be wary. This attack is perilous. Yet, before he could finish, the sword impaled the second brother's body. With a sickening squelch, the sword detonated upon impact, reducing the second brother to ashes. Chapter 251. Xiaohai's solo battle against 2 gods. The third brother's eyes blazed red with fury as he shouted, you little thief. Today I shall slay you. My blood burns with vengeance. Instantly, crimson energy erupted from his body, and his aura surged significantly. The eldest brother rebuked, third brother, are you forsaking your life? Eldest brother, do not interfere. I must vanquish him today. With that, his speed escalated as he charged toward Xiaohai. Xiaohai, witnessing the reckless advance, was alarmed, thinking, by the heavens, this fellow truly has no regard for his life. The third brother swung a blade at Xiaohai's back. If struck, Xiaohai would likely meet his demise. Long Yuan, reclining on Xiaohai's back, did not even glance at the descending blade. Do you truly believe I cannot defeat you? With that, Xiaohai expelled a massive hammer from his mouth, the hammer seemingly wielded by an unseen hand, meeting the descending blade. Clang! The weapons clashed, sending shockwaves rippling outward, causing Xiaohai to be knocked to the ground. The eldest brother pursued and cornered Xiaohai. Upon landing, Xiaohai shook off the dust and shouted at the brothers in the sky. Your lack of martial integrity is appalling, resorting to such desperate measures. The eldest brother furiously declared, You vile creature, having slain my second brother, today marks your end. With that, he swung his long knife, sending a wave of black blade energy slicing toward Xiaohai. As the energy passed, the space itself seemed to fracture, revealing the terrifying power contained within the strike. Yet, Xiaohai remained unfazed. He clawed at the ground and expelled a small shield from his mouth. Though seemingly insignificant, the shield expanded upon being summoned, positioning itself before Xiaohai and Long Yuan. The blade energy struck the shield, producing a cacophony akin to crackling sparks. Yet the shield remained utterly unscathed. The eldest brother, astonished that his attack could not breach Xiaohai's defense, gazed in shock at the shield before him. An artifact? I cannot believe a demigod beast like you possesses such a treasure. Xiaohai disdainfully scoffed. It is merely an artifact. No need for such astonishment, as if you have never seen one before. Long Yuan, reclining on Xiaohai's back with his legs crossed, leisurely remarked, Xiaohai, cease this idle chatter and swiftly resolve this matter. Do not disturb my slumber. Little Black rolled his eyes in exasperation, muttering, You lie there in comfort and still urge me on. Brother, why waste words on him? I refuse to believe we cannot break this wretched artifact. At that moment, the third brother launched another assault, his blood energy burning more fiercely, transforming him into a crimson demon, wielding a massive blade and charging madly towards Little Black. With a swift toss, Little Black hurled his shield, which spun through the air before suddenly unleashing a multitude of sharp spikes aimed at the third brother. Taken by surprise by this unexpected maneuver, the third brother was caught off guard, and several spikes pierced his body, eliciting cries of pain. How excruciating! With such meager skills, you dare to threaten me? Little Black laughed triumphantly. Sensing the urgency of the situation, the eldest brother decided that the current course was untenable. He clasped his hands together, chanting incantations. Suddenly, the sky darkened with ominous clouds, and countless black skulls emerged, hurtling towards Little Black and Long Yuan. Little Black, realizing the gravity of the situation, opened his mouth and summoned a sword radiating with vibrant colors that materialized before him. The appearance of the sword illuminated the surroundings in a kaleidoscope of hues. Who are you trying to frighten with those skulls? Watch as I cleave you all. Guiding the sword, Little Black charged at the black skulls, each swing creating dazzling arcs in the air, shattering numerous skulls with every strike. Yet, the eldest brother's relentless onslaught seemed endless, as the skulls appeared to be inexhaustible. Observing the battle with growing disinterest, Long Yuan casually retrieved a fruit from his storage ring and took a bite. Little Black, are you capable? Stop dawdling. Little Black, infuriated, nearly spat blood. This eldest brother was no longer of any use. Not only did he refuse to assist, but he also offered scornful remarks, demonstrating a complete lack of humanity. Eldest brother, why not just swat them away? Long Yuan turned over, uninterested. You handle yourself. At that moment, as Little Black and Long Yuan exchanged words, the third brother seized the opportunity, attacking while Little Black was distracted. This time he summoned all his strength, wielding his blade with an unstoppable momentum aimed fiercely at Little Black. Sensing the formidable attack from behind, Little Black swiftly turned to defend himself, the vibrant sword clashing against the massive blade with a resounding clang that echoed through the air. Little Black was thrust backward by the sheer force of the impact. Prepare to meet your end. The eldest brother seized the chance to unleash his most powerful strike, channeling all his energy into his long knife, which emitted a blinding black light, as if intent on consuming the very world itself. Goodness, are you truly willing to risk your lives? Little Black recognized the magnitude of this attack and hastily summoned all his treasures. The shield, sword, and hammer floated before him, forming a robust defensive line. Beast, prepare to die, the eldest brother bellowed. A black radiance collided with the defensive line, illuminating the surroundings with a brilliant glow. Various treasures clashed and rubbed against each other, producing a cacophony of piercing sounds. Xiaohai and Long Yuan found themselves at the eye of the storm amidst this dazzling light. Xiaohai exerted all his strength to uphold the defenses, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Boss, you must strike quickly. I can scarcely hold on any longer. Long Yuan urged Xiaohai. Xiaohai attacked between them, Though uncertain of Long Yuan's reasoning, Xiaohe resolutely maneuvered the multicolored sword towards the space between boss and the third. As the sword approached, an intense sense of danger enveloped boss and the third. Not good. Third dodge. Yet, as they attempted to evade, they discovered their bodies ensnared by an invisible force, rendering them immobile. Long Yuan had been keenly observing and realized that a unique energy connection formed between boss and the third at the moment they unleashed their most potent attack. By targeting this connection point, he could dismantle their assault and incite them to turn against one another. The multicolored sword plunged directly into the energy nexus between the two, unleashing a formidable surge of power. Their attacks recoiled, causing chaos within their own energies, leading them to unwittingly assault each other. The long blade of boss clashed with the third's great sword. The overwhelming force shattered their weapons into fragments. No, boss and the third cried out in despair. They could scarcely fathom that they would meet their demise at the hands of their own comrades. Chapter 252, The Avatar of Winged Sovereign. Xiaohe gazed at the shattered remains of the two with a perplexed expression. Is this considered mutual slaughter? Even if one were to lose their mind, there would be no need for such an end. Long Yuan rolled his eyes. We must leave quickly. You've already caused enough trouble along this path. TCH, you still spoke of annihilating the Azura clan. Now you remain idle. How can you hope to eradicate them? Long Yuan straightened his posture, recalling a right. How could I forget? If I cannot eliminate them, at the very least, I must instill fear in them. Xiaohe muttered. How can you instill fear while lying down like that? Long Yuan rose to his feet. Xiaohe, let us go. I intend to instill terror and dread. 10,000 swords return to the sect. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A multitude of long swords manifested behind Long Yuan, as if he bore the weight of thousands of blades. Upon witnessing this, Xiaohe's excitement surged. With Long Yuan's intervention, no foe would dare approach. Oh, let us go. Boss. With that, Xiaohe soared into the distance. While Tang Tang had provided a linear route, Xiaohe insisted on veering towards those tribes. Long Yuan paid no mind. As the swords behind him swept through the land like missiles, the system feverishly collected resources. As Long Yuan slaughtered through a dozen tribes, he was finally confronted. A woman with a pair of bony wings appeared before him, her presence distorting the very space around her. Human race, are you provoking our Azura clan? Long Yuan soared from the back of the small black beast, waving his hand to return the creature into the beast ring. The woman, witnessing this, did not intervene. Her sole intention was to force Long Yuan to retreat. She was uncertain whether she could detain him. Long Yuan gazed at the woman and said with a smile, Do you know why I am here? Are you aware of how many of our people you Azura have captured, merely to prolong the life of an ancient being among you, resulting in the massacre of so many of my kin? Do you truly believe that my people are without defenders? The woman was rendered speechless. She understood that it was that esteemed individual who had commanded the capture of humans for the sake of extending his life, yet she could not voice this truth. Gradually, she spoke, If you retreat now, this matter will be settled. Otherwise, you shall remain in the Azura realm. In the distance, the Hellfire Wolf, witnessing the descent of the legendary winged sovereign's avatar, cowered behind a towering mountain. Being merely a minor deity, he dared not involve himself in this affair. He slowly retreated, wishing only to distance himself from the impending conflict. Both Long Yuan and the winged sovereign noticed the Hellfire Wolf, yet they paid him no heed. Long Yuan looked at the woman before him and declared, If you wish for me to withdraw, then relinquish that ancient being in the heart of Azura to me, and I shall return to my people. Ha ha ha. Youngster, I concede you possess some strength, but your arrogance is excessive. Even if I were to hand over that esteemed individual to you, do you believe you could slay him? I doubt you could even pierce his skin. Is that so? Then feel free to test your theory. With that, Long Yuan drew his sword. The woman frowned. The sword in Long Yuan's grasp emanated a sense of danger. Despite her avatar being at the divine emperor level, Long Yuan was merely a martial emperor, not even a martial god. Yet, the mere sight of his sword instilled a feeling of peril within her. Are you truly unwilling to retreat? If we engage in battle and you meet your demise, I shall bear no responsibility. Long Yuan erupted in laughter. Very well. Let us see how you intend to harm me. Extreme 10,000 swords fall. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless colossal swords descended. Yet the winged sovereign was exceedingly swift. In an instant, he evaded this onslaught and appeared behind Long Yuan, delivering a palm strike to his back. Bang! Long Yuan shot toward the earth like a cannonball. Boom! 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 His body pierced through several mountain peaks, landing directly in front of the retreating Hellfire Wolf. The Hellfire Wolf trembled. "Brother, it was not me who struck you. Do not direct your wrath at me." Long Yuan cast a glance at the Hellfire Wolf before soaring into the sky, tearing through the fabric of space. When he reappeared, he was already behind the Winged Sovereign. Sensing the spatial disturbance behind him, the Winged Sovereign quickly turned and unleashed a palm strike. Bang! Long Yuan similarly swung his sword, cleaving through the palm strike and striking the Winged Sovereign's body. Boom! The Winged Sovereign was sent crashing into the ground by Long Yuan's blow. Staring at the unharmed Winged Sovereign, Long Yuan expressed his astonishment. "You did not intend to kill me." The Winged Sovereign was taken aback, unsure why Long Yuan posed such a question. However, she truly did not intend to slay Long Yuan, for the human race's esteemed sword sovereign was no mere decoration. This was a being of formidable prowess, a supreme of the 10th realm. "I have no desire to kill you. Depart now," Long Yuan remarked with a hint of exasperation. The individual before him had no intention of taking his life, rendering their confrontation futile. The disparity in their realms was simply too vast. The flawed system only targeted those who harbored murderous intent. Thus, they found themselves in a stalemate, an awkward predicament indeed. Alas, that old wretch must be eliminated, and I require the heart of Azura. If you continue to obstruct me, I shall not hold back. With that, Long Yuan invoked within his mind. A single sword cleaves the heavens. His sword slashed upward towards the sky, and the ethereal manifestation of his laws followed suit. The heavens, akin to a fabric, were rent asunder, revealing an unfathomable spatial rift. This spectacle left both the Winged Sovereign and the Hellfire Wolf in utter astonishment. "By the heavens, what manner of monster is this? Curse the Rakshasa clan for deceiving me." The Hellfire Wolf erupted in indignation, having initially believed the task to be simple, only to discover the stark reality. Fortunately, the Winged Sovereign had arrived first. Otherwise, he would have met his demise. The Winged Sovereign gazed at the gaping rift in silence for a considerable time. "Can you spare the other clans? I shall reveal who ordered the capture of the humans." Long Yuan released a sigh of relief. He had finally intimidated her. Otherwise, he would have had to summon his sword spirit to deal with her, which was a nuisance given her lack of murderous intent in her superior realm. "Very well, tell me who that individual is. Whether I can kill them is my concern." The Winged Sovereign sighed in resignation. As an elder of the Rakshasa clan, residing in the Azura realm, their ancestral land housed a heart of Azura that sustained her life. Now, with only one heart remaining, it required a substantial amount of blood to prolong her existence, hence the necessity for capturing humans. Long Yuan nodded. "All right, the Rakshasa clan will meet its end." The Winged Sovereign lamented. "It depends on your own abilities. He is a supreme of the 5th realm." Long Yuan waved dismissively. "No matter. If I cannot defeat him, I shall return. You may leave. I will not slay any further members of the Rakshasa clan." The Winged Sovereign's figure flickered and vanished from the vicinity. The Hellfire Wolf rushed forward. "Senior, I know the way to the Rakshasa clan, and I am aware they have a branch here." Chapter 253, Confronting the Rakshasa clan. Long Yuan observed the wild dog before him, cloaked in black flames. "You shall lead me." The Hellfire Wolf nodded eagerly. "It is my honor to serve you, Senior." Long Yuan replied affirmatively. "Then lead the way." The Hellfire Wolf rejoiced, for this would fulfill their agreement and eliminate the threat posed by the Rakshasa clan. Long Yuan, indifferent to the wolf's thoughts, simply mounted its back. "Let us proceed. We are off to the Rakshasa clan." "Very well, Senior." The Hellfire Wolf set forth, carrying Long Yuan towards the Rakshasa clan, and it took them 3 days to reach the vicinity of their stronghold. The Infernal Flame Wolf proclaimed, "Senior, not far ahead lies Tianluo City, inhabited by the Rakshasa clan, who also harbor 3 slumbering divine kings." "Ah, you seem well acquainted with them," remarked the Infernal Flame Wolf, revealing, "Several millennia ago, I pilfered a divine herb from them, and was subsequently captured and imprisoned. They have now released me with the intent of capturing you, esteemed Senior. Acknowledging my inferiority, I chose to submit." Long Yuan nodded in satisfaction, recognizing this as a classic case of if you cannot defeat them, join them. Upon reaching the outskirts of Tianluo City, the Infernal Flame Wolf halted. Rakshasa soldiers swiftly encircled both him and Long Yuan. The captain of the soldiers commanded, "You are to descend immediately. Are you unaware that this is Tianluo City? Do you wish to be imprisoned again?" Long Yuan, taken aback, gazed incredulously at the soldiers. astonished that they dared to speak so boldly to one of the celestial sovereign realm. The infernal flame wolf sighed, after being confined for so many years. It seems they have lost all fear in addressing me. Will you not resist? You are, after all, a god monarch. Long Yuan urged. They have the divine kings backing them. I cannot contend with that. Long Yuan thumped his chest, asserting, Fear not, for I shall stand by you today. Go forth with confidence. A spark ignited in the infernal flame wolf's eyes, expressing his gratitude. I am most thankful, esteemed senior. With that, an overwhelming aura surged within him. Boom, boom, boom. The soldiers surrounding them were instantly obliterated, blood raining down from the heavens, staining the ground at the city gates a deep crimson. Infernal flame wolf. Are you courting death? Bellowed the second elder, Xianxia. Before he could even be seen, a blood-red spear shot towards the infernal flame wolf. Unfazed by the incoming projectile, the infernal flame wolf scoffed. Year, do you think I fear you? He unleashed flame eruption. A fireball erupted from his mouth, colliding with the spear. Boom, boom, boom. The fireball shattered the approaching spear, scattering countless sparks across the sky. Xianxia materialized directly opposite the infernal flame wolf, extinguishing the sparks with a mere wave of his hand. Infernal flame wolf, it appears you truly wish to remain imprisoned. Centuries of torment have not taught you caution. The infernal flame wolf retorted disdainfully. I have brought you what you desire, yet your guard dares to impede me. If I do not slay them, whom shall I slay? With a cold gaze, Xianxia replied, Then today you shall not escape. The infernal flame wolf laughed heartily. Indeed, none among your Rakshasa clan can be trusted. I had no intention of leaving today. I wish to witness your annihilation at the hands of my esteemed senior. A voice resonated from within the city. Such audacity to claim the destruction of my Rakshasa clan. Swish, swish. Xianxia and the Grand Elder, Shui, appeared beside Xianxia. Long Yuan descended from the back of the infernal flame wolf, stating, Choose any one of them to take your vengeance upon. I shall handle the rest. The infernal flame wolf turned towards Shui, declaring, I shall take him. He orchestrated my capture, subjecting me to millennia of torment. He pointed a claw menacingly at Shui Tuesday. Long Yuan nodded and said, All right, leave the rest to me. Xianxia regarded Long Yuan with a contemptuous gaze. What audacity! You, a mere martial emperor, dare to utter such words. Long Yuan chuckled. Just watch as I obliterate you. Domain of the Tao, seal off. Activate my martial battle body. Instantly, the city of Tianluo was enveloped in a barrier, and Long Yuan's physique expanded 100-fold. The runes of the laws shimmered faintly upon his skin. Xia's eyes widened as he looked at Long Yuan. You possess the martial battle body. Whose disciple are you? Long Yuan, uninterested in his inquiries, delivered a powerful palm strike. Not good, everyone evade. Xianxia shouted. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The three swiftly retreated. The Hellfire Wolf locked its gaze on Blood Butcher, declaring, You belong to me. There is no escape. Flame strike. A pillar of fire erupted from the Hellfire Wolf's mouth, directly targeting Blood Butcher. Oof. It seems I must eliminate you first, Blood Butcher responded, slashing with a brilliant crimson blade towards the fire pillar. Boom, boom, boom. The tremendous explosion sent both parties reeling back. Their powers were nearly equal, and a decisive victory could only be attained through a fierce struggle. The long-suppressed resentment of the Hellfire Wolf erupted at this moment. Blood Butcher, today, either you perish or I do. Inferno Blaze. Another attack surged towards Blood Butcher, who met it without hesitation. The man and wolf clashed fiercely in the sky. Long Yuan continued to rain down palm strikes upon Tianluo City. Night Sha thrust his spear towards Long Yuan's chest. Clang! The spear tip struck his chest without even tearing his clothing. Long Yuan glanced at his chest before responding with a swift palm. Night Sha, momentarily dazed by the ineffectiveness of his attack, was met with a massive hand. Bang! Boom! Boom! Night Sha's body was sent crashing into the city, demolishing countless structures and accidentally killing some unfortunate souls. Xianxia immediately commanded, Bring forth the army. Annihilate him. The army of the Rakshasa clan promptly formed a battle formation, and numerous battle souls surged forth to assail Long Yuan. Bang! 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 Weapons clashed against Long Yuan's body, sending sparks flying. He staggered back a few steps, shaken by the overwhelming force. Observing this, Xianxia shouted, Continue the assault. Kill him. Night Sha struggled to rise from the rubble, his defensive treasures shattered and his body severely injured. Chief, be cautious. This fellow's attacks are no less formidable than those of an ordinary divine king. He possesses a treasure that can withstand divine king assaults. But it was destroyed by that last strike. Long Yuan steadied himself and remarked, "Are you lot still eager to fight? Behold my chaotic fist technique. Ada! Boom! Boom! Boom!" Each shadow of his fist struck down upon the incoming battle souls, scattering them under his might. Heavenly Calamity and Night Calamity stared wide-eyed as over 100,000 troops perished under the might of Long Yuan. The three slumbering deities sensed this overwhelming surge and immediately leapt from their coffins. Heavenly Calamity's face was a portrait of disbelief as he bellowed, "You dare? You insolent wretch! Those countless soldiers!" Long Yuan emitted a derisive snort, his eyes brimming with disdain. "Merely a throng of ants, daring to brandish their claws before me." Such arrogant words incensed Heavenly Calamity and his companions. Night Calamity gritted his teeth, declaring, "You shall pay a harrowing price for this. Today marks your demise." The three deities approached Heavenly Calamity, exuding an aura of terror. One of them, clad in a black robe and bearing a stern countenance, wielded a staff that shimmered with an eerie glow. He spoke, "Who dares to wreak havoc in Tianluo City?" The second deity, his muscles taut and bare-chested, brandished a colossal battle axe, roaring, "Why waste words with him? You, boy, shall pay with your life." The third deity, elusive and cloaked in shadow, issued a chilling voice. "This day shall be your last." Unfazed, Long Yuan laughed heartily. "Is it merely you few? I shall witness the extent of your capabilities." With that, his aura surged yet again, a formidable presence causing the surrounding space to warp slightly. Meanwhile, the Hellfire Wolf and Blood Butcher were locked in a fierce struggle nearby. Blood Butcher moved like a phantom, his long blade flickering with an ominous red light, each swing leaving trails of crimson brilliance. The Hellfire Wolf was engulfed in roaring flames, a moving inferno, its eyes ablaze with the fervor of battle. Blood Butcher cackled, "Today, little wolf, you shall learn of my prowess." In an instant, he darted to the side of the Hellfire Wolf, thrusting his blade towards its flank. The Hellfire Wolf reacted with lightning speed, sidestepping while unleashing a torrent of searing flames from its maw. Blood Butcher hastily retreated, narrowly avoiding the fiery onslaught. "Is that all you've got?" The Hellfire Wolf roared, lunging towards Blood Butcher with incredible speed, its massive claws swiping at him. Blood Butcher swung his blade in rapid succession, forming a barrier of steel to counter the wolf's assault. The clang of metal resonated, sparks flying in every direction. Meanwhile, the confrontation between Long Yuan and the trio of deities escalated to a fever pitch. Heavenly Calamity formed intricate seals with his hands, unleashing tendrils of black energy that surged toward Long Yuan. The latter darted about, weaving through the dark currents like a specter, his fists striking out to dissipate the ominous streams one by one. Night Calamity, brandishing a spear that emanated a frigid aura, charged towards Long Yuan, aiming directly for his throat. Unperturbed, Long Yuan grasped Night Calamity's spear, forcefully flinging him aside. The black-robed deity brandished his staff, summoning streaks of black lightning that struck towards Long Yuan. With a powerful stomp, Long Yuan caused the ground to crack open beneath him, propelling himself into the air and evading the onslaught of dark lightning. In that moment, he retrieved the Long Yuan sword from his storage ring, gripping the exquisite blade as he charged toward the black-robed deity. "Today I shall end you," Long Yuan bellowed, sweeping the sword with brilliance that illuminated the surroundings as he swung it at the black-robed deity. The deity hastily raised his staff to defend, the clash resonating with a thunderous sound that forced him to stagger back several steps. The bare-chested deity, in a fit of rage, rushed forward, his battle axe raised high, descending fiercely upon Long Yuan. Long Yuan intercepted the blow with his sword, feeling the tremendous force reverberate through his arm. A glint of determination flashed in Long Yuan's eyes as he summoned his strength, deflecting the bare-chested deity's axe before delivering a powerful kick to his chest. The deity was sent flying like a severed kite, crashing heavily to the ground. At that moment, the shadowed deity launched his attack, his form drifting like mist toward Long Yuan, two dark hands reaching out menacingly towards his back. Sensing the impending strike, Long Yuan swiftly turned, thrusting his sword with alacrity. The shadowed deity, taken aback by Long Yuan's quick reflexes, attempted to evade but was still grazed by the blade, leaving him enraged. "Curse be you," he howled in fury. Meanwhile, The battle between the Hellfire Wolf and Blood Butcher intensified. Blood Butcher's long knife glimmered with a cold light amidst the flames as he continuously altered his attack angles, striving to slay the Hellfire Wolf. Yet, the Hellfire Wolf, with its agile form and formidable flames, expertly countered Blood Butcher's assaults time and again. "You beast! You are quite resilient." Blood Butcher gritted his teeth. The Hellfire Wolf roared back, "Blood Butcher, only one of us shall survive this day." As it spoke, the flames surrounding the Hellfire Wolf blazed even brighter, enveloping it in a protective ring of fire. Blood Butcher, realizing that this deadlock could not continue, focused intently, preparing to unleash his most powerful strike. A tempest of energy surged around him, the crimson light of his knife threatening to stain the very air red. Blood Butcher shouted, launching himself like lightning toward the Hellfire Wolf, his knife wielding cataclysmic force. Sensing the overwhelming threat, the Hellfire Wolf knew it must give its all. It gathered every ounce of strength, its fiery shield expanding outward, while it opened its jaws wide, unleashing a column of flame infused with its entire might. The two forces collided with a cataclysmic roar, the surrounding space collapsing into a vast black hole. Flames and blade light intertwined, obscuring the scene within. As the brilliance gradually faded, the Hellfire Wolf was revealed, bloodied and weakened, its flames dimming. Yet Blood Butcher was not faring much better. His body was charred black by flames, and his long blade lay shattered in two. "Ha ha! In the end, you still..." Blood Butcher's words trailed off as the Hellfire Wolf, expending its last vestige of strength, lunged violently at Blood Butcher, sinking its teeth into his throat. Blood Butcher's eyes widened in disbelief as he collapsed to the ground, unyielding. The Hellfire Wolf, having exhausted all its energy, slumped beside Blood Butcher, its breath faint. At this moment, Long Yuan, witnessing the Hellfire Wolf's successful slaying of Blood Butcher, felt a surge of confidence. Seizing the opportunity while the three Divine Kings and the two Knight Executors were momentarily distracted, he launched a more ferocious assault. The sword in Long Yuan's hand blazed with brilliance as he executed a series of fierce sword techniques, creating a storm of sword shadows that intertwined like countless blades of wind. "You need not struggle. Today, I shall ensure your utter annihilation." Long Yuan's voice resonated with authority. The Knight Executors exchanged glances and, alongside the three Divine Kings, charged toward Long Yuan, each unleashing their most potent spells and techniques. In an instant, myriad lights and forces collided in the sky. Undaunted, Long Yuan remained composed amidst the chaos of the onslaught. His sword danced continuously, each swing deflecting enemy attacks and delivering counterstrikes. Seizing the moment, he thrust his blade toward the bare-chested Divine King. The bare-chested Divine King hastily raised his battle axe to defend, yet Long Yuan's sword force was overwhelming, piercing through the axe and plunging into his chest. "No!" The bare-chested Divine King cried out in anguish as he slowly toppled. Observing this, the black-robed Divine King screamed in despair. "Eighth brother!" He frantically wielded his staff, unleashing waves of dark curses toward Long Yuan. A flash of light enveloped Long Yuan as a protective barrier materialized, warding off the dark curses. Taking advantage of Long Yuan's distraction from the black-robed Divine King's attack, the Shadow Divine King launched a surprise assault from behind. Sensing the impending attack, Long Yuan swiftly turned, countering with his sword and severing the Shadow Divine King's arm. The Shadow Divine King howled in agony, staggering backward. At that moment, the Knight Executors unleashed their final assault, igniting their powers. "We shall fight to the death," they declared, charging at Long Yuan. Long Yuan snorted coldly. "Then I shall send you to meet your ancestors." He concentrated all his power into his sword and swung it fiercely. A colossal wave of sword energy surged into the sky, hurtling toward the Knight Executors and the Shadow Divine King. As the sword energy sliced through the air, space itself was torn apart, and the Knight Executors were the first to bear the brunt, their bodies instantly shredded. The black-robed Divine King and the Shadow Divine King attempted to evade, but the speed of the sword energy was too swift for them to escape. "No! How could this be?" they cried in horror as two anguished screams echoed, and both were engulfed by the sword energy. Long Yuan slowly sheathed his treasured sword, and at that moment, Tianluo City lay in utter devastation. Over 100,000 troops had been annihilated, and the formidable Xianxia, Yixia, along with three Divine Kings, had all been slain. This once mighty city was now reduced to mere remnants and ruins. Approaching the Hellfire Wolf, Long Yuan gazed at its feeble breaths. He produced a precious healing elixir and administered it to the Hellfire Wolf. You shall not perish. Henceforth, you are free. The Hellfire Wolf gradually opened its eyes and weakly uttered, I am fine. What'll be wrong? As long as you draw breath, I shall ensure your revival. The Hellfire Wolf knelt before Long Yuan, expressing heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, esteemed senior, for saving my life. I am willing to serve you, to repay your kindness. After a moment's contemplation, Long Yuan realized that Xiaohe was unfamiliar with this world and could offer little more than transportation. It would be more prudent to accept the Hellfire Wolf as a guide. You need not serve me. Simply lead me to the central region. As you wish, esteemed senior. Long Yuan mounted the back of the Hellfire Wolf, observing the remaining Rakshasa people below in the city. He raised his hand and struck downward, a terrifying hand descending from the heavens, aimed at the ground below. The Rakshasa inhabitants of the city looked up in horror as the hand fell, their cries of despair echoing throughout the city. Boom! 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 The hand enveloped the entire city, trapping them within a domain from which escape was impossible. As the hand descended, all was reduced to dust, and Tianluo City became infamous in the realm of Shura. The Hellfire Wolf glanced back, and then soared towards the central region with Long Yuan. Esteemed senior, it began, the distance to the central region is still considerable. Would you like to disguise your appearance? It would certainly mitigate many troubles. Long Yuan nodded, acknowledging the wisdom in its words. Very well. Let me see if I can find a means to alter my guise. He opened the system shop and began to search. As his fingers glided through the selections, he discovered a plethora of items under the transformation category, specific transformative treasures and techniques. Finally, he set his sights on a piece of metamorphic jade. This jade, known as the 1,000 Transformations Jade, required but a single drop of blood, and once worn, it would assume the form of its original owner. Long Yuan promptly purchased the jade and retrieved it from the system space, noticing some blood stains on the Hellfire Wolf. He applied a drop onto the jade before fastening it to his waist. Instantly, Long Yuan's appearance transformed to resemble that of the Blood Butcher. The Hellfire Wolf, catching sight of him, nearly plummeted from the sky. What are you doing? Do you wish to send me crashing to my demise? Upon hearing Long Yuan's voice, the Hellfire Wolf steadied itself. Esteemed senior, you startled me. I thought the Blood Butcher had returned. Long Yuan, exasperated, replied, This is merely an illusion conjured by a treasure of mine. Let us hurry. Understood, esteemed senior. Your transformation is truly alarming. The infernal flame wolf soared towards the central region, accompanied by Long Yuan. Throughout their journey, the transformation of Long Yuan's appearance did not attract any trouble. However, as they passed through a mountain range, they were intercepted by two divine kings. Brother, is this not the infernal flame wolf we have been searching for? One exclaimed. At last, we can gather that precious medicinal ingredient. Digue chuckled. I never expected to encounter a divine realm infernal flame wolf today. It seems the heavens are aiding my ascension to the God's sovereign realm. Di-een grinned maliciously. Infernal flame wolf, surrender your inner core. And today, we shall grant you a swift demise. Unbeknownst to them, Long Yuan was concealed behind the infernal flame wolf, and they failed to perceive his presence. Predecessor, these two ruffians are blocking our path. I cannot contend with them, Long Yuan stated, rising to his feet and gazing at the two adversaries. Who are you little thieves? Begone and do not obstruct my way. How audacious! Who do you think you are to speak to me in such a manner? Diguipulid hati din. Realizing the danger posed by the members of the Rakshasa clan, it seems we shall not acquire the inner core today. Dean frowned. Brother, what are you afraid of? They are merely members of the Rakshasa clan. If we eliminate him here, who would know? After a moment of contemplation, enticed by the allure of ascending to God's sovereign, Digue resolved to slay Long Yuan. The temptation of breaking through was irresistible. Long Yuan, growing impatient with their continued presence, declared, Have you not heard? I command you to move aside and cease blocking my path. Chapter 256, The Dark King's Pursuit Order. Dean gazed at Long Yuan with a frigid stare. To be so arrogant when death is imminent. Your Rakshasa clan truly has no bounds. Seizing the moment while Long Yuan was engaged in conversation with Dean, Digue launched a surprise attack, bringing a scythe down upon Long Yuan's head. Clang! The infernal flame wolf was shaken by the force, descending towards the ground. However, after a brief fall, it stabilized itself. Digue stared in shock at Long Yuan, whose hair remained unscathed. Doubt crept into his mind as he examined the scythe in his hand. He had unleashed all his strength, yet he had not harmed Long Yuan in the slightest. Second brother, we must flee. This fellow is problematic. Diin, still bewildered and unaware of the unfolding events, was pulled away by Di Gui as they prepared to escape. Long Yuan chuckled ominously. Only now do you think to run? Is it not too late? Great summer palm. Boom! Dark clouds swiftly converged above, forming a massive hand that descended to suppress the two. Patterns of laws emerged upon the palm, immobilizing them in the air, rendering them unable to move. Dean, filled with terror, gazed at the descending hand, bewildered by how a martial emperor could exert such control over divine kings. Do not worry about how this is possible. Quickly summon your ultimate treasures to defend against it. Dean hastily produced various artifacts to fend off the descending palm, which crushed everything in its path like a hydraulic press. Dean summoned his formidable power, unleashing a torrent of treasures imbued with terrifying strength that surged towards the heavens. Boom! 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 The first artifact ascended, only to be crushed by the force of a palm, dimming to obscurity before plummeting back to the earth. One after another, the artifacts soared skyward, only to be struck down. Brother, I can't hold on any longer. What do we do now? Di Gui exclaimed in desperation. Fellow of the Rakshasa clan, I am willing to submit. Please spare my brother and me. Long Yuan, however, paid them no heed and pressed down with his hand. No! Came two anguished cries. Boom! The earth quaked, and a massive palm imprint materialized upon the ground. The two were reduced to mere blood mist, their spoils automatically collected by the system into the void. The Hellfire Wolf swallowed hard, while engaged in battle with Blood Butcher in Tianluo City. He had failed to notice Long Yuan's terrifying might. Now, witnessing the entire scene unfold, he grasped the extent of Long Yuan's power. Long Yuan clapped his hands, declaring, "It is resolved. Let us continue our journey." The Hellfire Wolf cast a glance at the ground before resuming its flight. In the central region, the Rakshasa clan received news of the massacre in Tianluo City. The clan leader, seated in his study, regarded the shadow kneeling before him. Are you certain it was a single human who annihilated Tianluo City? Yes, my lord, I can confirm that it was indeed a human who destroyed Tianluo City. And he is now making his way toward the central region, accompanied by a Hellfire Wolf, the shadow replied. The Rakshasa clan leader's fingers drummed upon the table, each tap resonating like a heartbeat. Dispatch a bounty order to the Dark King S. Hall. If they eliminate this human, it will save us the trouble. After all, the elders of the human race are not to be trifled with. They must already be aware of this incident. Understood, my lord. The shadow vanished from the study, heading toward the Dark King S. Hall branch. In a tavern, the innkeeper slumbered with his head resting on the table. A figure cloaked in black appeared at the side of the table. Innkeeper, I require 2.5 gin of blood wine. The innkeeper slowly lifted his head. 30 million divine stones. The cloaked figure produced a storage ring and placed it on the table. Here are 90 million divine stones. I wish to initiate a bounty order. The innkeeper glanced at the cloaked figure. Are you aware of the rules once the bounty is issued? The cloaked figure nodded. You have 2 opportunities to raise the price. Saying this, the figure revealed a token inscribed with the characters for Rakshasa. The innkeeper, upon seeing the token, nodded. We shall accept this business. Once the task is completed, we will deliver it to you. A human and a Hellfire Wolf are currently en route to the central region. The innkeeper continued, returning to his slumber. I understand. The cloaked figure replied before departing the tavern. The Dark King S. Hall also issued a bounty order, with a divine king taking on the assassination task. Meanwhile, Long Yuan encountered an intriguing situation. In the distant sky, a divine being surrounded by a dozen great celestial beings encircled a young girl and an elderly woman. At this moment, Long Yuan was engaged in a negotiation with the young girl. 10 million divine stones will save both of you. You won't suffer a loss, he asserted. The young girl replied earnestly, I truly do not possess 10 million divine stones. At most, I can offer 4 million. Is that acceptable? The reason she was bargaining with Long Yuan was her reluctance to use a certain precious item. Had it not been for that, these individuals would have been dealt with long ago. That item was a one-time use. A birthday gift from her father who had spent 9 million divine stones to acquire it. Long Yuan found the girl's tenacity amusing, which prompted him to pause and observe. He noted that, despite being surrounded by so many, she remained unafraid. Long Yuan spoke, "4 million is insufficient. Raise your offer, or you shall have to resolve this yourself." The divine lord opposite could no longer tolerate the exchange. Are we to be treated as mere commodities in your transactions? He exclaimed. The Hellfire Wolf, sensing the disturbance, erupted with a fierce aura. You are interrupting my elder's business. I shall eliminate you this instant. The Divine Lord retorted. Do you think I fear you? Brothers, eliminate these two while I hold off the Hellfire Wolf. Upon hearing the provocation, the Hellfire Wolf unleashed a torrent of flames, transforming into a colossal beast radiating intense heat. Each strand of its fur blazed with fiery brilliance, igniting the very atmosphere around it. It roared to the heavens, its voice echoing like thunder, causing the surrounding space to reverberate. As a magical beast, the Hellfire Wolf was imbued with a primal bloodlust. Elder, allow me to handle this, it growled, and Long Yuan, stepping aside, encouraged go ahead. The Hellfire Wolf glared at the Divine Lord. You foolish creature shall learn the consequences of provoking my elder today. With a furious roar, it launched itself forward, akin to a blazing meteor. The Divine Lord sneered, brandishing his spear with a glimmering tip, prepared to confront the beast. Come at me. Do you think I fear you, beast? He bellowed, channeling his divine power as he thrust the spear forward, sending a chilling beam slicing through the air towards the Hellfire Wolf. As the spear's energy passed, it tore the air, leaving a dark fissure in its wake. Unfazed, the Hellfire Wolf opened its maw, releasing a formidable column of flame. The collision between the flames and the spear's energy produced a thunderous explosion, sending powerful shockwaves that distorted the surrounding space. The ground was shattered by the residual energy, cracks spreading like a spider's web. Seizing the opportunity, the young girl and the elderly woman took refuge behind Long Yuan. In a state of urgency, the young girl implored, Elder, please intervene and save us. If this continues, we will surely suffer. Long Yuan, arms crossed and a smirk playing on his lips, observed the battle with a bemused expression. My dear girl, he replied leisurely, I am merely awaiting your increased offer. Until we reach an agreement, my intervention would be ill-advised. The elderly woman, her face marked by resignation, addressed the young lady, Miss, it is best to heed this esteemed elder. After all, life is of utmost importance. The young girl, observing the dozen assassins charging towards them, clenched her teeth and stamped her foot. Esteemed elder, 5 million divine stones is the absolute limit of my resources. Long Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Very well, given your earnestness. I shall lend you my assistance. Meanwhile, the battle between the Hellfire Wolf and the Divine Lord intensified. The Divine Lord executed a series of intricate gun maneuvers, the gunfire sparkling like a multitude of stars, attacking the Hellfire Wolf from every conceivable angle. The Hellfire Wolf nimbly navigated through the shadows of the bullets, utilizing its own fiery powers to retaliate. Its claws, sharp as steel hooks, left trails of flames with each swing, attempting to ensnare the Divine Lord. You beast! You do possess some skill, the Divine Lord remarked amidst his assault. The Hellfire Wolf disdainfully retorted. You think you can stop me? Once I deal with you, I shall take care of those petty minions. Observing the Hellfire Wolf struggling to gain the upper hand, Long Yuan sighed. Earning this money is no easy task. I must take matters into my own hands. In a flash, he appeared amidst the high-ranking deities. The high-ranking deities, upon witnessing his presence, swiftly surrounded him to launch their attacks. A cold smile crept across Long Yuan's lips as he swiftly formed seals with his hands, murmuring incantations. Sealing magic. With a powerful shout, he thrust his hands forward, unleashing a colossal golden rune that soared from his grasp. The rune shimmered with an enigmatic glow, imbued with formidable power as it charged towards the high-ranking deities. Wherever the rune passed, space itself seemed to solidify, rendering the deities' movements sluggish. What sorcery is this? One of the high-ranking deities cried out in terror. Navigating through the ranks of the deities, Long Yuan emanated waves of tremendous power with each gesture. He unleashed a series of fierce punches, the wind howling as if splitting mountains and shattering stones. Boom! 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 One punch after another. The high-ranking deities found themselves utterly unable to withstand Long Yuan's onslaught, being sent flying across the battlefield. Some of them, struck by the force of his blows, exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Is this the Rakshasa clan? How can they be so powerful? The remaining high-ranking deities were filled with dread, utterly unprepared for the revelation of the seemingly unassuming Rakshasa clan's terrifying might. Long Yuan let out a mocking laugh. A swarm of ants dares to be arrogant before me. Today, I shall show you how many eyes the king of horses possesses. He continued his relentless assault, offering the high-ranking deities no respite. Before long, all the high-ranking deities lay defeated upon the ground, lifeless and utterly vanquished. Meanwhile, the clash between the Hellfire Wolf and the Divine Lord reached a critical juncture. The Hellfire Wolf concentrated all its power, unleashing a formidable wave of fiery energy. This surge resembled a torrential flood, instantly engulfing the Divine Lord. No! The Divine Lord screamed in despair, his voice echoing with hopelessness. Struggling amidst the flames, he was ultimately consumed entirely, leaving not a trace behind. Having dealt with all adversaries, Long Yuan was about to demand the Divine Stone from the young girl when suddenly, a potent aura of murderous intent surged from behind him. A chill ran through Long Yuan's heart as he swiftly sidestepped. A shadow clad in black flashed past the very spot where he had stood moments ago. It was an assassin from the Dark King's palace, lying in wait for the perfect moment to strike with lethal precision. The assassin was shrouded in a dark cloak, wielding a dagger that emitted a ghostly glow, smeared with a deadly poison. "Embrace your demise," the assassin uttered coldly, his voice echoing as if from the depths of the infernal abyss, chilling to the bone. A flicker of anger ignited in Long Yuan's eyes. How dare such a scoundrel attempt to take his life? With a swift movement, he ghosted behind the assassin and seized his shoulder. The assassin felt an overwhelming force grip him, rendering his body powerless against Long Yuan's hold. "Did you truly believe you could kill me?" Long Yuan exclaimed, hurling the assassin away with great force. Regaining his balance mid-air, the assassin lunged once more at Long Yuan, his dagger darting with venomous intent, sending streaks of dark poison toward him. Long Yuan concentrated his energy, forming a massive shield of pure essence. The poison strikes collided with the shield, hissing as they left trails of black threads, yet ultimately proving futile. A mere parlor trick, Long Yuan scoffed, unleashing his martial prowess. A radiant aura enveloped him, and golden beams surged forth from his being, coalescing into a magnificent golden longsword. With a powerful swing, he unleashed a dazzling beam toward the assassin. "Dare to ambush me? Witness your end." The sword beam sliced through the air, emitting a piercing whistle. The assassin, feeling the intensity of the impending strike, was petrified and attempted to evade, but found himself unable to escape the swiftness of Long Yuan. Stunned by the sheer force of the blow moments prior, he had no time to flee. The sword beam struck true, cleaving the assassin in two. He did not even have the chance to let out a scream before dissipating into a cloud of black smoke. Long Yuan dusted off his hands and turned to the young girl, saying, "The matter is resolved. It is time for you to present the Divine Stone." The girl promptly produced a storage ring and handed it to him, clearly intimidated by Long Yuan's prowess. "Esteemed sir, this contains 5 million Divine Stones. Please have a look." Long Yuan accepted the ring and scrutinized its contents with his spiritual force, nodding in satisfaction. "Well done, young lady. You are true to your word. Should you encounter further difficulties, I may be able to assist you once more." The girl, filled with gratitude, replied, "Thank you for saving my life. If the opportunity arises, I shall repay your kindness. I am Liyue, and this is my nurse. May I ask your esteemed name?" Long Yuan smiled and replied, "I am Yuan. You are quite an amusing little girl." "Very well. We must continue our journey. Let's part ways here." Long Yuan contemplated briefly, but ultimately opted for a single word, concerned that revealing his name might attract unwanted attention to the young girl. "Thank you for your assistance, Senior Yuan." Long Yuan waved his hand dismissively, remarking that it was merely a transaction. With that, he mounted the back of the Hellfire Wolf. "I shall take my leave. Do be cautious on your own journey." Chapter 258, The Assassin of the Divine Emperor Realm. After bidding farewell, the young girl and her nursemaid ventured in a different direction, while Liu and the nursemaid gazed at Long Yuan's departing figure, filled with admiration. "Nurse, this Senior Long Yuan is truly formidable. I have never encountered such a powerful yet unpretentious individual," Liu remarked. The nursemaid nodded in agreement. "Indeed, miss. It is our fortune to have been rescued by Senior Long Yuan today. I hope we have the opportunity to meet him again in the future." Meanwhile, the Dark King Palace was informed of the failed assassination attempt on Long Yuan. The master of the Dark King Palace was enraged, exclaiming, "How could a mere human be so difficult to eliminate? Dispatch another assassin of the Divine Emperor Realm, along with the group, and ensure that this human is slain. The reputation of the Dark King Palace cannot be tarnished by this individual. Additionally, demand 500 million Divine Stones from the Rakshasa clan." A bowing assassin responded, "Yes, my lord." Thus, the Dark King Palace sent forth a new contingent of even more potent assassins in pursuit of Long Yuan. Unaware of the impending danger, Long Yuan reclined on the back of the Hellfire Wolf, leisurely sipping a potion. On their journey towards the central region, Long Yuan and the Hellfire Wolf encountered a dense forest shrouded in thick mist, within which flickered mysterious lights. The Hellfire Wolf, ever vigilant, cautioned Senior. This forest feels quite unusual. We must exercise caution. I have heard tales of terrifying beings lurking within. Even those at the Divine Emperor level must tread carefully. Long Yuan curiously surveyed the fog-laden expanse. Can we not circumvent this area? It is nearly impossible to see within the mist. The Hellfire Wolf shook its head. Senior, this forest serves as a formidable barrier. We must traverse it to truly enter the central region. Generally, one does not encounter significant danger here. Very well, then. Do take care. Do not worry about me. Understood, Senior. The Hellfire Wolf soared into the mist. Not long after entering the forest, they were met with an unsettling roar. A colossal beast resembling a monstrous bear burst forth from the fog, its body adorned with sharp-boned spikes and eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. Roar! The giant bear beast bellowed at Long Yuan and the Hellfire Wolf before charging with tremendous speed, its massive form wreaking havoc among the trees. Long Yuan, taken aback, muttered, "How is it that we encounter a bear immediately upon entry? Is this what you refer to as generally safe?" The Hellfire Wolf felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing the irony of the situation. "Fear not. I shall handle this creature." Flames ignited once more upon its form as it charged towards the giant bear beast. The colossal bear beast swung its enormous paw, each movement stirring a tempestuous wind. The Hellfire Wolf nimbly evaded the bear's strikes while counterattacking with its claws and flames. Long Yuan, observing the battle while indulging in a celestial fruit, noted that the bear beast possessed not only immense strength, but also formidable defenses. If the Hellfire Wolf continued to engage in such a manner, it would undoubtedly attract more beasts. Contemplating this, Long Yuan swiftly appeared behind the colossal bear beast. With one hand, he concentrated his true energy, transforming it into a massive divine war axe. He raised the axe high and struck down fiercely upon the bear's back. Boom! The divine axe struck heavily, carving a significant wound into the bear beast's back, eliciting a pained roar as blood gushed forth like a fountain. In response to its injury, the bear became increasingly frenzied, turning its wrath upon Long Yuan and the Hellfire Wolf with even greater ferocity. Long Yuan was taken aback, surprisingly. He had not delivered a fatal blow. "Tang Tang, come fort. What is happening?" Tang Tang, reluctant to emerge, replied, "Master, it harbored no intent to kill you. Hence you cannot slay it." Long Yuan momentarily forgot this detail, realizing that the bear had only perceived the Hellfire Wolf and not himself, thus lacking malicious intent. Now that it charges at me, it must possess murderous intent. Watch as I cleave the mountain to save my mother. He raised the great axe once more, aiming it at the charging bear. The bear, seeing the massive axe descending, let out a roar and crossed its arms in an attempt to block the strike. However, Long Yuan's assault was not so easily thwarted. With a sickening slice, the axe cleaved the bear cleanly in two, as if chopping wood. The Hellfire Wolf inquired, "Elder, may I consume the remains of this bear?" Long Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "Go ahead. I doubt the bear's paw is palatable, and it serves little purpose to me." With Long Yuan's consent, the Hellfire Wolf devoured the bear's carcass, its aura immediately surging to the initial stage of the Divine King realm. "Thank you, Elder." Long Yuan nonchalantly replied, "This is your fortune, no need for thanks." After vanquishing the bear beast, Long Yuan and the Hellfire Wolf continued their journey through the forest. Suddenly, a group of assassins from the Dark King's hall appeared, blocking their path. This contingent consisted of 3 individuals, a shadow at the Divine Emperor level and 2 Bloodblade Poison Queens at the Divine Sovereign level. The shadow moved with erratic grace, excelling in stealth and ambush, while the Bloodblade wielded a blood-red great sword with ferocity, and the Poison Queens radiated a sinister aura. "Human, you have slain our comrades from the Dark King's hall." Long Yuan was bewildered. "Dark King's hall? What is that?" The Hellfire Wolf elucidated, "Elder. The Dark King's hall is a notorious assassin organization within the Azura realm, rumored to house terrifying supreme assassins." Long Yuan scratched his head. "But I haven't killed any of their members. Are assassins nowadays so brazen? They no longer lurk in the shadows to ambush, but openly come forth to kill." The Poison Queen remarked, In the face of absolute strength, what is there to surrender? Just kill you and be done with it. There was no need for further conversation. It was time to strike. With a thunderous roar, Bloodblade charged towards Long Yuan. He swung his blood-red blade, unleashing a crimson arc aimed directly at Long Yuan. The Hellfire Wolf swiftly sidestepped, the blade's arc cleaving the ground and leaving a profound gash in its wake. Long Yuan soared into the air, calling out, "Stay back. I shall handle these foes myself." Seizing the opportunity, Shadow launched a surprise attack, his form resembling a dark specter. In an instant, he materialized behind Long Yuan, thrusting a dagger towards his vulnerable back. The blade met Long Yuan's flesh with a resounding clang, the immense force propelling him away. Bang, bang, bang. Long Yuan's body collided with numerous trees before he finally came to a halt. The Poison Queen unleashed her toxic arts, casting several black poison orbs into the air. Upon bursting, the orbs released a thick, noxious mist that rapidly enveloped Long Yuan. In the midst of the poisonous haze, Long Yuan coughed incessantly. Cough, cough, cough. Bloodblade expressed his astonishment. He is still alive. Shadow chuckled coldly. Humph, merely delaying the inevitable. Watch as I finish him off this time. With that, Shadow vanished, darting toward Long Yuan like a wraith, his hands transforming into lethal claws aimed at his throat. A flicker of determination, mixed with resignation, flashed in Long Yuan's eyes. Damn it, this poison is slowing me down, he thought, narrowly evading Shadow's strike. However, Bloodblade seized the moment to attack, his long knife slicing through the air with chilling ferocity, aimed directly at Long Yuan's back. Bang! The blade struck Long Yuan, sending him hurtling away. Crash! 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 Countless trees suffered as Long Yuan's body crashed through them. Just as he regained his footing, Bloodblade launched another assault. With a furious roar, Long Yuan summoned a chi shield, his hands weaving intricate seals. A shield formed from condensed energy materialized behind him. Clang! The long knife collided with the shield, producing a thunderous sound. The powerful impact forced Long Yuan to stagger back several steps. The Poison Queen giggled softly. Human, today you shall find no escape. Accept your fate. With a flourish of her hands, more toxic mist surged forth, completely engulfing Long Yuan. He coughed violently, realizing the remarkable strength of his three adversaries. Their seamless coordination placed him in a precarious position, subjected to relentless assaults from all directions. Long Yuan was tossed about like a mere ball, struck again and again. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. In the distance, the Hellfire Wolf watched intently, its head bobbing in disbelief. This senior is truly formidable. Despite being attacked numerous times, Dragon Yuan remained unscathed, his frustration mounting within. Although he possessed an immortal body, he found himself at a disadvantage, outmatched by the superior realms of his three assailants, forced to endure their relentless onslaught. Damn it seems my strength is still lacking. My speed cannot keep up, he lamented. Huh, human race, weren't you quite arrogant? Now you resemble a stray dog. Blood Knife derided. Dragon Yuan scoffed in disdain. Three worthless fools, you lack the strength to even wound me, yet you continue your incessant prattling. Had I been less restrained, I would have long since found a way to end this. I know not what treasures shield you, but mark my words, with each relentless assault, you shall eventually be worn down. Dragon Yuan glared at the trio, exclaiming, enough of this game. I am about to overturn the table. Summon forth my beloved little sword spirit. He retrieved the Dragon Yuan sword from the system space. Moments later, a radiant light flashed, and a petite girl appeared beside him. Master, what is your command? She inquired. Dragon Yuan gestured toward his adversaries, saying, They are bullying me. Assist me in vanquishing them. With hands on her hips and fury gleaming in her large eyes, she declared, How dare you bully my master? Watch as I deal with you. Shadow scoffed derisively. What audacity from a mere child to speak so brazenly here. The little girl dismissed him with a toss of her head, retorting, Just wait. You will soon be the ones crying. With that, a brilliant aura enveloped her, and a formidable power began to gather within her. This is troublesome. That little girl will be difficult to handle. Poison Queen's expression shifted as she urgently called out. Shadow shouted, Attack together. I refuse to believe we cannot slay her. The trio immediately launched their assault, focusing their attention on the little girl, sensing the threat radiating from her and abandoning any semblance of carelessness. The girl slowly lifted her hands, reciting incantations as the divine power of the surrounding world surged violently toward her. The previously tranquil sky darkened ominously, clouds swirling as lightning crackled through them, producing a deafening roar. What sorcery is this? Bloodknife gasped in terror at the sky, his eyes filled with dread. Shadow and his companion also stared in horror at the unfolding scene. With a sudden, forceful sweep of her hands, the girl proclaimed, "Extermination of the gods." The sound reverberated throughout the realm. A colossal golden beam descended from the heavens, akin to a colossal blade capable of cleaving the world, hurtling toward the trio with cataclysmic force. As the golden beam passed, the fabric of space itself tore apart, revealing dark fissures. Trees and rocks disintegrated into dust under the sheer force of this power, while the poisonous mist was instantly dispelled, leaving no trace behind. No! The three cried out in despair simultaneously. They attempted to withstand this terrifying blow, but in the face of the extermination's might, their resistance seemed utterly insignificant and futile. Shadow desperately channeled his inner divine energy, forming a black shield before him. However, the golden beam effortlessly penetrated the shield, enveloping the shadow within its radiant embrace. The shadow felt as if its very essence was being sliced apart by countless blades, even its soul quivering beneath the weight of this formidable power. A piercing scream escaped its lips as its corporeal form instantaneously disintegrated into ash, vanishing without a trace. Bloodknife clutched his long blade tightly, attempting to shield himself from the golden beam. Yet, upon contact, the blade emitted a sharp crack and shattered into a myriad of fragments. The force of the beam struck Bloodknife, contorting and compressing his body until he was reduced to a mass of viscera, splattering upon the ground. Meanwhile, Poison Queen desperately fled backward, striving to escape from this harbinger of death. However, the golden beam, swift as lightning, swiftly overtook her. She felt an overwhelming pull that drew her entirely into the beam. Within its confines, her body was instantaneously vaporized by the intense heat and potent energy, leaving not even a trace of bone behind. Boom! 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 The little girl's strike obliterated a vast area around her. Trees and underbrush alike were rendered to nothingness. The beasts that had been drawn by the commotion, terrified, turned and fled. The mere shockwaves of such an attack instilled within them a palpable fear of death, not to mention the horrors awaiting at the epicenter. As the three perished, the golden beam gradually dissipated and the ominous clouds in the sky began to clear, restoring tranquility to the scene. The little girl triumphantly clapped her hands, declaring the matter resolved. Long Yuan hurried forward, expressing gratitude for her efforts. The little girl, with a haughty lift of her chin, replied, "Umph. They dared to bully my master. This was their own doing." Long Yuan couldn't help but chuckle at her adorable demeanor. However, this technique to slay gods is truly terrifying. Would you mind teaching it to me? The little girl blinked her large eyes. I stumbled upon this while I was asleep in the realm of consciousness. Teaching you would be futile. I cannot be bothered. Fine. If you don't want to teach, so be it. It's not that impressive anyway. I wouldn't want to learn it. The little girl, uninterested in further conversation, retreated in a Long Yuan sword to continue her slumber. The Hellfire Wolf approached, having sensed that something was amiss earlier and had fled a considerable distance. Now, with the calm restored, it dared to return. Elder, I discovered a palace over there, revealed by the residual shockwave from that last attack. Long Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Quickly, lead me there. The Hellfire Wolf guided Long Yuan toward the palace, and after a brief flight, they arrived at an ancient structure. The grand entrance stood firmly shut, adorned with an array of mysterious patterns and runes. Long Yuan and the Hellfire Wolf exchanged glances, each reflecting a glimmer of exhilaration. Do you know the origins of this palace? Long Yuan inquired. Elder, this palace appears extraordinary. It may very well be the sanctum of that supreme being. The Hellfire Wolf exclaimed eagerly. Long Yuan approached the door, intently examining the intricate designs and inscriptions. These runes were unfamiliar to him, imbued with an ancient and formidable power. What on earth is this? I cannot comprehend these symbols. Come over here and take a look. The Hellfire Wolf stepped forward to inspect the markings. Senior, these runes and patterns are from a bygone era. I, too, cannot decipher them. Long Yuan nodded, stating, if we cannot understand them, let us break through. With that, he struck the grand door with a powerful fist, his vital energy manifesting as a forceful punch. The runes on the door illuminated, and the patterns animated, forming a protective barrier. The punch collided with the shield. Boom! Crack. The barrier held for but a second before shattering, the punch landing heavily against the door. Bang! The door, constructed of an unknown material, exploded open, releasing a wave of stale air. Long Yuan dusted off his hands and ventured inside to explore. The Hellfire Wolf hurriedly followed in his wake. The interior of the palace was exceptionally spacious, adorned with various ancient artifacts and statues. Wow, there are so many relics from antiquity. However, due to the passage of time, these items had eroded beyond recognition. The Hellfire Wolf curiously surveyed the surroundings. If that's the case, there must be valuable treasures here. A palace from ancient times. Even a mere trinket would be an antique. We are bound to strike it rich. The Hellfire Wolf pondered aloud. Senior, what is an antique? Long Yuan realized belatedly that in this world, such matters were of little concern, rendering these antiques mere debris in their eyes. No matter, let us search for any treasures we can find. As they delved deeper into the palace, they were suddenly met with a low, rumbling roar. A colossal guardian beast emerged slowly from the depths of the palace, resembling a Qilan, yet distinctly different. It radiated a black luminescence, its eyes flickering with an eerie red glow. The Hellfire Wolf trembled in fear at the sight of the creature. Senior, that is an ancient, ferocious beast. With a thunderous roar, the guardian beast directed its fury toward Long Yuan and the Hellfire Wolf. The powerful sound waves causing the palace to tremble slightly. It seemed that in order to claim the treasures of this palace, they would need to vanquish this creature. Otherwise, entry was impossible. The Hellfire Wolf cautioned, Senior, this guardian beast appears formidable. We should exercise caution. Long Yuan nodded. Indeed, stay behind me. I shall first test its strength. With a fierce roar, the guardian beast charged at Long Yuan. Hey, I haven't even made a move yet, and you are already attacking. Long Yuan exclaimed, channeling his vital energy and rushing toward the guardian beast. Observing this, the guardian opened its massive jaws and unleashed a torrent of black flames. Long Yuan swiftly sidestepped, the flames narrowly missing him and scorching the earth, creating a large pit. He then executed his most proficient martial technique, his fists flickering as he unleashed a flurry of strikes toward the guardian beast. The guardian, in turn, swung its enormous claws, colliding with Long Yuan's punches. With each collision, a resounding echo reverberated through the palace, as the powerful shock waves spread throughout the expanse. Alas, this creature is merely a puppet. My attacks inflict minimal damage upon it. The Hellfire Wolf remarked, Indeed, this guardian beast is formidable. Even as a puppet, it retains such strength. Long Yuan brandished his long sword, declaring, I shall cleave you asunder. The myriad swords returned to their origin. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless energy swords surged forth. Clang, clang, clang. The energy swords struck the puppet, leaving only faint scratches in their wake. Blast. Magical assaults prove futile against this creature. A claw descended upon Long Yuan with brute force. He raised his sword to defend, and with a thunderous crash, half of his body was embedded in the floor. Reclaiming his sword, he leapt forward, grasping the guardian beast's claw with both hands and forcefully flinging it aside. The massive form of the guardian beast was hurled against the wall. Boom, boom, boom. The sturdy wall crumbled instantaneously, and from the rubble, Long Yuan arose. He charged forward, relentlessly pummeling the puppet's body with his fists. Bang, bang, bang. Due to the puppet's immense size, Long Yuan mounted it, continuing his assault. The puppet was unable to retaliate, enduring a barrage of strikes from Long Yuan. After dozens of blows, one of its legs was shattered. Losing its balance, the puppet began to rotate, attempting to dislodge Long Yuan. Undeterred, he persisted, targeting the other leg. Bang, 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 crack. Both of the puppet's forelegs were broken by Long Yuan's relentless onslaught. Its chin slammed against the ground while its hind legs continued to run forward. Long Yuan, situated atop its back, felt as though he were operating a bulldozer, sparks flying in every direction. Damn it, creating such a cloud of dust. Do you wish to suffocate me? Manifesting the principles of power upon his fist, he delivered a crushing blow to the puppet's back, creating a substantial hole that struck its core. The puppet ceased to function, as if devoid of energy. Is it truly defeated? The Hellfire Wolf approached, stating, Senior, you must have struck its core. Long Yuan rose, reflecting on the difficulty of subduing this creature. It would be a tremendous loss if he failed to uncover any valuable treasures. The Hellfire Wolf chuckled ruefully, Senior, while this puppet lacks significant strength, Its defensive capabilities would perplex even a divine emperor. Long Yuan surveyed the fallen puppet and, with a wave of his hand, stored it within the system's space. I shall take this back for further examination. Chapter 261. The Battle of the Hellfire Wolf. The Hellfire Wolf exclaimed, "Senior, I must see what treasures lie within." Long Yuan, equally eager to discover the hidden riches, accompanied the Hellfire Wolf as they ventured inside, revealing a grand circular hall. Here, 6 doors and a passageway were evident, indicating that this palace consisted of more than one level. The Hellfire Wolf hurriedly dashed to open one of the grand doors. Countless divine stones lay piled within, some having already lost much of their divine power due to the passage of time. Long Yuan gazed at the stones with a heavy heart. Dang dang. Can these divine stones still be redeemed at their original value? Tang Tang appeared beside Long Yuan, casting a glance at him. Do I look like a fool to you, Master? Long Yuan sighed. Let's first store them in the system space. We can discuss it later. With a wave of her hand, Tang Tang made the countless divine stones vanish in an instant. The Hellfire Wolf rushed to push open other doors, discovering 4 filled with divine stones and 2 containing ores. Long Yuan collected everything, feeling a twinge of guilt for his actions. He inquired, "Hellfire Wolf, do you need anything? I can share some with you." The Hellfire Wolf shook its head. "Senior, these items are of no use to me. I only require fire attribute divine herbs." "All right, I'll give you any that I come across. Let us proceed and see what treasures lie within." The Hellfire Wolf nodded eagerly. "Senior, if we encounter a suitable opponent, let me have a go. I have just broken through to the Divine King realm and have yet to face a worthy adversary." As they traversed the passage, they entered a chamber where 3 fields of herbs were visible, guarded by 3 puppets. The Hellfire Wolf exclaimed, "Senior, it's a divine herb field, and there are many high-tier divine herbs, including 2 fire attribute ones." Unable to contain its excitement, the Hellfire Wolf yearned to rush over and harvest the divine herbs. Long Yuan placed a reassuring hand on the Hellfire Wolf. "Calm down. Did you not notice the 3 puppets?" His words doused the Hellfire Wolf's fervor like a bucket of cold water. Taking a deep breath, the Hellfire Wolf focused intently on the puppets, its eyes ablaze with a desire for battle. "Senior, allow me to handle these 3 puppets. It will be a perfect opportunity to test my strength after breaking through to the Divine King realm." Long Yuan nodded, stepping aside. "Be cautious. If it becomes too difficult, call for me." "Understood, Senior." The Hellfire Wolf unleashed a mighty roar, flames engulfing its body, resembling a blazing sun. Each hair on its body stood on end, emitting azure flames that distorted the surrounding air. With a thunderous stomp, it charged towards the nearest puppet like an arrow released from a bow. Long Yuan settled into a chair, watching the spectacle unfold, a vial of potion appearing in his hand. I am quite tired of this potion. I wonder if the system store has any other items to enhance my strength." Tang Tang promptly appeared beside him. "Master, of course. The Tianyuan Divine Pill is perfect for you." The system interface materialized before Long Yuan, displaying the price and effects of the Tianyuan Divine Pill. After a careful comparison, he noted that while it was slightly more expensive than the potion, its efficacy far surpassed that of the potion. Moreover, the phenomenon of overeating and subsequently succumbing to slumber shall not occur. "Sugar, I would like to procure 10,000 of these divine pills." Ding! The acquisition of 10,000 heavenly origin divine pills was successful, deducting 500 billion purple coins, leaving a remainder of 5.6 billion purple coins. Long Yuan seized a heavenly origin divine pill and tossed it into his mouth, savoring it much like a delectable candy. Boom! 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 In the distance, the Hellfire Wolf had engaged in combat with the puppet. This puppet, towering an impressive 3 zhong, was crafted from a pitch-black metal, its surface intricately inscribed with runes that emanated a potent and frigid aura. As the Hellfire Wolf charged, the puppet swung its massive arms, generating a gust of fierce wind. 2 colossal fists descended upon the Hellfire Wolf with tremendous force. The wind from the punches howled ominously, seemingly threatening to rend the very fabric of space itself, compressing the surrounding air into slicing blades that scattered in all directions. Yet, the Hellfire Wolf nimbly twisted its body, deftly evading the puppet's assault midair. Harnessing the momentum of its agile movement, it lunged forward with its right paw, its razor-sharp claws ignited by searing flames, aiming for the puppet's chest. With a sizzling sound, the claws of the Hellfire Wolf carved deep gashes into the puppet's metallic torso, sending sparks flying. The puppet, sensing the impact, propelled itself upward with its powerful legs. Soaring high into the air, then, descending with ferocity, it aimed a knee strike at the Hellfire Wolf. This blow harbored immense power, should it connect. The Hellfire Wolf would either face death or severe injury. However, the Hellfire Wolf displayed no trepidation, unleashing a robust column of flame from its mouth to counter the puppet's onslaught. Boom! 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 The fiery column collided with the puppet's knee, resulting in a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air. The clash of flame and metal produced a violent energy wave that radiated outward, fracturing the ground and sending stones flying. Long Yuan nodded appreciatively, observing, indeed, the strength of this Hellfire Wolf is not trivial. It has withstood such a formidable attack. Sugar interjected. It possesses the bloodline of an ancient ferocious beast, though it remains dormant for now. Oh, which ancient ferocious beast? Long Yuan inquired with curiosity. The Howling Moon Celestial Wolf, ranked 30th among ancient ferocious beasts. Only 30th? That is quite low. Long Yuan's interest waned instantly. Meanwhile, two more puppets began to advance, forming a triangular formation that ensnared the Hellfire Wolf within their midst. Each brandished a weapon, one wielding a long knife that glimmered with a chilling light, while the other gripped a massive wolf-fang mace, its spikes radiating an eerie glow. The puppet with the long knife initiated the attack, its form flickering with ghostly speed. The blade traced a cold arc through the air, targeting the Hellfire Wolf's throat. In response, the Hellfire Wolf swiftly pivoted to defend, gripping the long knife tightly with its claws. However, just as it was distracted by the incoming strike, the puppet wielding a spiked mace seized the opportunity to attack, the mace descending with immense force upon the back of the Hellfire Wolf. Beware the attack from behind. Long Yuan could not help but call out from a distance. Chapter 262, Defeating the Puppet. The Hellfire Wolf sensed the assault from behind, but was unable to evade it. Gritting its teeth, flames erupted from its body, intensifying several-fold as it braced itself to withstand the blow from a mace. With a resounding crash, the Hellfire Wolf was propelled forward several meters, carving a long furrow into the ground beneath it. Yet, it quickly regained its footing, its eyes glinting with a frenzied, fighting spirit. Aru, Aru, Aru. That hurt terribly. It howled. Ha ha ha. I warned you, yet you chose to endure. The Hellfire Wolf felt humiliated before Long Yuan, unleashing its fury in a roar. Awoo, awoo, awoo. Summoning all its strength, the Hellfire Wolf gathered its flames into a colossal vortex, which spun vigorously, generating a powerful suction that drew in the surrounding air. Seizing the moment when the puppets were distracted by the fiery whirlwind, it charged towards the puppet armed with a long blade. With astonishing speed, as it neared the puppet, its form suddenly became ethereal, transforming into a fleeting flame-like shadow. This was a newfound skill it had comprehended after transcending to the Divine King realm, allowing it to briefly phase out of existence, evading attacks, and launching surprise assaults. The puppet wielding the long knife lost its target in an instant. As it searched for the whereabouts of the Hellfire Wolf, the creature emerged from behind, sinking its fangs into the puppet's neck. The combination of its formidable bite strength and the searing flames resulted in a gaping wound on the puppet's neck. With a powerful shake of its head, the Hellfire Wolf tore away a substantial piece of metal, leaving the puppet's head precariously swaying. However, before the Hellfire Wolf could press its advantage, two more puppets launched their assault once again. The puppet with the spiked mace leaped high, raising its weapon above its head to strike down fiercely upon the Hellfire Wolf. Meanwhile, the puppet with claw marks across its chest swung its fist, attacking from the side. Aru, this is sheer bullying. The Hellfire Wolf concentrated all its energy, forming a thick shield of flames before it. The mace and the fist struck the fiery barrier in succession. Bang, bang, bang. The shield trembled violently, yet it remained unbroken. Long Yuan observed from afar. This creature has managed to hold its ground. I thought it would falter. He discarded the fruit pit in his hand, ready to make his move. Tang Tang scoffed. You underestimate its potential. While these three puppets may be stronger, this situation can still awaken the latent power of its bloodline. In the distance, the Hellfire Wolf seized the opportunity while the shield absorbed the attacks, launching another offensive. It rapidly swung its claws, unleashing waves of fiery sword energy that shot forth towards the two puppets. The fiery sword energy struck the puppet like a scorching blade, instantly impacting its form amid a cacophony of crackling sounds. Numerous minute fissures appeared on the areas where the flames had struck, causing the runes to dim in their brilliance. After a fierce battle, although the Hellfire Wolf had inflicted significant damage upon the puppet, it had also endured immense exhaustion, its body marred by wounds, blood seeping continuously and staining the ground a vivid red. Yet, the fervor in its eyes remained undiminished. From a distance, Long Yuan called out, "Do you require my assistance? Just give a signal if you cannot manage." "Thank you, Senior, but I cannot fall here. The divine medicine is just within reach. I wish to conquer my foe through my own strength." The Hellfire Wolf roared in its heart, expending its final reserves of power. The flames enveloping its body surged with even greater intensity, nearly consuming its entire form. This was a self-sacrifice of its vitality for a fleeting surge in strength. Long Yuan shook his head, bemused by the creature's stubbornness. "This is the nature of magical beasts," Tang Tang remarked. The Hellfire Wolf charged towards the puppet, which bore the marks of a bite on its neck, moving with a speed that rendered its form nearly invisible. As it approached, the creature leapt high into the air, its flames coalescing into a massive fiery battle axe. With both hands gripping the axe, the Hellfire Wolf channeled all its might and struck fiercely at the puppet's head. Boom! 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 The ground shook with thunderous roars as the fiery axe cleaved through the puppet's head, shattering it into countless fragments. The puppet's body collapsed with a resounding crash, kicking up a cloud of dust. Without a moment's pause, the Hellfire Wolf turned and charged towards the other two puppets. At this point, it was nearly at its limit, yet for the sake of the divine medicine, it unleashed astonishing combat prowess. The puppet wielding a long knife watched as the Hellfire Wolf approached, swinging its weapon to unleash a barrage of sharp blade lights towards it. The Hellfire Wolf navigated through the onslaught, sustaining numerous cuts, yet it did not evade. Instead, it barreled directly towards the puppet. As it neared, the Hellfire Wolf opened its jaws wide, unleashing a pillar of flame infused with all its strength. The fiery torrent surged forth like a raging flood, engulfing the puppet in an instant. Under the searing flames, the runes on the puppet were completely extinguished, and its metallic form began to melt, ultimately transforming into a pool of black liquid. Long Yuan watched in astonishment. Is it truly this formidable when it fights with such desperation? Tang nodded, noting that the power of its bloodline was beginning to awaken. If such battles continued, it might fully unleash its lineage. In the distance, the last puppet, brandishing a spiked club, let out a low, rumbling growl as it launched a final, frenzied assault on the Hellfire Wolf. It channeled all its strength into the club, which gleamed brilliantly as it swung down upon the Hellfire Wolf with ferocity. The Hellfire Wolf, devoid of any strength to evade, nevertheless stood resolutely, bracing itself for the impending blow. The mace struck heavily upon the Hellfire Wolf, producing a dull thud. With a violent cough, it spewed forth a copious amount of blood, its body teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet, through sheer tenacity, it extended its claws to grasp the mace and, with a powerful heave, flung the puppet's body away, which crashed against a distant wall, shattering into a myriad of parts. At last, all three puppets lay vanquished, while the Hellfire Wolf collapsed heavily to the ground, panting laboriously. Long Yuan approached and administered a precious healing elixir to the Hellfire Wolf. "I never expected you would truly overcome these three puppets. You possess the potential to become a formidable force," he remarked. The Hellfire Wolf weakly shook its head, replying, "Senior, I am far from what you describe." Long Yuan then turned his gaze towards the three medicinal fields, where an array of divine herbs flourished, each emanating an extraordinary luminescence and a powerful aura. Among them, two stood out distinctly. One, a vibrant crimson, resembled a blazing flame, its petals glistening with a golden liquid. The other, resembling a fiery red crystal, was adorned with intricate patterns of law. Chapter 263, The Soul Shadow of the Hallmaster. Tang et Lai. These two fire attribute divine herbs. One is the Flame Sun Blood Fusion Pill, which significantly accelerates the cultivation speed of fire attribute techniques and enhances the vitality of the body. The other is the Crimson Flame Soul Condensing Grass, renowned for its remarkable efficacy in consolidating soul power, rendering the soul more resilient. Long Yuan nodded, casually plucking both divine herbs. Tang, procure 2 more of these fire attribute divine herbs for me. Tang pouted, expressing disinterest, yet still assisted. You talk too much. Hurry up. They are ready and in the system space. Long Yuan retrieved the 2 divine herbs from the system space, presenting all four to the Hellfire Wolf. The Hellfire Wolf gazed in astonishment at the four divine herbs before it. Senior, what is the meaning of this? Long Yuan smiled. This is your reward for your efforts. I cannot simply take the other divine herbs without offering something in return. The Hellfire Wolf, feeling bashful, responded, Then I shall not be polite. Thank you, Senior. Long Yuan smiled with satisfaction. Very well. Absorb the power of these two divine herbs diligently. I believe your strength will ascend to new heights. The Hellfire Wolf nodded, seeking a tranquil corner to consume the divine herbs and prepare to harness their power. Long Yuan approached the edge of the medicinal fields, observing the myriad divine herbs, many of which surpassed his comprehension. My goodness, Tang, what grade is this divine herb? The laws upon it seem almost alive. Tang glanced at one that was on the verge of becoming a transcendental herb, noting that once its laws transformed into the principles of the great Tao, it would indeed become a transcendental herb. Long Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly drooling at the sight. This is a windfall. We have struck gold. A glance revealed that there were indeed dozens of such divine herbs, with countless others populating the fields. Tang, hurry and collect every single herb without leaving a trace. Tang was equally thrilled, as this meant a bountiful reward and funds to indulge in her favorite novels. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One divine herb after another vanished from the medicinal field, resembling a shower of divine elixirs within the system space. Long Yuan was overjoyed, unable to contain his delight. He had struck it rich. In the distance, the Hellfire Wolf absorbed the divine herbs, its aura surging with intensity. The potency of the flame blood-melting pill and the crimson flame soul condensing grass intertwined within its being, transforming into a formidable force that reshaped its body and soul. Its injuries healed rapidly, and the once dim flames rekindled with brilliance and fervor. How? The overwhelming medicinal power elicited ecstatic cries from the Hellfire Wolf. Long Yuan cast a disdainful glance at the creature, scoffing at its inability to endure such minor discomforts while wailing pathetically. Upon hearing Long Yuan's ridicule, the Hellfire Wolf promptly silenced itself. As time passed, the fluctuations of power emanating from the Hellfire Wolf intensified, causing the surrounding space to warp slightly. Suddenly, flames erupted from its body, illuminating the entire area in a fiery glow. A thunderous roar escaped its lips, resonating throughout the realm. Having successfully absorbed the essence of 4 divine herbs, its strength surged dramatically, radiating the aura of a mid-stage divine sovereign. Long Yuan observed, sighing. The speed of this power enhancement was indeed remarkable. Tang pouted, remarking that with continuous consumption of elixirs, one could achieve similar rapid growth. Long Yuan fell silent, unable to retort. The Hellfire Wolf slowly opened its eyes, shining with a powerful light. Rising to its feet, it stretched its body and felt the surge of energy within. Senior, I feel invigorated with strength. Thank you for this opportunity, the Hellfire Wolf exclaimed excitedly, bounding over to Long Yuan's side. Long Yuan regarded the creature with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Indeed, your strength has increased significantly. You have not squandered my divine herbs. The Hellfire Wolf, brimming with enthusiasm, suggested, Senior, let us venture to the next level. Long Yuan nodded in agreement, accompanying the Hellfire Wolf toward the next tier. Upon reaching the end of the passage, a stone door obstructed their path. Senior, allow me, the Hellfire Wolf declared, and with that, it struck the stone door with a powerful paw. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as the Hellfire Wolf was sent flying backward. Thud! Its body slammed against the wall, sliding down like a rag doll. Long Yuan surveyed the stone door and then glanced at the Hellfire Wolf in the corner. What a formidable door. The rebound force is astonishing. Tang scrutinized the stone door. This door is inscribed with over 140,000 laws. It's a miracle you weren't crushed. The passage of time has rendered most of the beneficial laws ineffective. Long Yuan swallowed hard, realizing the creature had narrowly escaped with its life today. With a wave of his hand, he sent a pill into the Hellfire Wolf's mouth. Such matters must be resolved by me alone, as others are incapable. With that, Long Yuan struck the stone door with a mighty fist. Bang! The 60,000 laws emanating from his fist incessantly eroded the laws inscribed upon the door. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the stone door shattered. After consuming a pill, the Hellfire Wolf swiftly regained its strength, rising to join Long Yuan, gazing at the scene within. At the apex of the grand hall sat a skeletal frame. flanked by two imposing puppets. Suspended in the center were 4 weapons: a spear, a sword, a dagger, and a trident, each radiating an aura of terrifying pressure. Bang! The Hellfire Wolf immediately knelt before the overwhelming force. Elder, what manner of weapons are these? I can scarcely endure their pressure. Long Yuan, unfazed, conjured a protective barrier of true energy around the Hellfire Wolf. With Long Yuan's shield, the creature felt an immediate sense of relief. Remain here while I investigate. Very well. Elder, do take care. Long Yuan nodded and approached the Grand Hall. Tang Tang, what rank do these for weapons hold? Master, these are merely low-grade Dao weapons. They are not particularly formidable. Goodness, Tang Tang, you seem to have elevated your standards. You dismiss such weapons? Tang Tang disregarded Long Yuan entirely, perching upon his shoulder. Long Yuan seethed with frustration. What are you waiting for? Quickly gather the treasures. Master, have you even considered whether their owner consents? Long Yuan paused, perplexed. Owner? Aren't they unclaimed? No sooner had he voiced this than a soul shadow materialized above the skeletal frame. This apparition bore 2 sharp horns and a pair of wings. It regarded Long Yuan and spoke slowly. You are the Rakshasa race. No, you are not. I cannot discern your lineage. Long Yuan queried the soul shadow. Are you a ghost or a remnant soul? Do you wish to seize my body? I have seen this play unfold too many times, to speak plainly. The soul shadow appeared taken aback. Seize your body? What purpose would that serve? My essence is nearing its end. Even if I wish to, I lack the strength. I merely wish to pass on my legacy. Very well then, grant me your legacy. I demand these weapons as well, and if there are any other treasures, I require them all. The soul shadow was momentarily stunned, as though listening to a jest. Young one, are you jesting with me? Although I cannot ascertain your race, I am certain you are not of the Azura lineage. You cannot inherit my legacy. Long Yuan gestured towards the passageway. Then let it inherit your legacy. I seek only the treasures. It is a magical beast. It too cannot inherit my legacy. Long Yuan's fury ignited. What nonsense! You declare this impossible and that impossible. What do you intend? In an instant, Long Yuan's sword manifested in his hand, his bloodlust saturating the entire hall. Soul Shadow gazed in astonishment at Long Yuan, exclaiming, Human race, how can you emanate such a terrifying killing intent? How many lives have you extinguished? With a sword pointed at Soul Shadow, Long Yuan replied, I haven't killed that many, perhaps only a few trillion. I have no interest in your inheritance, but I must seize this treasure today. Soul Shadow snorted coldly, his innate pride as a supreme being preventing him from compromising with Long Yuan. I cannot possibly hand over the treasure to you. These items are meant for the rightful heir. Then there is nothing left to discuss. Soul Shadow declared, channeling his soul power into 2 puppets nearby. The puppet's eyes sprang open, exuding an overwhelming aura that filled the hall, even forcing Long Yuan's killing intent back a distance. Human race, you should depart. As a martial emperor, you stand no chance against these 2 puppets. Long Yuan found himself in a rather awkward position, unable to contend with the puppets, whose imposing presence hinted at a minimum of the first level of supremacy. Old man, I grant you one final opportunity. Surrender the treasure, or your legacy shall end here today. Long Yuan was prepared to summon his sword spirit to handle the debacle. Soul Shadow laughed heartily. What other trump cards do you possess? Show them to me. Very well, you have forced my hand. Come forth, adorable little sword spirit. Moments passed, yet the little girl spirit did not appear. A sense of foreboding washed over Long Yuan, akin to a flock of crows mocking him from above. Tang tang timet in. Host, you have already summoned today. This revelation deepened Long Yuan's embarrassment as he realized he had forgotten. Soul Shadow taunted, where's your trump card? If there is none, you should take your leave. Sheathing his sword, Long Yuan pointed at Soul Shadow, declaring, I challenge you to a duel. If I win, you will give me the treasure. If I lose, I shall forfeit my life. Soul Shadow stared at Long Yuan in disbelief. Human race, are you willing to risk your life for mere treasures? Enough talk. Do you dare to face me in single combat? Long Yuan had already devised a plan to stall for time, intending to summon the sword spirit tomorrow for resolution. Soul Shadow nodded. Very well, I shall indulge your request. With a swift movement, one of the puppets vanished, striking Long Yuan with a powerful punch. Bang! Long Yuan could not discern the trajectory of the puppet's attack and was struck squarely. His body soared through the air like a severed kite. Boom! He crashed heavily against the wall. Soul Shadow sighed, alas, what a futile endeavor, sacrificing your life in vain. Long Yuan pried himself in the wall, cursing inwardly, damn. That speed is too fast. I could barely see it. Soul Shadow stared in shock. How are you unscathed? This is impossible. Dusting himself off, Long Yuan asserted. Such feeble attacks I can endure. Today I must secure these treasures. Impossible. This cannot be. Continue the assault. Soul Shadow's confidence began to waver. The disparity between a martial emperor and a supreme being spanned numerous realms. A single punch that would have shattered anyone else had left Long Yuan completely unharmed. A reality that would drive any other to despair. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. Long Yuan was mercilessly toyed with by the puppet, utterly devoid of any capacity for resistance. One might argue that he possessed the strength to fight back, yet lacked the swiftness to do so. Meanwhile, Soul Shadow was now in a state of utter despair, as the puppet had assaulted Long Yuan several hundred times. Apart from leaving Long Yuan somewhat disheveled, it had managed to inflict no harm upon him whatsoever. Long Yuan burst into hearty laughter, relishing the experience as if enjoying a complimentary back massage. Soul Shadow, hearing Long Yuan's laughter, felt as though he had been dealt a resounding slap to the face. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned another puppet to charge forth. Now, it was a mixed doubles match, with Long Yuan's body darting around the Grand Hall. The walls bore the brunt of his onslaught, becoming unrecognizable under the relentless strikes. One could only wonder what material the hall was constructed from, as it remained standing despite the havoc wreaked upon it. As Long Yuan pondered what treasures he might take with him upon departure, he considered claiming the hall itself. If he were to bring it back to his family for construction, they would no longer suffer the misfortune of collapsing buildings. Meanwhile, Soul Shadow sat on the throne, utterly defeated, teetering on the brink of dissolution. Having lived for over 1 billion years, he had never encountered such a monstrous being among the human race. It was common knowledge that humans possessed the most fragile bodies, yet today, events had completely upended his understanding. With a weary wave of his hand, Soul Shadow commanded the puppets to cease their assault. A loud crash echoed as Long Yuan was once again smashed into the wall. Noticing the puppets had halted their attack, he extricated himself from the debris and brushed off the dust from his clothes. What is the matter? Have you decided to spare the puppets? Or have they simply tired themselves out? Soul Shadow, resigned, replied, Speak your mind. What is it that you desire? Long Yuan smiled, Bestow upon me the treasures, and pass on your legacy to whomever you wish. Soul Shadow glanced at Long Yuan and then at the distant Hellfire Wolf, as if he no longer had the privilege of choice. Very well, take it. But these 2 puppets must remain for that little wolf. Long Yuan nodded in agreement. That is acceptable. I shall study these at my leisure upon returning. Then release it, he urged. Soul Shadow had witnessed the residual force of the puppet's attacks striking the energy barrier. What troubled him further was that such a formidable wave had no effect whatsoever on the barrier, failing to even rattle it. Long Yuan called out, Little wolf, your opportunity has arrived. Why do you hesitate? He had no fears regarding the puppets attacking the Hellfire Wolf. Should the wolf perish, Soul Shadow would lose the Shura clan's heir to his legacy. The Hellfire Wolf excitedly bounded out of the energy barrier and approached Long Yuan. Elder, are you unharmed? It had been frightened by the sight of Long Yuan being assaulted by the puppets. It had witnessed the winged sovereign struggle against Long Yuan, but that was merely a divine emperor's avatar. This, however, was a true supreme puppet, a significant disparity indeed. Chapter 265, Ransacking the Vault. Long Yuan waved his hand, turning his gaze to Soul Shadow. Now, may I receive the treasures? Your successor has also arrived. With a sigh of resignation, the Soul Shadow declared, I am known as the Lord of Crimson Flame, and I shall now impart my legacy to you, should you be willing to accept it. The Hellfire Wolf immediately knelt, expressing, I am indeed willing to accept. Thank you, esteemed elder, for bestowing upon me your inheritance. The Soul Shadow nodded slightly, gazing at the Hellfire Wolf with a hint of relief in his eyes. Since you're willing to accept the legacy, you may rise. As he spoke, the Soul Shadow waved his hands, and 4 beams of light erupted from behind him, hovering in midair. These 4 beams manifested in red, blue, purple, and gold hues, pulsating with a powerful aura of law. These 4 items are Tao weapons, each infused with unique powers of law and possessing sentience. They now belong to you. With a flick of his hand, a storage ring flew from the skeletal frame, landing before Long Yuan. This ring is also a divine artifact, containing the wealth I amassed in my lifetime. Long Yuan regarded the 4 Tao weapons and the storage ring, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Yet he remarked, Old man, This is not something I forced upon you. You chose to give it to me, so I shall reluctantly accept it. Long Yuan's words nearly exasperated the soul shadow. With a bitter smile, he responded, I know you possess untapped potential, human. Were it not for dire circumstances, I would not have bestowed this upon you. With that, the soul shadow severed his connection to the Tao weapons, casting them and the storage ring toward Long Yuan. The latter hastily accepted the treasures, fearful of the soul shadow changing his mind. Seeing Long Yuan's demeanor, the soul shadow was filled with vexation, yet felt powerless against him. The Hellfire Wolf remained quietly in acceptance of the legacy, and a month swiftly passed. Gradually, the Hellfire Wolf opened his eyes, his form beginning to shift into that of a human. The soul shadow nodded in approval, observing, indeed, the bloodline within you has awakened significantly, and your cultivation has reached the initial stage of the Divine Emperor. The Hellfire Wolf bowed in gratitude, stating, Thank you, esteemed elder. I will ensure that your legacy endures. The soul shadow produced several jade boxes, offering them to the Hellfire Wolf. These contain precious elixirs and cultivation resources that will greatly aid you. Your future path is now in your hands. The Hellfire Wolf hurriedly expressed his thanks, carefully storing the jade boxes. Now, inscribe the soul seal into those two puppets. They will protect you for a time, instructed the soul shadow. The Hellfire Wolf followed the soul shadow's guidance, embedding the soul seal within the puppets. The two figures slowly approached him, orbiting around him while releasing waves of energy that merged with the Hellfire Wolf's being. Long Yuan observed with intrigue, feeling an elevated sense of sophistication in this process. Thank you for the inheritance. He respectfully bowed to the soul shadow. The soul shadow smiled and nodded. Go forth. Gradually, his form became translucent, eventually dissipating into a wisp of azure smoke. Upon witnessing the soul shadow's disappearance, Long Yuan called out, Tang Tang, come forth and get to work. Tang Tang promptly appeared before him. Long Yuan gestured towards the grand hall, commanding, clear this space for me. As the host, all at once, the structures of the grand hall began to vanish at a rapid pace. The infernal flame wolf stared in astonishment. Witnessing the palace that had stood so robustly moments ago dissolve before his eyes, half of it gone in the blink of an eye. With a thunderous crash, the ground above, devoid of the palace's support, began to crumble. This is bad. It's going to collapse. We must leave at once. With that, Long Yuan and the infernal flame wolf soared upwards. They burst forth, shattering the descending boulders as they ascended into the sky. Below them, the earth suddenly caved in, creating a large pit. That was close. We nearly got buried alive. The infernal flame wolf, filled with curiosity, inquired, Senior, what do you intend to do with that palace? Long Yuan cast a sidelong glance at the infernal flame wolf and remarked, You are still quite inexperienced. If the palace can withstand such a blow without damage, its material must be extraordinary. Should I leave it for others? The infernal flame wolf acknowledged a valuable lesson learned today. Henceforth, he would take everything with him. Let us depart. There is nothing of worth remaining here. Very well. The infernal flame wolf transformed back into his original form and took flight with Long Yuan, exiting the mystical forest. By the time they emerged, dusk had begun to settle. Yet, before they could catch their breath, an unsettling atmosphere enveloped them. Human race. Let us see where you can run this time. A chilling voice echoed from ahead. 3 assassins emerged from the shadows. The leader being a supreme-level killer known as Blood-Eye, clad in a dark robe and wearing a grim mask that revealed only his blood-red eyes. He exuded an aura of cold malevolence. Behind him were 2 God Emperor-level assassins. One, called Shadow Kill, moved with an eerie grace, while the other, known as Flame Burst, radiated an intense heat. Upon witnessing this, Long Yuan remained unperturbed. Rather, he found the situation amusing and sat down on a nearby stone, preparing to observe the unfolding drama. Ah, you persistent souls. Little wolf, you've just broken through. It's a perfect opportunity for you to hone your skills on them. They are yours to handle. The infernal flame wolf's aura surged, his eyes alight with battle fervor. Very well, Senior. They shall witness my prowess. With that, he transformed into human form, flames engulfing his body, and the frost-shattering sword manifested in his hand. This sword was a gift from Soul Shadow, and Long Yuan had no intention of claiming all treasures for himself. After all, one must leave some broth for the infernal flame wolf after feasting on the meat. The sword emanated a chilling aura, contrasting sharply with the flame surrounding him. Just a mere early-stage God Emperor. What is there to be arrogant about? Shadow Kill initiated the attack, his form instantaneously morphing into a black shadow. With blinding speed, he appeared before the infernal flame wolf in the blink of an eye, his dagger gleaming coldly as it aimed for the wolf's throat. The infernal flame wolf's lips curled into a slight smile. He neither flinched nor retreated. Instead, he gently waved the frost-shattering sword. A frigid sword aura shot forth, catching the Shadow Killer by surprise. He had not anticipated the audacity of the Hellfire Wolf. Unable to evade in time, he was struck by the icy blade. With a sharp sound, his garments were torn, and a gash appeared upon his arm, for which crimson droplets began to seep. You possess some skill, but that is where it ends. The Hellfire Wolf scoffed, taking the initiative to attack. With a flicker of movement, he materialized before the Shadow Killer, his longsword slashing with rapid precision. A barrage of fierce sword shadows surged toward the Shadow Killer. Interwoven with flames and frost, their combined power exponentially amplified. Chapter 266. The Dragon Abyss Sword Annihilates the Sovereign. The Shadow Killer hastily retreated, his form shifting like a wraith, striving to evade the relentless onslaught of the Hellfire Wolf. Yet, the wolf's strikes were relentless, each swing imbued with formidable strength. Shadow Escape. The Shadow Killer invoked his ultimate technique, vanishing from sight. He reappeared as a dark silhouette behind the Hellfire Wolf, launching another assault. You dare to return? Do you take me for a fool? The Hellfire Wolf, already prepared, summoned his radiant Sun Guardian shield, effortlessly absorbing the Shadow Killer's attack. With a resounding clang, the dagger collided with the shield, producing a crisp sound. A golden luminescence radiated from the shield, rebounding the Shadow Killer's strike with force. An exquisite defensive artifact. The Shadow Killer exclaimed in astonishment. The backlash staggered him back several paces, and before he could regain his footing, the flame burst joined the fray. Is possessing an artifact truly impressive? Watch as I claim your life. With a sweep of his hands, two colossal pillars of flame surged toward the Hellfire Wolf. The intense heat ignited the air in their wake, scorching the ground beneath. Dragon Abyss observed the spectacle, shaking his head in disbelief at the lack of martial ethics displayed by the duo. Aren't you going to assist? Blood-Eye inquired. Do you wish to see your companion perish? Dragon Abyss simply shook his head. I shall merely observe. Let them play. Oomph. Then I shall dispatch you first. Blood-Eye retorted, lunging toward Dragon Abyss. In response, the Hellfire Wolf swiftly released two puppets to obstruct Blood-Eye's advance. Blood-Eye's eyes widened at the sight of the puppets. Supreme Realm puppets? How delightful. I never expected to encounter such treasures while on a mission. With that, he clashed with the puppets in a fierce battle. The Hellfire Wolf remained undeterred by the incoming attacks. Today, I shall ensure that you both remain here. He exhaled an even more ferocious flame, which collided with the pillars of fire unleashed by Flame Burst. With a thunderous roar, a powerful wave of energy rippled outward, instantly razing nearby trees to the ground, forming a colossal pit. The Hellfire Wolf declared with arrogance, "Come at me together. I am eager to see the extent of your abilities." With a fierce roar, the flames surrounding him blazed even more intensely. Grasping the frost-shattering sky sword, he unleashed a formidable sword technique. The sword strikes surged forth like a tempest, targeting Shadow Kill and Flame Burst. The flames and frost energy intertwined upon the blade, creating dazzling arcs of light. Shadow Kill furrowed his brow, exercising caution. This adversary was exceedingly peculiar. Flame Burst nodded in agreement, acknowledging the strangeness. A being at the initial stage of the Divine Emperor should not possess such formidable strength. Both Shadow Kill and Flame Burst remained vigilant, coordinating their efforts. Shadow Kill focused on restraining the Hellfire Wolf's movements while Flame Burst sought the opportune moment to deliver a lethal blow. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. The heavens resounded with explosive clashes as the battle escalated to a fever pitch. Long Yuan, meanwhile, consumed medicinal pills while observing the spectacle, finding it far more enthralling than any cinematic experience. On another front, two puppets engaged in fierce combat with Blood-Eye. These puppets, forged through unique refinement, displayed remarkable prowess, not yielding even against the first level of the Supreme Realm represented by Blood-Eye. Long Yuan sat as an outsider, seemingly detached from the fray. Blood-Eye, incensed by his inability to subdue the two puppets, scoffed disdainfully. Do these iron clumps truly think they can impede me? With a flick of his wrist, a black longsword materialized in his hand, exuding an ominous aura. He swiftly appeared before one of the puppets, swinging the black blade with force, unleashing a torrent of dark sword energy. The puppet remained undaunted, raising its massive fist to confront the black energy. With a resounding clang, the sword energy was thwarted, leaving only a faint mark upon the puppet's arm. How is this possible? Blood, I marveled, astonished that such a potent strike merely grazed the puppet. At that moment of disbelief, the other puppet seized the opportunity, darting swiftly to Blood Eye's rear and delivering a powerful kick. Blood Eye hastily turned to defend himself, rapidly swinging his long sword to parry the puppet's assault. You killers shall all perish here today. Cease your struggles. It will be better to embrace a swift demise. Long Yuan, observing the battle, interjected with taunts that infuriated the three assassins. As the conflict intensified, the Hellfire Wolf gradually gained the upper hand against Shadow Kill and Flame Burst. It unleashed a formidable skill learned from its heritage, the infernal storm of frost and fire. The frost-shattering sword in its grasp resonated with the flames enveloping its form. Instantly, the surrounding space froze, only to be subsequently melted by the searing heat, conjuring a colossal storm of ice and fire. Shadow Kill and Flame Burst were engulfed within the tempest, exerting all their strength to resist. However, the amalgamation of ice and fire proved overwhelmingly potent, and their bodies began to bear the marks of battle. No, we cannot perish here, Shadow Kill cried out in despair. Yet his struggles seemed utterly feeble against such overwhelming might. Let us perish together. In the eyes of the Hellfire Wolf flickered a glint of ferocity as he grasped the frost-shattering sword with both hands and thrust it fiercely into the fiery blizzard. Boom! 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 Both Shadow Kill and Flame Burst let out a simultaneous cry of agony as the frost-shattering sword pierced through their bodies, transforming them into two clouds of ash that vanished without a trace. After successfully slaying the two Divine Realm assassins, the Hellfire Wolf did not pause. He turned towards Blood Eye. Let me witness the true power of the Supreme Realm. Long Yuan, taken aback, thought to himself, goodness, this little wolf is getting a bit carried away. He dares to confront a Supreme. Surely he does not know the meaning of death. Saying this, Long Yuan summoned his sword and charged toward Blood Eye, fearing that he might witness the demise of the Hellfire Wolf. At that moment, Blood Eye was gradually falling behind in his battle against the two puppets. Upon seeing the Hellfire Wolf charge, a triumphant smile crept across his face. He could not destroy the two puppets, but dealing with the Hellfire Wolf would be a piece of cake. Blood Eye unleashed his ultimate move, the Great Annihilation Sword. Long Yuan, unfazed by the circumstances, swung his sword to cleave the heavens. Whoosh! A colossal figure of law behind him lifted a great sword and swung it down. Boom! 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 The two great swords clashed in the sky. Crack! 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 Blood Eye's great sword shattered upon contact. How could this be? You are merely a martial emperor. How is this possible? Thud! The great sword wielded by the figure of law descended, obliterating Blood Eye. The powerful shockwave sent the Hellfire Wolf flying, while the two puppets shielded him from harm. What a three! The Supreme Realm is not so formidable after all, the Hellfire Wolf exclaimed with excitement. Chapter 267, Open and Covert Theft. Observing the Hellfire Wolf, Long Yuan felt a surge of irritation. This matter could have easily been handled by the two puppets. Yet, the wolf insisted on charging it himself. Thankfully, Blood Eye had been engaged in his martial technique and could not escape. Otherwise, he would have had to summon the spirit of the sword. What are you laughing at? If it weren't for my intervention, you would be dead now. You still have the audacity to smile. The Hellfire Wolf awkwardly scratched his head, acknowledging his impulsiveness. He resolved never to act rashly again. Let us hurry. I'm going to annihilate the Rakshasa clan and then return. Very well, Senior. The Hellfire Wolf led Long Yuan as they soared through the skies. Senior, there's a city ahead. Should we go take a look? Long Yuan was also curious about the customs and culture of the Shura realm. Sure. Let us descend and see. It would be splendid if there is something delectable to eat. All right. The Hellfire Wolf landed not far from the city, and the two entered Qingyan City. The bustling streets were alive with activity, filled with a multitude of stalls selling rare herbs, artifacts, and various wares. Long Yuan and the Hellfire Wolf navigated through the crowd, absorbing the vibrancy and liveliness of the city. Senior, it seems there are quite a few treasures here. The Hellfire Wolf remarked curiously, gazing at the nearby stalls. Long Yuan nodded, having received notifications from the system regarding several rare materials, which piqued his curiosity, as such alerts were unprecedented. Just as they were engrossed in their exploration, A commotion erupted ahead. A crowd had gathered around a stall, engaged in a heated dispute. Approaching the scene, Long Yuan and the Hellfire Wolf pushed through the throng to witness a young stall owner arguing with a group of menacing individuals. A burly man with a brutish countenance snarled, "Kid, if you know what's good for you, hand over that treasure. Otherwise, you'll regret it." The young stall owner, undeterred, fiercely guarded an ancient box on his table. "This is something I worked hard to obtain. Why should I give it to you?" Seizing an opportunity to assert himself, Long Yuan stepped forward and inquired, "What is going on here? Are you attempting to rob someone in broad daylight?" The burly man cast a disdainful glance at Long Yuan. "Who asked this meddlesome fool? Take a hint and scram before you interfere with our business." The Hellfire Wolf, incensed by the man's disrespect towards Long Yuan, flared with flames. "Repeat that." The burly man felt the powerful aura emanating from the Hellfire Wolf, and, though intimidated, maintained his bravado. "What is it to you? This kid has a treasure, but lacks the ability to safeguard it. We're merely offering to keep it safe. What is the problem?" The young stall owner interjected hastily. "Esteemed seniors, I stumbled upon this box near an ancient relic site. I have yet to ascertain its contents, but it is certainly no ordinary item. They wish to seize it." Intrigued, Long Yuan examined the ancient box, its surface inscribed with runes of law, exuding an aura of antiquity. "Let us see what lies within," he suggested. The young stall owner hesitated but slowly opened the box. Inside rested a crystal radiating a gentle blue light, with tendrils of energy seemingly flowing within, appearing remarkably extraordinary. Before Long Yuan could utter a word, a powerful spiritual presence swept over them, followed swiftly by several figures rushing toward the scene. "This is bad. Experts are approaching," the young man cautioned. In an instant, several elegantly dressed individuals materialized before the crowd. At the forefront stood a white-haired elder, his gaze fixated on the blue crystal, a flicker of delight crossing his features. "Is that the spirit illusion blue crystal? I never expected to find such a treasure here. Hand it over, and I can offer you some benefits." Long Yuan inwardly cursed, astonished by the audacity of the Azura realm, making no attempt to conceal their intent to seize the treasure. The young stall owner wore a troubled expression, uncertain of how to proceed. Regret washed over him for having opened the box, lamenting his inability to protect such a valuable item. This was the law of the Azura realm. The weak were deemed unworthy of possessing treasures. Long Yuan would not allow such a treasure to be seized so easily. Moments ago, the system had indicated that this item was worth a staggering 5 billion purple coins. With righteous determination, Long Yuan stepped forward and declared, "By what right do you claim to take this? It belongs to the stall owner." The elderly man with white hair scrutinized Long Yuan and the Hellfire Wolf, cautioning, "You two young ones had better not meddle in this matter. This spirit illusion blue crystal is of great importance to me. If you wish to avoid trouble, I suggest you leave at once." The Hellfire Wolf let out a cold laugh. "Do you think you can threaten us? I am eager to see the extent of your capabilities." The white-haired elder's expression darkened. "Foolish creatures, you shall soon learn the consequences of your interference." With that, he swiftly formed seals with his hands, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to surge restlessly. A colossal beam of spiritual power shot towards the Hellfire Wolf. Undeterred, the Hellfire Wolf summoned flames and frost simultaneously, creating a formidable shield. The beam collided with the shield, producing a deafening roar. The shield trembled slightly, but held firm. "You possess some skill, yet it remains insufficient." The Hellfire Wolf bellowed, unleashing the infernal storm of ice and fire. The tremendous power of ice and flames surged towards the white-haired elder. Taken aback by the Hellfire Wolf's prowess, the elder's face paled as he hastily cast defensive spells. The few individuals behind him also sprang into action to assist in fending off the assault. Boom! 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 The aftermath of their clashes sent shockwaves through the surroundings, forcing onlookers to stagger back. Such altercations were common in this world, where disputes often escalated into violence. Only the strong held sway, while the weak were oppressed. Under the relentless assault of the Hellfire Wolf, the white-haired elder and his companions began to falter. Bang! 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 Several of them were knocked to the ground by the Hellfire Wolf. Realizing the dire situation, the elderly man scrambled to his feet, muttering, "Humph, consider yourselves fortunate today. We shall take our leave." With that, he and his subordinates hastily retreated, having already lost sight of the few burly men who had fled during the fray. The young stall owner gazed gratefully at Long Yuan and the Hellfire Wolf, aware that he could no longer retain the treasure, which would only invite calamity upon himself. Chapter 268. A sword shatters the formation. Thank you, esteemed seniors, for your assistance. Had it not been for you, this spirit illusion blue crystal would surely have fallen into their hands, he expressed. As a token of my gratitude, I would like to present this spirit illusion blue crystal to you. As he spoke, he extended the box towards them. Long Yuan smiled gently. There's no need for that. We merely disapproved of their actions. This spirit illusion blue crystal is your fortune. Keep it for yourself. However, his hand had already grasped the box. The young man released it, saying, Seniors, I would like to request your assistance with a matter, if you would be willing. Long Yuan secured the box, replying, Speak freely. As long as it is not too grave, I shall certainly lend my aid. I beseech the two esteemed seniors to assist me in avenging a grievous wrong, to slay a formidable sovereign of the divine realm. This individual, a mercenary from the Hall of the Dark King, mercilessly annihilated my entire family decades ago. Fortuitously, I escaped this fate within the confines of my sect, only to be cast out upon revelation of my plight. Long Yuan regarded the Hellfire Wolf, questioning the nature of the Hall of the Dark King. Signal, they are the very ones who sought our lives mere days ago. They are members of that nefarious organization. Very well, I accept your request. Let's proceed together. Thank you, honored seniors. I am called to phone. Long Yuan nodded. We wish to continue our exploration here. You may accompany us. Of course. The trio meandered through the city of Qingyan, unaware that they had drawn the attention of a lurking malevolent force due to their earlier skirmish. As they departed Qingyan, dusk began to envelop the sky. Long Yuan, the Hellfire Wolf, and Afong sought refuge in a secluded valley for rest. Let's pause here for the night. We shall confront the Hall of the Dark King on the morrow. The two nodded in agreement. But no sooner had they settled in than a throng of dark figures materialized around them. Ha ha! You have finally made your appearance. We have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Surrender your treasures, and we may yet allow you to leave unscathed. A sinister voice echoed from the shadows. Long Yuan dismissed them with indifference, recognizing them as mere divine lords and true divine lords. The Hellfire Wolf could dispatch them with a single strike. As the shadows coalesced into form, it became evident they were clad in dark, form-fitting attire, exuding a chilling aura of death as they encircled the trio. More the Hall of the Dark King? A foam frowned. Regardless of their identity, any who disturb my seniors shall find no escape today. The assassins wasted no time. Launching an immediate assault, they moved with agility, closing in on Long Yuan and the Hellfire Wolf, their weapons glimmering ominously. A foam scoffed at last. I have sought you for years. He brandished his void-piercing spear, its brilliance igniting as he prepared to engage the assassins with full force. The Hellfire Wolf unleashed its divine imperial aura. Boom! 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 The advancing assassins were instantaneously obliterated into a mist of crimson. To the Hellfire Wolf, these petty challengers were nothing but mere trifles. A foam stood in shock, having yet to make a move while the assailants were vanquished. Long Yuan, meanwhile, had procured a grand bed and was already reclining in slumber. Ah, it has been ages since I have rested upon such a bed. How delightful! Little wolf, ensure I am not disturbed. As you wish, esteemed senior. The Hellfire Wolf vigilantly positioned itself beside Long Yuan, while a foam remained quietly at a distance. The night passed gently, and with the dawn, sunlight cascaded into the valley. Long Yuan arose from his splendid repose, stretching languidly, invigorated. What a refreshing sleep! Let us proceed to the Hall of the Dark King today and exact vengeance for a foam. The Hellfire Wolf instantly reverted to its true form. Senior, I am uncertain of the way to the Dark King Palace. A foam declared. I have a general idea of its location. I have been tracing their whereabouts for many years, he continued. Long Yuan nodded, then lead the way. The Hellfire Wolf produced a flying vessel, and the three of them boarded, setting off toward the direction indicated by a foam. Along the journey, a foam elaborated on the circumstances surrounding the Dark King Palace. It is an enigmatic organization that undertakes various assassination missions, employing ruthless methods and resorting to any means necessary to achieve their objectives. A foam spoke incessantly as time gradually passed, and the surrounding environment grew increasingly sinister. The sky was shrouded in thick, dark clouds, occasionally illuminated by flashes of lightning that briefly revealed the desolate landscape beneath. Senior, in a few days, we shall arrive near the Dark King Palace, a foam remarked. Long Yuan surveyed his surroundings and experienced an uncanny sensation, as if they were traversing toward another realm. Everything before him felt like an illusion. Little wolf, halt. Long Yuan instructed. The Hellfire Wolf immediately stopped the vessel. Senior, what is it? It inquired. Long Yuan remained silent, summoning inwardly. Tang Tang. Come forth and discern what is amiss. Tang Tang promptly appeared beside Long Yuan, exclaiming, Oh, host, how did you end up trapped in someone else's formation? Tang Tang began scanning the surroundings. Wow, host, this formation is vast, spanning millions of kilometers. What compelled you to venture into such a grand array? Long Yuan's expression darkened. Please, tell me how to escape. To exit, it is quite simple, host. First, you must cleave the heavens with a sword to forge a path. Second, I shall provide you with a route to follow. Long Yuan inquired. How long will it take to exit this grand formation by adhering to your path? Not long. Perhaps 2 years, as there are numerous deadly arrays to circumvent within, Tang Tang replied. Long Yuan sighed. Then I shall cleave my way through. It will save time. Tang Tang promptly marked a route for him. Host, strike with your sword along this path, and the formation shall be dispelled. Long Yuan glanced at the indicated direction and, without hesitation, drew the Long Yuan sword, unleashing a celestial strike. Behind him, the silhouette of the Lam manifested, raising a great sword in tandem with Long Yuan's strike. The Hellfire Wolf and Afone were perplexed as to why Long Yuan had suddenly paused. They were startled by the sudden display of power. The colossal sword descended toward the earth with a resounding crash. Countless deadly and confining arrays shattered under the force of this blow, revealing an unfathomable chasm in the land. The two stood in stunned silence, and the Hellfire Wolf pondered that, even at the level of a divine emperor, it would be impossible to achieve such a feat. Even with both of its puppets combined, it could not reach this level, further deepening their admiration for Long Yuan's prowess. Long Yuan declared, I shall proceed. The Hellfire Wolf piloted the vessel forward. In the distance, a colossal black palace looms within the valley, enveloped by a shroud of ominous mist that exudes a chilling aura. This is the fabled Dark King's Palace. Chapter 269, The Supreme of the Dark King's Palace. Afeng's voice quivered slightly, his eyes ablaze with the flames of vengeance as he pointed towards the distant edifice. Senior, it is here. Long Yuan raised his gaze, sensing the formidable power concealed within the Dark King's Palace. He snorted coldly. It seems they are already aware of our arrival. Many formidable opponents await us inside. Before they could approach, the grand doors of the palace slowly swung open, and a throng of individuals clad in black surged forth. These figures possessed remarkable strength, each at least at the God Monarch realm, with several true God Monarchs among them. Behind them stood several even more potent beings, unmistakably the elites of the Dark King's Palace. A tall figure in black spoke, Humans, I never anticipated you would come to us willingly. I had assumed you would take this boy to the Rakshasa clan, yet here you are, invading my Dark King's Palace. He emanated an aura of supreme authority. Long Yuan chuckled disdainfully, it matters not. Annihilating you before proceeding to the Rakshasa clan is but a mere formality. Ha ha ha, truly worthy of a human race's prodigy. Your audacity is commendable. However, my Dark King's Palace vastly surpasses the Rakshasa clan. Today, you may find yourself at a disadvantage. Long Yuan replied nonchalantly. Then I shall simply shatter the obstacle. It is of no consequence. Little wolf, take a phone and deal with those minor lackeys. I shall handle the rest. The Hellfire Wolf was enveloped in flames, its god emperor level might radiating fiercely. Understood, senior. A phone gripped his weapon tightly, although his strength was relatively weaker. The resolve in his eyes remained undiminished. Senior, I vow to slay several assassins of the Dark King's Palace to avenge my family. With that, he charged alongside the Hellfire Wolf towards the ranks of God Monarch assassins. The battle erupted instantaneously, with the black-clad adversaries surging forth like a tide against the duo. The Hellfire Wolf remained unfazed, brandishing a sword that gleamed with intense flames. Channeling divine power, the icy blade surged forth like a dragon breaking the ocean's surface, aimed at the oncoming black-clad foes. Where the sword light struck, cries of agony echoed as the black-clad figures fell in droves. A phone, too, became a whirlwind of flames, darting into the throng of black-clad assassins. With each swing of his weapon, searing flames and aqueous sword energy intertwined, creating a devastating force that the black-clad assailants could not withstand, reducing them to mere blood mist. However, the masters of the Dark King's Palace did not rush to engage. They observed coldly from a distance, seemingly awaiting Long Yuan's move. With a smile, Long Yuan asked, Are you waiting for me to make a move? Very well. I shall indulge you. Beloved little sword spirit, please take action. A radiant light flashed, and a charming young girl appeared beside Long Yuan, clad in a white dress. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her eyes, clear yet imbued with an endless coldness and murderous intent, captivated all who beheld her. She held a sword that emanated a mysterious glow, the blade enveloped in wisps of ethereal energy. Master, do you have any commands? The crisp voice of the little girl resonated, yet it carried an unsettling chill. She had just been roused from slumber by Long Yuan and was inclined to vent her morning irritability. Long Yuan gestured towards the adversaries ahead and instructed, eliminate these foes. But take care not to damage my treasure. The little girl nodded. Her form flickering, she instantaneously materialized amidst the enemy ranks. With a gentle sweep of her sword, a crescent-shaped blade of energy surged forth, aimed at the cloaked figures. The masters of the Dark King Hall erupted into laughter. A mere sword spirit thinks to defeat us? You must be jesting. Yet, where her sword energy passed, the very fabric of space was cleaved, and the black-clad adversaries found themselves bisected before they could react. What power is this? The experts of the Dark King Hall were struck with astonishment. You all deserve to perish for disturbing my slumber, the little girl declared coldly. An enraged figure of the divine Emperor realm bellowed. Altogether, annihilate this sword spirit. Thus, several true gods and divine emperors charged towards her. The little girl's lips curled into a disdainful smile. She moved with grace, weaving through the enemy ranks effortlessly. Her sword danced like falling snowflakes, each strike precise, targeting the vital points of her foes. With a delicate leap, she ascended into the air, bringing her sword down with ferocity. A colossal column of sword energy descended from above. Boom! 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 The column struck the ground, creating a vast crater. The surrounding black-clad figures were flung away by the overwhelming force, suffering countless casualties. One of the divine Emperor realm experts spoke up. Do you comprehend the consequences of offending the Dark King Hall? The little girl, without even glancing at him, coldly replied, You insignificant insects. Do you think you are worthy of knowing my identity? With that, she swung her sword again, unleashing an even more formidable surge of sword energy towards the divine Emperor expert. His countenance paled as he hastily summoned his full defensive might, radiant light enveloping him. However, the little girl's sword energy was too potent, effortlessly breaching his defenses and piercing through his body. No, the divine Emperor's desperate scream echoed, before he was reduced to a mist of blood, vanishing into nothingness. This scene instilled terror in the hearts of the remaining members of the Dark King Hall. They had not anticipated such a fearsome presence beside Long Yuan. Retreat. Quickly withdraw. The remaining experts shouted, hastily attempting to flee. Thinking of escaping? It's not that simple. The Hellfire Wolf roared, transforming into a blazing streak as it pursued them. Its speed was astonishing, swiftly catching up to several fleeing black-clad figures. And with a few swift strikes, it dispatched them all. Long Yuan and the little girl made their way slowly toward the Dark King Hall, which was now engulfed in chaos. Quickly, gather all the treasures, leave not a single one behind. Understood. Tang Tang began to deftly collect all the spoils of war from the battlefield. At that moment, a powerful aura surged from the depths of the Dark King Palace, and an elder clad in black robes slowly emerged. The elder emanated an imposing presence, exuding the formidable energy of a second-level sovereign, his eyes ablaze with fury and intent to kill. The black-robed elder bellowed, You dare to slay so many formidable warriors of my Dark King Palace? Today, you shall pay a heavy price. Unfazed, Long Yuan gazed defiantly at the black-robed elder. Is it you who dares to confront me? You are not but a coward lurking in the shadows. The little girl stood resolutely before Long Yuan, her icy gaze fixed upon the elder. If you have any allies, summon them now. We shall deal with them all today. The elder scrutinized the little girl, a profound sense of danger welling within him. Yet, as a high-ranking member of the Dark King Palace, he would not easily retreat. Merely a sword spirit. Today, I shall make you experience a fate worse than death. With swift hand seals, the elder distorted the surrounding space. Waves of black energy surged from below, rushing towards the little girl and Long Yuan. With a flourish of her sword, the little girl unleashed a brilliant golden sword aura that surged to meet the encroaching darkness. Boom! 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 The collision of the golden sword aura and the black energy erupted into a thunderous roar. The powerful shockwaves obliterated the surrounding structures in an instant. Observing the devastation, the black-robed elder launched another assault, reciting incantations as countless black runes appeared in the sky, shimmering ominously as they descended upon the little girl and Long Yuan. How bothersome, the little girl scoffed. What value do these worthless things hold? Despite her disdain for what she deemed trash, her movements did not falter. In a blink, she appeared before the black-robed elder, her sword slicing through the air with lightning speed. The elder hastily defended himself, yet the little girl's sword techniques rained down upon him like a tempest, leaving him momentarily bewildered. How can you wield such formidable swordsmanship? He exclaimed in astonishment while fending off her strikes. You are unworthy to know, the little girl coldly retorted. Suddenly, her sword erupted with immense power, shattering the elder's defenses. Ah! He cried out in agony as the sword aura struck him, blood spraying forth. A fierce glint flashed in the little girl's eyes as she swung her sword with conviction. A blade of energy descended, severing the elder's head. Unable to contain herself any longer, she thought, this slow killing is unbearable. Extreme shadow kill. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless clones of the little girl surged towards the denizens of the Dark King Palace. Thud, thud, thud. The inhabitants of the Dark Palace are scarcely a match for the petite manifestation. Tang Tang's resource-gathering speed is astonishingly swift, akin to a swarm of locusts laying waste to all in their path. A rift in the sky materializes, and a figure cloaked in black emerges. With a single step into the void, an overwhelming pressure reverberates through the air, causing it to crackle violently. You dare to slaughter my Dark Palace? Today, you shall all perish here. At that moment, the space rends once more, and three supreme beings emerge. The Thunder Sovereign chuckles. It's merely a dark palace. Annihilate it, if you wish. Why such outrage? When your Azura realm abducted the people of my Xianxia realm, where were you then? These three are indeed the human sovereigns. Sword Sovereign, Wind Sovereign, and Thunder Sovereign, summoned by the Wing Sovereign out of concern for potential conflict at Long Yuan. The Sword Sovereign fears that the Sword Spirit may wreak havoc upon the Azura realm, leading to a loss of cosmic essence. As the three descend before Long Yuan, the petite manifestation glances at them. Master, they have come to protect you. There is nothing for me here. I shall return. With that, she vanishes into the Long Yuan sword. Long Yuan, bewildered, calls out, Hey, little one, why have you left? The battle has yet to commence. The Sword Sovereign smiles, Young friend. We are grateful for your salvation of the Xianxia realm. Leave the matters at hand to us. The Master of the Dark Palace snorts disdainfully. I never anticipated the renowned Sword Sovereign would grace our Azura realm. Do you truly believe you can safeguard this boy today? Before the Sword Sovereign can respond, the Thunder Sovereign interjects. Upon hearing the words of the malevolent spirit, the Thunder Sovereign cannot help but chuckle coldly. You, old ghost Xiaming, should recognize our intent to rescue you. We did not wish to escalate matters today. If you retreat peacefully, we may still negotiate. Otherwise, do not expect leniency. Enraged, Xiaming laughs mockingly. Haha, Thunder Sovereign, do not feign sincerity. Your people have repeatedly slain those of my Dark Palace, and today you seek to annihilate us? This debt cannot simply be forgotten. The Thunder Sovereign's expression darkens, and a surge of lightning envelopes him, crackling and illuminating the surroundings as bright as day. Since you remain obstinate, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. He practices the path of thunder, and his temper is as volatile as the storms he commands. In an instant, he vanishes from sight, reappearing before Xiaming, his fist imbued with the might of 1,000 thunderbolts crashing towards him. Anticipating the attack, Xiaming summons a thick shroud of black mist that envelopes his body like a tangible shield. The Thunder Sovereign's fist collides with this dark mist. Boom! 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 A deafening roar erupts, the powerful shockwave fracturing the surrounding space. Is that all you can muster? Xiaming's voice drips with cold disdain from within a mist. He swiftly forms seals with his hands, and a beam of black light shoots forth from his grasp. The radiant light seemed capable of devouring everything in its path as it surged toward the Thunder Sovereign. Undeterred, the Thunder Sovereign chuckled. It appears you have made considerable progress over the years. With a flourish of his hands, he wove strands of lightning into an enormous net, confronting the encroaching black light. The clash between the black luminescence and the lightning net erupted in a piercing shriek, with light radiating and energy surging wildly. Today, let be known that my Azura realm is not easily breached. The malevolent shade bellowed, suddenly rising in stature, arms raised high. The sky darkened with ominous clouds. Countless black runes flickering within, a terrifying power brewing amidst the clouds. The Thunder Sovereign sensed this formidable force, his expression growing grave. He understood the potency of the malevolent Shade's strike and dared not be careless. It appeared that to defeat this ancient specter today, he would need to unleash his true capabilities. Taking a deep breath, the Thunder Sovereign summoned all his strength, and a colossal phantom of a thunder beast materialized above him. Crackling with electricity, its eyes ablaze, roaring heavenward, its voice shaking the very void. Go! The malevolent Shade commanded, slashing downward with both hands. The terrifying power in the sky transformed into a black beam of light, hurtling down toward the Thunder Sovereign with ferocity. Unwilling to yield, the Thunder Sovereign directed the Thunder Beast toward the black beam. Boom! 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 The collision unleashed an explosion of energy reminiscent of a cosmic cataclysm. A blinding light instantly illuminated the entire Azura realm. A tremendous shockwave radiated outward, shattering the space around them, causing the stars to tremble. In the midst of this fierce confrontation, both the Thunder Sovereign and the malevolent Shade bore immense pressure. Gritting his teeth, the Thunder Sovereign continually formed seals with his hands to stabilize the Thunder Beast's phantom. Meanwhile, the malevolent Shade wore a sinister expression, veins bulging on his forehead as he exerted all his might to propel the black beam. "You are nothing but this," the Thunder Sovereign shouted, attempting to overwhelm his opponent with sheer force of will. Chapter 271. Defeating the Malevolent Shade Sovereign. The Malevolent Shade sneered, "Thunder Sovereign, do not celebrate too soon. This is merely the beginning." Below, Long Yuan had already set out small stools and refreshments, inviting everyone to take a seat. Come, let us watch the battle unfold." Afraid, a Feng and the Hellfire Wolf gazed apprehensively at the Sword Sovereign and the Wind Sovereign, not daring to be as casual as Long Yuan. The Sword Sovereign laughed heartily. "How can we refuse such an invitation from a young friend?" The Wind Sovereign chimed in with a smile. "Let us all sit and observe the battle. It shall be beneficial for you as well." They, the Sovereigns, had already heard from the Sword Sovereign that the individual before them was the master spoken of by the Sword Spirit, and they dared not offend him, for a single misstep could result in the slaughter of an entire realm. After bowing, the Hellfire Wolf and a Feng settled beside Long Yuan. Meanwhile, other sovereigns of the Azura realm appeared in the void, their expressions a tapestry of emotions. Some displayed concern, while others remained serene, seemingly indifferent to the outcome of this fierce struggle. Feng Zun stood beside Long Yuan, softly elucidating the circumstances at hand. "My young friend, this confrontation transcends mere personal vendettas. It encompasses the intricate entanglements between two realms. The Azura realm and the human race have engaged in perpetual friction over the years, and today's incident merely serves as a spark, albeit one of trivial skirmishes." Long Yuan nodded, his gaze fixed intently on the clash between Lei Zun and Xiaming. He could sense the immense energy inherent in the battle between these two sovereigns, each collision reverberating with the struggle of profound laws, leaving an indelible impression upon the heart. On the battlefield, the conflict between Lei Zun and Xiaming reached a fever pitch. A long sword, forged from concentrated lightning, materialized in Lei Zun's hand. The blade shimmered with blinding arcs of electricity, seemingly intent on dispelling the encroaching darkness. With the sword in hand, he moved like a bolt of lightning towards Xiaming, each strike infused with fierce lightning that cleaved through the air, leaving fissures in its wake. Xiaming, undeterred, summoned a black wand, inscribed with enigmatic runes. With a flourish, he unleashed waves of dark magical energy surging toward Lei Zun, resulting in a cacophony of thundering clashes. "Experience the might of my dark magic flames," Xiaming bellowed. The tip of his wand erupted in a torrent of black flames, their temperature so intense that even the void warped and twisted. Lei Zun scoffed. "Who fears whom? Do you truly believe I cannot best you?" With a sweeping motion of his sword, a colossal pillar of lightning surged forth to confront the black flames. Upon their collision, a violent reaction ensued. The black flames attempted to engulf the lightning pillar, while the pillar fought valiantly to break free from its fiery embrace, resulting in a stalemate. "Your dark magic flames are nothing extraordinary," Lei Zun taunted. Let us see how long you can revel in this." Xiaming rapidly maneuvered his wand, causing the black flames to swell dramatically, completely enveloping the lightning pillar before swiftly advancing toward Lei Zun. The latter's expression grew grave, fully aware of the potency of the dark magic flames. He quickly sheathed his sword, forming seals with his hands and reciting an incantation. A golden barrier enveloped him, shielding him from the onslaught of the black flames. The dark flames relentlessly battered against the golden shield, emitting a hissing sound. The surface of the barrier flickered erratically, as though on the brink of shattering. Gritting his teeth, Lei Zun exerted every ounce of strength to maintain the stability of his shield. This old ghost has indeed improved over the years. I can no longer afford to hold back, he mused, focusing his mind and summoning all his internal power, preparing to unleash a decisive strike against Xianxia. Within the encroaching black flames, Lei Zun's figure gradually became indistinct. Xianxia, perceiving this, assumed that Lei Zun could no longer withstand the assault, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. Lei Zun, how does it feel? Unpleasant, I presume, Xianxia called out. Yet, just when the evil demon believed victory was within his grasp, the Thunder Sovereign suddenly burst forth from the black flames. The golden aura enveloping him not only remained intact, but shone even more brilliantly. In his hand, a thunder pearl materialized, pulsating with terrifying power, radiating light in all directions. Evil demon, prepare to receive my strike. The Thunder Sovereign bellowed, hurling the thunder pearl towards the evil demon. The pearl transformed into a streak of light, hurtling toward him in an instant. The evil demon's expression changed dramatically as he sensed the immense threat contained within the pearl. He hastily waved his wand, conjuring layer upon layer of defense before him. The black magical shield stacked continuously, attempting to absorb the impact of the thunder pearl. When the pearl struck the shield with a thunderous crash, the magical barrier shattered instantaneously, and the pearl continued its relentless course toward the evil demon. Realizing the peril, the evil demon swiftly retreated, simultaneously waving his wand to unleash waves of black energy, attempting to slow the pearl's momentum. No, he cried out in terror. Yet the thunder pearl still found its mark. A colossal explosion of energy erupted, propelling the evil demon backward, blood spewing from his mouth. Coughing and disheveled, he regained his stance, his eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness. Thunder Sovereign, how dare you injure me? He spat venomously. The Thunder Sovereign regarded him coldly, declaring, Evil demon, today serves merely as a lesson. If you are wise, depart at once. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to strike you down. Despite the fury boiling within him, the evil demon understood the reality of his injury. Continuing the battle could very well cost him his life. Gritting his teeth, he cast a glance at the Thunder Sovereign, the Sword Sovereign, and the Wind Sovereign before transforming into a shadowy streak, fleeing into the distance. The evil demon, will remember this grudge. His voice echoed from afar. The Thunder Sovereign watched the direction of the evil demon's retreat, exhaling a subtle sigh of relief. This battle had been exceedingly arduous. Continuing could have led to his own defeat. Furthermore, this was the Shuro realm. Killing the evil demon would inevitably precipitate a war between their clans. Well, the evil demon has retreated. Today's affair comes to a close, the Sword Sovereign remarked as he stepped forward. The Winged Sovereign turned to Long Yuan. My young friend, we shall not interfere in the matters of the Rakshasa clan, but neither shall your human supremacy meddle. This is our bottom line. Long Yuan smiled, replying, that poses no issue. I shall handle it myself. Young friend, the Dark King Palace has made its move against you. You can eliminate the Dark King Palace, but refrain from further actions against others in the Shuro realm. As for these two beside you, I shall take them as disciples, ensuring their safety. Long Yuan clasped his fists in gratitude. He then turned to the Hellfire Wolf and Off-Foam, exclaiming, why are you still dawdling? Hurry and pay your respects to your master. Off-Foam remained utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend how he had come to befriend such an extraordinary figure. Chapter 272, Rakshas's Ink Source. The Hellfire Wolf quickly knelt, performing the ritual of apprenticeship. Disciple Hellfire Wolf pays homage to master. Long Yuan delivered a swift kick to Offing, urging him, what are you dawdling for? Realizing the situation, Offing promptly knelt down and reverently addressed his master. Izuan nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, let us depart. The Hellfire Wolf and Offing turned to Long Yuan, saying, Senior, we are taking our leave. Take care. Long Yuan smiled and replied, off you go, with a wave of his hand. Izuan led the two away from the scene. Jianzun chuckled. My young friend, we shall await your return in the Divine Realm. The Azura tribe is entrusted to you. Long Yuan smiled back. Indeed, we shall meet again in the Divine Realm. Jianzun and his companions tore through the fabric of space, heading towards the Divine Realm. The other supreme Asuras also departed, having merely come to ascertain whether the human tribe intended to slay the master of the Dark King Palace. Seeing that there was naught else of significance, Long Yuan too rent the space, making his way towards the Asura tribe. Such a momentous event could not remain hidden from the Asura tribe, which soon received the news. Within the foreboding and imposing hall of the Asura tribe, swirling black mist thickened with an air of murder and coldness. Yuan, the leader of the Asura tribe, bore a countenance as dark as the storm clouds preceding a tempest. He sat at the head of the hall, emanating an oppressive aura that instilled fear. Below him stood several high-ranking members of the Asura tribe, each displaying a variety of expressions. That human brat has wreaked havoc in the Dark King Palace, and now he dares approach our Asura tribe. If this child is not eliminated, he will undoubtedly become a lingering threat for us. Yuan's voice was low and frigid, as if echoing from the depths of the abyss, each word laced with palpable malice. His gaze, sharp as a blade, swept across the assembly, radiating an undeniable ferocity. An elderly elder, hunched and wrinkled, slowly rose to his feet, his brow furrowed deeply in concern. Tribe leader, this human possesses extraordinary strength. Even the deeply rooted Dark King Palace was turned upside down by him and ultimately destroyed. I fear. The elder's words trailed off, his face betraying his anxiety. Yuan slammed his hand upon the armrest of his chair, a glimmer of ferocity flashing in his eyes. He barked fear? Our Asura tribe has stood in this Asura realm for over 100,000 years, weathering countless storms. When have we ever feared others? If we do not eliminate this brat, what face will our Asura tribe have left in this realm? Convey my orders. Summon all clansmen immediately, and lay down a net of heaven and earth. We must ensure that this human is slain here, leaving him no path of return. Yuan rose to his full height, imposing and fierce, his fists clenched, the black robe billowing around him. The assembly recognized the tribe leader's resolute intent. Though apprehensions lingered in their hearts, they could only comply and disperse to carry out his commands. In an instant, the atmosphere within the Asura tribe grew tense, piercing alarm bells shattering the silence. The clansmen, with urgency in their demeanor, surged forth from all directions, armed with various weapons that glinted coldly in the dim light. Their expressions were grave, eyes reflecting both fear and a burgeoning ferocity, as the Asura tribe resembled an enraged primordial beast, poised for battle. Meanwhile, Long Yuan streaked through the fabric of space like a golden meteor, hurtling towards the Rakshasa clan. As he drew nearer, an overwhelming aura of destruction emanated from him, saturating the atmosphere with an apocalyptic presence. The once sapphire sky was swiftly shrouded in a dense canopy of black clouds, resembling a colossal dark curtain pressing down heavily upon the land. Within this ominous shroud, lightning flickered and danced, akin to frenzied serpents of thunder, releasing a deafening roar that heralded the arrival of a cataclysmic calamity. Surrounding Long Yuan was a tangible halo of golden radiance, dazzling and radiant as the sun, pulsating with an unsettling wave of power. With each step he took, the space beneath him shattered like fragile glass, revealing myriad fine yet shocking fissures through which tendrils of chaotic energy seeped forth. The very fabric of space groaned in agony, unable to withstand the magnitude of his formidable force. Rakshasa clan, I have arrived today. Have you prepared your necks? His voice resonated like a thunderous bell, imbued with infinite authority and murderous intent, reverberating through the heavens and striking at the hearts of every Rakshasa. Upon hearing Long Yuan's voice, the Rakshasa warriors were seized by a sudden chill. They looked up to behold him standing proudly in the sky, akin to a fallen god. The terrifying aura radiating from him made their legs tremble involuntarily. The second elder of the Rakshasa tribe arrogantly declared, Human brat, I advise you to accept your fate, or else you shall wish for a death less desirable than life itself. As Long Yuan hovered above the Rakshasa clan, his expression remained stoic, his hands moving in swift, phantom-like motions to form seals. Very well, let us see who shall bring suffering upon whom. In an instant, a powerful surge of true energy erupted from within him, expanding wildly like a surging tide towards the domain of the Rakshasa. Domain sealing, a formidable sealing technique capable of imprisoning foes within a designated area, rendering escape impossible. The second elder's countenance shifted dramatically. This is bad. It is the sealing skill of the martial god body. Rakshasa Yuan replied calmly, What is there to fear? He is but a martial emperor. How strong can his sealing power be? A transparent barrier slowly descended, enveloping the entirety of the Rakshasa clan in an impenetrable embrace. Symbols of law flickered upon the barrier, moving as if alive, emanating powerful waves of energy that completely severed the Rakshasa from the outside world, creating an isolated realm. This is not good. We are trapped, cried a young clan member in a panic, his face etched with terror as his weapon nearly slipped from his grasp. Rakshasa Mo Yuan's expression darkened severely, his eyes blazing with fury. What are you panicking for? Altogether, let us slay this brat. The Rakshasa Mo Yuan brandished the long blade in his grasp, its surface glimmering with an eerie black light. With madness gleaming in his eyes, he charged towards Long Yuan, leading the Rakshasa clan, who roared in unison, surging forward. Various bizarre weapons flashed with cold light, raining down upon Long Yuan. Simultaneously, resplendent spells, brimming with an aura of destruction, howled from their hands. In an instant, the sky was ablaze with intertwining hues of red, blue, and purple. Energy clashed violently, producing a deafening cacophony that seemed capable of shattering the very heavens and earth. If you can slay me today, I shall concede defeat. Chapter 273, The Ancestor Emerges. Long Yuan stood within the protective barrier, his expression as tranquil as still water. His profound gaze exuded an icy indifference. With a gentle wave of his hands, 10 colossal sword energies, each several hundred feet long, surged forth from him like a rainbow, piercing the sky. Wherever the sword energies passed, the fabric of space was violently torn apart, emitting a hissing sound. Boom! 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 The attacks from both sides collided, resulting in tremendous explosions. The Rakshasa warriors were sent flying like leaves caught in a tempest, their screams echoing as blood spattered through the air, resembling blooming, tragic flowers of crimson. You are utterly inept. So many casualties from a single strike. Long Yuan remarked coldly, his voice laced with boundless disdain, akin to icy stalactites piercing the hearts of the Rakshasa. You seek your own demise. The blade of Rakshasa Mo Yuan struck Long Yuan. Bang! Boom! Boom! Long Yuan's body obliterated several structures. The onslaught from the Rakshasa came in relentless waves, all converging upon the site of Long Yuan's descent. Boom! 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 After a series of explosions, as the dust settled, Rakshasa Mo Yuan erupted into laughter. I thought you were formidable, yet you merely succumbed to a single blow. However, scarcely had his words fallen when Long Yuan's figure flickered, swift as a specter, weaving effortlessly among the Rakshasa. Each strike was accompanied by splashes of blood and the chorus of anguished cries. Help! Rakshasa Mo Yuan stared in shock at the unfolding scene. How is this possible? How could he still be alive? The Rakshasa clan was filled with cries of despair, their kin sprawled on the ground, blood gushing forth, staining the earth. A scene of utter devastation. The air was thick with the stench of blood, inducing nausea. Humans, you are far too arrogant. Witnessing the carnage, Rakshasa Mo Yuan's eyes nearly blazed with fury, his wrath boiling over as he took matters into his own hands. Grasping a massive axe, towering over 2 men, its blade inscribed with runes of power, it radiated a chilling aura. It was evident that this was a weapon of exceptional quality. He raised his battle axe high, exerting all his strength to strike fiercely at Long Yuan. Wherever the axe passed, the air was rent asunder, producing a sharp, piercing wail. Long Yuan snorted disdainfully, a flicker of contempt flashing in his eyes. He did not flinch or evade, but extended his right hand to firmly grasp the axe blade. Boom! Long Yuan was driven directly into the earth. I wonder if he will survive this. However, the Rakshasa Mo Yuan failed to notice the handprint upon the axe blade, which bore faint cracks. In an instant, Long Yuan reappeared before him, sweeping his right foot outwards. In a moment of desperation, Rakshasa Mo Yuan raised the colossal axe to defend himself. Long Yuan's foot collided with the giant axe. Bang! Rakshasa Mo Yuan was sent flying like a kite with its strings severed, crashing heavily into a distant mountain peak, which collapsed instantaneously and debris erupted forth. Chieftain, the members of the Rakshasa clan were taken aback, their expressions betraying concern and fear. Now it is your turn. You may all go to your deaths. Just as Long Yuan prepared to continue his slaughter, a suffocating wave of powerful energy surged from deep within the Rakshasa clan. The ground began to tremble violently, as if an ancient behemoth was about to awaken from its slumber. An elderly man with flowing white hair gradually emerged from the depths of the Rakshasa clan. Clad in a long black robe that billowed in the wind, he exuded an aura of terrifying magnitude, causing even the very fabric of space to quiver slightly, akin to ripples on a lake. Human, you dare to slay so many of my kin, even if the supreme being of your race were to come today. It would not save you, the elder intoned, his voice resonating like thunder, causing the ears of those present to ring painfully and the surrounding space to tremble. You must be that decrepit old fool on the brink of death. If you wish to perish, then perish, yet you insist on seeking me out. Today, I shall bring your life to an end, Long Yuan replied coldly, a smirk of disdain gracing his lips. The Rakshasa clan's ancestor disregarded Long Yuan's provocation, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes as he made his move. With a sweeping gesture of his hands, two streams of black light surged forth like twin black dragons, racing toward Long Yuan. Wherever the light traversed, the space was ruthlessly torn asunder, revealing the abyssal void within. Dark as ink, Long Yuan summoned a defensive spell, and a layer of golden shield materialized instantly before him. The surface of this shield shimmered with flowing runes of law, radiating a gentle yet potent glow. The black light collided with the shield. Boom! A deafening roar ensued as Long Yuan was propelled backward by the overwhelming force. Bang! 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 Long Yuan's body carved a deep trench into the ground. Emerging from the wreckage, he muttered, "Damn it! This supreme being is indeed too powerful. I cannot contend with him." "Oh, you have not perished yet. Then receive my next strike." The ancient ancestor of the Rakshasa clan bellowed, his form flickering with unparalleled swiftness, appearing instantaneously before Long Yuan. With his right fist clenched tightly, dark currents of energy swirled around it. Channeling a force capable of annihilating the heavens and earth, he struck towards Long Yuan. Instinctively, Long Yuan raised his arms to defend, yet the might of that punch was insurmountable, akin to a colossal mountain crashing down. Bam! Long Yuan was propelled backward once more. Ha ha ha! Human race, with our ancestors stepping forth, today marks your demise. The Rakshasa clansman exclaimed triumphantly, his laughter reverberating throughout the cosmos. Long Yuan staggered to his feet, spitting out the dirt from his mouth. "Damn it, old fool, I'm done playing. I'm flipping the table now. Sword spirit, come forth and vanquish him." A petite girl, wielding the Dragon Yuan sword, appeared beside Long Yuan. "Sword spirit, eliminate him. Look at the mess he has made of me," she commanded. The little girl chuckled. "Master, you do seem rather disheveled." Long Yuan's expression darkened as he urged her to act. The little girl, her brows furrowed and eyes ablaze with fury, declared, "Old fool, how dare you reduce my master to such a state? Today, I shall make you pay." With a swift motion of her sword, a formidable blade of energy surged forth, imbued with a chilling aura, aimed at the Rakshasa ancestor. This sword energy possessed the capacity to sever all in existence. As it passed, the very fabric of space froze, adorned with glistening ice patterns. Sensing the peril of the sword energy, the Rakshasa ancestor's expression shifted, and he hastily evaded. The sword energy grazed his form, obliterating a mountain peak behind him, reducing it to mere powder that dispersed into the air. The Rakshasa ancestor exclaimed, "How can a mere sword spirit possess such formidable strength?" The little girl, one hand on her hip and the other brandishing her sword, retorted, "Old dog, my strength is none of your concern. Today, I intend to end you." Chapter 274, Return to the Immortal Realm. Upon hearing the little girl's scathing insult, the Rakshasa ancestor was engulfed in a fiery rage, his dignity trampled. His eyes bulged crimson, resembling a furious primordial beast. With a thunderous roar, he bellowed, "You seek death, daring to insult me." The sheer force of his fury resonated, causing the surrounding space to vibrate ominously. In an instant, the Rakshasa ancestor surged toward the little girl with lightning speed. His hands moved like phantoms, unleashing a torrent of dark spells that whistled through the air like bolts of black lightning. As they raced towards the little girl, the atmosphere crackled and sizzled, exuding an acrid, burnt scent. "Old fool, do you think I give you face?" The little girl retorted defiantly, her voice ringing clear. In that moment, her sword erupted with blinding radiance. A miniature sun blossomed in her grasp. A colossal surge of sword energy ascended skyward, coalescing all her strength. With an overwhelming momentum, it bore down upon the Rakshasa ancestor, exuding a terrifying aura capable of obliterating worlds. The Rakshasa ancestor, witnessing this, paled, hastily conjuring a defensive spell. A black luminous barrier suddenly manifested before him, adorned with flickering runes that radiated a mysterious and formidable surge of power. However, the sword energy was overwhelmingly potent, shattering his defenses like brittle twigs. The black barrier fractured like shattered glass, with a sharp crack, scattering into countless ebony shards that dissipated into the air. The sword energy struck the ancestor of the Rakshasa clan with unimpeded force, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream from him. His body was precisely cleaved in two by the sword energy, blood gushing forth like a fountain. In an instant, the ground was stained crimson, and the stench of blood permeated the air, inducing nausea. Ancestor. The members of the Rakshasa clan, witnessing this scene, were seized with terror, their faces reflecting utter despair. Their eyes brimmed with fear and helplessness, as if the entire world were collapsing around them. That sense of despair surged like a chilling tide, completely engulfing them. The little girl cast a cold glance at the members of the Rakshasa clan, snorting disdainfully. Humph, this is the fate of those who oppose my master. Go to your doom. With her words echoing, countless doppelgangers of the little girl appeared out of thin air, akin to a swarm of white phantoms, charging towards the members of the Rakshasa clan. Each doppelganger wielded a sword that shimmered with a frosty light, exuding a murderous intent. Upon seeing this, the members of the Rakshasa clan panicked like a flock of startled sheep, fleeing in all directions. Yet, how could they escape the overwhelming onslaught of the sword doppelgangers? Instantly, anguished cries resounded throughout the area, blood splattering everywhere, painting a nightmarish scene of hell on earth. Meanwhile, Tang Tang methodically began collecting resources from the Rakshasa clan. Anything recoverable, whether it be rare, spiritual herbs, magical artifacts, or various cultivation materials, was swiftly absorbed into her system space. The little girl acted with remarkable speed within mere minutes. The battle reached its conclusion. Not a single soul from the Rakshasa clan survived. Long Yuan approached the little girl, appearing somewhat fatigued, and said, "Spirit of the sword, can you not transport me directly back to the immortal realm? Traveling on my own is simply too slow." The little girl gently shook her head and replied, "Master, I can only send you back to the Xianxia realm. Time is limited and insufficient for us to journey directly to the immortal realm." Long Yuan nodded resignedly. "Very well, then send me back to the Xianxia realm." At that moment, Tang Tang chirped, "Host, all resources have been completely collected. Shall we depart?" As the little girl spoke, she waved her hand, tearing through the fabric of space. A luminous rift appeared, revealing a mysterious hue of chaos. She led Long Yuan into it, heading towards the Xianxia realm. Meanwhile, far away, Izun sensed Long Yuan's departure and gently withdrew his consciousness, subsequently returning to his lair with the Hellfire Wolf. The little girl and Long Yuan successfully arrived back in the Xianxia realm. Long Yuan released Xiao He. Upon being freed, looked around in confusion, scratching his head and asking, "Boss, where are we?" "This is the Xianxia realm. Let us return to the upper realm," Dragon Yuan remarked, adjusting his attire. Little Black, somewhat dissatisfied, grumbled, "You resolved everything so swiftly without calling me." Dragon Yuan cast a sidelong glance at Little Black and teased, "With your abilities, you'd be no more than a mere plaything for them." With that, Dragon Yuan soared towards the direction of the Dragon Clan in the Xianxia realm. Previously, Long Xin and the others had already returned to the upper realm to report the situation here. As Dragon Yuan and Little Black emerged from the spatial passage, Long Hu hurriedly approached them, bowing respectfully, "We welcome our ancestor back." "All right, I intend to return to the upper realm. Is there anything else you need to discuss?" Dragon Yuan inquired calmly. Long Hu pondered for a moment before responding, "Ancestor, how shall we address the passage to the Shura realm?" Upon hearing this, Dragon Yuan turned to face the direction of the passage, swiftly forming intricate hand seals. The seals emanated a soft glow and flew towards the passage, merging within. Soon, the passage was filled with a dense array of sword chi, intertwining and buzzing as if alive. Dragon Yuan clapped his hands lightly and said with ease, "All done. No Shura clan will be able to breach it henceforth." Long Hu felt the tumultuous sword chi emanating from within the passage, causing his body to involuntarily shudder, silently marveling at the terrifying strength of his ancestor. "Ancestor, when you plan to return to the upper realm?" Long Hu asked cautiously. "I shall return now. Here are the resources for your cultivation, a token of compensation," Dragon Yuan replied, producing a storage ring and handing it to Long Hu. Long Hu hastily accepted it with both hands, tears of gratitude welling in his eyes as he said, "Thank you, ancestor. We shall strive diligently to cultivate and ascend to the upper realm at the earliest opportunity." Dragon Yuan nodded in satisfaction before beginning to unleash his cultivation power. Suddenly, a radiant portal, exuding an air of mystery, slowly materialized in the sky, casting its luminescence upon the faces of the onlookers. Dragon Yuan and Little Black ascended towards the portal. Long Hu watched as the two vanished within its embrace. The two appeared on the ascension platform, vanishing before the disciples could comprehend their presence. One disciple of the Dragon Clan asked, "Did you see anything fly by just now?" Another shook his head. "I did not see anything. Let's not overthink it. What could possibly occur on the ascension platform? Even if someone intended to target our Dragon Clan, it would hardly be through the ascension platform." "You make a valid point. I was merely overthinking," the first disciple conceded. Just as Dragon Yuan and Little Black entered the courtyard, they spotted Xiao Meier and a few others seated there. Upon seeing Dragon Yuan's return, Xiao Meier smiled and inquired, "My husband, did you encounter any trouble in the Shuro realm?" Before Dragon Yuan could respond, Little Black interjected with, "My boss in action. Who could possibly stand in the way?" Little Phoenix rolled her eyes. "That's not your prowess alone." Long Xin returned stating that even the strong in the Shuro realm are not considered formidable. Xiao He was rendered speechless, having spent the entirety of his time in the Beastmaster space. "All right, let us depart swiftly," Xiao exclaimed. "Brother Long certainly has matters to discuss with Sister Meier." The girls giggled as they made their exit. Long Yuan tossed the heart of Shura to Xiao He, instructing him to deliver it to Long Ling. "Understood, boss." Xiao He replied, catching it deftly. Long Yuan chuckled. "Dear wife, it has been far too long since we indulged in our intimate moments." Xiao Meier blushed and retorted, "My lord, it is still daytime. I care not whether it is day or night," Long Yuan declared, scooping Xiao Meier into his arms and striding towards their chamber. As time passed, 3 months later, the news of Xiao Meier's pregnancy spread throughout the Long family. Long Zhan and Chu Linxue were so overjoyed that they struggled to sleep for days. In the back courtyard of the Long residence, beneath the wisteria trellis, Long Yuan meticulously allowed the calming herbal concoction to cool. Golden threads of lotus floated in the blue and white porcelain bowl, the fragrance of the medicine mingling with the sweet scent of wisteria in the air. "Meier, it is time to take your medicine," Long Yuan said, his fingers gently brushing against the stray wisps of Xiao Mei's hair, his tone softer than when refining magical artifacts. Each day, he personally brewed the medicine, ensuring that even the herbs were roasted with his innate true fire to guarantee their purity. Xiao Meier took a delicate sip from the bowl, suddenly furrowing her brow. "Today's medicine seems sweeter than yesterday's." "You caught me," Long Yuan chuckled, retrieving a jade box from the system space. "I added 10,000-year-old snow ginseng honey. My mother said that pregnant women need to replenish their qi and blood." As he spoke, the faint aroma of the herbs lingered on his fingertips. A commotion arose from the corridor as Xiao He cautiously peeked in. "Boss, I heard that gifts from various realms have arrived." Before he could finish, he was playfully smacked on the head by Xiao Feng. "Can't you see that the young mistress is in recovery?" Xiao Feng transformed into a small bird, fluttering her colorful tail feathers. The family head just relayed a message, stating that the various realms of the immortal world are discussing Sister Meier's pregnancy, curious about the extraordinary talent that might be born. Upon hearing this, Xiao Meier gently caressed her abdomen, her gaze softening. "My lord, might this be too ostentatious?" Long Yuan grasped her hand, the warmth of his spiritual energy flowing into her palm. "This is news shared by our parents. Naturally, everyone in the immortal world must know about my precious daughter. Otherwise, how will we prevent her from being bullied in the future?" He then turned to Xiao, who was stationed in the corridor, instructing her to fashion a swaddling cloth from the moonlight cloud brocade sent by the Qilin domain. "I wish to personally create a protective charm for our child." "Brother Long, are you learning embroidery?" Xiao stifled a laugh as she accepted the jade needle. "Do you require me to teach you the basic stitches?" Long Yuan felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had no knowledge of such skills. "Forget it, you can handle it." On the night of the full moon, 7 months later, the Long family ancestral hall suddenly resonated with a melodious phoenix cry. Long Yuan was massaging Xiao Mei's lower back when he suddenly sensed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth converging like a stampede. "Meier, it is time," Long Yuan exclaimed, swiftly transporting his wife to the delivery room, placing his palm against her forehead to channel spiritual energy. Outside the window, an extraordinary phenomenon erupted. Above the sky, the originally luminous moon suddenly split into 9 silver disks, each reflecting the dragon family's estate. The spiritual springs of the 72 blessed lands simultaneously bubbled with fervor. 99,999 golden lotuses bloomed in the air above the dragon residence, their petals revealing ethereal images of ancient phoenixes. This was a heavenly homage from all spirits. Long Zhan exclaimed in astonishment within the courtyard, causing the teacup in his hand to shatter into 8 fragments. Chu Linxua, overwhelmed with joy, wept, her trembling hand grasping her husband's sleeve. Old man, our dragon family has given birth to a child with an innate Tao body. Inside the delivery room, Long Yuan's temples throbbed as he used his life essence to safeguard Xianxia. Suddenly, a clear and melodious cry resonated. The infant's wail, carrying the tones of dragon roars and phoenix calls, shaking the very wards of the estate into a harmonious resonance. It was a little princess, the midwife, cradling the baby wrapped in moonlit silken fabric, stumbled back in astonishment, witnessing 12 celestial auras levitating outside the swaddling. As Long Yuan took his daughter into his arms, the infant abruptly opened her eyes, revealing pupils swirling with the cosmos. The moment his fingertips brushed against her palm, a familiar chaotic energy surged into his meridians, the very essence he had absorbed in the Azura realm. Ha ha! I have a daughter now. Today, as your father, I shall name you Xianxia, Dragon Xianxia. Long Yuan's voice trembled with excitement as he drew his daughter close to Xianxia's embrace. Look at the patterns on her palm. Doesn't it resemble the chaotic azure lotus? Xianxia smiled faintly, her fingertip gently tracing the baby's brow. She bears a red birthmark on her forehead, resembling her father's. In the celestial realm, the meditating celestial emperor and demigods suddenly open their eyes. The communication jade slips on the jade table, vibrating violently. He calculated with his fingers, astonished to the point of overturning the alchemy furnace. Quickly send 36 celestial emperors to the Xianxia domain to congratulate them. The dragon family's newborn has stirred the laws of heaven and earth into manifestation. Meanwhile, all cultivators within the Xianxia domain witnessed an unforgettable spectacle as the once clear night sky abruptly revealed golden words of the heavenly laws. These characters spun around the dragon estate, ultimately coalescing into 3 grand characters: Dragon Xian. Outside the delivery room, Xiaohei spun in excitement. Big brother, the little princess possesses the body of the great path, plus an ancient phoenix battle physique. This surpasses little Feng. Be quiet. Little Feng pecked at him. That is the manifestation of an innate Tao body. Long Yuan emerged from the room holding his daughter, as the stars in the sky suddenly altered their trajectory, tracing a dragon-shaped totem in the night. He gazed down at the peacefully sleeping infant in his arms, only to find that, unbeknownst to him, a radiant necklace had appeared around her neck. The pendant was a fragment of a broken jade pendant, perfectly aligning with the dragon-scale birthmark on her chest. Xianxia struggled to rise, but was gently restrained by Long Yuan. Do not rush. Once Xianxia turns a month old, I will take you both to explore the celestial realm. Long Yuan caressed the jade pendant, feeling the ancient dragon clan's aura it contained. It seemed destined that his precious daughter was fated to become the sovereign of all realms. Chu Linxua wiped her tears and leaned closer. Let Grandma hold little Xianxia. Before she could finish her sentence, the infant suddenly opened her eyes and gently patted her cheek with her tiny hand. A gentle golden light flashed, and to Chu Linxua's astonishment, several strands of white hair on her head instantaneously transformed into black. Could this be a return to youth? Long Zhan trembled as he reached out to touch his wife's hair. My dear, you appear to have regained at least 300 years. Long Yuan laughed heartily. My daughter's innate Tao body can naturally purify all things. He turned to instruct Long Ling. Let it be known that the Long family shall host a grand banquet for 10 days, for I am to celebrate my daughter. Chapter 276, Sealing Long Ling. For 10 days, the Long family feasted, attracting numerous powers from the celestial realm. Upon receiving the news, Ren Wanting and Shangwan Yin hastened to join. In Long Yuan's courtyard, a group of women encircled a small infant, cooing over the child. Meanwhile, formidable beings from several domains were seated with Long Zhan in another courtyard, with Long Yuan among them. An elder from the Xuanwu clan spoke. The forces from other realms will arrive at the celestial border in 2 years. How fares the gathering of our summoned warriors? The leader of the sword sect of the heavenly Tao domain replied, "We have assembled 500,000 celestial kings, 100,000 celestial lords, 30,000 demigods, and 3,000 warriors, which constitutes 70% of our heavenly Tao domain strength." Lingyan inquired, "Will the martial god not intervene?" "It is expected that the martial god will take action. We have informed him, yet he remains in seclusion," came the response from an elder of the Xuanwu clan. After pondering, he suggested perhaps the Long family and the Qilin clan could confront the Blood clan, while the martial god and we handle the Xishan clan. "What do you all think?" Long Zhan replied nonchalantly, "We have no objections, as long as Long Yuan engages. I can deal with the situation over there." The group fell silent. After all, Long Yuan was a member of the Long family, and it was unthinkable for him not to act. This was precisely why, among the 9 great domains of the celestial realm, 7 had sent their strongest to confront the Xishan clan, while only the Qilin clan and Long family targeted the Blood clan. After concluding their discussions, the group began to chat idly. Long Yuan rose, saying, "Continue your conversation. I shall return to check on my daughter." The others nodded with smiles. As he exited the grand hall, he headed towards his courtyard, yearning to embrace his precious daughter. It was a father's first experience, and he naturally cherished the little one dearly. In the courtyard, a gathering of women surrounded the infant, each vying for a chance to hold the child. Just as Long Yuan was about to approach, a dragon shadow guard found him. "Commander, something has happened with Lady Longling. You must come quickly." Long Yuan's heart sank. "What has transpired? Take me there at once." The dragon shadow guard led him to the outside of the training room, where dark energy billowed forth. Long Yuan broke through the door to the training room, and a torrent of demonic energy surged outward. With a wave of his hand, he conjured a barrier to contain the chaos. Channeling his energy, he dissipated the overwhelming demonic aura. Inside the training room, Long Ling sat cross-legged, a heart of Shura merging with her own. However, her war demon body fiercely resisted this fusion. Long Yuan was taken aback, exclaiming, "Tang Tang, come forth and explain what is happening." In an instant, Tang Tang appeared beside Long Yuan, casting a glance at his condition. "My esteemed host, how could you have directly fused the heart of Shura with her? Are you not endangering her? She requires a spirit fusion pill to successfully integrate the heart of Shura. Without it, success is utterly unattainable." "Good heavens, you never informed me. How was I to know? Now what shall we do?" After contemplating, Tang Tang concluded that the only recourse was to consume a celestial-grade spirit fusion pill, yet it is absent from the system's marketplace, leaving only the formula for the spirit fusion pill, which necessitates you, my esteemed host, to concoct the celestial-grade spirit fusion pill yourself. What kind of flawed system is this? Devoid of such essential elixirs? Tang Tang lamented. "After the system upgrade, I removed those inferior items. They will only be reinstated once we level up again." Long Yuan was utterly speechless. Ever since Tang Tang's upgrade, this individual had completely given up. She no longer made appearances, nor did she boast of her return to the Blue Star. "Tang Tang, what do you propose we do now?" "That is simple. My esteemed host can seal her. Once you have crafted the celestial-grade spirit fusion pill, you may administer it to her." With a sense of resignation, Long Yuan proceeded to seal the dragon spirit. Waves of true energy coiled around the dragon spirit warrior and the heart of Shura like chains, effectively binding them. Slowly, the dragon spirit opened her eyes. "Brother Long, what is happening? I can no longer sense my own cultivation." Long Yuan chuckled. "You encountered a slight issue while fusing the heart of Shura, so I have sealed your cultivation for now. Once I produce the elixir, I will release you." The dragon spirit nodded. "All right." Long Yuan reassured her, "For the time being, rest and regain your strength to confront the Blood clan. I shall prepare the elixir for you." With that, they exited the training chamber. "Dragon spirit, go spend some time with Mayer. I need to focus on concocting the elixir." "Of course, Brother Long." The dragon spirit harbored no worries regarding her cultivation. She was confident that Long Yuan would find solution. Rather, she felt immense joy at the prospect of playing with Xianxia. As Long Yuan watched the dragon spirit depart, he made his way toward the alchemy area of the Long family. Given the vastness of the Long family estate, numerous alchemists were present. "Tang Tang, procure me the formulas and allow me to study alchemy techniques, and also teach me the art of qi refinement. I wish to craft some toys for my daughter." "Understood, my esteemed host." Soon, a notification echoed in Long Yuan's mind. An overwhelming influx of alchemical and qi refinement techniques flooded his consciousness, making him feel as though he had been concocting elixirs for millennia. In the Long family's alchemy pavilion, bustling alchemists hurriedly entered and exited, engrossed in their craft. Their passion lay in alchemy, and the Long family provided ample resources to enhance their skills. Naturally, many sought to join the ranks of the family's alchemists. As Long Yuan stepped into the pavilion, everyone greeted him warmly. He responded with a smile and a nod. Upon seeing Long Yuan's arrival, Long Danyu promptly approached him. "Ancestor, what brings you to the alchemy pavilion today?" In truth, Long Danyu was significantly older than Long Yuan, but had been fascinated by spiritual herbs since childhood. Disinterested in cultivation, it took him thousands of years to attain merely the initial stage of a celestial emperor. Had it not been for the necessity of higher cultivation for alchemy, he would have remained apathetic towards his practice. Now he held the esteemed position of elder at the Dragon Clan's alchemy pavilion, overseeing its operations. With a smile, Long Yuan expressed, "I have come to concoct a pill. May I borrow your alchemical furnace?" "Esteemed ancestor, you are too kind. Just let me know what pill you require, and I shall procure it for you." Upon reflection, Long Yuan realized that should the required item be available here, it would indeed save him considerable effort. "I seek a heavenly grade fusion spirit pill. Do you have it in your possession?" Despite searching the recesses of his mind, Long Danyu could not identify such a pill. "Esteemed ancestor, I have not even heard of this pill. It certainly does not exist in the pavilion." Long Yuan nodded thoughtfully. "Then I shall concoct it myself. Please, lead me to the alchemical chamber." "Of course, esteemed ancestor." Long Danyu guided Long Yuan to the 18th level. "There is an elder on duty above. I shall refrain from entering." Long Yuan acknowledged with a nod and pushed open the bronze door. His gaze swept across the room, where 18 furnaces of various hues stood silently. As his fingertips brushed over one particular three-legged furnace, the dormant vermilion bird pattern suddenly ignited with a crimson flame, startling the supervising alchemist into retreat. Chapter 277. Long Yuan concocts pills. "Esteemed ancestor, are you truly going to concoct the pills yourself?" inquired Elder Long Ao of the alchemy pavilion. With a smile and nod, Long Yuan affirmed, "I am here to create a pill." Observing the flickering vermilion bird upon the furnace, he commanded, "Step back." A golden flame erupted from his palm, a fire procured from his system. The blazing heaven technique, born from the fusion of dragon flame and Shura's inferno, revealed a spectral dragon twisting within the flames. The vermilion bird on the furnace sensed the potency of Long Yuan's fire and recoiled. Long Ao regarded the golden flames in awe, astonished by their terrifying nature, though he could not summon such flames himself. "Esteemed ancestor, please feel free to choose any furnace." Long Yuan casually selected a furnace and retreated into an adjacent room to commence his alchemical endeavors. This was his inaugural attempt at pill concoction. While familiar with the techniques, he had yet to engage in practical application. With closed eyes, he recalled the alchemical methods imparted by the system, beginning with the second-tier recovery pill for practice. Long Yuan initiated the process, but within moments, boom, the furnace erupted violently, engulfing the room in a torrent of crimson flames and charred remnants. The chamber's formation expelled the noxious smoke. Just as Long Ao was about to exclaim in shock, he witnessed Long Yuan flick his fingers, causing the remnants of the medicinal liquid within the furnace to coalesce into a complete pill, its surface adorned with a delicate layer of pill mist. "Is this the peak recovery pill of the second tier?" Long Ao trembled as he accepted the pill, astonished. "Esteemed ancestor, you managed to reverse the explosion into a successful pill?" Long Yuan's remarkable feat left Long Ao speechless. He had never witnessed anyone produce a pill after a furnace explosion. Frowning at the residue of medicinal ash remaining in his palm, Long Yuan mused. The heat was still insufficient. Long Yuan stepped out of the room and made his way directly to the Grand Hall. Suddenly, he raised his hand, and 18 alchemical furnaces simultaneously levitated, forming the 9 turns reincarnation array around him. "Elder, gather all the materials for the third-grade gathering spirit pill," he commanded. Dragonwao, still in shock, watched in a daze as he handed over the herbs to Long Yuan. 3 days later, brilliant 7-color clouds began to gather above the pill pavilion. The Dragon Clan's disciples looked up, witnessing 9 golden beams piercing through the clouds, each enveloped in different attributes of spiritual energy. "The third-grade gathering spirit pill," Dragon Ao exclaimed in astonishment, pulling out a few of his own beard hairs, "and it's from 9 systems in 1 furnace." With a wave of his hand, thousands of pills flew into a jade bottle. Dragon AO carefully examined one of the pills, its surface reflecting various stellar phantoms. Long Yuan handed the jade bottle to Dragon AO, saying, "These are candies for Xianxia. I kindly ask you to deliver them." Dragon AO quickly accepted the bottle, replying, "Of course, Ancestor. I will deliver them at once." He tore through space to send the pills and immediately returned to observe Long Yuan's alchemical process. Other high-ranking alchemists from the pavilion also gathered to watch. Long Yuan contemplated for a moment, and then moved the furnace to the pill pavilion's plaza. If you wish to observe, do so attentively. How much you learn depends on your own capabilities. This delighted the members of the pill pavilion. In the days that followed, the Dragon Clan's pill pavilion transformed into a spectacle. Each night, the sounds of dragon roars and phoenix cries echoed from its direction, illuminating the entire mountain at times. "Master, you may attempt to concoct the supreme elixir now." Tang Tang suddenly appeared beside Long Yuan. "This time, we require 90,000 years of blood ginseng and a core flame crystal." Long Yuan took out the core flame crystal he had scavenged from the Shura tribe, its interior pulsating with black magma. Suddenly, the magma morphed into a ferocious Shura phantom, opening its massive jaws to devour the furnace. "Hold!" Long Yuan commanded, pointing his sword toward the heavens. Countless sword energies instantly coalesced into chains, binding the Shura phantom to the furnace. Endless flames burned beneath the cauldron, while the Shura phantom within roared incessantly. These flame crystals were formed from the blood of fallen cultivators, diverse in nature. The refining process lasted an entire month, and at last the elixir was complete. With a wave of his hand, as the furnace lid was lifted, the entire Xianxia domain's cultivators heard a sound akin to an infant's cry, the resonance of the heavens marking the birth of the supreme elixir. Dragon AO and Long Danyu gazed in astonishment at the hovering pills, each one seemingly embodying a powerful figure. Dragon Lao Stamirid, the supreme elixir. It is close to the divine elixir. Long Danyu sighed. "It has been many years since I crafted such an extraordinary elixir. Alas, the ancestor is truly formidable." Long Yuan placed the thousands of pills into a jade bottle and tossed it to Long Danyu. "I have no use for these pills. You may handle them." Long Danyu caught the flying jade bottle, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Ancestor." "Master, the materials for the heavenly grade fusion spirit pill have been gathered," Tang Tang announced. Tang Tang spoke earnestly. "We still require the blood essence of the vermilion bird. The price is somewhat steep, so I wanted to inquire with you." Long Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "Just buy it. It matters not." "Dear host, I have completed the purchase for you," came the response. Long Yuan retrieved the medicinal materials from the system space and cast them into the alchemical furnace, adding the blood essence as well. The moment the final ingredient was introduced, an eerie silence enveloped the entire alchemy pavilion. Even the flames froze in midair. Boom! 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 Explosions reverberated from the furnace, shock waves surging outward, causing those nearby to stagger backward. Long Danyu and the other elders swiftly shielded the surrounding disciples. Long Ao, astonished, exclaimed, "What sort of elixir is this? The power of the explosion is terrifying." Long Danyu, his expression grave, remarked, "The ancestor is concocting a divine elixir, and of remarkably high quality, no less." Long Ao was a loss for words. Long Yuan watched the remnants in the furnace with a faint smile, intrigued by the explosion, thinking, "I refuse to believe I cannot produce it." With that, he began the second round of refinement. As the second batch took shape, the furnace sprouted sharp teeth, voraciously consuming the surrounding spiritual energy. Long Yuan effortlessly crushed the furnace with his bare hands, seizing the pitch-black elixir amidst the flying debris. "Damn it, another failure. Let's try again." As the fifth furnace ignited, the entire Long family sensed that a treasure was about to emerge. "This is the last attempt," Long Yuan declared, infusing his cultivation into the furnace. The furnace trembled violently, the patterns of the vermilion bird coming to life, as if preparing to soar. "Form the elixir," Long Yuan bellowed, slamming his palms onto the furnace, causing the lid to shoot upwards. The elixir emerged from the furnace, suspended in midair, swirling with chaotic energies, each rotation conjuring the illusion of vanishing stars. "Heavenly grade spirit fusion elixir," Tang Tang exclaimed with excitement, transforming into a stream of data that encircled the elixir. "Host, this surpasses the tier of elixirs recorded in the system." Before the words could settle, ominous thunderclouds gathered. 3 bolts of violet lightning, as thick as water barrels, descended, targeting the furnace. Long Yuan snorted. Damn it, after all my efforts to concoct this elixir, you think you could destroy it? Chapter 278. The Alchemy Pavilion seeks Long Yuan's departure. He grasped the first bolt of tribulation with his bare hands, the lightning morphing into liquid electricity within his palm, coursing through his meridians and into his dantian. A wave of comfort washed over him as he relished the tingling sensation of the lightning traversing his body. The second bolt, intermingled with the chilling winds of the abyss, descended upon the elixir. Long Yuan inscribed a character in the air, sealing it. The tribulation collided with the inscription, producing a thunderous roar. The residual force radiated through the skies, scattering clouds for miles around. The third bolt of tribulation was the most fearsome, as the ethereal shadow of the heavenly laws manifested amidst the cloud cover. Just as Long Yuan prepared to dispel this divine lightning, Long Xian, cradled by Xianxia, charged toward the bolt, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Xianxia, Xianxia cried out. Before anyone could intervene, even Long Yuan was momentarily taken aback. With a furious roar, he declared, "Heavenly Tao, should anything happen to my daughter, I shall demand your reckoning." His voice reverberated through the turbulent storm clouds above. Yet, the impending tribulation could not be retracted by the heavenly Tao. The lightning struck directly at Longxin. A collective gasp arose among the onlookers. Such a thunderous trial could easily claim the life of not only a mere infant, but even a demigod would suffer greatly from a single strike. However, as the tribulation made contact with Longxin, her innate divine form manifested, voraciously consuming the celestial lightning. The principles of thunder began to envelop her. In an instant, Long Yuan appeared beside Longxin, meeting her round, innocent eyes fixed upon him. This scene left him both amused and exasperated. "Silly girl, what prompted you to rush over? Are you not afraid I might scold you?" Longxin seemed to comprehend his words and cheekily responded with a playful grimace. Xianxia and the others swiftly joined Long Yuan, anxiously inquiring, "Husband, is our daughter unharmed?" Long Yuan chuckled. "Does she appear to be in distress?" Xianxia hurriedly took Longxin into her arms, meticulously examining her before sighing in relief upon confirming her safety. Long Yuan gently patted Xianxia's shoulder, assuring her, "All is well, you may return now." With that, everyone descended back to the ground. Long Yuan presented the celestial spirit fusion pill to Long Ling, instructing, "Consume this pill, and you will be able to merge with the heart of Azura. Henceforth, your path shall be one of slaughter." Long Ling nodded appreciatively. "Thank you, Brother Long." After accepting the pill, she retreated to meditate. Long Yuan pondered for a moment. With the impending conflict against foreign tribes, he resolved to concoct some elixirs for the family, especially since the medicinal herbs were being wasted. Thus, he devoted the next 6 months to refining pills in the Alchemy Pavilion, nearly depleting the Long family's resources. It was not until Long Yun approached him, imploring, "Brother Long, please cease your alchemical endeavors. If this continues, the low-tier alchemists and apprentices will have no materials left to practice with." It was known that Long Yuan operated 18 alchemical furnaces simultaneously. No amount of herbs could suffice for his insatiable needs. Long Yun chuckled ruefully, "Brother Long, perhaps you should seek materials elsewhere. Our family truly has none left for your refining." Long Danyu echoed his sentiments. "Ancestor, it would be prudent for you to explore other avenues. Our alchemy pavilion is overflowing with pills." Indeed, the storage capacity of the pavilion had become maxed out. There was no room left for even the highest grade elixirs. Those that could not fit were stored in spatial rings. Yet such rings posed a risk. If lost or damaged, the contents would be irrevocably gone. Consequently, various factions refrained from using spatial rings for pill storage. Long Yuan nodded in agreement. "Very well. I shall visit the weapon refining pavilion." Long Danyu rejoiced, realizing that the weapon refining pavilion would soon find itself in a lull. Over the past 6 months, Long Yuan had spent his mornings with his daughter and his afternoons immersed in alchemy. Now, it is the morning to accompany my daughter, and the afternoon to forge weapons. Long Yuan stepped into the forging pavilion. The elder of the pavilion was at a loss, uncertain whether to weep or to laugh. If he wished to cry, it was certain that Long Yuan would produce some astonishing weaponry. If he wished to laugh, he could foresee that Long Yuan would deplete all the forging ores. In that case, the forging pavilion would become as idle as the alchemy pavilion, with everyone at a loss for what to do. Long sighed with a bitter smile. "Ancestor, could you leave us some ores for the forging pavilion? After all, We cannot consume family resources without contributing. Long Yuan nodded. Very well. I will reserve some ores for you. Go and retrieve all the ores from the family. Understood, ancestor. Long then gathered all the materials. Long Yuan began his forging process, first crafting a mid-grade celestial sword, which he carelessly tossed to the ground, followed by the creation of a top-grade celestial artifact. Yet again, Long Yuan nonchalantly discarded the exquisite artifact onto the floor. Feeling confident in his mastery of the forging technique, he proceeded to forge a divine artifact. Seated in the forging chamber, 9 pieces of chaotic stones, obtained from the Shura's secret realm, floated before him. These stones resembled hearts, their surfaces swirling with black and white energies, faintly exhibiting the illusion of vanishing stars. He wondered if these materials could be utilized to forge a superior divine artifact. With a flick of his finger, flames enveloped the stones, which suddenly emitted a peculiar sound. Tang Tang, summon the diagram of the heavenly star array. At once host. He intended to integrate the array diagram into a bracelet. Long Yuan closed his eyes in contemplation, his fingertips tracing profound patterns in the void. The moment the array diagram took shape, the walls of the forging chamber suddenly displayed the ethereal silhouettes of 3,000 deities and demons, each chanting arcane and obscure incantations. Host, the chaotic stones require 9 types of primordial powers for fusion. Tang Tang's voice reached Long Yuan's ears, listing them. No need to elaborate. Long Yuan pricked his fingertip, and his essence coalesced into blood-red stars in the air. As the first drop of essence merged with the chaotic stone, a subtle tremor rippled through the entire celestial realm. This was Long Yuan's blood, containing the essence of 600,000 laws. The stones gradually melted in the flames, forming a liquid torrent. Long Yuan positioned his hands, channeling his soul's projection into the mixture. Suddenly, a surge of chaotic energy violently roiled, transforming into chains of law that extended from within, reaching for Long Yuan's sea of consciousness. You dare to backfire on me? Shatter! Long Yuan bellowed, his consciousness morphing into a colossal sword that pierced the giant hand, causing it to instantly disintegrate into luminous points. As these points merged into the bracelet, they revealed the reflection of the entire universe. With the materials fused, he began inscribing defensive and offensive array patterns. Observing the embryonic form of the bracelet, Tang Tang remarked, Host, this bracelet will likely exceed your expectations. That would be even better, as it would ensure my daughter's safety. With that, Long Yuan retrieved the 9 Heavens mysterious iron purchase from the system marketplace. Various rare ores were cast into the furnace. Suddenly, the ground of the refining chamber split open, and the aura of the 9 nether yellow springs surged forth. Master, the spirit of the artifact seeks to retaliate against you. However, Long Yuan merely smirked, dismissing the threat. Is that all the power you possess to challenge me? Go back inside. Long Yuan condensed the 9 nether aura into a sphere, flicking it into the mysterious iron. Chapter 279. Forces preparing for battle. Once all the materials fused together, Long Yuan formed a series of hand seals upon the bracelet. Suddenly, the bracelet radiated a brilliant light, exuding an aura of terror. It's done. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, the heavenly tribulation descended abruptly. 9 bolts of purple lightning, each as thick as a water barrel, descended, each carrying the essence of destruction. Long Yuan, wielding the bracelet, faced the tribulation head-on, and the surface of the bracelet manifested the great array of the celestial stars, absorbing and transforming the lightning into stellar power. This bracelet can only be considered a Tao artifact, but it suffices. Long Yuan replied nonchalantly. Sufficiency is all that matters, as long as it can protect my daughter. Tang Tang rolled her eyes. With your drop of blood, no one can breach the bracelet's defenses. It simply lacks offensive power. Regardless, I'll take it back to see if my daughter likes it. Long Yuan then headed towards his courtyard with the bracelet in hand. After Long Yuan departed, Long gazed at the scattered supreme immortal artifacts. He could only helplessly call for them to be removed. Previously, they would have been elated to forge even a single supreme immortal sword. Yet here, under Long Yuan's possession, supreme immortal artifacts lay strewn about as though they were mere refuse. This was an affront to the value of such artifacts, yet he was powerless to change the situation. Upon returning to the courtyard, Long Yuan observed Xianxia teaching Long Xian to walk. He approached and lifted Long Xian into his arms. Shiner, have you missed your father? Today, I have brought you a gift. Long Xian, in a soft voice, exclaimed, "Father, gift." The little one extended her tiny hand towards Long Yuan. Long Yuan smiled gently and presented the crafted bracelet. "Xianxia, this bracelet is personally made by your father. Remember not to take it off, for it will ensure your safety." As he spoke, he adorned Long Xian's wrist with the bracelet. Instantly, the once large bracelet resized to perfectly fit her small hand. Little Xian glanced at the bracelet and obediently nodded. "Father, I will not take off the bracelet. Dear husband, Xianxia is still too young to refine this bracelet. Fear not. This bracelet requires no refining. It is solely for our little Xianxia." Just as Long Yuan conversed with Xiao Meier, Little Black approached, wagging its tail. Ever since Long Xian's birth, Little Black had not transformed into human form. Little Phoenix had taken on the guise of a small bird, entertaining Long Xian. Seeing Little Black, Long Xian exclaimed, "Father, I want to ride Uncle Black." Long Yuan set Long Xian down, and the little one joyfully dashed towards Little Black, who lay down, allowing her to climb onto its back. "Uncle Black, swiftly carry me aloft. I yearn to soar high." "Certainly, my little princess." Uncle Black gently lifted Long Xin, gliding gracefully around the courtyard. Long Yuan, embracing Xiao Meier, observed as Uncle Black and Xian floated about. "Darling, father and the others have ventured to the outer realms of the immortal world to establish defenses, and the other domains have also begun to mobilize. The sword god has successfully broken through and is now stationed in the void." Long Yuan nodded, knowing he could only linger in the void. Entering the immortal world would unlock the gates of the divine realm, compelling him to ascend. Xiao Meier voiced her apprehension. "My love, I fear the heavenly path domain may falter." Long Yuan pondered, realizing the possibility of their defenses crumbling. Despite their numerical superiority, their strong fighters were significantly fewer. "Do not worry, my dear. We shall address matters when those foreign clans arrive." Xiao Meier ceased her worries, trusting in Long Yuan's intervention when the time came. As days passed, Long Yuan forged for Long Xin a spear, a pair of shoes, and a garment, creating a splendid ensemble of divine artifacts. He refrained from crafting further tools, as they consumed excessive materials and were too cumbersome to produce, opting instead to procure them directly from the system marketplace. One by one, the artifacts emerged from Long Yuan's forge, and many members of the Long family acquired the divine tools they required. In the void beyond the immortal world, Long Xin commanded the Long Guard and Long Emperor armies to establish a defensive line. The void bustled with activity as celestial crystal cannon platforms were erected. Long Xin bellowed, "Focus, everyone. These are designed to combat the Blood Clan. The more enemies we can eliminate, the fewer casualties we shall suffer." The soldiers responded earnestly, diligently setting up the defenses. As the arrival of the Blood Clan drew nearer, a heavy atmosphere enveloped the entire immortal world. Numerous seasoned demigods opted for breakthroughs, remaining in the void thereafter. In the courtyard, Long Yuan sat sipping tea, while Long Xin practiced her spear techniques. Long Ling entered, "Brother Long. All the Long Shadow Guard are ready to break through to the divine realm. Some can even reach the later stages, yet they are currently suppressing their progress. I wish to inquire when they may ascend." Long Yuan mused internally. "When will the Blood Clan and the Xishan clan arrive?" "Host, the Blood Clan will reach the outer immortal world in 1 month, and the Xishan clan will arrive around the same time." Goodness, did they arrange this? Long Yuan's exclamation left Long Ling momentarily speechless. "Brother Long, what do you mean by arranged?" Long Yuan, slightly embarrassed, explained, "I just calculated that the Blood Clan and the Xishan clan will arrive in a month. You may break through now and head directly to the void battlefield." Long Ling, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Is that true? I will make arrangements immediately." This news would surely inspire other factions, as they likely had demigods poised for breakthroughs. "Very well. I shall attend to it at once." After Long Ling departed, she promptly disseminated the news, leading to the collective breakthrough of the Long Shadow Guard into the divine realm. Long Zhun received the news and promptly arranged for the Dragon Emperor army and Dragon Guard army to breach the celestial realm. Other factions also began to witness formidable warriors transcending into the divine realm. The heavenly Tao seemed to have abandoned its duties. Even the tribulations of thunder were reluctant to descend. Waves of powerful beings surged toward the void battlefield, with hundreds of ancestors from the dragon family reaching the pinnacle of the divine realm, just a step away from true divinity. In the courtyard, Long Xian finished her practice with the spear and skipped over to Long Yuan's side. "Father, why are all those grandfathers at home missing? No one is here to play with me." Long Yuan smiled and replied, "They have all gone out for matters." Long Xian pouted and exclaimed, "They went out without taking me. When they return, I shall surely pull their beards." Long Yuan couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. This little girl had picked up the peculiar habit of tugging at people's beards. The ancestors in the forbidden area had all been subjected to her whims, and those who had lost their beards were forced to smile, lest they suffer further indignities. Moreover, at just 2 years of age, the little girl had already attained the golden immortal realm, with a combat strength that was truly astonishing. Even the celestial kings were no match for her. Chapter 280, The Arrival of the Blood Clan Army. Now, this little girl had become a small tyrant in the dragon family. Her collection of treasures enough to make even the divine emperors envious. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed, with the Dragon Guard army patrolling the void. Suddenly, from the depths of the abyss, a colossal warship emerged. The blue dragon battleship emitted a piercing alarm. The captain gazed at the ship's screen, first spotting one vessel, then hundreds more appearing. The captain shouted, "Quickly report to the base. The Blood Clan is coming." A member of the Dragon Guard immediately relayed the message to the base. The blue dragon battleship accelerated toward the stronghold. Upon receiving the news, Longjun swiftly summoned everyone to prepare for battle. One after another, the blue dragon battleships took to the skies. Long Ling stood at the bow of the ship, flanked by 1,000 blue dragon battleships. Long Zhun and the members of the Qilin clan, Ling Yun and Ling Yu, positioned themselves on either side. Long Ling, let me lead the Dragon Guard army to test the enemy's strength in this first battle. Long Ling glanced at Long Zhun and slightly nodded. Very well. The patrolling blue dragon battleships swiftly approached. Report. The enemy will arrive at our location in 1 hour, came the urgent message. Long Zhun waved his hand. Understand. You may return to your posts. On the Blood Clan warship, soldiers approached General Babaka. Report, General. We will reach the human race's celestial realm in 1 hour. Babaka gazed out at the void. Ah, have we finally arrived? Inform the army to prepare for the assault on the celestial realm. I have heard that the blood of the human race is exceedingly delectable. Let the troops unleash their fury. Yes, General. Long Zhun stood on the command platform of the blue dragon battleship, his expression grave as he observed the encroaching fleet of the Blood Clan. The densely packed warships loomed like a black cloud, suffocating in their presence, leading 400 blue dragon battleships at the forefront. Long Zhun was determined to confront these foes personally. All ships, prepare the celestial crystal bombs. Await my command to fire at will. Long Zhun bellowed through the communication system of the warships. Yes. The response echoed uniformly from each vessel. At this moment, the Dragon Guard soldiers stood resolutely, their eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. They understood that a defeat in this monumental battle would spell doom for the celestial realm. On the Blood Clan warships, soldiers shouted with fervor, "Haha, at last, we shall savor the delectable blood of the human race." A towering Blood Clan soldier brandished his weapon, his gaze filled with avarice. It was said that human blood was exquisitely sweet. This time, he intended to indulge in the essence of several. Another Blood Clan soldier licked his lips, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Babaka observed the soldier's excitement, pride swelling within him. Humph. The humans are merely lambs awaiting slaughter. Once we charge forth, this celestial realm will belong to our Blood Clan. We shall have an abundance of sustenance, and all that will remain is to present a fragment of land as tribute. However, as they beheld the dragon warships poised for battle, a flicker of trepidation crossed the eyes of some Blood Clan soldiers. Yet soon, their greed eclipsed their fear. An hour swiftly passed, and the distance between the two forces diminished. Long Zhun had no intention of engaging in dialogue with the Blood Clan. He decisively issued orders. Fire the celestial crystal bombs. Instantly, the hatches of the dragon warships opened, unleashing countless radiant celestial crystal bombs that soared toward the Blood Fleet. The bombs traced brilliant arcs through the void, akin to shooting stars. The Blood Clan soldiers were still in a daze when the thunderous explosions erupted around them. Boom! 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 The celestial crystal bombs detonated amidst the Blood Clan vessels, the tremendous roar shaking the very fabric of the cosmos. A blinding light illuminated the battlefield, and the shockwaves from the explosions capsized numerous Blood Clan ships. The soldiers stared in horror as their previously jubilant expressions were swiftly replaced by dread. What kind of weapon is this? Take cover. Cries of panic filled the air. Babaka's expression changed dramatically. He had not anticipated such formidable weaponry from the humans. Quick, activate the shields, he shouted. The The Blood Clan warships hastily engaged their shields, a faint crimson glow enveloping them. Yet the sheer number of celestial crystal bombs and their simultaneous detonation unleashed overwhelming power. Many Blood Clan vessels found their shields breached, suffering catastrophic damage. Long Zhun erupted in laughter, exhilarated by the effectiveness of the celestial crystal bombs. He immediately issued a new command. Main cannons. Prepare and aim at those vessels with broken shields. Fire. The main cannons of the dragon warships began to glow ominously. A barrage of thick energy beams surged forth, targeting the compromised Blood Clan ships. Where the beams passed, the very space itself twisted in their wake. Baba Ka's expression grew solemn as he commanded. Activate the joint defense shield. The energy beam struck the shield, emitting a dazzling brilliance. Boom! 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 Some of the warships, having sustained damage earlier, now lacked sufficient defensive strength and were breached by the main cannon of the Azure Dragon warship. In an instant, a Blood Clan battleship disintegrated into fragments amidst the blinding light, scattering into the void. No! The Blood Clan soldiers cried out in despair. Baba Ka immediately ordered, initiate the Blood Crystal Cannon for counterattack. Instantly, the Blood Clan's warships began to unleash crimson beams of light. Both sides engaged in a fierce exchange of main cannon fire. For a time, the explosions in the void were relentless, the tremendous clamor echoing throughout the entire celestial realm, revealing the terror of the battle within the void. Long Zhun, undeterred by the enemy's willingness to engage in attrition, was witnessing such a grand spectacle for the first time. Do not cease fire. Blast them mercilessly, he commanded. Long Ling, observing from behind, shook her head. She had played in a similar fashion when she first acquired this warship, which had once pained Long Yuan's heart. The Blood Clan began to stabilize their situation, having lost all their damaged vessels. Thus, the two sides remained locked in a stalemate, exchanging fire for 2 days before finally pausing. Long Zhun noted that the enemy's warships could no longer mount an assault. With a wave of his hand, he shouted, "Charge! Annihilate these Blood Clan scum!" Leading the Dragon Guard and the Qilan army, he surged towards the Blood Clan. Baba Ka also commanded an offensive, for neither side had any threats remaining. It was the moment for the armies to clash. The two forces collided in the void. Long Shiqi, brandishing her longsword, led the charge, her figure darting like a lightning bolt into the Blood Clan ranks. As she swung her sword, waves of sword energy surged forth, striking down Blood Clan soldiers in her wake. The brothers Ling Yun and Ling Yu were equally resolute, transforming into their true Qilan forms. Their massive bodies crashed into the enemy ranks like two mountains. With fierce roars, they unleashed their claws, tearing nearby Blood Clan soldiers to shreds. The soldiers of the Dragon Guard followed closely behind, engaging in intense close combat with the Blood Clan. Chapter 281. The First Retreat of the Blood Clan. The cries of battle and screams of anguish intertwined, plunging the entire battlefield into chaos. The Blood Clan soldiers, initially relying on their numerical superiority, sought to contest with the human army. Long Ling waved her hand, commanding the Dragon Emperor army to restrain the soldiers of the Blood Clan who were at Midgod Realm and above. The commander of the Dragon Emperor army, receiving the order, led 20,000 troops into the fray. Initially, the Blood Clan soldiers held a slight advantage in cultivation over the Dragon Guard soldiers, managing to suppress them. However, with the arrival of the Dragon Emperor army, the tide of battle began to shift. This 20,000-strong force was primarily composed of Midgod Realm cultivators, effectively tying down a significant portion of the Blood Clan's Midgod Realm warriors. At this moment, faced with such fierce assaults from the human forces, the morale of the Blood Clan plummeted to its nadir. The humans are too formidable. We are no match for them. A soldier of the Blood Clan shouted in terror, turning to flee. General, the soldiers ahead are on the verge of collapse. Shall we deploy the Bloodslayer army? A junior general suggested. Babaka surveyed the battlefield, his heart filled with astonishment. He had not anticipated the strength of the human race, which caught him off guard. Yet he understood that if this continued, the entire fleet would be annihilated. He noticed another army of humans remained inactive. Retreat. He gritted his teeth, issuing the withdrawal order. The Blood Clan warships swiftly turned around, heading back in the direction from whence they came. Long Zhun observed the fleeing Blood Clan with a cold snort. They think they can escape? Not so easily. All ships, pursue. The Qinglong warship quickly powered up, chasing after the Blood Clan vessels. During the pursuit, the Qinglong warship intermittently fired its secondary cannons, striking the retreating Blood Clan ships. Don't let them get away. The The soldiers of the Dragon Guard shouted their rallying cry, closely tailing the Blood Clan. Babaka, aboard his warship, longed to halt and eradicate these humans. However, he lacked the confidence to eliminate them. Activate the void traversal function, he commanded. Yes, General. A flash of light enveloped them, and the Blood Clan warships vanished into the void. Long Zhun stared at the disappearing blood vessels, stunned for a moment before reacting. Damn it, they got away. No matter. In this battle, we have severely weakened the Blood Clan, which serves as a warning to them, Ling Yuan reassured him. Long Zhun scratched his head. No. I must ascertain how their ships could suddenly vanish. Failing to understand this poses a significant threat to us. Ling Yuan nodded seriously. Indeed. If they were to suddenly appear at our base, it would be troublesome. Let's return for now. I shall inquire with Long Yuan about this matter, he concluded. The group returned to their encampment. Long Zhun convened everyone to discuss their subsequent defensive strategies. Although the Blood Clan suffered a defeat this time, they will undoubtedly not relent. We must bolster our defenses, Long Zhun stated. Ling Yuan nodded in agreement. Indeed. Our Xianxia clan will fully assist the human race in repelling any further incursions by the Blood Clan. Long Zhun turned to Long Ling. I shall return to the Celestial Realm to investigate the sudden disappearance of their warships. I leave this matter in your capable hands. Long Ling nodded. Very well. I shall take care of things here. After a detailed discussion regarding the defense, Long Zhun took a concealed artifact and returned to the Celestial Realm. On a distant planet, the Blood Clan had established their camp, with Babaka sitting grimly in his tent. A general spoke up. General, we have suffered heavy losses this time. What shall we do next? Babaka slammed his hand on the table. The humans shall not escape my wrath. Relay my orders. The entire army shall rest, and, at the same time, send scouts to investigate the humans' defensive arrangements. Set up a large teleportation array to summon more Blood Clan soldiers for reinforcements. I shall trample the human celestial realm. Yes, General, a general replied, departing to execute his orders. As time passes, the human and Xianxia clans intensify their defense construction at their encampment. They fortify their defenses, arrange various formidable protective formations, and train an increasing number of soldiers. Long Shichi leads the Dragon Guard in rigorous training each day, acutely aware that the next assault from the Blood Clan will be even more ferocious. Long Zhun returns to the Celestial Realm to inform Long Yuan about the disappearance of the Blood Clan's warships. Long Yuan, upon questioning Tang Tang, discovers that these warships possess a transient capability to traverse the void. The distance is not great, and Long Yuan explains the situation to Long Zhun. Eager to return to the void battlefield, Long Zhun hastens back. Meanwhile, the Blood Clan has completed the arrangement of their teleportation array, albeit with a limitation. It can only transport 500,000 individuals before it detonates, and only those beneath the true God realm can utilize it. However, with this contingent of Blood Clan soldiers, Babaka feels emboldened. Standing atop the flagship, he gazes towards the distant human celestial realm, his eyes ablaze with the flames of vengeance. Humans, this time, I shall make you all my clan's blood feast. The patrolling soldiers relay the news of the Blood Clan's impending assault. Long Ling stands aboard the warship, observing the myriad of Blood Clan vessels drawing near. Her expression remains impassive. This small force does not evoke a sense of shock within her. Compared to the hundreds of billions of the bloodthirsty clan's army from before, this is hardly noteworthy. Long Ling calls out, "Warriors!" The Blood Clan approaches once more. "Are you afraid?" "Not afraid." The human soldiers respond in unison. "Good. This time we shall thoroughly repel them," making it known that the human and Xianxia clans are not to be trifled with. Kill! 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 The soldiers' battle cries reverberate through the void, their eyes alight with a murderous intent. As the Blood Clan warships draw ever closer, a more intense battle is poised to erupt. With a wave of her command flag, Long Ling signals all defense celestial crystal cannons to open fire. The celestial crystal cannons stationed here radiate brilliance as powerful beams of light are unleashed. Having learned from past encounters, Babaka is well prepared. The defensive shields aboard the warships rise to block the incoming beams. Babaka commands counterattack. Thousands of warships launch their assault, and the clash of attacks reverberates through the void, sending shockwaves that distort the very fabric of space. The offensive power of the Blood Clan's vessels far surpasses that of the celestial crystal cannons. Streams of crimson energy beams surge towards the human defensive positions, striking the protective formations and emitting a dazzling light as the formations tremble violently. Long Ling once again waves her command flag, activating all defensive arrays. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A series of defensive barriers rise to intercept all incoming attacks. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of explosions on the battlefield are relentless. All warships, prepare to launch the new type of celestial crystal bombs. Long Ling issues a new command. The hatches of the Azure Dragon warships swung open, and the celestial crystal bombs soared towards the Blood Clan fleet. In Chapter 282, Confrontation with the Xianxia clan, Babaka promptly commanded the interception of all incoming projectiles. Yes, General. The soldiers of the Blood Clan sprang into action to intercept the celestial crystal bombs. Boom, boom, boom. Countless bombs were successfully thwarted. The Dragon Spirits and the Blood Clan engaged in a fierce exchange, while on the other front, the battle intensified dramatically. The Sword God led the Phoenix Clan, the White Tiger Clan, the Azure Dragon Clan, the Black Turtle Clan, and over 1 million powerful human warriors against the onslaught of the Xianxia clan. However, the disparity in strength was still considerable, as the leaders of the Xianxia clan were all true gods. Only the Sword God among them could stand alone against a true god. The 4 major factions needed to unite to contend with a single true god, while the remaining 3 true gods could only rely on some top-tier warriors to hold their ground. This placed immense pressure on the Celestial Sovereign and the Celestial Emperor. In the void battlefield, the Sword God wore a grave expression as he gazed at the formidable Xianxia clan, his sword gleaming with a cold light. Today, even if it leads to our demise, we must not allow the Xianxia clan to advance a single step. Behind us are our families and loved ones. If we falter, they will be slaughtered. The Sword God's voice resonated through the void. The leader of the Phoenix clan, Feng Jiushuang, soared into the air, enveloped in resplendent flames. Sword God, today my Phoenix clan stands alongside you. We shall ensure that the Xianxia clan knows we are not to be trifled with. The White Tiger clan's Huzhen Tian roared with might, exuding a powerful aura. Even if it comes to the last moment, my White Tiger clan shall not retreat. Aou of the Azure Dragon clan and Xianfeng of the Black Turtle clan also expressed their readiness for battle, accompanied by their respective kin. One of the Xianxia clan's leaders, a true god named Bloodblade, wore a disdainful smile. A swarm of ants dares to obstruct the march of my Xianxia clan. Today, you shall witness the terror of the divine. With that, he vanished in a flash, like a streak of black lightning, charging towards the Sword God. The Sword God snorted coldly, swinging his sword to unleash a wave of sword energy that soared skyward to meet Bloodblade. You are not worthy to boast. The clash of sword energy and Bloodblade reverberated with a deafening roar, shaking the very fabric of space. The Sword God and Bloodblade danced through the air, each encounter unleashing powerful ripples of energy. The surrounding stars dimmed beneath the weight of this force. Meanwhile, Feng Jiushuang led the Phoenix clan warriors into fierce battle against a true god of the Xianxia clan named Yanyu. The Phoenix clan encircled Yanyu, flames dancing wildly around them. Yet Yanyu showed no fear, surrounded by eerie black flames that consumed the flames of the Phoenix clan. Phoenix clan? Your flames are far too weak. Yanyu laughed heartily, gesturing with his hands as the black flames transformed into a massive fire fist, hurtling towards Feng Jiushuang. With a determined cry, Feng Jiushuang spread her wings, forming a protective shield of flames before her. The fiery fist struck the shield, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds. The shield flickered with light, teetering on the brink of shattering. "Chief, we are here to assist you," exclaimed several elders of the Phoenix clan, unleashing a barrage of fiery, sword energy towards Yanyu. Yanyu deftly sidestepped, evading the majority of the attacks, yet a few managed to graze his form. "Oomph. You possess some skill, but it is far from sufficient." A glint of ruthlessness crossed Yanyu's eyes as a black long knife materialized in his grasp, slicing towards the members of the Phoenix clan. Meanwhile, Huzhen Tian and Ao Yuxian Feng joined forces against the formidable deity known as Xianxia from the Xianxia clan. Xianxia's movements were erratic, akin to a specter. Each of Huzhen Tian's powerful strikes was skillfully evaded by Xianxia, while Aou's dragon breath and Xianfeng's icy power failed to inflict any harm. "Is this the extent of your capabilities?" Xianxia taunted, suddenly materializing behind Huzhen Tian, lunging with a dagger aimed at his back. Sensing the impending danger, Huzhen Tian swiftly turned to defend himself. But the speed of Xianxia's assault was too swift, resulting in a cut across his shoulder. "Damn it!" Huzhen Tian roared, unleashing a surge of power that reverberated through the air. Seizing the opportunity, Aou and Xianfeng launched their own attacks. Aou's dragon claws reached for Xianxia, followed closely by Xianfeng's icy sword energy. Faced with this onslaught, Xianxia was compelled to retreat momentarily to evade the barrage. On the battlefield, the human warriors fought valiantly amidst the bloodshed. Although the immortal lords and emperors faced formidable ordinary enemies from the Xishan clan, their indomitable spirit allowed them to resist the relentless assault. Kill! We must not allow these beasts to breach the immortal realm, cried a human emperor named Linyu, wielding his celestial sword with fervor. The nearby immortal lords coordinated closely with him, fending off a swarm of Xishan soldiers. However, the relentless influx of soldiers began to overwhelm them. We can barely hold on, gasped one immortal lord, already bearing numerous wounds. Linyu gritted his teeth, declaring, "Even if it costs us our lives, we shall die with dignity. If it comes to it, we will self-destruct and take a few down with us." In the arena where the sword god and bloodblade clashed, their battle intensified. The sword god's sword energy wove intricately, while bloodblade's strikes grew increasingly fierce. Suddenly, Bloodblade unleashed a full-force attack, a column of black energy surging towards the sword god. Grasping his sword with both hands, the sword god summoned all his strength, a white radiance erupting from him as it collided with the black energy. Boom! 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 The immense energy release sent both combatants staggering back several paces. A trickle of blood escaped the sword god's lips, yet his gaze remained resolute. "You are not strong enough to bring me down." Bloodblade regarded the sword god with a flicker of surprise. "I did not anticipate such power from a mere sword god. But how long can you endure?" At this moment, the situation on the battlefield grew increasingly dire. On the side of the Phoenix clan, Feng Lingshuang's fiery shield finally shattered, and the black blade of Yanyu swung mercilessly towards her. Just when the peril seemed insurmountable, a radiant light flashed, and Xiao appeared to intercept Yanyu's assault. "Who are you to meddle in the affairs of my Shi god clan?" Yanyu glared furiously at the newcomer. Xiao smiled slightly. "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that you are aware I have come to thwart you." With that, Xiao engaged in battle with Yanyu, and the two became locked in a fierce struggle. Xiao's presence here was orchestrated by Long Yuan, who merely wished to use this foreign invasion to temper everyone in the celestial realm rather than witness the demise of its inhabitants. Upon recognizing Xiao, Feng Jiu quickly led her companions to confront other threats. Meanwhile, on the side of Hu Zhentian, Aou, and Xianfeng, Xianxia launched another attack. Hu Zhentian summoned all his strength to face Xianxia's onslaught head-on, while Aou and Xianfeng flanked him for both sides. Though Xianxia was formidable, the combined efforts of the three began to wear him down. Do you think this will suffice to overcome me?" Though his words were defiant, a flicker of trepidation began to stir within him. With the Phoenix clan liberated to fight, the pressure on the human experts lessened significantly, leading to a more intense clash with the soldiers of the Shi god clan. Upon seeing Xiao, the sword god felt a surge of joy, but knew there was no time for complacency. "Ha ha ha! Today, let me witness whether your Shi god clan can truly be slain." The sword god charged once more toward Bloodblade, initiating yet another round of fierce combat. Sensing the sword god's ever-increasing might, Bloodblade felt a pang of anxiety. "Do not think you can leave here unscathed." The sword god sneered. "I have never intended to depart unscathed. Today, it is either your demise or mine." The sword god's blade radiated a brilliant light, unleashing a torrent of sword energy akin to a tempest upon Bloodblade. Bloodblade hastily defended himself, yet the sheer volume and intensity of the sword energy overwhelmed him. Meanwhile, the battle between Xiao and Yanyu escalated into a fierce climax. Xiao's strength proved unfathomable, gradually placing Yanyu at a disadvantage. "Who exactly are you? How can a mere small world harbor such a powerful being?" Yanyu demanded in fury. Xiao simply shrugged. "There are even greater powers you have yet to witness." With that, she unleashed a powerful attack, enveloping Yanyu in a golden radiance. Yanyu let out a wretched scream as his body was consumed by the light. Seizing the opportunity while Xianxia was distracted, Hu Zhentian, Aou, and Xianfeng simultaneously unleashed their most potent attacks. Hu Zhentian's tiger roar shook the heavens. Aou's dragon breath surged like a torrential flood, and Xianfeng's ice power transformed into massive shards that hurtled toward Xianxia. Attempting to evade, it was too late. Boom! 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 No! He cried out in despair as the trio's assault struck him, causing his body to erupt in a cloud of crimson mist. The sword god, witnessing the defeat of several other formidable deities, felt a surge of confidence. Your companions have already fallen. It is time for you to meet your end. With a swift flourish of his sword, he unleashed a blade of energy imbued with boundless power, aimed directly at Bloodblade. Aware of his impending doom, Bloodblade, albeit unwilling to succumb, declared, "Even in death, I shall not allow you to prevail." He recklessly charged towards the sword's energy, determined to perish alongside the sword god. The energy struck Bloodblade, severing his form in an instant. Yet, in his dying moments, he managed to strike the sword god. The sword god emitted a muffled groan as he was hit, his body hurtling backward like a kite with severed strings, blood gushing from his mouth. Sword god, Feng Jiu cried out in anguish, her heart racing as she disregarded her own injuries and soared towards him like a shooting star. The sword god stabilized himself, raising a hand to wipe the blood from his lips, his gaze unwavering as he fixed it upon the remaining forces of the Xianxia clan. "I am unharmed. We cannot let them escape." Though his voice was slightly weakened, it retained its resolve. The soldiers of the Xianxia clan, who had been fiercely battling the four major human races, witnessed their deific leaders fall one after another, their morale plummeting and their formation disarrayed. "Kill. Do not give them a moment to breathe." Ao Tian roared, leading the Qinglong clan as they charged at the Xianxia clan like tigers descending from mountains. Their formidable presence caused the Xianxia soldiers to fall one after another in their wake. Today, the Xianxia clan shall pay a grievous price for their invasion. Xianfeng wielded the power of Xianbing, encasing the surrounding Xianxia soldiers in blocks of ice. His cold words pierced the air. Hu Zhentian, refusing to be outdone, unleashed his fists with the force to shatter mountains, sending the nearby Xianxia soldiers flying in bloody disarray. "Gome, taste the iron fist of the Tiger Lord." His roar reverberated across the battlefield, instilling fear in the hearts of their foes. The human elite, witnessing the tide of battle turn, felt their spirits soar. Linyu, brandishing the celestial sword, struck with lethal precision, joining the main force to gradually dismantle the Xianxia defenses. Amidst the cacophony of battle, a piercing shriek resonated. A massive phoenix descended from the sky. It was Feng Jiu. Flames engulfed her as she charged towards the rear of the Xianxia forces, igniting a conflagration that thoroughly disrupted their formation. "You dare!" a Xianxia general bellowed, attempting to intercept Feng Ling Shuang, but she was far too swift, offering him no chance. In a swift maneuver, flames consumed a multitude of soldiers, their anguished cries echoing. However, the Xianxia clan, with its profound foundation, still harbored some stubborn remnants who resisted fiercely. A Xianxia celestial sovereign, witnessing his comrades fall in succession, was blinded by rage and recklessly charged at Linyu. "Be careful," cautioned another celestial sovereign nearby. However, the speed of the Xianxia clan's celestial sovereign was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Linyu. Caught off guard, Linyu was struck in the chest, his body propelled backwards. "Linyu!" The crowd gasped in horror. At this critical moment, a figure flashed past and caught Linyu. It was a formidable elder from the Xuanwu clan. Gently setting Linyu down, he reassured him, "You are unharmed." Linyu cast a grateful glance at the elder. "I am fine. I can continue to fight." Gritting his teeth, he seized his celestial sword once more and plunged back into the fray. At that moment, the battlefield was a cacophony of battle cries, screams, and roars intertwined. Blood stained the void, while shattered weapons and remnants of limbs drifted through the cosmos. Pantinga gruisome tableau. The sword god observed as his side gradually gained the upper hand, yet he felt no sense of relief. The Xianxia clan would not easily relent. They might possess hidden tactics, yet to be unveiled. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy rippled from afar. The onlookers' hearts tightened as they turned their gazes towards the source of the disturbance. A colossal black pillar of light shot into the sky, seemingly teeming with countless terrifying auras. "This is bad. What kind of power is this?" Aou's expression grew grave, sensing the immense threat contained within that force. "Whatever it is, should it dare approach, we shall strike it down." Hu Zhentian clenched his fists, his eyes devoid of fear. As the black pillar intensified, a gigantic silhouette gradually emerged from within. Towering 100 feet high, it was enveloped in black scales. 3 enormous horns adorned its head, each shimmering with an eerie glow. Its eyes resembled a burning sea of blood, exuding boundless ferocity and brutality. What manner of monster is this? A human celestial emperor exclaimed in terror, his voice trembling. Xiang too sensed the ominous presence emanating from the creature. You all retreat, I will test it. Feng Jiao and the others began to withdraw their forces to a safer distance, only to return to the battlefield once more. Why have you returned? Xiang inquired, frowning. We cannot allow you and the sword god to confront this monster alone. Feng Jiao replied with a smile. We cannot let you face it by yourselves. We must contribute our strength. No matter what it is, today it shall be slain. With that, the sword god charged towards the towering figure, sword in hand. Feng Jiao, Hu Zhentian, Aou, and Xian Feng exchanged glances before following closely behind the sword god. Racing towards the monstrous beast, Xiang watched their retreating figures, nodding slightly, then transformed into a streak of light, joining them. The colossal creature unleashed a thunderous roar, its sound waves crashing towards the group like a tangible force. The sword god and his companions quickly harnessed their powers to withstand the onslaught, yet they were still shaken by the resonant waves that surged through their bodies. What a formidable foe, gritted the sword god, gripping his sword tightly as a torrent of energy flowed into it, causing its blade to radiate with brilliant light. Let us strike together. We cannot allow this monster to prevail, cried Feng Jiao, leading the charge as flames coalesced around her, transforming into a colossal fire phoenix that lunged at the beast. Feng Jiao, wait for me, thundered Hu Zhentian, who followed closely behind, leaping into the air with his palms infused with immense power, aiming for the creature's head. Aou and Xian Feng unleashed their own formidable techniques, with dragon breath and icy force assailing the beast from either side. Watching her comrades surge forward, Xiao seized her hesitation and unleashed her initial divine cultivation. Her dagger transformed into a glimmering blade aimed at the creature's back. The monster, however, remained unfazed by their collective assault, swatting away Feng Jiao's fire phoenix effortlessly with its massive claws, while its tough scales absorbed Hu Zhentian's strike. The dragon breath and icy force collided with its form, resulting in a series of explosive impacts, boom, 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 that only caused the creature to sway slightly. Xiao's dagger grazed its back, producing a series of metallic clangs, leaving behind a mere scratch that failed to inflict any real damage. This creature is far too powerful. What are we to do? Xian Feng exclaimed anxiously. No sooner had he spoken than the colossal beast swung its tail, sending Aou, transformed into a golden dragon, crashing down like a meteor, stripping its scales away. The impact obliterated a nearby meteorite with a resounding explosion. Feng Jiao's fire phoenix was reduced to mere embers beneath the creature's claws, and she herself was thrown back 10 paces by the residual force, her wings charred and twisted. Aou, Feng Jiao, Xian Feng hurled icy chains in an attempt to secure them, but the shockwaves numbed his arms, shattering the chains into crystalline fragments mid-air. The beast continued its relentless assault on the others. After a fierce exchange, all had sustained significant injuries. Hu Zhentian struggled to hold himself up on his paws, a low growl of defiance escaping his throat as blood flowed from 5 deep claw marks across his chest. The sword god's arm trembled as he gazed at a barely visible scratch on the monster's neck. Suddenly, he roared, "Break!" and unleashed a torrent of sword energy that erupted forth like a raging dragon, transforming him into a dazzling blade of light that pierced the creature's left eye. The monster howled in agony, its massive paw swinging toward the sword god's face. He narrowly evaded, but the gale from its strike struck his right shoulder, shattering his protective energy and spraying blood into the air. Xiao staggered back, clutching her blood-stained dagger, her beautiful eyes reflecting the dire plight of her companions. Her fingers unconsciously brushed against the storage ring on her hand, a gift from Long Yuan before his departure, containing various talismans. Xiao, did Senior Long Yuan leave you any life-saving trump cards? We can barely hold on. Suddenly, Hu Zhentian let out a roar, swaying as he rose to his feet, his tiger eyes reflecting the image of the colossal beast shattering the Xianfeng ice shield. Despite their severe injuries, the others gazed at her with hopeful anticipation. With a determined bite of her silver teeth, Xiao finally retrieved the golden talisman from her storage ring. The moment it touched her hand, it radiated heat, the ancient dragon patterns etched upon it seemingly coming to life, glowing with brilliance. Brother Long, I have failed. It appears I must resort to the treasure you bestowed upon me, she murmured softly, her fingertip pressing against the center of the talisman. In an instant, The void shifted in hue as the nine heavens' thunder coalesced into a vortex, and the phantom of a gigantic sword emerged from the tempest. The beast seemed to sense the impending danger and attempted to flee, yet an invisible force bound it in place. It thrashed wildly, black blood seeping from its scales. Yet could not budge an inch. Is this the power of the laws? The sword god's pupils constricted sharply, feeling the terrifying fluctuations of the law contained within that colossal sword. Feng Jiu struggled to rise, flames rekindling upon her charred wings. Retreat quickly. All exerted their utmost strength to fly backward, while Xiao found herself immobilized by the talisman. She watched helplessly as the gigantic sword drained her of all divine energy. A wave of excruciating pain nearly caused her to faint, yet she saw fear flicker in the eyes of the beast for the first time. A faint smile graced Xiao's face. It was worth it. If she could slay this abominable creature, she would endure the suffering. Boom! 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 The sword light tore through the void, leaving behind a blinding white radiance. Roar! 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 The colossal beast shattered like a fragile bubble before the might of that sword. When the others managed to open their eyes, the once mighty beast lay, cleaved in two, its massive form gradually dissipating into the void. Aou transformed back in a human form, lying on the ground, his chest heaving violently. The monster was dead. What grade of talisman was that? The remnants of the Shi god tribe retreated in terror. Their leader, trembling as he shouted, "Quickly withdraw. Report to the high priest." In an instant, they scattered like birds and beasts, vanishing into the void. They were merely the vanguard of the Shi god tribe. Xiao collapsed softly to the ground, the gigantic sword dissipating into threads of thunder in the void. Suddenly, Long Yuan's voice echoed in her mind. This sword is named Tai Su. It can slay divine kings. The cost, however, is that you will be weakened for a period. Xiao smiled bitterly, realizing she indeed needed to return to the celestial realm for a respite. Suddenly, she coughed up a mouthful of blood. The sword god hurried to support her, but found her breath unstable, evidently having sustained significant injuries in the recent battle. Feng Jiu flew over, her fingertip glowing with healing divine light. The talisman had drained her of all divine energy, and now she could no longer suppress the injuries within. I will stabilize her wounds first. Chapter 285, The Spirit Confinement Array. Aou managed to crawl over, his eyes filled with shock. Have you lost your mind? If you do this, Senior Long Yuan will surely come after us. A smile flickered on Xiao's pale face. I cannot bring shame to Brother Long. If I cannot even handle a single beast, what face do I have to return and see him? Before her words could settle, she fell into unconsciousness. 3 days later, the group rested within the tent. Feng Jiu remained by Xiao's bedside and noticed her awakening. Senior Long Yuan has sent Xiao Feng to escort you back to the Long family for some rest, she said. Xiao nodded. All right. I would only be a burden here. However, the Shi Divine clan will return, so you must be cautious. Feng Jiu smiled and nodded. Xiao Feng has brought dozens of talismans like yours. They will suffice to deal with those monsters. As Xiao Feng entered the tent, she said, Sister Xiao, the master has sensed your use of talismans and specifically sent me to bring you back. Xiao Feng, I appreciate your assistance in taking me home, Xiao replied. Xiao Feng bowed to Feng Jiu, clan leader. I shall escort Sister Xiao back now. Very well, travel safely, Feng Jiu responded. Xiao Feng took Xiao and they soared towards the celestial realm. In the courtyard, Long Yuan reclined in a chair, watching as Xiao Feng returned with the weakened Xiao. Long Exiner bounced forward. Sister Yao, who has injured you so? I shall seek vengeance. Elfia smiled softly. Xianxia, I am fine. It is merely a minor injury. Long Yuan handed Xiao a healing elixir, urging her to take it. She accepted the pill and swallowed it directly, feeling a surge of energy coursing through her body, steadily mending her wounds. After some time, Xiao fully recuperated. Long Yuan inquired, what is the situation on both sides of the void battlefield? On the side of a Shi Divine clan, a colossal beast has emerged. Though it possesses only peak true god cultivation, its defense is rival that of a divine lord, Xiao replied. Long Yuan furrowed his brow. Such beings exist? They must find it quite challenging to contend with. Now, what a Blood Clan? The Blood Clan has launched a second assault, and the situation remains unclear. Xiao answered. Long Yuan began to ponder, realizing that his reluctance to personally extinguish the two clans was to hone the strength of the celestial realm. However, the circumstances had now exceeded their capacity to withstand. This was no longer a mere trial, but a march towards death. It seems I must intervene to eliminate these threats. Otherwise, the danger will be too great, he concluded. On the void battlefield, the Blood Clan was currently attacking. Long Ling calmly commanded the battle. Experts from the human race and the Qilin clan sprang into action. Powerful energies coalesced, forming a massive shield that protected their defensive position. The Blood Clan's assaults struck the shield with tremendous force. Boom! 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 The deafening roars echoed as the shield trembled violently, its radiance flickering, yet ultimately, it successfully withstood the onslaught. Charge! Long Shichi shouted, transforming into a streak of light as she plunged into the Blood Clan's fleet. Her sword shimmered with an extraordinary glow, and with each swing, she felled several Blood Clan soldiers. Witnessing the successful defense, the morale of the human race and Qilin clan surged, and they charged towards the Blood Clan with renewed vigor. Ling Yun and Ling Yu transformed into their true form, the Qilin, rampaging through the Blood Clan warships. The power of the Qilin was incomparably formidable, causing significant damage wherever they went. Long Zhun led the Dragon Guard and Dragon Emperor troops into a desperate battle against the Blood Clan. On the battlefield, blood splattered, and the cries of battle resounded through the air. Although the Blood Clan possessed tremendous strength, they gradually found themselves in a precarious situation under the relentless assault of the human and Qilin forces. General, the situation is dire. We can scarcely hold on. A young general lamented, his face drawn with despair as he implored Babaka. His body trembled amidst the fierce aftershocks of combat, fear having thoroughly consumed his spirit. Babaka's countenance was dark, as if it could drip with anguish. He gazed at the disheartening sight of his own army retreating, filled with rage and unwillingness. How could this happen? How could these despicable humans be so strong? Was it not said that the celestial realm lacked divine-level cultivators? How could there be so many? No one could provide him with an answer. At that moment, a Blood Clan warship was struck directly by the main cannon of the Azure Dragon battleship. The hull instantly erupted, countless fragments scattering, with some debris even crashing onto nearby vessels, triggering a series of minor explosions. The anguished screams of the Blood Clan soldiers echoed, and a wave of terror swiftly spread throughout the fleet. General, if we don't leave now, it will be too late. The young general's voice trembled, filled with despair. Babaka clenched his teeth. Though he was deeply reluctant, he understood that if they did not retreat now, the entire fleet would be lost in this void. Send the order to retreat. The entire army must withdraw. With Babaka's command given, eerie lights illuminated the Blood Clan warships. One by one, the vessels began to distort the surrounding void. Upon witnessing the Blood Clan's retreat, Long Zhen shouted, "We cannot let them escape so easily. Attack with full force." The Azure Dragon battleship surged forward like an arrow, relentlessly firing its cannons. Energy beams sliced through the void, pursuing the fleeing Blood Clan. Many Blood Clan warships were struck before they could fully activate their void traversal, disintegrating into cosmic dust. However, the void traversal capabilities of the Blood Clan vessels were highly advanced. Most of the ships successfully initiated their escape, vanishing into the void after a flicker of light. Long Zhun glared at the direction in which the Blood Clan had fled, clenching his fist in frustration. Humph, they've escaped again. Next time, I shall not let them slip away so easily. Long Ling surveyed the battlefield, now a scene of devastation. The wreckage of shattered warships drifted through the void. Everyone began to clear the battlefield. The coalition of humans and Qilin commenced their efforts to tend to the wounded. Long Zhun, grumbling, approached Long Ling. Unless we resolve their escape issue, it will be difficult to eradicate them entirely. Long Ling nodded. Indeed, this was a problem, and it seemed they must devise a way to ensnare them all. Ling Yu approached, and I recalled a formidable formation known as the Spirit Confinement Great Array, crafted by a venerable elder of the Xuanwu clan. Long Zhun's eyes sparkled with realization. Ah, how could I have forgotten that old turtle's wretched array? Inquisitively, Long Ling asked, "Is this great array truly powerful?" Long Zhun waved his hand dismissively. Powerful? Hardly. While the expanse it covers is vast, the duration of entrapment is exceedingly brief. Its sole merit lies in the fact that regardless of one's cultivation level, if ensnared, escape within 5 minutes is utterly impossible. Long Ling pondered. 5 minutes is sufficient for us to eliminate some of the Blood Clan. He turned to Senior Ling Yun. Might I trouble you to visit the Xuanwu clan and borrow the Spirit Confinement Great Array? Ling Yun nodded affirmatively. Very well. I shall make my way to the Xuanwu clan forthwith. Upon returning to their encampment, the fleeing Blood Clan members witnessed Babaka wreaking havoc within the tent. Can anyone elucidate this situation? Why are the human race so formidable? We have failed in 2 assaults. Several generals stood at the entrance, equally at a loss for words, experiencing their most frustrating battle to date. After venting his frustrations, Babaka finally commanded, "Everyone come in." The generals stepped into the tent. One of them spoke, "General, please calm down. If it comes to that, we could unleash the blood-eating beasts. We need not concern ourselves with the human race of the celestial realm." The blood-eating beasts were terrifying creatures, their maximum size comparable to that of a wolf. However, once they accumulate sufficient energy, they can spawn another blood-eating beast, creating an endless cycle. Each initial blood-eating beast possesses the strength of a celestial king, while the pinnacle of their kind can attain true god status. Once released, they would sweep through like locusts, devouring all living beings except for Flora. Babaka sat in contemplation, realizing that once unleashed, they would be unable to recapture them unless a being of divine imperial status was summoned to eradicate all the blood-eating beasts. General, hesitate no longer. The calamity befalls their human realm. Once the blood-eating beasts consume every living being in the celestial realm, we shall seize a continent to present as tribute. Babaka nodded in agreement. Very well, let be done. With that, he exited the tent, followed closely by the generals. They promptly summoned all forces to establish a teleportation array, creating a passage for the blood-eating beasts to traverse. Yes, General, the Blood Clan soldiers began their preparations. Meanwhile, Long Yuan, who was instructing Long Xian in spear techniques, suddenly halted. Long Xian, puzzled, inquired, "Father, what is amiss? Am I practicing incorrectly?" Long Yuan offered no reply, as the voice of Tang echoed in his mind. "Host, hurry to the void battlefield. The Blood Clan intends to unleash the blood-eating beasts. These creatures are a cosmic menace. Should they grow powerful, they will consume all life in the universe." Long Yuan, astonished, asked, "What manner of beast is this that possesses such might?" "You must depart at once, or it will be too late." Long Yuan gazed at Xiao Mayer and Long Exen, instructing, "Mayer, take good care of Exen. I must attend to matters at the void battlefield." Xiao Mayer, her face etched with concern, earnestly replied, "My husband, you may go. I shall take excellent care of Exener." Long Yuan nodded and vanished instantaneously from the immortal realm. At the void battlefield, Long Ling was on patrol when suddenly, Long Yuan materialized in the void, only to disappear once more in an instant. Long Ling rubbed her eyes, questioning her own perception, for she was certain she had seen Brother Long appear. Long Yuan had no time to spare for Long Ling and the others. He surged directly toward the Blood Clan stronghold. Tang, is this blood-devouring beast truly so formidable? Does it pose a threat even to you?" The host replied, "Indeed. My esteemed host, this blood-devouring beast can consume a being of the Immortal King realm and yield 2 Immortal Kings in return, simultaneously elevating its own rank. Moreover, their utmost limit is the supreme first level. Those fools of the Blood Clan remain oblivious to the beast's potential, foolishly constructing a teleportation array to summon them." Long Yuan's teeth clenched in irritation. Why couldn't these imbeciles simply serve as sharpening stones instead of courting their doom? With that thought, he quickened his pace. On a colossal meteorite, the Blood Clan was diligently erecting the teleportation array. Baba Ka and his companions observed from the void as, with the concerted efforts of millions of Blood Clan soldiers, the array was swiftly completed. Baba Ka, surveying the newly constructed array, erupted in laughter. "Now, let us see how the human race withstands the onslaught of the blood-devouring beasts." One of Babaka's junior generals remarked, "General, activate the teleportation array. These creatures have been sealed on Mo Onshing for far too long. They must be ravenous. Releasing them will surely overwhelm the humans." Babaka laughed heartily. "Very well. I shall unleash them now. All soldiers, return to the warships." Upon receiving the command, the Blood Clan soldiers promptly retreated to their vessels. Baba Ka formed seals with his hands, and the teleportation array began to radiate light. Soon, a passageway materialized at its center. A dozen blood-devouring beasts surged forth, resembling wild wolves. Following them, countless more blood-devouring beasts emerged, their sights fixed on Baba Ka in the distance. Panic washed over Baba Ka as he shouted, "Run! They are coming for us!" But escape was no longer an option. The multitude of blood-devouring beasts charged toward the warships. Blood Clan soldiers launched their attacks, and a fierce battle erupted. The blood-devouring beasts were oblivious to the concept of death, fixated solely on their prey. While fighting, Babacar roared, "Fall back. We cannot become ensnared." Yet, more and more blood-devouring beasts poured from the teleportation array, encircling them and leaving no avenue for escape. At that moment, a blood-devouring beast of the divine realm emerged from the array. Babacar's eyes widened in disbelief. How could a divine realm blood-devouring beast possibly appear? What was happening? Screams of terror echoed throughout the warship, and an even more shocking scene unfolded before Babacar's eyes. The soldiers consumed were instantly transformed into two blood beasts of the same rank, with the main entity also ascending a level. What could be the reason for this phenomenon? The celestial realm blood beasts charged directly towards Babacar. A diminutive wolf's head opened its maw, which astonishingly expanded into a gaping mouth 10 meters wide. Babacar immediately launched his most formidable attacks against this colossal orifice. Yet his strikes seemed to vanish into an abyss, utterly failing to inflict any harm upon the blood beast. Why was this the case? After being devoured by the blood beast, Babacar was instantaneously separated from the body of the lesser celestial realm blood beast, emerging as two true god realm blood beasts. Furthermore, its rank was merely a step away from reaching the grand celestial realm. The blood beasts continued to consume the Blood Clan soldiers, and within a short span, the once vast army of millions dwindled to less than 100,000. The void split open, and Long Yuan emerged from the chasm. Observing the battlefield, even he felt a chill run down his spine. The domain of endless flames was sealed. Long Yuan unleashed two powerful techniques simultaneously, enveloping the entire area in an invisible bubble. No blood beast could escape. Fortunately, the Blood Clan had managed to hold them back. Otherwise, the emergence of such numerous monstrosities would have posed a significant challenge for Long Yuan to mitigate. Chapter 287, Ancestor of the Blood Pool. Endless flames erupted from Long Yuan's body, and upon discovering him, the blood beasts lunged towards the inferno. However, upon entering the flames, they were reduced to ashes. As countless blood beasts continued to charge forth without regard for danger, solely intent on vanquishing Long Yuan, the flames expanded relentlessly, while blood beasts continued to surge from the teleportation array. Soon, the flames engulfed the entire area, leaving only the teleportation array intact. The lesser celestial realm blood beast struggled momentarily in the fire, before also disintegrating into ashes, vanishing into the void. Streams of fortunate individuals began to seep into Long Yuan's body. Tang Tang, filled with excitement, opened the system panel, exclaiming, "Host, your fortune value is skyrocketing." As Long Yuan cultivated the true energy within him, he glanced at the system panel. Originally, his fortune value stood at 100,000, but it had surged to 150,000 in such a brief moment. Goodness, how malevolent must these creatures be to grant me such a wealth of fortune value? Tang Tang Zima. They must pose a significant threat to the universe. Otherwise, your fortune value wouldn't have increased so dramatically. You must eradicate them all quickly. Then your fortune value could reach a truly terrifying figure. Such an opportunity was not to be missed. However, he also needed to inform Long Ling that she need not remain here. With that thought, Long Yuan took out a communication jade and sent a message to Long Ling. Still patrolling, Long Ling retrieved her communication device and discovered it was a message from Long Yuan. Activating the jade, Long Yuan's voice echoed within. "Take the army to support the Sword God now. The Blood Clan here has already been eradicated. Inform Mayor that I will return in a while." Long Ling promptly replied. "Understood, Brother Long." After retracting the communication jade, Long Ling's voice resonated throughout the vicinity. Instantly, everyone sheathed their weapons and readied themselves to assist in another battlefield. Long Zhen and Ling Yu appeared before Long Ling. Ling Yu inquired, "What is happening? Are we abandoning this area?" Long Ling shook his head. "Brother Long has already dealt with the Blood Clan. Our priority now is to support another front." Long Zhen chuckled ruefully. This lad acts swiftly before we even realized it. The Blood Clan was vanquished. Long Ling began to command the army to gather their belongings and set forth to the new battleground. Meanwhile, after sending the message, Long Yuan surged towards the teleportation array engulfed in flames. Under Long Yuan's control, the teleportation array sustained no damage, while the bloodthirsty beasts within the passage were reduced to ashes by the flames. Upon exiting the array, Long Yuan was taken aback by the scene on this planet. Countless bloodthirsty beasts inhabited its surface, and golden runes sparkled in the sky. Tang Tang, What are those golden runes for? Dear host, those are the sealing runes for this planet's grand array. You must not damage them, or else it would spell trouble if these creatures escape. Long Yuan nodded, no longer holding back as he faced the approaching bloodthirsty beasts. Channeling his inner energy to the fullest, flames surged forth like a tidal wave. Tang Tang scanned the entire planet and exclaimed, Dear host, fortune smiles upon us. This planet harbors dozens of divine stone veins and many rare ores, although those divine herbs have been consumed by these creatures. Long Yuan's excitement surged. This was a windfall indeed. He had yet to recover resources from the Azura realm, and now more riches were being presented to him, an endless bounty. With a wave of his hand, he conjured a barrier of energy to seal the entrance before soaring towards other regions. Everywhere the flames passed turned to scorched earth, with countless bloodthirsty beasts perishing in the inferno. Dozens of first-tier supreme bloodthirsty beasts sensed the impending danger and unleashed furious roars, their cries echoing across the planet. Tang Tang cautioned, these are supreme-tier bloodthirsty beasts. It would be wise to summon the sword spirit to handle them. Otherwise, it could become quite troublesome. Long Yuan nodded and retrieved the Long Yuan sword from the system space. However, before he could summon the sword spirit, a colossal foot descended from the sky. Boom! The flames were dispersed by the shockwave, and the foot crushed Long Yuan into the ground. The flames surged once more, reducing the foot to ashes. Long Yuan crawled out of the earth, cursing, damn it, ambushed me. Sword spirit, come forth and deal with them. A petite figure appeared beside Long Yuan. Master, where have you run off to this time? Oh, bloodthirsty beasts? How do these creatures still exist? Long Yuan queried in confusion. Sword spirit, do you recognize these beings? The little girl nodded. Indeed, I know them, but they should have all been eradicated. How could such creatures still remain here? Long Yuan shook his head, uncertain about the situation conjured by the Blood Clan. The little girl, wielding the Long Yuan sword, glimmered with a fierce intent. After all, it was she who had annihilated these creatures in the past. It was evident that the Blood Clan had concealed a blood-eating beast. Realizing this, the little girl was consumed by wrath, outraged that anyone would dare to oppose her. With a fierce resolve, she unleashed the Long Yuan sword, which soared into the heavens, instantly transforming into countless blades that rained down upon every corner of the planet. Each sword bore an overwhelming might, rendering the blood-eating beasts as fragile as bubbles under such an onslaught. In the blink of an eye, not a single blood-eating beast remained alive on that planet. Long Yuan swallowed hard, exclaiming, Goodness, sword spirit, this move is truly astounding. The little girl did not respond, but gazed upwards, her eyes piercing through infinite distances to behold an elder with crimson hair meditating in a blood pool. The elder abruptly opened his eyes, sensing a terrifying presence fixated upon him. Yet after a moment, he shook his head. What am I thinking? I am on the brink of becoming a cosmic sovereign. Who in this universe could threaten me? He resumed his meditation. The little girl beckoned, and the Long Yuan sword returned to her grasp. Old fool, if you dare oppose me, today I shall ensure your demise is most disgraceful. Sword of the ultimate star, annihilation. A colossal sword erupted from the earth, tearing through space and disappearing before Long Yuan. Unfazed by the little girl's intentions, Long Yuan focused solely on seizing the resources of this planet. Tang Tang, hurry up and get to work. Once we're done, I still need to return to accompany my daughter. On the Blood Clan's planet, a massive sword breached the barriers of reality, piercing towards a specific location. The elder, who had scarcely closed his eyes, sensed imminent danger and swiftly summoned a defensive artifact to shield himself. Under the elder's divine power, the artifact transformed into a bell, enveloping him. Not fully reassured, he summoned additional defensive artifacts to bolster his protection. Countless Blood Clan experts gazed at the colossal sword descending towards the elder's secluded sanctuary. Boom! 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 Chapter 288, The Primordial Marketplace. The gigantic sword shattered layer upon layer of restrictions, striking the great bell. With a resonant clang, the sound echoed throughout the entire planet. Crack! Crack! The bell artifact shattered instantaneously, and the elder's defensive artifacts crumbled one by one. No! A scream erupted. With a swift thrust, the colossal sword cleaved down upon the elder, severing him in twain and dispersing his divine essence across the cosmos. Other supreme beings observed the colossal sword, none daring to approach for assistance. The sword's might was overwhelmingly terrifying. Anyone who dared to intervene would inevitably meet their demise. After vanquishing the elder of the blood pool, the colossal sword began to dissipate. All the Blood Clan Supremes believed it was the renowned sword master from the human race who had executed the Elder. Only a few, who had survived from the previous epoch, recognized that very sword. A sense of unease resided within them. After so many years, that sword had resurfaced once more. This compelled many of their plans within the Blood Clan to be abandoned, for the next to perish could very well be themselves. After vanquishing the Blood Pool Sovereign, the little girl did not engage further, retreating directly into the Long Yuan sword to resume her slumber. The Long Yuan incessantly tore through the fabric of space on the planet, gathering mineral veins. Tang Tang's collection speed was astonishing. In merely 10 days, Long Yuan had extracted all the mineral deposits. Host, I have successfully gathered all the mineral veins, and this planet has remained untouched for nearly an epoch. The divine stone deposits are exceedingly abundant. We have struck it rich. Long Yuan nodded, pondering how he could return without acquiring some wealth. Tang Tang, retrieve everything from the system space. Ding, recovered numerous divine stones and various treasures, totaling 300 trillion purple coins, with a remaining balance of 305 trillion purple coins. Ding, system upgraded to L40, unlocking the Taichu Mall. What in the world is the Taichu Mall? Long Yuan queried as he opened the system panel, revealing that the Taichu Mall offered Taichu techniques and weapons. Moreover, only by cultivating the Taichu techniques could one transcend to the realm above the cosmic sovereign. Long Yuan gazed at the techniques in the system mall with longing, though the prices made his eyelids twitch. A single Taichu technique cost 100 trillion purple coins. His entire fortune would only suffice to purchase 3 such techniques. Who wouldn't feel a pang of regret upon seeing that? Long Yuan promptly closed the system mall. Out of sight, out of mind, after all. He had no immediate need for those techniques. Returning home, he wondered if Xianxia had missed him during his absence. With that thought, Long Yuan stepped into the teleportation array, and upon exiting, he cleaved the array into fragments with a single stroke of his sword. Xiaomaier was in the courtyard teaching Longxin to write when Long Yuan's figure suddenly appeared. Father, you're back. Did you bring any toys for Xianxia? Long Yuan scooped up Longxin, exclaiming, of course I brought you a toy. He then produced a shimmering orb from the system space. Look, Xianxia, isn't this or beautiful? Longxin scrutinized the orb, which contained a tiny sword flitting about within. Father, what is this? Long Yuan chuckled. Xianxia, if you ever encounter a villain you cannot defeat, simply toss out this orb, and I assure you, the villain will vanish from your sight. Okay, father. Longxin began to play with the orb. Xiaomaier chuckled wryly. How can you spoil your daughter like this? What if she becomes too pampered? Long Yuan reclined casually in a chair. How could she become spoiled? We will guide her properly. By the way, what is the situation on the void battlefield? Xiaomaier settled beside Long Yuan. Ever since Long Ling and the others joined, the sides have become evenly matched. The main issue is that Long Ling and the others have not employed battle formations. Otherwise, it would have concluded long ago. Long Yuan nodded, deciding that it would be prudent for them to hone their skills, lest they be swiftly vanquished upon entering the divine realm. Xiaomaier also nodded earnestly, sharing the same concern. In the void battlefield, Long Ling and her companions were aboard a Qilong warship. The two factions, the Long clan and the Xishan tribe, stood poised for confrontation, their forces not far apart. The main army of the Xishan tribe had finally arrived, led by a general of divine rank, accompanied by 4 lesser generals of celestial stature. The Xishan tribe had dispatched a formidable contingent of 200,000 troops, among which 100,000 were of divine caliber, while the remaining 190,000 were celestial emperors. On the surface, it appeared that Long Ling's side was at a disadvantage. However, in terms of raw strength, they were evenly matched. The Long clan had the advantage of the Qilong warship and battle formations, bolstered by the presence of a king of gods and 4 divine generals, thanks to the array formed by the Dragon Shadow Guards, enhancing their capabilities by 4 tiers. The Xishan general stood before his army, acknowledging, Long Ling, you are indeed formidable. I did not expect to encounter a rival of your caliber in such a modest realm as the Celestial Plane. Long Ling rose to her feet, replying, General Tianyuan, your soldiers are commendable as well, but you shall find it impossible to invade our celestial realm. Tianyuan responded with a wry smile. In truth, I did not wish to come. It was the decree of my clan that compelled my presence here. Long Ling smiled slightly. Then let us engage in a protracted battle, one that will compel your clan to retreat. Over the course of time, Tianyuan and Long Ling had clashed several times, and without a fierce struggle, The outcome remained indeterminate. Both sides engaged in relentless skirmishes. This conflict endured for a decade, with casualties on both sides. During this time, countless individuals from the celestial realm broke through to divine rank to join the fray. Longxin had taken on the appearance of a young girl. But Long Yuan noticed that she had not grown taller over the past year, which puzzled him. Upon inquiring with Tang Tang, he discovered that Longxin's body was unique. She required the comprehension of 450,000 laws to attain a normal form. This revelation left Long Yuan in a quandary, as this universe contained only 300,000 laws. The whereabouts of the remaining 150,000 laws were yet unknown. Xiao Meier expressed her concerns. Husband, what is wrong with Xianxia? Why hasn't she grown at all this year? Is there an issue? Long Yuan replied with a wry smile. Our daughter must comprehend 450,000 laws to appear as a normal person. At that moment, Longxin dashed into the courtyard. A small bird perched on her shoulder. Father, Mother, I am back. Xiao Meier smiled. Exile, where have you been frolicking? We haven't seen you for days. Nowhere in particular. I was just wandering around the Tianxin domain, but I found that there was not a single worthy opponent to be found. Xiao Meier shook her head with a bitter smile. Who would dare to fight you in the Tianxin domain? They will be more inclined to avoid you. Long Yuan laughed heartily. My daughter is indeed exceptional, having proven herself invincible throughout the Tianxin domain. Father deceives me. How could I, a mere celestial king, possibly be invincible? I implored Sister Xiao Feng to accompany me to the void battlefield, yet she resolutely refused. Chapter 289, Ascending to the Divine Realm. Xiaomai Shu Kia Hit, Sina. The void battlefield is not a place for you. It is far too perilous. Long Yuan contemplated for a moment, sensing that this battle ought to draw to a close. It was time for us to explore the divine realm, as remaining in this world held little significance. Long Xiner exclaimed with excitement, Yes, I want to visit the divine realm. Xiao Meier glared at Long Xiner. You haven't attained the divine realm. We shall not venture to the divine realm. Immediately, Long Xin ran towards the cultivation chamber. Mother, I shall enter seclusion to cultivate. Long Yuan rose. My dear, I will take a trip to the void battlefield. Go ahead. My husband, she replied. Long Yuan's figure vanished from the courtyard, while the two sides in the void battlefield continued their drills as usual. The Shi clan had completely abandoned their attempts to assault the celestial realm. Now, they found themselves unable to retreat. This predicament arose because Long Ling had relegated them to the role of practice partners. 6 years ago, following the collective breakthrough of the Dragon Shadow Guards, the Shi clan ceased to be a match for Long Ling. Furthermore, over the past decade, Long Ling had ascended to the lesser celestial realm. The Sword God and others had also broken through to the true God realm, resulting in a significant surge in their strength. As the battle raged, Long Yuan's figure materialized in the void battlefield. The combatants immediately halted their attacks. Tian Yuan gazed at Long Yuan in terror. 8 years prior, this very individual had annihilated all the colossal beasts they had brought to the void battlefield with a single sword strike. That terrifying sword instilled a profound fear of death within the hearts of all the Shi clan members. Long Ling approached Long Yuan. Brother Long, do you have any instructions? Long Yuan glanced at Tian Yuan and gently waved a piece of paper into his hand. Do not read this. Take it back and present it to your clan leader. If he still intends to assault the celestial realm, he should prepare for annihilation. Now, take your people and depart. Tian Yuan clasped his hands in respect. I shall pass it on to the clan leader. With that, he led all the soldiers aboard their warship, heading back the way they came. Long Yuan addressed the others. You should also return to the celestial realm. Those who are ready to ascend may do so. The group exchanged glances, realizing that with the departure of the Shi clan, they too were all of the divine realm and could ascend to the celestial realm to enjoy their joyful lives. Feng Jiu approached and remarked, Senior Long Yuan, however, the current heavenly Tao may not permit us entry into the celestial realm. Long Yuan looked towards the celestial realm. Heavenly Tao, will you prevent them from entering? The heavenly Tao manifested in the void. How could that be? They are all meritorious figures of the celestial realm. I would never bar their entry. Long Yuan nodded. That is good. Those who wish to ascend may do so, and those who wish to stay a while longer may remain. Very well. However, they must not act against the celestial realm. Otherwise, it shall be shattered. The heavenly Tao agreed, and then vanished before them. Everyone felt reassured and began to gather their belongings for their journey to the celestial realm. Long Yuan, accompanied by his formidable army, made his way towards the heavenly mystic realm. Shortly after returning to the immortal realm, individuals from various powerful factions began to ascend to the divine realm. Meanwhile, the Long family endeavored to gather all their kin from various realms to the immortal realm. Long Yuan prepared to lead everyone in a grand ascension to the divine realm. Over the past few years, the Long family had tirelessly brought people from the lower realms to the immortal realm, taking 2 full years to ensure everyone was relocated. Within the Great Hall, Long Yuan occupied the central seat. He inquired, "Elders, have all the members of the Long family from the lower realms been summoned?" The second elder, Long Yu, responded, "Patriarch, everyone has been gathered." Long Yuan nodded, stating, "After our ascension to the divine realm, the family will undergo a reallocation of positions. Do not harbor any inappropriate thoughts. I will relinquish my position as patriarch." A murmur of conversation rippled through the hall. Long Yu chuckled. "It is as it should be. With our meager strength, we would hardly be able to hold even the lowest rank in the divine realm, let alone deserve this position." The gathered crowd pondered this, acknowledging that while one might be a figure of some significance at the immortal emperor level in the immortal realm, in the divine realm, they would likely be inconsequential. Long Yuan's voice resonated above the Long family. "Everyone, prepare your belongings and enter this tower. In 1 month, I will lead you to ascend to the divine realm." With that, Long Yuan unveiled a towering artifact, a treasure that contained its own world. Acquired from the system marketplace, it was a Tao artifact capable of accommodating 1 billion souls effortlessly. Upon hearing Long Yuan's command, the crowd sprang into action, transporting everything from immortal herbs to stones, pills, and techniques into the tower, even dismantling their homes to bring along. Long Zhen directed the army as they began to enter the tower, followed by the ancestors who also made their way inside. Observing this scene, the heavenly Tao could hardly suppress a chuckle. Finally, he had seen the end of this family. He would no longer have to worry about being cleaved in two by Long Yuan's sword. Xiao Meier inquired, "My husband, do you intend to ascend alone?" Long Yuan nodded. "At present, we are uncertain of the circumstances in the divine realm. For your safety, it is best that you reside within the tower for a time." "Very well. I shall take Exeter into the tower for a while," she replied. Throughout the month, what was once a bustling Long family estate transformed into a series of barren mountains. Once everyone had entered the tower, Long Yuan stored the artifact away and gazed skyward. "Heavenly Tao, open the gateway to the divine realm." "Do I need to do it myself?" A grand door manifested in the sky, with a golden staircase unfurling beneath Long Yuan's feet. He nodded in satisfaction. This service was commendable. With measured steps, Long Yuan approached the doorway. All eyes in the heavenly mystic realm were fixed upon this spectacle. With the departure of the Long family, it was their turn to vie for supremacy in the realm. As Long Yuan stepped through the ascension gate, a sense of relief swept over the crowd. For years, no one dared challenge the Long family's dominance. Little did they expect Long Yuan to lead the entire clan away. Upon entering the ascension gate, a powerful force guided Long Yuan in a specific direction. Uncertain of how far he had traveled, Long Yuan found himself at a celestial ascension platform. A soldier approached him, inquiring about the realm from which he had ascended. Long Yuan, perplexed, replied, "I have ascended from the immortal realm." The soldier scrutinized him further, asking which immortal realm he hailed from. Long Yuan scratched his head in confusion. "Are there many immortal realms?" "I do not know the name of the one I come from. I only know it comprises 9 great domains." The soldier nodded in understanding. "Ah, you come from the 9 domains realm. Proceed over there to receive a low-ranking soldier's token. From henceforth, you shall serve as a soldier of the Yanhuang divine kingdom. After a millennium of service, you shall gain your freedom." "What? You are conscripting me as a soldier upon my arrival? Have you lost your mind? 1,000 years of service? I refuse to be a soldier. Let those who wish to serve do so." "Bold of you. A mere martial deity dares to defy?" As he spoke, the soldier emanated an aura of true divinity, intending to subdue Long Yuan. Indifferent to the soldier's display, Long Yuan swiftly retaliated with a powerful strike. Chapter 290, Lingshui City. His true energy manifested as a hand, striking directly at the soldier before him. With a resounding crash, the once arrogant soldier was obliterated, slain instantly. Long Yuan was taken aback. Was the true divinity of the divine realm so feeble? The suddenness of Long Yuan's attack left the surrounding soldiers momentarily stunned. As they regained their composure, they quickly encircled him, trapping him in their midst. A squad leader stepped forward, sizing Long Yuan up. "Do you understand the crime of killing a soldier of the Yanhuang divine kingdom? I advise you to surrender, Otherwise, surviving today will be a challenge. And if I refuse to surrender, what will you do to me? The squad leader pondered. If he could recruit someone of Long Yuan's caliber, it would surely elevate his position to captain, especially after witnessing Long Yuan's lethal strike against a true divine. Impressive. You managed to eliminate a true divine with a single blow. Consider joining me. I can assure you a promotion to squad leader within a year. Long Yuan shook his head, expressing his disinterest. With that, he vanished from the ascension platform in an instant. The squad leader was left bewildered, scanning his surroundings. How is this possible? How could a newly ascended individual vanish before my eyes? A soldier remarked, Captain, this individual is no ordinary being in the divine realm. Even flight is a challenge for ascendees. His ability to come and go effortlessly suggests he is anything but a typical martial deity. The squad leader nodded, regardless. Report this incident. A soldier has been lost. Yes, Captain. After leaving the ascension platform, Long Yuan appeared atop a mountain peak, uncertain of his next destination. His first priority was to find shelter for the members of the Long family. Tang Tang, please search for the nearest city. Tang Tang manifested on Long Yuan's shoulder and began scanning the vicinity. Master, the closest city is Lingshui City, located 20,000 miles to the south. Long Yuan nodded. Then let us proceed to Lingshui City. With a swift motion of his finger, the fabric of space tore apart, allowing Long Yuan to step through. Exiting from the void outside Ling Shui City, he made his way toward the city gates. Each appearance of Long Yuan spanned several hundred meters, and soon he arrived at the city's entrance, where two lengthy lines formed. The soldiers at the gate were collecting entry fees. Long Yuan observed that those below the divine realm were classified as commoners, required to pay a piece of low-grade divine stone for entry. In contrast, those above the divine realm could enter without such payment. When it was Long Yuan's turn, the soldier merely glanced at him. Martial God, you may proceed. Following the path of the individuals before him, Long Yuan entered the city, which bore a striking resemblance to the lower realms. However, he was perplexed by the sight of many individuals leading horses, despite their divine status. Tang Tang, what is the meaning of this? Do the denizens of the divine realm have a penchant for horseback riding? Tang Tang rolled her eyes. Host, what are you thinking? They use these horses for travel. Long Yuan's confusion deepened. Why travel by horse when one can simply tear through space for swifter passage? Tang Tang, disinclined to elaborate, opened the system interface, showcasing the fundamental information of the divine realm. Long Yuan scrutinized the details on the screen, which left him astounded. The divine realm was far more expansive than he could fathom. Even a divine emperor would take several millennia to traverse the entirety of the divine realm. Furthermore, with 200,000 heavenly roads imposing restrictions, only those of divine sovereign status could fly briefly through the skies. Divine emperors could travel for extended periods, while only those at the 5th level of sovereign could tear through space for travel. The power structures of the divine realm comprised kingdoms, empires, and divine nations, with sects existing in subservience to these states. The forces overseen by 10 sovereigns were referred to as immortal forces, with even the weakest among them possessing a 5th level sovereign. In the divine realm, there is a saying, without becoming a sovereign, one remains an ant. After absorbing this information, Long Yuan felt that the Long family was indeed the most insignificant of ants. Currently, the Long family lacked even a divine monarch, and a mere divine sovereign could easily obliterate the entire clan with a single strike. Just then, a passerby exclaimed with excitement, "Hurry to the central square. The city lord's daughter is hosting a martial arts contest for suitors. I've heard she has already reached the pinnacle of the minor celestial realm." Another person replied in astonishment. "What? How old is the city lord's daughter? She must be under 100 years old, and she has already attained the peak of the minor celestial realm? Indeed, it said she seeks a prodigy to become her partner through this contest. Let us go, let us go. If I catch her eye, I could soar to great heights. The city lord is a divine monarch and an official of the Yanhuang divine nation. Dream on. Someone like you is hardly worthy of her attention." With that, the two individuals hurried off toward the central square. Intrigued by the unfolding events, Long Yuan also made his way toward the central square, blending into the throng of excited onlookers. The atmosphere was vibrant and bustling, with many faces illuminated by anticipation, clearly drawn by the prospect of the city lord's daughter's contest for suitors. Upon arriving at the central square, one finds it densely packed with spectators. A grand competition platform stands majestically in the center, surrounded by a throng of onlookers engaged in animated discussions. With a swift motion, Long Yuan positioned himself in a spot with an excellent view, keenly observing the events unfolding on the stage. At this moment, the daughter of the city lord, Lu Shiyun, had ascended the platform. She possessed a graceful demeanor and stunning beauty, her flowing light blue gown billowing gently in the breeze, her eyes sparkling with vitality and confidence. She spoke, "Today, I, Lu Shiyun, hold this martial contest for the purpose of seeking a partner. Any challenger who can best me within 10 moves shall earn my hand in union. I invite all esteemed heroes to demonstrate their skills." Her voice was melodious, yet imbued with a hint of provocation. The crowd stirred with excitement, and numerous young talents eagerly prepared to step forth. "I shall give it a try," proclaimed a young man as he soared onto the stage. The spectators below began to murmur amongst themselves, some recognizing him and sharing insights. "Brother, let me tell you, this is Jin Yin, the young master of the Jin family in Yu City. I heard he reached the lesser divine realm several years ago. What prowess! This contest promises to be thrilling," they exclaimed. Unperturbed by the chatter, Jin Yin drew a long blade, declaring, "I am Jin Yin from Yu City. I seek Lu's guidance." "Oh, you hail from the Jin family," she acknowledged. "Since fate has brought us to this contest, I too wish to test my skills." "Very well, prepare yourself," she responded, and with a swift gesture, a massive finger descended upon Jin Yin. His expression shifted, and he unleashed his strongest technique, his blade slicing through the air to intercept the descending strike. Boom! 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 The blade's radiance flickered momentarily before being shattered by the finger's force, which then struck Jin Yin squarely in the chest. Thud! He fell heavily to the ground beneath the platform. Chapter 291, Disciple of Qingyun Sect. Jin Yin rose, clasping his fists in gratitude. "Thank you for your mercy, Miss Lu." He turned and departed, utterly humiliated, having failed to withstand even a single move. His defeat left the onlookers in shock, their earlier boasts of his prowess now rendered hollow. Lu Shiyun surveyed the crowd, inquiring if anyone else was willing to step forward. As her words faded, another challenger ascended the platform, only to be swiftly dispatched. One after another, competitors faced the same fate, most falling after just one exchange. At that moment, a young man clad in a green robe approached, Xiao Yifeng, a disciple of the Qingyun sect. He strode confidently onto the stage, a stark contrast to the others who had flown. Bowing before Lu Shiyun, he proclaimed, "Miss Lu, I am Xiao Yifeng, a disciple of the Qingyun sect. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation and also wish to become your partner." Lu Shiyun furrowed her brows slightly. She was aware of the Qingyun sect, a powerful faction within Lingshui City. However, the arrogance displayed by Xiao Yifeng left her feeling somewhat displeased. She spoke softly, "If that is the case, let us commence." A smug smile curled at the corners of Xiao Yifeng's lips. "Then I shall offend." He swiftly formed hand seals, and a stream of azure light erupted from his palms, transforming into an azure dragon that lunged towards Lu Shiyun. The dragon, with its fierce fangs and claws, emanated an overwhelming aura, distorting the air into a resonant buzz. The audience below gasped in astonishment, exclaiming that Xiao Yifeng's initial move was indeed formidable, promising an exhilarating spectacle. One individual voiced their concern, wondering if Miss Lu could withstand such an onslaught. Yet, Lu Shiyun remained unfazed. Her hands danced gracefully, enveloped by a gentle azure glow that materialized into a protective shield. The azure dragon collided with the shield, producing a thunderous boom. The shield trembled slightly, but steadfastly absorbed the impact. A flicker of surprise crossed Xiao Yifeng's eyes. He had not anticipated that Lu Shiyun would effortlessly deflect a strike. Miss Lu's prowess is indeed remarkable, but this is where it ends. He bellowed, his figure blurring as he closed in. His sword sliced through the air like a white serpent, hissing as it cleaved the wind. It moved with the grace of a dragon, agilely darting about, sometimes as light as a swallow, thrusting upwards, and at other times striking with the speed of lightning, causing leaves to scatter. Observing Xiao Yifeng's advance, Lu Shiyun danced lightly on her feet, evading the attacks with the elegance of a butterfly while strategically preparing her counterattack. With a flick of her delicate wrist, a ribbon shot forth from her sleeve, coiling around Xiao Yifeng's sword like a sinuous serpent. What exquisite agility! Long Yuan below could not help but exclaim. Tang Tang, beside him, scoffed. "This is nothing. Compared to our host, this is trivial. Besides, releasing Xiao and the others would easily overpower these two." Long Yuan chuckled, well aware of Xiao and her companion's formidable combat abilities. and returned his attention to the duel unfolding above. Xiao Yifeng forcefully shook his sword, breaking free from the ribbon's grasp. He then unleashed the Qingyun sect's ultimate technique, the 13 Swords of Qingyun. A dazzling light emanated from his sword as streams of sword qi intersected and converged towards Lu Shiyun. Her expression turned grave. She recognized this as Xiao Yifeng's lethal move and dared not underestimate it. Drawing a deep breath, her aura surged dramatically. She conjured a blue energy, sword in her hand, and charged toward the oncoming sword qi. Boom! Their attacks collided, unleashing a cataclysmic roar. The ensuing wave of energy rippled outward, toppling nearby tables and chairs. The audience recoiled, eyes wide with shock as they beheld the scene above. As the smoke gradually cleared, both Lu Shiyun and Xiao Yifeng staggered back a few steps. Xiao Yifeng's heart simmered with irritation. He had anticipated an easy victory over Lu Shiyun. To his surprise, she had successfully withstood his assault. Miss Lu, if you concede now, I might consider taking you as my concubine. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ruthless. Xiao Yifeng declared menacingly. In a tavern, the city lord Lu Feng's eyes flickered with a glimmer of murderous intent. The Qingyun sect has truly underestimated my resolve. Do they genuinely believe I lack the courage to deploy my forces? Nevertheless, he swiftly quelled the murderous intent within. For the time to eradicate the Qingyun sect had yet to arrive. Lu Shiyun's face flushed crimson with indignation, exclaiming, "You are utterly arrogant, courting your own demise." With that, she unleashed her most formidable technique, the ocean's tide creation. A surging power erupted from her being, transforming into waves of cerulean energy that cascaded towards Xiao Yifeng. These waves were imbued with potent laws of nature, causing the air to crackle with explosive sounds wherever they passed. Bang, bang, bang. Xiao Yifeng sensed an immense threat. With a fierce roar, he invoked the Qingyun shield. He hastily channeled all his energy to manifest a sturdy defensive barrier before him. The blue waves crashed against the shield with a thunderous roar, shaking it violently, threatening to shatter at any moment. The onlookers below were left in stunned silence, many gasping in astonishment. Lu Shiyun is incredibly powerful. It seems Xiao Yifeng is in grave danger. Is this the might of a minor deity at its pinnacle? How terrifying! Just as Xiao Yifeng struggled to maintain his ground, a voice suddenly echoed behind him. Humph! What skill is it to bully a mere inner disciple of my sect? The crowd turned to see a young man clad in a black robe standing there. This individual was Lin Yu, another disciple of the Qingyun sect. Lin Yu ascended the stage, addressing Lu Shiyun. "Miss Lu, I am here today to teach you a lesson on behalf of junior brother Xiao." Lu Shiyun scoffed. "Just in time. I shall deal with you both. Your Qingyun sect has become increasingly arrogant." Long Yuan, observing from below, furrowed his brow, taken aback by the Qingyun sect's blatant disregard for fairness, resorting to a tag-team strategy. "Enough of this banter. Witness how I shall defeat you today," Lin Yu declared, his fists clenched, exuding a formidable aura. With a single step, the arena trembled beneath him. "Behold my earth-shattering fist," he shouted, launching a colossal punch that rocketed towards Lu Shiyun. The punch produced a sonic boom, its power astonishing. Lu Shiyun dared not confront it directly. Her figure flickered as she evaded to the side. Wielding her luminous sword, she unleashed a barrage of sword energy towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu deftly maneuvered, effortlessly dodging the sword strikes while steadily closing the distance to Lu Shiyun. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yifeng regained some strength. Witnessing Lin Yu's involvement brought him a glimmer of hope. He renewed his assault on Lu Shiyun, and the two launched a coordinated attack, forcing her into a precarious position. Lu Feng, watching intently from a tavern, fixated on the battle atop the stage. Should his daughter find herself in peril, he would not hesitate to intervene decisively against the two. Chapter 292, The Elder of the Qingyun Sect. The Qingyun Sect displayed an utter lack of shame. Ganging up on one opponent, someone below could not contain their indignation, exclaiming, "Indeed, this is grossly unfair." The crowd expressed their dissatisfaction with the actions of the Qingyun Sect. Yet they could only voice their grievances without taking any real action. Offending the Qingyun Sect was not a risk they were willing to take. Mere words sufficed. Long Yuan observed the unfolding situation on the stage, and a surge of anger welled up within him as he thought of his daughter. Exiner, Tang Tang. "Do you think I should intervene and assist Miss Lu?" he inquired. Tang Tang replied, "Master, the choice is yours. However, this could serve as a valuable trial for Lu Shiyun. Otherwise, Her father would have intervened long ago. Long Yuan contemplated for a moment and decided to observe the situation further. At that moment, although Lu Shiyun found herself at a disadvantage, she remained composed, skillfully countering the attacks of her two opponents. Senior brother Lin, I will hold her off for you. Unleash your mountain-splitting fist, shouted Xiao Yifeng. Understood. Xiao Yifeng charged forward to distract Lu Shiyun, while Lin Yu gathered his strength at the side, his fist gradually materializing into a formidable form. Countless intricate runes of law adorned it, showcasing the power he had comprehended, a total of over 300 runes. Xiao Shidi, step aside, Lin Yu commanded, and upon hearing this, Xiao Yifeng swiftly withdrew. Lin Yu unleashed his punch, the mountain-splitting fist. A colossal fist descended upon Lu Shiyun, causing a flicker of terror to flash in her eyes. She could not withstand such an attack. Suddenly, two swift sounds pierced the air. It was Lu Feng and Long Yuan making their move. Long Yuan appeared before Lu Shiyun, while Lu Feng positioned himself between Long Yuan and Lu Shiyun. With a resounding crash, Lin Yu's fist collided with Long Yuan, sending shockwaves that caused the arena to tremble and collapse inward. The spectators below gazed in astonishment at the 5 individuals on stage, surprised not only by Lu Feng's presence, but also by the unexpected appearance of Long Yuan. Lu Feng glanced at Lu Shiyun and asked, Shiyun, are you all right? Lu Shiyun shook her head and replied, Father, I'm fine. Lu Feng then turned to Long Yuan, noticing that he had taken the blow but remained unscathed. Young brother, I sincerely thank you for shielding my daughter from that attack, he said. Long Yuan brushed off his clothing, exclaiming, my clothes are all disheveled. You too shall pay with your lives today, or else I would consider it a disgrace to my attire. The crowd was baffled by Long Yuan's logic. How could one demand lives over a mere torn garment? Lu Feng chuckled, Young brother, I will compensate you with a new outfit shortly. For now, please step aside and allow me to deal with these two. Long Yuan shook his head, asserting, This matter is mine to handle. You may observe from the sidelines. Xiao Yifeng and Lin Yu, overhearing their exchange, felt an intense blaze of anger ignite in their eyes. At that moment, an elderly man emerged from the crowd. Lord Lu, are you intending to kill the disciples of the Qingyan sect? He inquired. Lin Yu and Xiao Yifeng quickly stepped forward to pay their respects to the revered elder. The elder waved his hand dismissively as he ascended the arena step by step. Lu Feng regarded the elder with disdain, remarking, I see now why your disciples have the audacity to attack my daughter in Lingshui City. It is you, old man, who is backing them. The elder smiled faintly. Lord Lu, would it not be advantageous for your daughter to wed into my Qingyan sect? This would indeed constitute an alliance. Just as Lu Feng was about to respond, Long Yuan interjected, Have you all finished your idle chatter? If so, hand over the lives of those two. The elder narrowed his eyes at Long Yuan. Lord Lu, would you mind if I were to eliminate this young man? Old fool, do you dare? Do you truly believe I would hesitate to keep you in Lingshui City? Long Yuan stepped forward. Old dog, what are you barking about? Can you prevent me from killing those I desire? With a flick of his hand, 2 ethereal swords shot towards Lin Yu and his companion. The elder snorted coldly, waving his hand, and 2 shields materialized before the 2 young men. Bang, bang, thud, thud. The shields shattered, and the ethereal swords pierced through the skulls of the 2. They stared in disbelief at Long Yuan, unable to comprehend their demise at that moment. The crowd below was equally astonished, unsure from whence Long Yuan had emerged, brazenly slaying disciples before the esteemed elder of Qingyan sect. Bang, bang. The sound of 2 bodies hitting the ground echoed. The elder turned to regard the lifeless forms with shock. Although he had not exerted his full strength, Long Yuan's ability to easily breach his defensive shields indicated that the young man possessed formidable power. Furiously, the elder glared at Long Yuan. You dare to kill my sect's disciples before me? How do you intend to meet your end? Lu Feng, pulling Lu Shiyun alongside him, appeared beside Long Yuan. Old fool. Do you think I am merely a decoration? He too was taken aback by Long Yuan's prowess, which resembled that of a martial deity, likely at least of the 3rd tier. The elder, incensed, laughed heartily. Is that so? Then what if it were 2? Would you still be able to intervene? With a pretext to retaliate against Lingshui City, he would not let this opportunity slip by. Just as the elder finished speaking, another elder emerged from the crowd. Lu Feng's expression shifted. Wu Ming, I did not expect you to be here as well. Wu Ming replied, My disciples of Qingyun sect have perished here. How could I not come? He chuckled. It seems these 2 disciples were deliberately arranged by you, no? Do you truly dare to act against Lingshui City? Wu Ming smiled. I have merely come to seek justice for my sect's disciples. Who claims we intend to attack Lingshui City? Should we encounter any obstruction, we would be left with no choice but to handle it accordingly. Long Yuan, exasperated, remarked, "Have you all finished your bickering? Must you drone on before engaging in battle?" The elder chuckled ominously. "Youngster, are you so eager to court death?" Long Yuan, disinterested in further conversation, unleashed extreme swordfall. Two massive swords descended from the heavens. The two elders of Qingyun's sect sprang into action simultaneously, one elder striking upwards with a palm. Wu Ming conjured a long sword to meet the descending blades. The elder scoffed, "Young man, do you think such meager strength can challenge us?" The attacks collided in midair. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions resonated throughout the city. The moment their palms made contact, they shattered, and Wu Ming's long sword disintegrated into countless motes of starlight. The expressions of the two individuals changed dramatically as they simultaneously exclaimed, "How is this possible?" They quickly summoned various life-preserving treasures to shield themselves. Boom, boom, boom. All their protective artifacts appeared feeble in the face of this assault, shattering into fragments, while the massive sword plunged into the ground. The two figures disintegrated into starlight, vanishing atop the arena. The central square fell silent, with the sound of a pin dropping audible, as everyone stared blankly at Long Yuan. Two beings of divine status had thus perished, unable to mount even a semblance of resistance. Lu Shiyun's eyes sparkled with golden light. Her desire to seek Long Yuan as a mentor ignited by his formidable prowess. Lu Feng regained his composure and clasped his fists in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your assistance." Chapter 293, Qingyun Sect. Long Yuan waved his hand dismissively, inquiring about the location of the Qingyun sect, expressing a desire to borrow their address. Lu Feng, not daring to delay, promptly replied, "It is 500 miles north of the city." Long Yuan nodded, having seen enough of the commotion, declaring his intention to visit the Qingyun sect to determine its suitability for settling down. With that, his figure vanished from the arena in an instant. Lu Shiyun asked, "Father, what level of power does this elder possess?" The divine beings could not resist him. Lu Feng shook his head, uncertain. "Shiyun, you should return home. I must report this matter." The two departed the arena, and the onlookers gradually dispersed. Many, however, headed towards the Qingyun sect, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. Upon exiting the city, Long Yuan tore through space, heading directly to the Qingyun sect. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the Qingyun sect, located 500 miles north of the city. The sect was built against a mountain, exuding grandeur, with its imposing gates towering majestically. Two colossal stone pillars adorned with vividly carved, spiraling dragons stood sentinel. As Long Yuan materialized, two disciples guarding the entrance approached to obstruct his path. One, a gaunt figure with shifty, triangular eyes, bellowed, "Who goes there? Without permission, you shall not tread a single step into the Qingyun sect." The other disciple, tall and burly, echoed menacingly, "Those who are sensible should leave promptly. Do not force us to take action against you." Long Yuan's brow furrowed slightly as he replied calmly, "I merely wish to borrow the address of your Qingyun sect. Step aside." Upon hearing this, the gaunt disciple scoffed derisively. Do you think our Qingyun sect is your home? Look at yourself." The tall disciple chimed in with a mocking tone, "Given your ignorance, you must have crawled out from some obscure corner, yet you dare to request our sect's address. Utterly absurd." Having exhausted his patience, a glint of cold light flickered in Long Yuan's eyes as he ceased to engage in further dialogue. With a subtle wave of his right hand, a stream of sword energy shot forth like a silken thread, instantly piercing the gaunt disciple's throat. The disciple's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mask of shock. Before he could utter a single cry, he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The tall disciple, witnessing this, turned pale with fear, shouting in terror, "You dare to wreak havoc in the Qingyun sect." As he spoke, he hastily drew his sword, striking wildly at Long Yuan. A mocking smile curved at the corner of Long Yuan's lips. In a blur, he appeared behind the towering disciple like a specter. Before the disciple could react, Long Yuan deftly thrust his sword, piercing through his back and emerging from his chest. The tall disciple convulsed a few times before the sword clattered to the ground, and he collapsed, lifeless. This sudden turn of events swiftly attracted the attention of the Qingyun sect. An elder donned in a purple robe with a stern visage hurriedly arrived with a group of disciples. This elder, named Su Ran, was notorious within the sect for his fiery temper and ruthless methods. Upon seeing the two deceased disciples, Su Ran's eyes widened in fury, and he bellowed, "Audacious scoundrel! How dare you wreak havoc at the gates of my Qingyan sect? Do you seek death?" Long Yuan remained calm, as if he had merely dispatched two insignificant insects. "I had no intention of causing trouble. Summon your sect leader to meet me," he replied. Su Ran sneered. "Meet our sect leader? You think yourself worthy. You shall not leave here alive today." With that, he swiftly formed hand seals and began to chant. The surrounding spiritual energy surged violently, coalescing into sharp blades of spiritual force that screamed towards Long Yuan. Yet, Long Yuan remained unflustered, enveloped in a faint golden glow. Effortlessly, he deflected the oncoming blades, which shattered into wisps of spiritual energy upon contact, dissipating into the air. Long Yuan, like a bolt of lightning, surged forward, his sword gleaming with a chilling light, aimed directly at Su Ran. Su Ran's expression changed drastically as he hastily retreated while drawing a defensive artifact from his storage ring. The artifact, a round shield adorned with intricate runes, emanated powerful waves of spiritual energy. However, Long Yuan's sword intent was too ferocious. Upon contact, the runes flickered briefly before shattering. Su Ran felt a tremendous force strike him, sending him hurtling backward, blood spurting from his mouth. "Indestructible!" The disciples behind him cried out in alarm. Regaining his footing, Su Ran's eyes were filled with venomous resentment as he shouted, "Quickly, inform the sect leader and the elders. We are under attack by a formidable foe." The disciples, not daring to delay, swiftly rushed deeper into the sect. Shortly thereafter, the sect leader, Ling Suzhenren, appeared alongside several ancestors. Clad in a white robe and wearing a jade crown, holding a whisk, Ling Suzhenren's countenance was kind, yet exuded authority. The ancestors behind him radiated formidable presences that commanded respect. Ling Suzhenren regarded Long Yuan with a grave expression and inquired, "Who are you? And why do you kill without cause within my Qingyan sect?" Long Yuan replied with a cold smile, "I have already stated my intentions. I merely wish to borrow the premises of your Qingyan sect. It is you who have foolishly obstructed me." An elderly ancestor, with hair as white as snow and eyes sharp as an eagle's, let out a disdainful snort. "What audacity! Do you think that the Qingyan sect is a soft persimmon for you to squeeze? Today, let me show you the consequences of offending the Qingyan sect." With that, the ancestor's spiritual energy surged wildly. A black staff appeared in his hand, crowned with a gemstone radiating an eerie glow. He brandished the staff and recited an ancient incantation. Suddenly, the sky darkened with ominous clouds, and bolts of black lightning streaked across the heavens, striking towards Long Yuan. Long Yuan remained calm, his sword twirling gracefully as he called out, "Thousand shadows of the sword." In an instant, countless sword energies erupted from his blade, rushing to meet the black lightning. The clash of sword energy and lightning produced a deafening roar, illuminating the sky above the Qingyan sect as brightly as day. Before the onlookers could recover from this astounding collision, Long Yuan launched another assault. His figure flickered in and out of sight amidst the brilliance, traversing among the crowd like a wraith. With each swing of his sword, a streak of blood followed, and a disciple or elder of the Qingyan sect fell. Ultimate destruction of 10,000 swords. Long Yuan bellowed. He raised his sword high, and the surrounding spiritual energy converged frantically, forming countless illusory swords that densely floated in the air. These swords exuded a chilling aura, as if they were poised to obliterate everything in existence. As Long Yuan brought his sword crashing down, the illusory swords rained down upon the people of the Qingyan sect. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the venerable Lingshu hastily summoned all his strength, erecting a colossal spiritual energy shield to protect himself and several other ancestors within its confines. However, the power of the myriad swords was too terrifying. The shield shattered under the assault of the swords, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds. The other disciples and elders were far less fortunate. The illusory swords effortlessly pierced through their defenses, slaying them in an instant. Cries of agony and despair echoed throughout the Qingyan sect, painting a scene of bloody chaos. "No, you fiend!" A young female disciple watched helplessly as her comrades were impaled by the swords. With tears streaming down her face, she screamed in rage, but Long Yuan remained indifferent, continuing to command his onslaught of swords. In mere moments, the Qingyan sect had suffered catastrophic losses among its disciples and elders. Lingshu, witnessing the horrific scene, felt a mix of shock and fury, yet he was powerless to intervene. The relentless wave of sword attacks surged like a tide, one after another, impossible to withstand. Finally, the spiritual energy shield could bear no more, shattering with a crisp sound and dissipating into motes of light. Long Yuan's myriad swords cascaded down, engulfing Lingshu and several other ancestors. After a few heart-wrenching cries, silence descended, as the dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed. Sunlight once again illuminated the devastated grounds of the Qingyun sect. Long Yuan slowly sheathed his sword, surveying his surroundings, devoid of any semblance of compassion. His intentions were straightforward, to secure a tranquil abode. At that moment, a figure emerged from the ruins, rising slowly. This individual was a young prodigy from the Qingyun sect, known as Mou. He had been in seclusion, and upon sensing the commotion outside, rushed to the scene, only to be confronted with such a harrowing sight. His eyes brimmed with hatred as he gritted his teeth and declared, "You fiend, I shall not let you escape. Even if it costs me my life, I will avenge my sect." Long Yuan cast a glance at Mou, dismissing him with indifference, and replied coolly, "Is that all you have? If you wish to live, depart swiftly. I have no desire to slay the innocent." Unheeding of the warning, Mou gripped his sword tightly, its blade glimmering faintly, a manifestation of his innate treasure. With a fierce cry, he charged at Long Yuan, his sword techniques fierce and imbued with an indomitable spirit. Long Yuan sighed softly, casually swinging his sword. A surge of sword energy erupted forth, instantaneously cleaving Mou's weapon in two. The residual force struck Mou squarely in the chest, sending him hurtling backward like a kite with its string severed, crashing heavily to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. Why are you so powerful?" Mou lay on the ground, his gaze filled with defiance and despair. Long Yuan approached him, stating, in the face of absolute strength, all resistance is futile. Today, I merely seek to claim this territory of the Qingyun sect. I wish to avoid unnecessary conflict, yet you all fail to comprehend this. Mou managed a bitter smile, retorting, "Do you think possessing this place will change anything? There are countless powerful beings in this world, and one day, you shall pay for your deeds." Long Yuan offered no response, turning instead toward the main hall of the Qingyun sect, intent on assessing its suitability for his residence. After all, this would soon become his sanctuary on this continent. As he ventured deeper into the Qingyun sect, an eerie silence enveloped the area. Once bustling with life, the sect now lay in ruins, littered with countless corpses. Long Yuan's figure appeared particularly solitary amidst the devastation, yet exuded an aura of invincibility. After exploring the area, Long Yuan concluded it was unfit for the Long family due to its limited space, unable to accommodate so many. Alas, what a fruitless endeavor. How can such a small place house anyone? He shook his head and tore through the fabric of space to depart. Witnessing this spectacle, those arriving behind him gasped in astonishment. The sight of corpses strewn across the Qingyun sect sent chills down their spines. One remarked, "What kind of power does that man possess to annihilate the Qingyun sect in such a short span of time? Who knows? But it is perhaps for the best that the Qingyun sect has been destroyed. Their disciples have been arrogant and domineering, having bullied many." Upon learning this news, Lu Feng contemplated for a moment and decided to report the matter to the higher-ups. This is no trivial affair. He cannot suppress it alone. Moreover, it is evident that there are forces supporting the Qingyun sect from behind. Long Yuan inquired into the void, Tang. "Is there a suitable place for the Long family to settle?" The esteemed host replied, "Indeed, in the Tianyuan mountain range. There exists a location that would be ideal for the current Long family. The mountains are teeming with demonic beasts that can serve as sparring partners. Although deep within the mountains, there are over a dozen divine, emperor-level demonic beasts that must be dealt with. Otherwise, the Long family disciples would suffer heavy casualties." "Very well. Let us proceed to the Tianyuan mountain range." Long Yuan rent the fabric of space and, in an instant, stepped into the Tianyuan mountain range. The area is rich in spiritual energy, with ethereal mists permeating the forests and exotic flora flourishing, radiating a mysterious luminescence. However, this seemingly vibrant mountain range exudes an unsettling aura. Tang, this indeed is a splendid location. The Long family members can train within these mountains, and there are surely numerous precious herbs to be found. Tang replied proudly, "Of course, do you not see who discovered this place?" As soon as Long Yuan entered the mountains, a colossal diamond bear obstructed his path. The bear's fur was as hard as steel needles, gleaming with a metallic sheen. When it struck the ground with its paw, it left deep imprints. With eyes as round as bronze bells, it roared, "Human cultivator. It has been ages since I encountered one of your kind. Today I shall feast." Long Yuan remained composed and replied nonchalantly, "I seek a place to settle in these mountains. Your cultivation seems commendable. Would you care to guard my residence?" The diamond bear scoffed. "You think you could just stay here? This mountain range is not so easily claimed, and you expect me to guard it? Have you lost your wits?" With that, it swung its massive paw, conjuring a fierce gust, and struck forcefully at Long Yuan. Long Yuan deftly evaded the attack, and with a gentle flourish of his sword, a blade of energy shot forth. The sword energy struck the bear's paw like lightning, causing it to howl in pain. "How dare you wound me?" The bear bellowed furiously. Its spiritual power surged, and its already massive form grew even larger. It exhaled scorching flames toward Long Yuan. With a cold snort, Long Yuan emanated a golden glow, forming a protective shield that repelled the flames. At that moment, several demonic beasts emerged from the surroundings. A spotted snake demon entwined with poisonous vines, a flying tiger demon with sharp claws and wings, and a nimble bull demon wielding a stone axe. These beasts all possessed the strength of early divine emperors and encircled Long Yuan, preparing to launch a collective assault. Chapter 295, Lone Battle Against the Hordes of Demons. The patterned serpent demon flicked its tongue and hissed, "This audacious intruder dares to wreak havoc on our territory. Let us unite and rend him to shreds." The flying tiger demon soared into the sky, emitting a piercing cry. Let him understand that the Tianyuan mountain range is not to be trifled with. The bull demon, wielding a stone axe, roared loudly, "Charge forth and eliminate him." In an instant, a barrage of attacks descended upon Long Yuan. Flames, toxic mists, and beams of spiritual energy intertwined, transforming the area surrounding Long Yuan into a chaotic battlefield. With such paltry strength, you dare to claim dominion over this mountain? Today, this mountain shall be mine. Long Yuan's sword danced swiftly in his hand, unleashing the formidable technique of 1,000 sword shadows. Countless sword energies erupted from his blade, resembling a flock of agile swallows, deftly navigating through the onslaught of attacks. Wherever the sword energies swept, the assaults disintegrated. Some pierced through the flames, while others dispersed the toxic mists. Still others collided with the beams of spiritual energy, igniting brilliant flashes of light. Seizing the moment, Long Yuan launched a counterattack, weaving effortlessly among the throngs of demons like a specter. Each swing of his sword was accompanied by a spray of crimson light. The patterned serpent demon attempted to ensnare him with poisonous vines, only to have them severed by Long Yuan's blade. Following through, the sword energy descended, severing the serpent demon's head. The demon's body convulsed a few times before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Upon witnessing this, the flying tiger demon dove from the sky, its sharp claws aimed at Long Yuan. Without even a glance, Long Yuan retaliated with a swift thrust of his sword, piercing through the chest of the flying tiger demon. The demon let out a chilling scream as its body crashed heavily to the ground, enraged by the demise of its companions. The bull demon charged towards Long Yuan, its stone axe wielded with immense force. In a flash, Long Yuan appeared behind the bull demon, slashing his sword to carve a deep wound along its back. The bull demon recoiled in pain, only to turn and attack once more, but Long Yuan delivered a powerful kick that sent it hurtling away, crashing into a massive tree, which subsequently collapsed with a resounding crash. "Humph, such feeble prowess, and you dare to boast," Long Yuan remarked coldly. The remaining demons felt a twinge of fear. Yet, bolstered by the presence of a dozen more formidable divine emperor-tier beasts behind them, they did not retreat. At that moment, a colossal unicorn Qilin emerged slowly from the depths of the mountains, radiating a sacred brilliance. Its singular horn shimmered with mysterious runes, and its scales gleamed like precious gems. The unicorn Qilin regarded Long Yuan with an air of authority, stating, "Human, if you depart now, I may grant you a path to survival. Otherwise, today you shall find your grave within these mountains." Long Yuan responded with a cold laugh. "I, Long Yuan, am not beholden to the dictates of a mere beast. Today, this mountain shall belong to the Long family." The unicorn Qilin's eyes widened in fury. Such audacious arrogance. "I shall ensure you learn who the true sovereign of these mountains is." Upon uttering these words, the unicorn Qilin's spiritual energy surged wildly, drawing the surrounding celestial essence towards it and forming a colossal vortex of energy. with a resounding roar directed towards the heavens. A formidable beam of spiritual power emanated from its singular horn, hurtling towards Long Yuan. This beam was imbued with the cataclysmic force capable of obliterating the very heavens and earth. Wherever it traversed, trees were instantaneously vaporized, and the ground was carved into a profound chasm. Long Yuan, gripping his longsword, summoned his true energy, declaring, "All swords converge as one." With a mighty shout, a massive silhouette of a sword coalesced from the surrounding sword energy. This blade shimmered with radiant hues, exuding an aura that sent shivers down the spine. The immense sword's shadow collided with the spiritual beam, producing a deafening roar. The brilliance illuminated the entire Tianyuan mountain range, causing it to tremble. The overwhelming force radiated outward, sending nearby demonic beasts reeling in disarray. Weaker creatures succumbed to the shock, bleeding from their orifices and collapsing lifelessly to the ground. As the light gradually faded, Long Yuan's sword silhouette successfully withstood the unicorn Qilin's onslaught. A glimmer of astonishment flashed in the Qilin's eyes. It had not anticipated such formidable power from this human. "What other tricks do you possess? Feel free to unleash them," Long Yuan taunted. Enraged, the unicorn Qilin roared once more and launched another assault. Scales from its body shed like lethal throwing knives, hurtling towards Long Yuan with astonishing speed, leaving silver trails in the air. Long Yuan deftly maneuvered through the barrage of scales, his sword dancing as he deflected the deadly projectiles. Yet, the unicorn Qilin's relentless assault did not cease. It unleashed a mysterious black flame from its maw, a flame imbued with an eerie essence that distorted the very fabric of space around it. In response, a layer of golden fire enveloped Long Yuan, a manifestation of his own cultivation. The two flames clashed, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds. The black flame incessantly eroded the golden fire, yet the latter resisted fiercely, refusing to yield. "It seems your flames are lacking," Long Yuan remarked, a hint of confidence in his voice. "You still have much to practice." The unicorn Qilin, incensed, glared with reddened eyes. "Do not become too complacent. Your allies have yet to arrive." At that moment, a chorus of roars erupted as a dozen or so divine-level demonic beasts joined the fray. Among them was the Thunder Eagle Demon, capable of wielding lightning, the Nine-Tailed Fox Demon, adept in illusionary arts, and the Rock Turtle Demon, proficient in earth-based spells. They converged from various directions to assail Long Yuan, intent on overpowering him in a single, decisive strike. In the blink of an eye, Long Yuan found himself encircled. Employing the shadow step technique, he moved with an ethereal grace, deftly evading the lightning strikes of the Thunder Eagle Demon, the illusions of the Nine-Tailed Fox, and the earth spells of the Rock Turtle Demon. The Thunder Eagle circled overhead, its wings unfurling as robust bolts of lightning shot forth from its eyes, slithering like silver serpents towards Long Yuan. At the very moment lightning was about to strike him, he swiftly sidestepped, simultaneously drawing his long sword to create a dazzling flourish. He accurately thrust toward the eyes of the Thunder Eagle Demon. In a state of panic, the demon attempted to evade, but all it could hear was a soft thud as the blade pierced its left eye, causing it to emit a piercing scream of agony. Its body plummeted uncontrollably toward the ground. Observing the injury inflicted upon the Thunder Eagle Demon, the Nine-Tailed Fox Demon hastily unleashed its illusions. Instantly, a myriad of phantasmagorical scenes erupted around Long Yuan. Beautiful fairies danced gracefully, mountains of treasure rose majestically, and the tragic fate of the Long family from days gone by was vividly portrayed. These illusions were extraordinarily lifelike, aiming to disrupt Long Yuan's mental clarity. However, with a clear mind, Long Yuan channeled his vital energy, conjuring a luminous barrier before him. The shimmering veil radiated a gentle light, dispelling the effects of the illusions. Long Yuan cast a cold gaze toward the Nine-Tailed Fox Demon, dismissing its trickery with disdain. With that, a stream of sword energy burst forth from his hand, effortlessly penetrating the illusionary barrier and striking the Nine-Tailed Fox Demon directly. The demon let out a muffled groan, its nine tails instantly drooping as it swayed precariously. Chapter 296. Long Zhun assumes leadership again. The Rock Turtle Demon, sensing the dire situation, activated the runes upon its shell. A massive earthen wall erupted from the ground, bearing down on Long Yuan with crushing force. The wall surface was embedded with sharp stones, seemingly intent on pulverizing him. Unperturbed, Long Yuan swung his long sword and intoned, sky-rending slash. A brilliant sword energy sliced through the air, cleaving into the earthen wall. With a tremendous roar, the wall collapsed instantaneously, sending shards scattering. Seizing the moment, Long Yuan advanced, his sword gliding like a meteor, leaving a deep fissure upon the rock turtle demon's shell. The demon, overwhelmed by excruciating pain, sought refuge within its shell. Yet, Long Yuan afforded it no respite. Several more streams of sword energy were unleashed, severing the demon's limbs. The rock turtle demon let out a wretched cry as it crumpled to the ground. The ancient turtle, witnessing its companions fall one after another, felt an intensifying rage. The divine radiance emanating from its form grew ever more resplendent, with its horns shining brilliantly. A beam imbued with the forces of the celestial laws shot forth, warping the very fabric of space, causing nearby beasts to retreat in trepidation. Oh, has it truly come to this? Long Yuan's longsword blazed with brilliance. The runes upon its blade glowing, dragon pierces the firmament. With a thunderous roar, he concentrated his power into the sword, unleashing a colossal dragon-shaped sword energy that soared skyward to meet the assault of a unicorn Kirin. The dragon-shaped sword energy collided with the beam of celestial law, resulting in an earth-shattering explosion. The entire Tianyuan mountain range trembled violently from the impact as a powerful energy storm radiated outward from the collision point, leveling the surrounding peaks to the ground. The river was diverted, leaving the earth marred by countless immense fissures. The radiance gradually faded, and the unicorn-like Qilin gazed incredulously at Long Yuan. How could this be possible? How could you withstand my strike? It was utterly astonished that this human had the capacity to endure a blow imbued with the power of the laws. Before it could comprehend the situation, Long Yuan moved like lightning, appearing before it in an instant, his sword raised high, exuding an indomitable aura as he struck down fiercely. The Qilin attempted to evade, but the ferocity and swiftness of Long Yuan's attack left it no time to react. With a sickening thud, the sword plunged deep into the Qilin's neck, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The Qilin let out a roar of defiance as its massive form slowly succumbed to the ground, crashing heavily and stirring up a cloud of dust. I can no longer indulge you. It is time for you to perish. The other beasts, witnessing the demise of the Qilin, could no longer suppress their terror. They lost all courage to fight and turned to flee. Yet, Long Yuan would not allow them to escape so easily. He unleashed his formidable power, sending forth a colossal net of true qi that enveloped the fleeing creatures. Within this net, the beasts struggled desperately, but their efforts were in vain. Long Yuan observed them coldly and proclaimed, "Today marks your end." With a flick of his sword, streams of sword energy erupted forth, swiftly annihilating the trapped beasts. Blood stained the earth, and the air became thick with the pungent scent of carnage. In mere moments, more than a dozen formidable beasts from the divine emperor realm, once sovereign over the Tianyuan mountain range, were reduced to dust by Long Yuan's overwhelming prowess. The remaining creatures in the mountains, sensing his terrifying might, cowered in their lairs, too fearful to emerge. Long Yuan stood amidst the battlefield, littered with the carcasses of beasts, his demeanor serene. "Tang Tang, gather the useful materials from these creatures." "Understood, esteemed host," came the prompt reply. In an instant, the valuable components were collected into the system space by Tang Tang. Long Yuan surveyed the mountain range and made his way toward the edge, where a vast plain lay adjacent to the mountains, an ideal location for a city. Upon reaching the plain, he produced a treasure pagoda and cast it to the ground. The pagoda instantly transformed into a towering three-tiered structure. Long Qi, Long Yuan, and Long Zhan emerged from the pagoda, followed by Long Zhan with the Dragon Emperor Army and Dragon Guardian Army, and subsequently, Long Ling with the Dragon Shadow Guard. Xiao Mayer, accompanied by Long Xian and Xiao, also stepped out of the pagoda. Upon seeing Long Yuan, Long Xian rushed over. "Father, is this the divine realm? I feel as though I cannot fly." Long Yuan smiled gently indeed. "This is the divine realm, where the abundance of laws inhibits your ability to soar." "Oh, so that's how it is." Long Zhan approached. "So, are you planning to build a city here?" Long Yuan nodded affirmatively. "Yes, we shall establish a grand city here, one that belongs to our dragon clan." Long Yuan approached, gazing at Long Yuan, and suggested that they deliberate within the tower to decide on appointing him as the clan leader. Long Yuan shook his head, insisting that he could not take on the responsibilities of such a position due to his lack of time for family affairs. He pointed towards Long Zhan and added, "Why not let your father, Long Zhan, Take the role. Long Zhen had no desire for such a responsibility. Long Zhen promptly refused, stating, "That is not feasible. I wish to accompany my granddaughter." Long Yuan chuckled lightly and remarked, "You should take it. With your heavenly demon-devouring body, you will soon surpass others in the clan." Long Zhen, feeling exasperated, thought they merely wished to use him as a tool. After much persuasion, Long Zhen reluctantly accepted the position of clan leader once more. Meanwhile, Long Yingwei had constructed a temporary residence, and Long Yuan moved in with his daughter. Immediately, Long Zhen began organizing efforts to establish a city. After reluctantly assuming the leadership role, he swiftly initiated the city-building project. With a decisive wave of his hand, he summoned the Long Wei army and numerous clan youths, issuing orders to fell trees. The sounds of timber being cut echoed throughout the Tianyuan mountain range. The clan's youths were assigned specific tasks. Some were tasked with chopping down sturdy trees, while others transported the felled timber to designated locations on the plains. The Long Wei army displayed formidable efficiency, moving with agility and strength as their massive axes brought down towering trees with each swing. The collection of timber progressed fervently, but soon they encountered a new challenge, a shortage of stone materials. Standing before the planned site of the city, Long Zhen surveyed the mountain of timber, his brow furrowed in concern. At that moment, a young clan member, Long Yang, hurriedly approached with urgency, reporting, "Clan leader, we are running low on stone. At this rate, we cannot complete the construction of the city walls." Long Zhen pondered for a moment, then spoke with unwavering resolve. "We shall source materials locally. There are plenty of stones in these mountains. Instruct the Long Wei army and the youths to mine for stones, ensuring we have sufficient building materials." Thus, the Long Wei army and clan youths dedicated themselves to the task of stone extraction, searching the mountains for suitable materials and utilizing various tools to shape massive boulders into the required forms. Amidst the intense collection of materials, the specific plans for the city were being meticulously developed. Long Zhen divided the city into an inner and outer section. Chapter 297, Yin Tai City. The inner city, designated as the residence and activity area for the core members of the Long family, was designed to be both robust and opulent. The walls of the inner city were constructed from enormous stones, each meticulously polished and fitted seamlessly together. Watchtowers and defensive structures were installed atop the walls to ensure the safety of the inner city. Within the inner city, a grand Long family hall was planned, characterized by an imposing architectural style, flying eaves, bracketed roofs, and intricately carved beams, embodying the majesty of the Long clan. The outer city primarily served as a residence for other family members and affiliated forces, as well as a hub for commercial activities. Although the walls of the outer city were relatively lower, they remained remarkably sturdy. Within the city, areas for street markets and workshops have been meticulously planned, with the ambition of crafting a fully functional urban environment. To secure a reliable water supply for the city, Long Zhen has dispatched individuals to excavate wells and design hydraulic facilities, ensuring the efficient drainage of rainwater. Through the collaborative efforts of the Long family, the nascent form of Long City gradually emerges. However, the appearance of a considerable number of individuals constructing a city on the outskirts of the Tianyuan Mountains has drawn the attention of Luo Yin, the lord of the nearby city of Yintai. A visitor, a soldier announced as he entered. "My lord, what is your command?" "Go, summon Zhao Hu for me." "Understood, my lord." Zhao Hu soon arrived at the study. "My lord, how may I serve you?" "Zhao Hu, there are groups of people building a city at the edge of the Tianyuan Mountains. I need you to investigate the situation." "Of course, my lord." After leaving the study, Zhao Hu led several subordinates, disguising themselves as ordinary merchants. They stealthily approached the construction site of Long City, concealing themselves in the distant woods to observe the bustling activities of the Long family. Zhao Hu watched the fervent scene of city construction. One subordinate, astonished, whispered, "What power is this? They are undertaking such grand construction here." Another subordinate, puzzled, remarked, "Brother Hu, they don't appear to be an ordinary faction. Should we move closer to observe?" Zhao Hu prudently shook his head. "Let us not rush. We'll observe for a few days and gather intelligence before making any decisions. If we act recklessly and are discovered, it could lead to trouble." Several days later, having gathered sufficient information about the Long family's city-building efforts, Zhao Hu hurried back to Yintai. "My lord, the group constructing the city at the edge of the Tianyuan Mountains is a faction known as the Long family. They are numerous and their strength should not be underestimated. Moreover, They are progressing rapidly with their construction. At this rate, the city will be completed in no time. Luo Yin sat in the chair of the Lord's office, lightly tapping his fingers on the armrest. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "The Long family? I have never heard of this faction before. Will their city building affect our control over the mountain's resources?" Zhao Hu quickly responded, "My lord, I believe it is highly likely. Once their city is established, it could threaten our interests in the area." A glint of malice flickered in Luo Yan's eyes as he declared, "They must not be allowed to sever my financial lifeline. Gather several generals. We must devise a strategy. Soon." Luo Yan convened an urgent meeting in the Lord's private chamber with several generals. Zhou Wu furrowed his brow and said, "My lord, the sudden emergence of the Long family building a city cannot be ignored. However, their strength is unclear, and if we act impulsively, we may face significant losses." Wang Meng, disdainful, retorted, "What is there to fear? Our Yin Tai city has deep foundations. Even if the Long family possesses some strength, can they withstand us? I suggest we send troops to drive them away." After weighing the pros and cons, Luo Yin cautioned, "General Wang, we must not underestimate them. Let us first dispatch individuals to continue gathering intelligence on the Long family, delving into their strength and background. Concurrently, we shall covertly undermine their city-building plans, creating some disturbances for them. Once we have a clear understanding of their foundation, we shall decide on our next course of action." The assembly nodded in agreement. Consequently, Luo Yin sent a group of agile subordinates to infiltrate the construction site of Long City under the cover of night. Armed with sharp blades, they stealthily approached the stacks of timber and stone, poised for destruction. However, the Dragon Shadow Guards, responsible for nighttime patrols, were exceedingly vigilant and soon detected these unwelcome intruders. "Who are you, and what are you doing here?" Upon being discovered, the spies from Yin Iron City prepared to eliminate the Dragon Shadow Guards. Led by Captain Long Feng, the Dragon Shadow Guards swiftly launched a counterattack, engaging fiercely with the saboteurs from Yin Iron City. Long Feng, swift as lightning, wielded his long sword with precision, each strike imbued with a fierce energy aimed directly at the enemy's vital points. Although the subordinates of Yin Iron City possessed some degree of strength, they gradually found themselves at a disadvantage against the relentless assault of the Dragon Shadow Guards. One of Yin Iron City's subordinates, in a moment of panic, shouted, "We are from Yin Iron City. If you dare to touch us, the city lord will not let you go." Long Feng scoffed, "Yin Iron City? No matter what city you hail from, if you dare to disrupt our construction, do not expect to leave alive." With that, he swung his sword, unleashing a wave of energy that struck down the panicked subordinate. The other Dragon Shadow Guards, under Long Feng's command, showed no mercy, systematically eliminating all of Yin Iron City's intruders. Surveying the fallen bodies, Long Feng snorted disdainfully. "To attempt to sabotage our city building is sheer folly. Inform the family head that someone is covertly causing trouble. We must bolster our defenses." Upon learning of this incident, Long Zhun's countenance darkened. He realized that the construction of Long City had incited jealousy and hostility from other factions. Long Zhun convened the members of the Long family and sternly declared, "Listen well. Our endeavors to build a city have drawn the attention of Yin Iron City. They have sent individuals to thwart our plans. From this moment on, everyone must remain vigilant and strengthen our defenses. The Dragon Guard will increase patrols, while the Dragon Shadow Guards shall covertly safeguard our efforts. We cannot allow them to interfere with our progress." In unison, the members of the Long family responded, "Yes." Under Long Zhun's arrangement, although the construction of Long City faced some disturbances, it continued to proceed in an orderly manner. United in purpose, the Long family was determined to erect an impregnable city. Meanwhile, at Yin Iron City, Luo Yin learned that his dispatched forces had been entirely annihilated. Enraged, he slammed his hand on the table, bellowing, "These audacious members of the Long family dare to kill my subordinates, treating Yin Iron City with such contempt." Zhao Hu, standing nearby, cautiously suggested, "My lord, do not be angered. Given the Long family's arrogance, we should directly send troops to annihilate them." After pacing back and forth in contemplation, Luo Yin concluded, "It seems that relying solely on covert sabotage is no longer viable. Notify the assembly of the troops in Yin Tai City. We shall confront the Long family head-on, making it abundantly clear that I, Luo Yin, am the sovereign of this region, and their reckless actions shall not be tolerated." Chapter 298, The Fiery Cloud Steed. The movements of Yin Tai City have been thoroughly investigated by the Shadow Guards cultivated by Xiao. Xiao approached Long Zhun and reported, Patriarch. Yantai City has gathered an army of 30,000, advancing towards us. Long Zhun nodded, very well, I understand. Please inform Long Yuan. As you wish, Patriarch. Although Xiao was trained by Long Yuan, Long Zhun shamelessly borrowed her assistance. Long Zhun sought out Long Ling, who was currently training the Long Shadow Guards and the Long Emperor's army. Long Ling, I need to discuss a matter with you. Long Ling paused her training and approached Long Zhun. Patriarch, what instructions do you have? Yantai City has dispatched 30,000 troops to eradicate us, and I entrust this task to you. Long Ling furrowed her brow. We lack war horses. Engaging them in battle would place us at a disadvantage. Long Zhun chuckled. Go seek out that lad. Long Yuan. He must have a solution. Long Ling nodded. Very well. I shall find brother Long Zhun cheerfully responded. Then I leave this to you. I will oversee the construction of the city. Without hesitation, Long Ling dashed off to find Long Yuan, reclining in his chair. Long Yuan had just finished listening to Shi Yao's report when Long Ling approached him. Brother Long, I require war horses. The laws of the divine realm are too potent for us to fly, which places us at a significant disadvantage in battle. Long Yuan nodded. All right, let me see. He opened the system marketplace panel and navigated to the steed section, scrutinizing the options available. Fiery Cloud Steed, entirely white with fiery red fur on its limbs. Remarkably swift and capable of withstanding attacks from divine sovereigns, yet possessing no combat prowess. Long Yuan continued to browse other steeds, finding them either exorbitantly priced or unsuitable. Ultimately, he decided on the Fiery Cloud Steed. Tang Tang, purchase 1 million Fiery Cloud Steeds for me. Ding. The purchase of 1 million Fiery Cloud Steeds was successful, deducting 10 million purple gold coins. Long Yuan rose and declared, let us go. I have arranged for 1 million warhorses. Long Ling felt a surge of excitement. Now the Long family could muster an army of 970,000 troops, 20,000 from the Long Empress army, 50,000 from the Long Shadow Guards, and 900,000 from the Long Guards. This 1 million horses would be just sufficient. Long Yuan led Long Ling and Shi Yao to a vast plain where he waved his hand, and 1 million warhorses appeared upon the expanse. All the steeds were fully equipped. Long Ling gazed at these magnificent horses, her eyes shining with delight. This is wonderful. With these steeds, our movements will be immensely more convenient. Long Yuan waved his hand. I leave the remainder of the matters in your capable hands. I shall return to spend time with my daughter. Long Ling promptly summoned the Long Shadow Guards and the Long Emperor's army, instructing them to select their mounts. Once everyone had chosen their steeds, the two divisions of troops lined up neatly across the plain. Long Ling surveyed the orderly arrangement of the war horses, her heart brimming with ambition and resolve. He turned swiftly onto his horse and shouted to the Dragon Emperor's army and the Dragon Shadow Guards behind him. Warriors, today marks our inaugural battle in the Divine Realm. We shall demonstrate the might of the Dragon Clan to our foes. Forward, under the leadership of Long Ling. The Dragon Clan's forces, mounted on their fiery cloud steeds, surged forth like a torrent of darkness towards the army of Yantai City. A day later, the Dragon Clan's formidable forces encountered the 30,000 troops of Yantai City on a vast, desolate plain. This once silent expanse was now stirred to life by the thunderous march of two armies. The soldiers of Yantai City stood in neat formation, their banners fluttering in the wind. Luo Yin, astride a magnificent black warhorse and clad in resplendent armor, bore an expression of arrogance. Leading the charge was Long Ling, who approached the front lines with a steely gaze fixed upon Luo Yin. This path is impassable. Should you wish to traverse it, today shall mark your demise, she declared with conviction. Luo Yin scoffed derisively, retorting, is it merely your dragon clan? A band of ignorant fools. Surrender, and perhaps I shall grant you mercy. Long Ling's laughter was cold. Enough of your prattle. My dragon clan fears not the likes of you. This battle shall exact a toll for your hubris. With a decisive wave of her hand, she issued the command to advance. Dragon Sons, attack. In an instant, the Dragon Clan's forces surged forward like arrows released from a bow. The fiery cloud steeds raced forth with astonishing speed, swiftly closing the distance to the Yantai City army. Though the warhorses of Yantai City were commendable, they paled in comparison to the swiftness of the fiery cloud steeds. The Dragon Clan's army, akin to bolts of black lightning, penetrated the ranks of Yantai City. The Dragon Shadow Guards displayed remarkable agility, executing various spectacular maneuvers atop their steeds. Their weapons glinted ominously, each swing claiming a life. The Dragon Emperor's army coordinated seamlessly, forming combat units that surrounded and annihilated the soldiers of Yantai City. "Kill! Let these intruders find no way back," roared one captain of the Dragon Shadow Guards, raising his long blade high and bringing it down mercilessly upon a soldier from Yantai City. The soldier had no time to react before being cleaved in two, blood splattering across the ground. Caught off guard by the sudden onslaught of the Dragon Clan's forces, the soldiers of Yantai City had underestimated their adversaries, believing them to be a mere rabble. Luo Yin, witnessing the chaos engulfing his troops, seethed with fury, brandishing his spear as he shouted, "Soldiers, steady yourselves and fight back." Yet, the Dragon Clan's forces, leveraging the speed of their fiery cloud steeds, darted through the ranks of Yantai City as if traversing an uninhabited realm. The soldiers of Yantai City could only endure the relentless assault, unable to mount an effective counterattack. "Do not fear them, we outnumber them. Hold the line," one commander of Yantai City shouted, striving to bolster morale. However, the ferocity of the Dragon Clan's assault continued to breach their defenses relentlessly. On the battlefield, Long Ling gallantly wielded his spear, which danced with the grace of a serpent. Each thrust struck with precision, finding the vital points of his foes. "You invaders, today marks your demise," Long Ling bellowed, as he pierced through a soldier from Yantai City who dared to charge at him. The sounds of battle echoed like thunder, and blood stained the earth. The soldiers of Yantai City began to waver, their casualties mounting and morale dwindling. In the ensuing 3 days, a fierce tug-of-war unfolded. The Long family's army, utilizing the speed of their fire cloud horses and agile tactics, relentlessly assaulted the forces of Yantai City. Though the enemy numbered many, they found it increasingly difficult to withstand the onslaught from the Long family. Desertion soon began to plague the ranks of Yantai City's soldiers. Luo Yin, witnessing the tide turn against them, was filled with an overwhelming sense of frustration. "We cannot succumb to defeat like this," he roared, striving to halt the retreat of his men. Chapter 299, Moonshatter City. "My lord, it is futile. We cannot withstand the Long family's assault," a commander lamented, his face drawn in despair. Luo Yin clenched his teeth in anger. "The detestable Long family, I shall not let you go unpunished. Relay the order to retreat." With Luo Yan's command, chaos erupted as the army of Yantai City began to withdraw in disarray. The Long family's forces seized this opportunity. "Brothers, pursue. Do not let them escape," Long Ling shouted, as they mounted their fire cloud horses, closing in on the retreating soldiers of Yantai City like tigers on prey. Along the way, countless soldiers from Yantai City fell to the blades of the Long family. "Spare me. I surrender," one soldier pleaded, kneeling in terror before the Long warriors. Without hesitation, one soldier from the Long family dispatched him with a swift blow, declaring, "Too late, invaders. None shall return alive." In their flight, the army of Yantai City left behind a trail of corpses and discarded weapons. Luo Yin, witnessing the dismal defeat of his troops, felt a tumult of rage and despair. "My lord, we can barely hold on," a loyal guard exclaimed anxiously. Luo Yin grit his teeth, commanding, "Do not concern yourselves with me. You must retreat first. I shall face them." At that moment, Long Ling caught up to him. "Luo Yin, today you shall find no escape," he declared coldly. With a furious roar, Luo Yin charged at Long Ling. They no longer possessed the will to resist and scattered in flight. The Dragon Clan's forces pursued their victory, relentlessly hunting them down to the gates of Flame Iron City. Dragon Ling gazed at the firmly shut gates and proclaimed loudly, "Today I spare your lives. Should you provoke us again, I shall reduce Flame Iron City to rubble." Having spoken, Dragon Ling led the Dragon Clan's army back in triumphant glory. Upon returning to Dragon City, Long Zhen personally emerged to greet Dragon Ling and the others. He looked at the victorious soldiers, his eyes brimming with satisfaction. "Well done, Dragon Ling. Consider this a warning to them," Long Zhen remarked with a smile. Dragon Ling humbly replied, "Patriarch, this victory is the result of the brave efforts of the Dragon Clan's warriors. I merely fulfilled my duty." Long Zhen regarded Dragon Ling with approval. "Regardless, this victory holds great significance for our clan. After this battle, I believe the surrounding cities will think twice before provoking us. However, we must not grow complacent. We must continue to strengthen the Dragon Clan's power." Dragon Ling nodded in agreement, stating, "Rest assured, Patriarch. I will continue to train the Dragon Emperor army and the Dragon Shadow Guard, ensuring they grow even stronger." Long Jun smiled in satisfaction and addressed all the members of the dragon clan present. This victory is a testament to our unity. Yet, the road ahead remains long, and the challenges we face will be numerous. Everyone must strive to cultivate their skills and enhance their strength. Only by growing formidable can we safeguard the dragon clan and establish our presence in this divine realm. Long Jun delivered this motivational discourse, invigorating the clan's spirit. The members of the dragon clan responded in unison. Yes, Patriarch. We shall fight with every last drop of blood for our family. The roar of the army echoed through the skies. In the days that followed, the dragon clan, true to Long Jun's expectations, did not succumb to pride from their victory. Dragon Ling maintained strict training standards, understanding that the battlefield allowed no room for negligence. Focus. On the battlefield, you face life and death, not a mere game. Dragon Ling sternly admonished those soldiers who exhibited any sign of laxity during training. Meanwhile, the Dragon Guard was also diligent, engaging in both the construction and defense of Dragon City, while utilizing their spare time for cultivation. Long Jun frequently visited the Dragon Guard's camp, imparting valuable insights and techniques for their training. Cultivation is not solely for enhancing your strength. It is also to refine your character. Only with a steadfast heart can you stand fearless against formidable foes and unleash your true potential, Long Jun earnestly conveyed to the Dragon Guard. Simultaneously, Long Yuan was quietly laboring for the development of the Dragon Clan. He often immersed himself in the system's marketplace, seeking various items to bolster the clan's power. In addition to the previously acquired Fire Cloud Horse, he discovered several elixirs that could enhance the soldier's physical attributes and cultivation speed. Dang. Please check if there are any elixirs suitable for significantly enhancing the soldier's capabilities, Long Yuan requested of the system. Host, there are the Celestial Extreme Pill and the Celestial Martial Pill available. The Celestial Extreme Elixir can remarkably enhance the physical attributes of its user in a short span, augmenting both strength and speed, while the Celestial Martial Elixir aids practitioners in expediting the absorption of spiritual energy, thus elevating their cultivation realm. After a moment of contemplation, Long Yuan declared, procure 5 million Celestial Extreme Elixirs and 3 million Celestial Martial Elixirs. A notification chimed, confirming the successful purchase and deducting 50 million purple gold coins. Long Yuan distributed these elixirs among the soldiers and disciples of the Long family, personally instructing them on the correct methods of consumption. With the assistance of these elixirs, the strength of the Long family members experienced a significant enhancement. As the power of the Long family continued to grow, the original territory seemed insufficient. Long Jun resolved to push toward the Tianyuan mountain range. Long Ling, take the army and clear the surrounding beast-infested areas. The current size of the city is still too small. Long Ling nodded. Understood. I shall lead the army to cleanse the area immediately. Surrounding Long City, lands previously occupied by demonic beasts were cleared by Long Ling and her forces, transforming into resource collection sites for the Long family. However, the rise of the Long family caught the attention of several nearby major cities. The Lord of Broken Moon City sat in the Grand Hall, flanked by 2 rows of officials. Lord Zhao Ming, a third-tier official of the Divine Kingdom, with the cultivation realm of a Divine King, spoke up. Does anyone know the situation regarding Long City? It has recently stirred considerable commotion. I heard that Iron Flame City dispatched troops to eliminate it, and even their lord, Luo Yan, was slain. An official stepped forward, responding, My lord, this Long City seemingly emerged from nowhere, suddenly appearing at the edge of the Tianyuan mountain range, and its rapid establishment suggests a substantial population. Another official added, My lord, their actions have encroached upon the interests of the Divine Kingdom. Should we send troops? Zhao Ming shook his head. We do not even comprehend their circumstances. How can we mobilize our forces? How many troops should we send? And what kind of strong opponents do they possess? Chapter 300, Golden Scale City. My lord, I suggest we report this matter to the Divine Kingdom. After all, an additional city implies increased taxation. Zhao Ming nodded. Then let it be so. Immediately report to the Divine Kingdom and see how they wish to address this issue. Meanwhile, in Long City, today marked the completion of the city. All members of the family gathered in the square to celebrate this milestone. Long Yuan, accompanied by Xiao Meier and Long Xian, took a seat at a table. Long Jun delivered an impassioned speech from a stage, captivating the audience to the point where drool dripped from their mouths. Long Xian, holding a chicken leg, asked while munching, Father, doesn't the head of the family get tired from speaking so much? If we don't eat soon, the dishes will grow cold. Long Yuan smiled gently. Pay him no mind. Exiner, if you wish to eat, then do so. Long Xi nodded and began to devour the chicken leg in her hand. Xiao Mayer interjected, husband. The two grand formations in Long City are still those of the lower realms. Would they be able to withstand enemy assaults? Long Yuan was taken aback. He had indeed forgotten about this matter. The two formations indeed required upgrades. Otherwise, they would be unable to fend off attacks from those of supreme power. Sweetheart, please upgrade the Godslaying Array and Star Array for me. Certainly, esteemed host. Ding. The upgrade of the Grand Array is successful. A deduction of 20 trillion purple coins has been made, leaving a balance of 303 trillion purple coins. As soon as the Grand Array was upgraded, the two magnificent formations materialized above Long Yuan, their crimson and white brilliance shimmering across the sky before descending into Long City. The members of the Long family were unfazed by the spectacle, continuing their feasting and revelry. Once the banquet concluded, they returned to their respective abodes to cultivate. Their powers were woefully inadequate, rendering them too timid to venture beyond the confines of the divine realm. Long Yuan recognized this deficiency. The clan lacked formidable warriors and relied solely on his presence to maintain stability. Sweetheart, is there any treasure in the system marketplace that can safeguard the Long family? As things stand, this is untenable. At the rate they are progressing, it could take ages for them to grow stronger. Esteemed host, your protection is merely a temporary measure. They must cultivate independently. Moreover, their talents are commendable, and they can certainly be sent to other factions for further training. Long Yuan pondered this for a moment. You make a compelling point, but those factions are not fools. Why would they train our members for free? Simple. Just have them swear oaths to the heavenly path. When the time comes, you can negotiate with the heavenly path regarding the validity of their vows. Wow, that's brilliant. Why didn't I think of that? I need to prepare some resources for them. Purchase 1 million attack and defense talismans for me. One's capable of withstanding supreme attacks. Ding. The purchase of talismans is successful, deducting 200 billion purple coins. The following day, Long Yuan entered the Grand Council Hall where Long Zhen was discussing clan matters with several elders. Upon seeing Long Yuan enter, Long Zhen smiled. What brings you here? Long Yuan, disinterested in small talk, succinctly outlined his plan to send clan disciples to join other factions for training. With that, he tossed out 200 million talismans and departed. Long Zhen stared at the ring in his hand, momentarily taken aback. Long Xiu remarked, this plan of Long Yuan's is quite astute. It not only conserves clan resources, but also aids in intelligence gathering. Long Zhen nodded. Then let us proceed with this course of action. How many outstanding disciples does the clan currently possess? Long Kuei responded, approximately between 190,000 to 200,000 disciples. Their talents are commendable, yet we lack sufficient resources for their cultivation. Long Zhen's eyes widened in disbelief. You said how many? Over 100,000 disciples without resources to cultivate? Long Kuei shook her head. It's not that they lack resources entirely. Rather, they do not have ample resources afforded to them for cultivation. They earn their resources through their own efforts. Long Zhen was genuinely unsettled by this revelation. Previously, he had focused solely on military development. Now he realized how much he had neglected the cultivation of so many disciples. Immediately issue a command for talented disciples to join other factions, providing them with 10 talismans for protection. Understood, clan leader. The elders swiftly began making arrangements, and by the next day, a group of Long family disciples set off from Long City. One by one, the disciples of the family began to depart. Even some of the elder ancestors sought life-preserving talismans from Long Yuan to leave the Long family. Now, the city is left with ordinary individuals whose cultivation has yet to reach the realm of immortal lords, alongside the 3 great armies that have entered the Tianyuan mountain range, simultaneously cultivating and searching for resources. Everyone's cultivation is rapidly advancing. In the Grand Hall of the Royal Palace of Jinlin City, the capital of the Yanhuang Divine Kingdom, Zhou Wentian sat upon the dragon throne as rows of officials reported matters concerning the Divine Kingdom. Your Majesty, a new city has suddenly been established on the outskirts of the Tianyuan mountain range, named Long City, and they have even slain the Lord of Yantian City. As the official concluded his report, a wave of murmurs spread throughout the court. One individual stepped forward. Your Majesty, I believe this matter demands severe punishment. The establishment of a city without notification to the Divine Kingdom, coupled with the murder of the city lord, is a grave issue that must be addressed to uphold the dignity of our Divine Kingdom. Another official then presented himself, bowing your majesty. I sense that this situation is far from simple. The audacity to openly construct a city indicates they are unafraid of our divine kingdom's retribution. And they must certainly have some means of support. The assembly erupted into heated discussions regarding the matter. Yuan rubbed his temples, deciding to entrust this issue to the Tianyi sect for investigation. I required detailed intelligence on their situation. An official stepped forward and bowed. Yes, your majesty. The Tianyi sect serves as the intelligence department of the divine kingdom, and Yuan was eager to ascertain the circumstances surrounding Long City. As time passed, Long Shiqi and Long Yu arrived at Yuntian sect after several teleportations. Yuntian sect is considered one of the top powers within the Yanhuang divine kingdom, housing an esteemed ancestor of the supreme realm. Long Shiqi had chosen Yuntian sect after discussing it with Long Yu. It is relatively close to Long City, allowing for frequent visits, and it boasts a master of formation. Long Yu aspired to become a disciple of this master, as his constitution is that of the heavenly array divine body. Meanwhile, Long Shiqi was drawn to a particular sword technique within Yuntian sect, prompting both to arrive at the sect's entrance. Both were now at the true God realm, still within the sect criteria for accepting disciples. Under the blazing sun at the mountain gate, golden rays cascaded down, enveloping the misty entrance in a sacred glow. Long Shiqi gazed upward, where the three gilded characters of Yuntian sect shimmered softly in the sunlight, as if narrating the sect's illustrious history and grandeur. At her waist, the sword seemed to sense something, suddenly emitting a series of clear, melodious chimes, akin to a dragon's roar echoing in her ears. The dragon-patterned etchings on the hilt began to emanate a faint red glow, as if a slumbering dragon was being awakened. Chapter Chista Yiden Yanqian sect. Sister, your burning heaven sword is resonating. Long Yu's voice rang out, pointing at the hilt with eyes full of curiosity and excitement. Simultaneously, the arrayed disc in his hand began to warm slightly, the gentle heat pulsing through his palm, stirring his heart. It appears that the tome 9 Heaven Sword technique is indeed present here. Long Shiqi's gaze was steadfast and piercing, as if she could see through the mist to the sacred texts deep within the sect. She turned to Long Yu and earnestly declared, Elder brother, I must acquire this sword technique. Long Yu nodded, reassuring her, rest assured, as long as we can enter, we will undoubtedly obtain the sword technique. As they stepped through the mountain gate, 2 disciples clad in azure robes approached them. The leader, with keen eyes, swiftly scanned the dragon-emblazoned jade pendants at their waists. His expression shifted slightly as he inquired, Who are you, and what business do you have with our Yuntian sect? Long Yu replied with a smile, We, siblings, wish to join the Yuntian sect. We are uncertain where to go for the assessment. The other disciple scrutinized Long Yu and his sister before saying, Follow me to the testing square. With that, he turned and motioned for them to follow. The siblings trailed behind the disciple, traversing the winding path of blue stones until they reached the square. In the center of the square stood 6 bronze cauldrons, their bodies adorned with esoteric patterns that seemed to pulse with a life of their own, faintly shimmering with light. Long Yu keenly noticed that the patterns on one of the cauldrons bore a striking resemblance to his own array plate, causing his heart to leap with an inexplicable sense of familiarity. What is your name? Inquired an elderly man seated at a table. His head bowed as he diligently recorded with a brush. Long Shiqi, Long Yu, they replied in unison, their voices clear and resonant. Upon hearing the surname Long, the elder paused momentarily, a flicker of brilliance igniting in his murky eyes. He slowly lifted his gaze, scrutinizing them from head to toe. Long surname? Due to the rarity of this surname in the divine realm, the elder's interest was piqued. Just as Long Shiqi was about to respond, a vibrant voice interjected, Ah, a special physique. No wonder the array plate resonates with the celestial cauldron. Turning towards the source of the voice, they beheld a middle-aged man clad in a starry robe, striding towards them with a steady gait that seemed to resonate with the hearts of those present. 12 array flags floated behind him, fluttering in the breeze, their surfaces adorned with glowing runes. Long Yu's pupils constricted in shock. He was unable to fathom this man's cultivation level, and an overwhelming sense of dread washed over him. The formidable aura emanating from the man left the inexperienced youth feeling a wave of pressure. We greet you, senior. They both hurriedly bowed, their movements synchronized, exuding youthful vigor. There is no need for excessive courtesy. The middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively, his gaze settling upon the array plate in Long Yu's grasp. A hint of surprise and curiosity flickered in his eyes. I am Niechun, the master of the array peak of Yuntian sect. Is this array plate a gift from a family elder? Long Yu felt a shiver down his spine and respectfully nodded. Indeed, it was bestowed upon me by my uncle. Niechun stepped forward, grasping Long Yu's arm, and suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Excellent. Excellent. A celestial array physique. Today, our Yuntian sect shall witness the emergence of an array genius. Long Shichi's delicate brows furrowed slightly, as she could not help but speak up. Senior, we have come to participate in the test. Patience, patience. Niechun waved his hand, and with his gesture, 6 bronze tripods simultaneously illuminated, radiating a blinding brilliance. Let's first assess your talents. Long Yu took a deep breath and stepped onto the testing platform. Just as he ascended, the array plate in his hand unexpectedly slipped from his grasp, hovering above the Tian Shu Ding. From within the tripod, a dazzling 9-colored radiance ascended, dreamlike and resplendent, coalescing into a miniature formation above his head. The formation spun continuously, emanating waves of power. The heavenly array divine body. I was not mistaken, Niechun exclaimed, his voice trembling with disbelief and ecstasy. After 30,000 years, we finally have a second heavenly array divine body. Almost simultaneously, a blinding red light erupted from the testing platform where Long Shichi stood, akin to the rising of a crimson sun. The burning sky sword at her waist seemed to be summoned by an overwhelming force, unsheathing itself and hovering above her head, spinning rapidly. Ancient dragon patterns emerged on the sword's body, shimmering with mysterious light. Real dragons danced upon the blade, and the sound of the sword echoed thunderously, as if striving to pierce the heavens. Is this the burning sky dragon chant body? Niechun was so astonished that his voice quivered, hastily retrieving a communication jade talisman. Speaking rapidly, he urged, quickly summon the ancestor. The commotion attracted numerous disciples, their gazes converging like a tidal wave. Whispers filled the air as they speculated about the origins of these 2 new disciples. Long Shichi felt a surge of heat coursing through her body, wild and uncontrollable like a runaway horse. Suppressing her discomfort, she glanced at the equally stunned Long Yu, worry flickering in her eyes. Amidst the murmurs, the clouds suddenly appeared to be torn apart by colossal hands. A white-robed elder descended with measured steps. With each stride, glowing array patterns manifested beneath his feet, commanding the laws of heaven and earth. A formidable pressure descended upon the gathering, instilling a profound sense of reverence in all present. We pay our respects to the ancestor. Niechun was the first to react, leading the crowd to kneel, their voices harmonious and resounding. Long Shichi and Long Yu felt their knees weaken, a heavy force pressing down on their legs, yet they gritted their teeth and remained standing. The elder's gaze, sharp as lightning, swept over them before breaking into a look of satisfaction. Good, good, good. Truly, individuals of exceptional physique. The elder laughed heartily. The heavenly array divine body can deduce myriad techniques, while the burning sky dragon chant body wields the might to annihilate the heavens and earth. Extending his hand, he effortlessly summoned Long Shichi's burning sky sword and Long Yu's array plate, which obediently flew into his grasp. He examined the sword and plate with profound depth in his gaze. Do you know what these 2 physiques are called in the divine realm? Please enlighten us, senior. The 2 replied in unison, their voices tinged with reverence and curiosity. Forbidden body, the elder slowly enunciated, returning the sword and array plate to them. His gaze suddenly sharpened, akin to a blade in the frigid night. Cultivating to the utmost can alter the very fabric of reality, yet he paused slightly, his eyes flitting between the 2, aware that such power could also invite peril. Niechun, upon hearing of the forbidden physique, felt a stirring within his heart. He stepped forward with urgency and reverence, exclaiming, Ancestor, I should be the one to instruct Long Yu in the heavenly array divine body. I am confident in cultivating him into a master of formations. In an instant, a crimson figure flashed into the scene, an elder clad in a robe of flames, emanating a searing aura akin to a volcano in motion. The burning heaven dragon chanting body must enter the sword peak. Only the sword techniques of my sword peak can unleash the full potential of this physique. Chapter 302. The Xianxia Chamber of Commerce heads to Long City. At this moment, several figures appeared in the square, all of whom were the heads of the major peaks. These 2 disciples belong to our Qing Peak. What do you mean they belong to Qing Peak? My array peak is in dire need of such a prodigy in formations. If you take them, you will only lead them astray. This little girl is surely destined for my sword peak. Long Shiqi watched the bickering deities before her with a sense of helplessness. In the end, Long Shiqi went to sword peak while Long Yu joined array peak. The other descendants of the Long family also sought to align themselves with their respective factions. Given their talents, they could easily find a prestigious force to join. The Xianxia Chamber of Commerce learned of a new Long city emerging within the Yanwang Divine Kingdom. Without hesitation, they dispatched an elder of the Divine Emperor realm along with 2 second-tier supremes, accompanied by 100 individuals, to the Yanwang Divine Kingdom. Their intention was to establish an auction house and a commercial hub in Long City, as per the wishes of their president. The Sword Sovereign had mentioned that the esteemed individual was indeed from the lower realm's Long family. Their intelligence network spanned the entirety of the Divine Realm, including various other factions. Thus, they were among the first to ascertain that Long City was likely connected to the lower realm's Long family. Zhu Shi stood upon the flying vessel, flanked by 2 divine emperor elders. Elders, what formidable beings could possibly be concealed within Long City that warrants our president sending the 3 of us? Xian, an elder of the Xiantian Chamber of Commerce at the 2nd-tier supreme level, replied, Xiaoshi, as an auctioneer. It is quite normal for you to be unaware of certain matters, and these matters are beyond even our purview. Shi Qing chuckled. The president once mentioned that should they offend that individual, we might not return, for that existence is far more terrifying than our president. Zhu Shi gazed into the distance. Her curiosity piqued about the nature of this entity that instilled such trepidation within the Xiantian Chamber of Commerce. Within Long City, in a small courtyard, Long Xian clamored to venture out and seek a master to learn the arts, leaving Long Yuan in a state of distress. The little girl, seeing her family members leave, had been incessantly pleading to go out for days. No amount of coaxing seemed effective, and Xiaomi was equally exasperated. Tang, quickly devise a plan. If I take this little girl out, who will guard Long City? Tang perched on Long Yuan's shoulder, tilting her head in contemplation. Dear host, you could simply purchase a puppet in the system marketplace to protect her. Long Yuan smacked his thigh and exclaimed, of course, I could just forge a few puppets. With that, he turned to Long Xian. My dear daughter, please wait a moment while I create a puppet for you, and then you can go outside. Long Xian blinked her eyes and asked, Father, you're not deceiving me, are you? Long Yuan patted his chest confidently. How could your father lie to you? Just wait. I will forge the puppet right away. With that, Long Yuan headed towards the forging hall. Xiaomi looked at Long Xian and said, you better behave. When your father returns, if you dare to sneak away, I will seal you in the house. Long Xian, noticing Xiaomi's stern gaze, shrank her neck. I understand. I won't sneak away anymore. Long Yuan arrived at the forging hall, opened the system panel, and began searching for materials to create the puppets. He intended to forge a humanoid puppet and 4 divine beast puppets. The divine beast puppets were meant to guard Dragon City, while the humanoid puppet would accompany Long Xian outside. Standing steadily before the forging table, Long Yuan focused intently. The system panel, seemingly tangible, hovered before him, emanating a cold, ethereal glow. His gaze fixed on the price tag for the supreme puppet crafting package. His lips involuntarily twitched, and he lamented, Tang, look at this. Just for these 5 supreme triple puppets, it costs a staggering 100 billion purple gold coins. This is outright robbery. Tang, upon hearing this, rolled her eyes in dissatisfaction, her voice tinged with a hint of pride. Dear host, please don't be so ungrateful. These puppets are capable of temporarily contending with supreme, 5-fold beings. Just think, even if those so-called crafting masters from the divine realm emptied their coffers, they might not be able to forge even one. Our price is already quite reasonable. Long Yuan gritted his teeth, and in resignation, let out a long sigh. All right, let's consider it a purchase of toys for my precious daughter. Proceed with the material purchase. The Jiuyo Xian iron cannot be bought, but I recall there being some in the system space. Understood, dear host. Ding. Material for the puppet successfully purchased, deducting 100 billion purple gold coins. Countless materials appeared in the system space. Long Yuan dumped 9 types of rare materials into the forging furnace. These materials varied in form. Some shimmered with dazzling light, while others emitted peculiar fragrances. Upon entering the furnace, they triggered a burst of radiant flashes. However, at that moment, as the materials were being added, Long Yuan's brow furrowed sharply. A hint of anxiety surfaced on his face as he glanced at the system space. Oh no! Why are there only 3 pieces of Jiuyou Xian iron? This quantity is far from sufficient for forging supreme puppets. Where is all the Jiuyou Xian iron gone? Dear host, you have forged so many divine artifacts in the lower realm that the Jiuyou Xian iron has been nearly exhausted. Ding! Insufficient materials detected for puppet creation. Would you like to initiate an emergency purchase? The system's cold prompt echoed, just in time. Long Yuan nodded without hesitation. Bye, make haste to purchase. Ding! The acquisition of the 9 nether Xian iron has been successfully completed. Long Yuan promptly cast several pieces of the 9 nether Xian iron into the furnace. In an instant, the smelting furnace erupted with fierce black flames, akin to those emanating from the depths of the 9 nether hell, imbued with an aura of relentless destruction. The materials within the furnace were swiftly transformed into a viscous liquid. Long Yuan's hands moved like phantoms, forming seals, each imbued with formidable power. The 9-fold dragon patterns gradually emerged from the walls of the furnace, each dragon pattern seemingly coming to life. Harnessing the forces of heaven and earth, the entire smelting hall trembled violently. Alarmingly, Long Yuan's countenance shifted dramatically. He exclaimed in horror, "The energy of the void divine essence is spiraling out of control. What shall I do?" The smelting furnace quaked violently. The purple divine essence appeared as if it possessed a life of its own, frantically battering against the walls of the furnace, seemingly intent on breaking free. Witnessing this, Long Yuan hastily bit into his tongue, a drop of his essence blood splattering onto the furnace lid. Simultaneously, he shouted with authority, "Suppress." With that thunderous command, 9 golden dragon phantoms burst forth from his being. Their roars resonated through the heavens as they lunged toward the rampaging divine essence, managing to subdue it once more. Tang, beside him, nervously remarked, "Master, this is dire. The material fusion rate is only at 60%. If this continues, the smelting furnace will surely explode." Beads of sweat adorned Long Yuan's forehead, yet his gaze grew ever more resolute. Suddenly, he drew forth the Long Yuan sword, unhesitatingly slicing open his palm. Blood gushed forth, cascading onto the top of the furnace. He then declared loudly, "With my dragon blood as the guide, activate the chaos smelting array." Chapter 303. The puppet crafting is complete. As his voice faded, ancient and intricate patterns materialized upon the floor of the smelting hall, shimmering with resplendent light. The skies darkened abruptly, thick clouds as black as ink gathered overhead. Lightning serpents danced wildly, and a colossal bolt of divine retribution, imbued with cataclysmic force, struck directly toward the smelting furnace. Long Yuan laughed heartily. This has summoned the divine retribution, just perfect for refining the puppets. The thunderous strike landed heavily upon the furnace lid. In that moment, the purple divine essence and golden dragon blood fused instantaneously under the tremendous force, radiating light that illuminated the entire smelting hall as if it were daylight. Seizing this opportunity, Long Yuan swiftly executed the final incantation. 5 puppet phantoms gently emerged from the furnace, each emanating an overwhelming sense of supreme pressure. This pressure expanded like a tangible force, causing the air around to grow thick and stagnant. Ha! It worked. Long Yuan's taut nerves finally relaxed, and he collapsed onto the ground, a look of satisfaction gracing his face as he gazed intently at the puppets suspended in the air. The humanoid puppet bore a striking resemblance to Long Xin. Its exquisitely crafted features sculpted from the finest jade, radiating a soft and gentle luminescence. The divine beast puppets, namely the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, each exude an astonishing vitality. Their scales shimmer with a metallic luster that instills awe in all who gaze upon them. Tang exclaimed in astonishment, "Master, you are truly remarkable. The materials for a supreme-level puppet were originally meant for a 3-fold supremacy, yet you have forged 5 supreme 8-fold puppets." Long Yuan, brimming with pride, replied, "You should consider who I am." As his words echoed, a radiant rainbow appeared above Dragon City, each vibrant arc corresponding to a divine beast, casting a resplendent glow that enveloped the entire city in an aura of auspiciousness. Within the Dragon Clan's council hall, Long Zhan was engaged in negotiations with Zhu Shi when an overwhelming pressure suddenly descended upon them, causing the 3 of them to nearly drop their teacups in shock. Their faces were etched with disbelief. Was this the pressure of a supreme realm? What was transpiring? As their consciousness swept through the vicinity, They discovered 5 supreme puppets in the Dragon Clan's artifact refining hall. This revelation left the 3 of them astounded, their jaws nearly hitting the ground. They had encountered puppets before, including those of supreme caliber, yet within the collective understanding of the divine realm. It was widely believed that puppets could only reach a maximum of 1-fold supremacy. Any more was inconceivable. However now, the presence of these 5 formidable puppets before them was nothing short of terrifying. How could they not be intimidated? In the council hall, the atmosphere grew tense as Zhu Shi exchanged glances with the 2 elders. Pushing the contract toward Long Zhun, she spoke earnestly, Master Long. A 2% profit is already the greatest concession we can offer from the Xianxia Chamber of Commerce. Long Zhun scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. Miss Zhu, you expect us, the Dragon Clan, to be satisfied with a mere 2% profit when your auction house operates on our territory? Do you take us for beggars on the street? Suddenly, Xian, who had been silent, spoke up. Our president has stated that should the Dragon Clan wish to auction items, we will charge no fees and will assist you free of charge. Furthermore, all resources purchased from our chamber will be at a 10% discount. Long Zhun pondered for a moment. No, we need at least a 40% profit. Zhu Shi sighed. Master Long, 2% is already our utmost concession. Just as both parties reached an impasse, Long Yuan happened to pass by the council hall and glanced inside. Long Zhun immediately approached him, seizing the opportunity. You arrived just in time. The Xianxia Chamber of Commerce wishes to establish an auction house in our Dragon City and is offering only a 2% profit. What is your take on this matter? Long Yuan rolled his eyes at Long Zhun. I'll just lie at home and watch. Handle this yourself. With that, he strolled back toward his courtyard. Long Zhun, feeling exasperated, turned to Zhu Shi. Let's proceed as you suggested. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Zhu Shi's eyes as she eagerly nodded. Agreed. It is settled then. At that moment, Long Xian bounced up to Long Yuan, asking, Daddy, is my toy ready? Long Yuan produced a humanoid puppet, stating, it is complete. Take a look and see if you like it. She gazed at the humanoid puppet, her eyes sparkling like brilliant stars, and curiously inquired, Father, can it speak? Long Yuan chuckled softly, gently placing the puppet on the ground. His eyes filled with affection as he replied, its name is Long Air. It shall be your personal guardian from now on. The puppet slightly bent its knees, moving with fluid grace, and in a melodious voice declared, Long Air has met the young lady. Long Xian, brimming with excitement, leapt into the air, exclaiming, how impressive. What about those great beasts? What purpose do they serve? Long Yuan smiled as he summoned the 4 divine beast puppets into the protective formation of Dragon City. He patiently explained, they are here to guard our Dragon City. They will not reveal themselves unless we face an enemy we cannot defeat. With them around, our Dragon City is all the more secure. Just then, Xiao Mayer rushed into the courtyard, her voice filled with urgency. Long Yuan, trouble. Many people are approaching from outside. Long Yuan furrowed his brow and looked up at the distant sky. There, he beheld a swarm of flying magical artifacts. Under the sunlight, they reflected a blinding radiance. Leading them was an elder in white robes, exuding an ethereal aura, who projected his voice across the distance. His tone was loud and urgent. I am the director of the artifact refining department of the Yanhuang Divine Nation. I happened to pass by and noticed a heavenly tribulation. I am curious if any treasure has emerged. May I have a glimpse? Long Zhun stepped out of the grand hall, eyeing the flying vessels above. We have no treasures here. Please depart, he stated. The director gazed down and caught sight of the puppet beside Long Xian. In an instant, he appeared in the courtyard, marveling at the exquisite craftsmanship of the puppet, wondering who could have refined such a perfect creation. Long Yuan cast a sidelong glance at the old man. I crafted it. Now, please leave at once. The director looked at Long Yuan earnestly. Friend, might you consider selling this puppet to me? I am willing to pay any price. Long Yuan remained calm and simply replied, not for sale. Upon hearing this, the elder grew anxious and quickly added, I can exchange it for the record of refining in the void. This is a national treasure of my Yanhuang Divine Nation. Just then, Long Zhun and Zhu Shi entered the courtyard. Zhu Shi spoke up, can your record of refining in the void compare to this puppet? Moreover, would you still need your refining record to create such a puppet? The director's pupils contracted as he recognized the presence of Zhu Shi from the Xianxia Chamber of Commerce and 2 esteemed elders. I humbly greet the 2 seniors. I am surprised to encounter the esteemed auctioneer of the Xianxia Chamber here. Zhu Shi smiled. We plan to establish an auction house here with the Xianxia Chamber. The director stared in astonishment at Zhu Shi, You intend to build a chamber here? This place is hardly a large city. How could you establish a chamber here? Chapter 304. Long Xian's outing. Zhu Shi chuckled. Since this friend is unwilling to trade, it would be best not to press the matter. The director pondered for a moment and nodded. In that case, I shall not insist. With that, he soared towards his battle vessel, departing from Dragon City. Shi Qing and Xia and continued to observe Long Yuan, sensing an aura of death emanating from him. Moreover, they are entirely convinced that should they take action, they would undoubtedly perish here. Zhu Shi clasped his fists, addressing the Dragon Patriarch. We shall take our leave now. Long Zhun returned the gesture. Very well. I shall see you off. Once the others departed, Long Xian began to circle around the puppet. Xiaomei inquired, Xianer, do you truly wish to venture out? Won't you stay with us in the family? Long Xian shook her head. Mother, I yearn to explore the world. There are so many delightful things out there. Xiaomei sighed, recognizing that one could not hold onto a child forever. Long Yuan turned to Xiao Feng. Accompany Xianer on her outing. It will be beneficial for her care. Xiao Feng nodded, of course. Long Yuan then procured several treasures from the system marketplace, placing them into a storage ring. These items are to be used when you encounter insurmountable challenges. Xiao Feng accepted the ring, affirming, I will ensure Miss Xiner's safety. Long Yuan produced 10 jade tokens, distributing 5 to each of them. Should you shatter these tokens, I shall appear. Do not fear any adversaries or forces you may encounter. The two nodded in agreement. Rest assured, Father, I shall refrain from misusing it. Aunt Feng and I shall take our leave now. Xiao Feng transformed back to her original form and soared out of Dragon City with Long Xian. Zhu Shi and her companions also arranged for the establishment of a trading association outside Dragon City, with the construction team of the Xiantian Trading Association hastily heading in that direction. The director returned to Jinlin City and entered the Imperial Study. Your Majesty, I have retrieved the Crystal Spirit Stone. We may commence the restoration of that Tao artifact. Zhou Wentian beamed with joy. My dear Minister, your contributions are invaluable. Prepare for the restoration of the Tao artifact immediately. Once it is restored, we shall see if the Sun God Kingdom dares to infringe upon our borders. The director hesitated momentarily. Your Majesty, during my return, I passed by the Tianyuan mountain range and discovered a new city, where I encountered a master of artifact forging who has managed to create a supreme puppet, which I believe is at least of the supreme third realm. Zhou Wentian stood in astonishment. My minister, you are not deceiving me, are you? A puppet of the supreme third realm, you say? I am certain, though I did not inquire much, as the Xiantian Trading Association was present there. Zhou Wentian furrowed his brows. How could the Xiantian Trading Association appear in such a location? That city has only recently been established. How could news have spread so swiftly? Your Majesty, I sense that this matter is not simple. The Xiantian Trading Association would not establish a trading association in an unknown city, and this time, Zhu Shi and 2 elders of the Supreme Realm have gone there. Zhou Wentian was even more perplexed. How could a new city warrant such an esteemed delegation from the Xiantian Trading Association? In comparison, their capital only had 1 deity-level guardian, suggesting that Dragon City must hold far greater significance than their own capital. Your Majesty, I believe the Xiantian Trading Association is aware of the artifact master's presence there, which is why they have established a trading association. Zhou Wentian nodded. Regardless of the circumstances, the Xiantian Trading Association is now involved. We cannot act against Dragon City, as we must grant them this courtesy. Contemplating this, Zhou Wentian called out, Bring forth someone. A guard entered the hall. Your Majesty, what are your commands? Proclaim my decree. Recall the spies sent forth, and appoint the Lord of Longsheng as a 4th-rank official of the Divine Kingdom. Yes, Your Majesty. After a moment of contemplation, the Chief Minister suggested, Your Majesty, it may be prudent to dispatch a prince to establish a residence there. This would serve 2 purposes: to uncover any secrets of Longsheng, and to enable us to participate in the Xiantian auction house should any valuable items arise. Zhou Wentian nodded in agreement. It was indeed a sound proposal. Let us send the 6th prince, Zhou Hao, to that place. After further deliberation, the chief minister took his leave to attend to the restoration of the divine tools. Upon receiving the imperial edict, the 6th prince set forth towards Longsheng with his entourage. On board the warship, Zhou Hao stood at the bow, accompanied by his strategist, Su Song. 6th prince, the emperor's intent in sending you to Longsheng seems less like banishment, Su Song remarked. Zhou Hao shook his head. stating that his father had tasked him with building a residence and establishing a rapport with the Lord of Longsheng, as well as attending the Xianxia auction. Su Song furrowed his brow. The Xianxia Merchant Guild was a formidable force, and their choice to establish a guild in Longsheng hinted at complexities beyond mere commerce. Regardless, let us first meet this Lord of Longsheng, he concluded. As the warship sped towards Longsheng, other immortal factions learned of the Xianxia Merchant Guild's envoy, Zhu Shi, being dispatched to the city, coupled with the directives from their ancestors to remain vigilant regarding matters pertaining to the Long surname. It was evident that the mysterious powerful figure alluded to by their forebears was likely connected to Longsheng. Consequently, various immortal factions sent forth a young prodigy accompanied by a supreme being to pay their respects in Longsheng. Meanwhile, as many turned their attention to Longsheng, Long Xian and Xiaofeng had been exploring the outside world for several days. One day, they arrived at a place known as Lingfeng Valley. The valley's winds howled, their sounds reminiscent of weeping, imbued with an enigmatic power. Long Xian, her eyes wide with curiosity, tugged at Xiaofeng's hand, exclaiming, "Aunt Feng, this place feels extraordinary. Let us venture inside." Although Xiaofeng felt a twinge of apprehension, the eager expression on Long Xian's face compelled her to acquiesce. "Stay close to me, Xian. This place seems rather unusual." Barely having entered Lingfeng Valley, several figures suddenly emerged from the shadows. At the forefront stood a stern-faced young man named Yuan, flanked by several subordinates who regarded Long Xian and Xiaofeng with ill intent. Yuan sneered, "You two little girls have wandered into a place not meant for you. Surrender your treasures, and perhaps we shall spare your lives." Long Xian furrowed her brow, retorting, "By what right? This is not your territory." Xiaofeng stepped protectively in front of Long Xian, sensing the terrifying aura emanating from their adversaries. They were all at least minor gods, and the leader was a major god. Though she felt secure, she feared for Long Xian's safety, who was merely a demigod. With a vigilant gaze, Xiaofeng cautioned, "Xian, they all possess powers exceeding major gods. We must be cautious." Unperturbed, Long Xian responded, "Aunt Feng, what is there to fear? If they provoke me, I shall dispatch them all." Xiaofeng felt somewhat speechless. The young girl appeared as an obedient child at home, but once outside, she transformed, exuding an intense aura of hostility. Yuan laughed disdainfully. "You think you can challenge us? I am from Lingfeng Fortress, and none in this vicinity dare to disregard our authority." With that, he waved his hand, and his subordinates surged forward. Xiaofeng let out a cold huff, her figure flickering as she immediately engaged with the assailants. Chapter 305. Seizing opportunities, her prowess was remarkable, and within moments, she had forced the attackers into a retreat. Observing this, Yuan's expression shifted, and he personally intervened, his long sword gleaming with a chilling light as it lunged toward Xiaofeng. Undaunted, she extended her claws, clashing with Yuan's sword, producing a shower of sparks. Just as the two were locked in a stalemate, a gentle voice interjected, "Please cease hostilities. Fighting in Lingfeng Valley may attract the attention of ferocious beasts." The group turned to the source of the voice and beheld a man in white attire approaching slowly. His name was Su Ran. Yuan frowned. "Su Ran, this does not concern you. Best not to meddle." Su Ran smiled slightly. "Yuan, one should show mercy when possible. Why trouble these two young ladies?" Yuan gritted his teeth, aware that Su Ran's strength was formidable, and he lacked absolute confidence in securing victory. With a cold snort, he conceded, "For your sake, Su Ran, we shall depart." With that, he retreated with his subordinates in disarray. Long Xian gazed at Su Ran with gratitude. "Thank you, sir, for your assistance. I am Long Xian, and this is my Aunt Feng. What brings you here? Is there something intriguing about this place?" Su Ran replied with a smile. "I happened to pass through, having heard that Lingfeng Valley holds certain opportunities, so I came to try my luck and fortuitously encountered you." Long Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Opportunities? Then let us search together. Perhaps we will find something worthwhile." Xiaofeng hesitated momentarily, but seeing Long Xian's enthusiastic demeanor, she felt compelled to agree. "All right, little sister. Your cultivation is quite low. Does her family truly allow you to venture out alone?" "I have Aunt Feng. She is very strong." Su Ran glanced at Xiaofeng, acknowledging her strength. "Let us proceed together in search of this opportunity." "Great." Long Xian eagerly followed beside Su Ran. Thus, the trio embarked on an exploration of the Lingfeng mountain range. After several days of travel, they discovered a massive stone door concealed behind a waterfall, covered in ancient ruins. Su Ran approached, scrutinizing the inscriptions, his expression growing increasingly grave. These runes are unfamiliar to me. They seem to conceal a significant secret. Curious, Long Xian leaned in. Can we open it? At that moment, a sudden tremor shook the ground. A voice resonated in their minds. Testers, to open the stone door, you must pass a trial. Long Xian shouted, what trial? Please tell us. The voice continued. Within this valley, there are 3 locations where the power of the spiritual winds coalesces. You must locate them within half an hour and channel the spiritual winds into the corresponding runes on the stone door in order to unlock it. However, be wary, for the spiritual winds are exceedingly ferocious. A moment's carelessness may result in your being consumed by them. Su Ran pondered for a moment. It seemed the trial was no simple feat yet. Since they had arrived, it was worth a try. Let us search separately and reconvene here in half an hour. Long Xian and Xiao Feng nodded, each racing off in different directions. Xian, I sense something unusual over there. Let us investigate, the young girl exclaimed excitedly. All right, Aunt Feng, take me there. Xiao Feng led Long Xian to a location where the spiritual winds were particularly tempestuous, howling fiercely and nearly knocking her off her feet. Xiao Feng gazed at the ethereal glow emanating from the spiritual winds, yet the area was riddled with various traps. Xian, these wind blades are formidable. Even a minor deity would be injured if they ventured in. Wait for me here while I retrieve the spiritual winds. Long Xian grasped Xiao Feng's arm, saying, Aunt Feng, there is no need for you to go. With that, she summoned a puppet. Long, go forth and fetch the spiritual winds for me. Yes, Mississippi. The puppet transformed into a beam of light, darting straight into the heart of the wind blades, impervious to the surrounding traps. It reached out and grasped a mass of spiritual wind, successfully acquiring it for Long Xian. Xiao Feng watched in silence, marveling at the advantages of having a good father. Their endeavor was remarkably smooth. Meanwhile, Su Ran faced a more arduous journey, encountering phantoms that obstructed his path. These phantoms were formidable, launching relentless assaults against him. It was only by employing a hidden card that he managed to defeat them and secure the spiritual winds. Half an hour swiftly elapsed, and the 3 reconvened at the stone door, each bearing the spiritual winds. Su Ran smiled and inquired, did you all succeed? Long Xian produced 2 orbs of spiritual wind. Exclaiming, wasn't this easy to obtain? Su Ran was taken aback, utterly perplexed as to why Long Xian deemed it easy. He had expended a hidden card to acquire his. Xiao Feng interjected, let us open the stone door and see what lies within. Su Ran nodded in agreement. All right, let us together channel the spiritual winds into the stone door. Long Xian concurred and, alongside Su Ran, directed the 3 luminous orbs into the door. As the 3 streams of spiritual wind successfully merged with the runes on the stone door, it began to creak open. A powerful aura surged forth. Inside lay a vast chamber, at the center of which stood an ancient stone platform. Upon the platform rested a tome, radiating a mysterious glow and a crystalline elixir. Long Xian, elated, dashed forward. Just as she reached out to seize them, a figure suddenly sprang from the side, snatching the ancient tome and elixir away. The individual in question is a woman named Zili, who gleefully declared, this treasure now belongs to me. Thank you for aiding me in opening the stone door. I've been guarding this place for quite some time, and today I am in a good mood, so you may all leave. Longxin, filled with rage, retorted, this is my possession. What gives you the right to take it from me? Zili disdainfully scoffed. Simply that I was a step ahead of you all. Upon witnessing Zili's arrival, Su Ran realized that these treasures were no longer within his reach. Zili had gained some renown in the divine Huang kingdom. Being at the initial stage of a divine sovereign, he was no match for her. Nevertheless, he approached her calmly and suggested, Miss Zili, this treasure is not solely your fortune. Perhaps we could discuss a fair distribution. Zili coldly laughed. Discuss? I have no interest in that. If you have the capability, come and take it. Longxin's face flushed with fury. Very well, I shall reclaim it. With that, she unleashed her divine prowess, brandishing a spear and charging directly at Zili. Little Feng did not even have time to intervene before Longxin had already rushed forward. As Longxin approached, Zili contemptuously remarked, a mere divine realm dares to strike at me? Truly unaware of your own mortality. She raised her hand, sending a colossal palm crashing down upon Longxin. Unfazed by the threat, Longxin thrust her spear upward. Boom! The palm shattered, the spear tip piercing Zili's delicate hand. Clang! A force sent Longxin staggering several steps back, while Zili's palm began to bleed. Su Ran stared in shock at the sight of Zili's injured hand. He could hardly believe it. Chapter 306. The inheritance is disdained. The disparity between a divine realm and a divine sovereign was immense, far beyond his comprehension. Zili, observing the blood trickling from her hand, seethed. You dare to harm me? You seek death. As she spoke, a long sword manifested in her hand, aimed directly at Longxin. In response, Little Feng transformed into her true form, unleashing a torrent of flames towards Zili. The scorching fire forced Zili to retreat. You are the Phoenix clan. Who exactly are you? Zili now felt a twinge of panic. A mere girl in the divine realm had managed to injure her, and coupled with a Phoenix companion, it was evident that Little Feng was also capable of fighting beyond her rank. Longxin commanded her puppet, bring me the legacy spear. The moment the puppet appeared, both Su Ran and Zili were taken aback. The aura emanating from the puppet was far beyond their realm. Zili immediately tossed the inheritance towards Longxin, exclaiming, This inheritance is yours. I no longer desire it. With that, she retreated hastily. Longxin caught the legacy and ordered, kill her. Without a moment's hesitation, the puppet pointed a finger, unleashing a beam of light that pierced through Zili's skull. Blood splattered onto the ground, and Zili's eyes widened in disbelief. She could not fathom how a mere divine realm cultivator could command a supreme puppet. Bang! Her lifeless body crumpled to the ground as Longxin stepped forward to collect the valuables from Zili. Glancing at the inheritance in her hand, she inquired, Aunt Feng, this is the legacy of the Divine King. Do you wish to keep it? Xiao Feng shook her head, declaring, I do not want this. It serves me no purpose. Long Xen disdainfully tossed the inheritance to Su Ran, stating, Here, take it. We have no need for this legacy. Su Ran, flustered, managed to catch the inheritance, exclaiming, But this is the legacy of the God King. Are you truly going to forsake it? Long Xen scoffed. It's merely a God King's inheritance. It holds no value for us. Su Ran sighed, acknowledging that they, as rogue cultivators, could never compare to the offspring of noble families. I'm grateful to both of you for granting me this opportunity, he expressed. Long Xen continued to sift through the storage ring, noting its origin from the God King. However, upon opening it, she discovered only several 100,000 divine stones and a few martial techniques, which instantly dampened her spirits. This so-called God King is rather impoverished. Just a handful of divine stones and a few mediocre techniques. All my efforts for naught. Xiao Feng remarked, Xiner, this is still quite impressive. Not everyone can compare to you. Long Xin left the divine stones behind, discarding the martial techniques to Su Ran. We have no use for these. Take them. Su Ran, of course, was eager to accept these items, as they contained the methods crucial for reaching the realm of the God King. Xiao Feng smiled. Let us go. There is nothing of worth here anymore. Long Xin nodded in agreement. All right, let's explore elsewhere. Su Ran then assumed the role of guide, leading the two through the mountain range. Meanwhile, on another front, the sixth prince, Zhou Hao, accompanied by Su Song, finally arrived at Dragon City. Upon receiving the report from the Dragon Guard soldiers, Long Zhun personally came to greet them at the city gate. Recognizing the need for development in Dragon City and striving to avoid any offense, Zhou Hao, with a smile, clasped his hands in greeting, Lord of Dragon City. I have long admired your esteemed reputation. I come on behalf of my father, the Emperor, wishing to establish a residence here. Additionally, my father has decreed that you be appointed as a fourth-rank official. I hope for your future support. Long Zhen responded with a smile. Your Highness is too kind. Dragon City welcomes you wholeheartedly. As newcomers, we are unfamiliar with the customs of the Divine Kingdom. I ask for your understanding. Zhou Hao surveyed the surroundings and lowered his voice, saying, to speak candidly, my father has heard of a master blacksmith in your esteemed city and hopes to have the opportunity to invite this master to the Divine Kingdom for a meeting. Might Lord of Dragon City assist in this matter? Long Zhen understood the implication and replied with a smile, I will convey this matter, though I cannot dictate the outcome. Rest assured, Your Highness, I will do my utmost to facilitate this. Zhou Hao was elated. I am most grateful, Lord of Dragon City. After arranging accommodations for the sixth prince, Long Zhen informed Long Yuan of the situation. Long Yuan pondered for a moment, suspecting that the sixth prince's visit was not solely to invite him to the Divine Kingdom. Nevertheless, he deemed it worthwhile to meet. Soon after, Long Yuan met with Zhou Hao at the city lord's residence. Upon seeing Long Yuan, Zhou Hao immediately bowed, having long heard of the master's illustrious name. To meet you today is indeed a privilege, he said, clearly impressed. Long Yuan smiled slightly, You are too courteous, Your Highness. I wonder, aside from inviting me to the Divine Kingdom, what other matters bring you here? Zhou Hao, not wishing to conceal his intentions, openly shared his purpose. Master Long, I wish to form an alliance with you, hoping that the Long family will stand by my side in the future. If I ascend to that position, I shall certainly grant the Long family nobility. Upon hearing this, Long Yuan began to deliberate. The sixth prince's proposal was indeed appealing. Yet how could I trust that you will attain that position and fulfill your promises? Zhou Hao promptly reassured him. Rest assured, Master Long. As long as you assist me in forging a Dao artifact, I am confident I will secure that position. I shall provide the materials, and there is no need for the Long family to intervene in any other matters. Just then, Su Song interjected. Master Long, it is said that you have crafted a supreme triple realm puppet. Might we be permitted to witness it? Long Yuan cast a glance at Su Song, fully aware that he was testing him. With a smile, Long Yuan replied, Why not? With a wave of his hand, the white tiger puppet materialized in the hall. Its aura contained within the supreme triple realm by Long Yuan's control. This puppet is indeed the trump card of the Long family, capable of safeguarding us in times of peril. Zhou Hao and Su Song exchanged glances, their apprehension towards the Long family deepening. Zhou Hao clasped his fists and said, I implore you, Master Long, to assist me. Long Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Bring the forging materials, and I shall aid you once. However, the Tianyuan mountain range shall belong to the Long family. Zhou Hao's heart leaped with joy. After all, the Tianyuan mountain range was not the territory of the Divine Kingdom, and if Long Yuan desired it, he could have it. That is agreeable. I shall ensure that the nearby cities will prohibit access to the Tianyuan mountain range henceforth. Long Yuan shook his head. Their entry is of no concern, as long as those above the Divine King realm do not venture in. Very well, I shall make arrangements immediately. The materials will be delivered shortly. We shall take our leave now. The two bid farewell and departed from the Long family to prepare the materials. As time passed, prodigies and supremes dispatched by various immortal factions began to arrive in Long City. In no time, Long City became a bustling hub, with the atmosphere filled with excitement. Amidst the lively ambience, the prodigies and supremes from various factions began to seek suitable locations outside the city to establish their residences. The young disciple of the sword sect, Xianxia, clad in white and wielding a long sword, surveyed the area with a piercing gaze. He set his sights on a spacious and spiritually rich location in the west of the city, intending to establish a branch of the sword sect there. Xianxia approached Long San, who was responsible for arrangements within the Long family, and courteously stated, Manager Long San, I am Xianxia of the Sword Sect, and I wish to establish a residence for the Sword Sect here. I hope for the Long family's approval. Chapter 307. The Second Prince Takes Action. Long San smiled and nodded. Young Master Yi, you are too kind. Since this is a requirement of the Sword Sect, I shall ensure that arrangements are made to assist you. However, Long San rubbed his fingers together. Xianxia smiled and nodded. Naturally, I shall not forget this. Long San laughed heartily. I will notify the family head right away and arrange for labor to commence. Xianxia produced 3 storage rings. Then I must trouble Manager Long San. No trouble at all. No trouble at all. Having settled the matter here, Long San moved on to another area. The youthful maiden from the medicine god sect, Lu Xinyao, accompanied by a group of medicine boys, had her sights set on a region in the north of the city. She possessed sparkling eyes, and her voice was crisp and melodious. Dragon Steward. Our medicine god sect is quite pleased with this area in the northern part of the city. Might we proceed? Dragon Sen promptly replied, Rest assured, Miss Lu. I shall immediately report this to the family head. I anticipate no significant issues, though. Dragon Sen employed the same tactic. Lu Xinyao nodded, Do not worry. We shall certainly offer you a satisfactory price. Dragon San acknowledged her. Very well, I will arrange it at once. Meanwhile, the robust Zhao Meng of the weapons sect bellowed. Dragon family, I require that vacant land in the eastern part of the city for the placement of the forging furnace. Though Dragon San was exceedingly busy, he patiently addressed the various parties. The sixth prince, Zhou Hao, returned to his territory to ensure the safe transportation of materials, diligently preparing the necessary items for forging. He summoned his most capable general, Wang Hu. Zhou Hao stated solemnly, Wang Hu, the transportation of these materials is of utmost importance. You must lead 10,000 elite soldiers to ensure their safe arrival in Long City. Should there be any mishaps, you will answer for it. Wang Hu knelt on one knee and replied resolutely, Your Highness, rest assured, I shall not fail in my mission. However, the second prince, Yuan, learned of the sixth prince's material transport. With a cold smirk, he remarked, "Do they think they can rely on the dragon family to succeed? It will not be so easy." He summoned his trusted general, Chun Batian, and commanded, "General Chun, take 20,000 black-scale troops and lay an ambush on their route. Ensure that the materials are seized." Chun Batian accepted his orders and swiftly set up an ambush in the valley that the sixth prince's convoy would traverse. Days later, Wang Hu led his 1,000 elite soldiers, escorting a convoy laden with precious materials, moving slowly forward. The convoy carried rare treasures, such as 10,000-year-old iron and 5-color divine stones, all indispensable for forging. As they entered the valley, an eerie silence enveloped them. Wang Hu sensed trouble and shouted, "All troops, stand guard." No sooner had his words left his mouth than a multitude of black-scale troops surged from both sides of the valley, their battle cries echoing thunderously. Chun Batian, mounted on a black steed and wielding a long blade, charged down from the hillside, shouting, "Wang Hu, if you know what's good for you, leave the materials behind, and I might spare your lives." Wang Hu glared fiercely, drawing his sword. "Chun Batian, you despicable wretch, how dare you openly attempt to seize the sixth prince's belongings? Today shall be your demise." Instantly, both sides plunged into chaos. The black-scale troops, well-trained and numerically superior, began to overwhelm Wang Hu's soldiers. Understanding the gravity of the task at hand, Wang Hu brandished his sword, leading the charge and slaying several black-scale soldiers. "Brothers for the sixth prince, for our families, fight!" His rallying cry ignited the soldiers' fighting spirit, and they fiercely resisted. Seeing this, Chun Batian sneered, swinging his long blade, unleashing a wave of black blade energy toward Wang Hu. Wang Hu sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the blade energy that cleaved a nearby boulder in two. Unfazed, he executed his sword technique, flashes of his blade dancing as he engaged Chun Batian in combat. The two combatants engaged in a fierce exchange, their blades flashing as dust billowed from the ground beneath them. Amidst the chaotic skirmish of soldiers, a minor commander of the Black-Scale army seized the opportunity to lead a squad towards the supply cart. Just as they were about to approach, Yuan, the deputy of Wang Hu, bellowed, "Where do you think you're going?" Brandishing a spear, he plunged into the enemy ranks like a tiger descending from the mountain, engaging in a life-and-death struggle with the Black-Scale troops. Yuan's marksmanship was formidable, each thrust was lethal, and soon several members of the Black-Scale army lay defeated at his feet. However, the overwhelming numbers of the enemy began to take their toll on Yuan. At this juncture, the battle between Wang Hu and Chun Batian had escalated to a fever pitch. Chun Batian suddenly unleashed a deadly maneuver, his long blade shimmering with a dark radiance as he aimed a vicious strike at Wang Hu. Caught off guard, Wang Hu suffered a gash on his arm. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he seized upon a flaw in Chun Batian's technique and thrust his sword toward his adversary's chest. Chun Batian swiftly sidestepped, yet the blade still grazed him. As the two remained locked in combat, the distant sound of galloping hooves suddenly echoed across the battlefield. It was the sixth prince, Zhou Hao, who had, upon receiving word of the conflict, personally led reinforcements into the fray, riding a magnificent white steed and wielding dual swords of ice and fire. He proclaimed with great authority, "Chun Batian, how dare you seize the supplies of this prince? You shall not leave here today." Faced with this unexpected turn of events, Chun Batian hesitated, contemplating retreat. Yet, the prospect of relinquishing the materials was unacceptable, for failure would surely invite severe punishment upon his return. Zhou Hao, however, afforded Chun Batian no time for reflection. He brandished his dual swords and charged into the enemy ranks, whereupon the Black-Scale soldiers began to fall in droves. Under Zhou Hao's leadership, the morale of the reinforcements surged, and they initiated a counteroffensive against the Black-Scale army. Gritting his teeth, Chun Batian rallied his troops, shouting, "Brothers, fight! If we seize the supplies, the second prince will reward us handsomely." Inspired by his fervor, the Black-Scale forces once again surged towards the supply cart. Observing this, Wang Hu shouted to Zhou Hao, "Your Highness, fear not. I shall not allow them to seize the supplies." Without regard for his injuries, he rejoined the fray against Chun Batian. The battlefield resounded with cries and the cacophony of combat, the ground stained crimson with blood. After an intense struggle, the sixth prince's reinforcements gradually gained the upper hand, and the Black-Scale army began to show signs of collapse. Realizing the tide had turned against him, Chun Batian, with no choice left, fled in haste with the remnants of his troops. Zhou Hao surveyed the carnage strewn across the ground, his expression darkening. Second brother, I shall make you pay for this debt. Wang Hu knelt on one knee, filled with remorse, and said, Your Highness, I have failed in my duty, bringing you here to personally assist. Zhou Hao helped him to his feet, replying, General Wang, there is no need for such self-reproach. You have done your utmost. Had it not been for your valiant resistance, the supplies would have surely fallen into enemy hands. He then commanded the soldiers to tidy the battlefield and continue escorting the materials to Long City. Upon entering the city, Zhou Hao immediately sought out Long Yuan. Zhou Hao smiled wryly and said, Master Long, I have delivered the materials required for forging the Dao artifacts. I kindly ask for your assistance in this endeavor. Long Yuan glanced at the pile of precious materials and nodded. Rest assured, Sixth Prince, I shall make the necessary arrangements at once. However, the process of forging Dao artifacts is no trivial matter and will require some time. Chapter 308, Icewater City. As Long Yuan surveyed the materials before him, a sense of joy filled his heart. The Sixth Prince had provided him with 3 sets of materials. With this, he could forge one Dao artifact for Zhou Hao and still have enough to create 2 more for himself. The Long family was also in need of Dao artifacts, and the prospect of acquiring 2 additional ones without cost was indeed a cause for celebration. Zhou Hao clasped his fists in gratitude and said, Senior, I apologize for the trouble. Long Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Not at all. It is no trouble. Please return in a month to collect them. Very well. We shall take our leave for now. Zhou Hao departed from the Long residence and made his way towards his newly established mansion. In the second prince's residence within Golden Scale City, Chun Batian knelt in silence, the atmosphere in the hall thick with tension. Zhou Yang's expression was dark as he commanded, Go and retrieve 100 soul-slaying whips for yourself. Yes, your highness. Shin Baishan's legs trembled, yet he gritted his teeth and rose to leave. Those 100 soul-slaying whips would likely cost him dearly, as the pain inflicted by them resonated deep within the soul. After Chin Batian exited, a shadow guard appeared in the hall. Reporting to your highness, we have conducted a thorough investigation. All the cultivators from the Long family are at the divine realm to the great celestial realm, and they possess an army of several 100,000. Additionally, various factions have established encampments outside Long City. Zhou Yang stroked his chin thoughtfully. What is the origin of the Long family that they can suddenly muster such a formidable force? We have received no intelligence on this matter. Continue to monitor their movements closely. Understood. The second prince continued to dispatch agents to keep watch over Long City. Meanwhile, Long Yuan had commenced the forging of the Dao artifacts, completing 3 within a mere 5 days. One was entrusted to Long Zhun for Zhou Hao, while the other 2 were designated for the family's own arrangements. Long Ling had been training her army in the Tianyuan Mountains, rapidly advancing in cultivation. Meanwhile, Xiao Meier had chosen to enter seclusion for her own training, leaving Long Yuan with little to occupy his time. He spent his days lazily lounging in the courtyard, consuming elixirs like snacks. The exact extent of his cultivation remained unknown to him, as he had not checked his attribute panel, indulging in the elixirs whenever he felt idle. At Lingfeng Mountain, Long Xian and her companions emerged from the mountains, having gathered a considerable bounty of divine herbs. Su Ran smiled and said, Sister Xian, once we reach Icewater City, I intend to enter seclusion for my training. I owe much of this bounty to you, and now I have hope of breaking through to the divine monarch realm. Long Xian nodded in agreement. Very well. Aunt Feng and I shall continue our journey. Su Ran chuckled. Sister Xian, you should consider joining the stargazing sect. I've heard there exists a time treasure there that allows a day of training inside to equate to a year outside. With your talent, you would surely be able to enter and train. Both Xiao Feng and Long Xian's eyes sparkled at the prospect. Such a treasure must be brought back to their family. Long Xian eagerly inquired, Where's the stargazing sect? Let's head there at once. Upon entering the Icewater City and utilizing the teleportation array to reach the Kingdom of the Moon, where the starry sect resides, Longxin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Aunt Feng, I wish to go. I truly wish to go. Little Feng nodded in agreement. Very well. Let us proceed to the starry sect. The 3 of them made their way towards Icewater City. Longxin, Little Feng, and Su Ran arrived at the city gate of Icewater City. The towering ice-blue walls, illuminated by the sun, refracted a spectrum of colors. The bustling entrance was alive with activity. With a smile, Su Ran addressed Longxin and Little Feng, Sister Xian, Aunt Feng. I shall take my leave here. Once I break through to the divine sovereign realm during my seclusion, we shall meet again if fate allows. Longxin waved her hand playfully. Brother Su Ran, Focus on your cultivation. Perhaps when you succeed, we can embark on adventures together once more. Little Feng nodded with a smile. Farewell for now. Young friend Su ran. Su ran, turned, and vanished into the throng of people. Longxin grasped Little Feng's hand, her excitement bubbling over. Aunt Feng. Before we head to the Kingdom of the Moon, let's explore Ice Water City. We might discover something extraordinary. Little Feng affectionately ruffled Longxin's hair. Very well. Let's wander as you wish. The pair strolled along the streets of Ice Water City, where numerous shops lined the sides, offering a variety of rare treasures, pills, and talismans. Longxin's eyes sparkled with curiosity at every turn. Suddenly, she spotted an ornate pavilion ahead, adorned with a sign that read Treasure Pavilion. Aunt Feng, look, the Treasure Pavilion. Let's go inside, Longxin urged, pulling Little Feng swiftly into the establishment. Inside, the pavilion was filled with an array of dazzling treasures. A middle-aged shopkeeper, dressed in splendid attire, approached them with a broad smile. Welcome to the Treasure Pavilion, esteemed guests. How may I assist you today? Longxin surveyed the interior, her gaze fixating on a display featuring a delicate jade vial emanating a soft blue glow. As she approached, she noticed the inscription Ice Heart Jade Dew engraved upon it. Shopkeeper, what is the efficacy of this Ice Heart Jade Dew? Longxin inquired. The shopkeeper grinned and explained, My dear young lady, this Ice Heart Jade Dew is a rare treasure. Consuming it purifies spiritual energy and stabilizes one's level, making it invaluable for practitioners of the divine realm. Little Feng joined her, examining the vial and nodding slightly. Indeed, it is a remarkable item. If Xianxia consumes it, it would greatly aid her cultivation. Shopkeeper, how much for this Ice Heart Jade Dew? She asked. The shopkeeper held up 5 fingers, 50,000 divine stones. Just as Longxin was about to speak, a boisterous voice interrupted. I will offer 100,000 divine stones for that Ice Heart Jade Dew. It is mine. The crowd turned to see a young man clad in a brocade robe, adorned with a jade crown, swaggering in with a retinue of followers. The shopkeeper, upon recognizing him, hurried forward respectfully, saying, Ah, it is the young master of the city, Lord S. residence. What brings you to our humble shop today? The young master cast a fleeting glance at the shopkeeper, then turned his attention to Longxin and Xiaofeng, allowing his gaze to linger momentarily upon Xiaofeng, his eyes sparkling with a hint of admiration. He then arrogantly proclaimed, This young master has set his sights on this Ice Heart Jade Dew, and you two would do well to step aside. Longxin furrowed her brow, her discontent evident as she retorted, Why should we yield to you? We arrived first. The young master sneered. Why? Simply because I am the son of the Lord of Ice Water City. In this city, there is nothing that I cannot obtain. I could add another 100,000 or 200,000 divine stones, and you would still do well to vacate the premises. Longxin's face flushed with anger, ready to retaliate. But Xiaofeng gently restrained her. With a smile, she addressed the young master. Since you desire it so fervently, we shall concede it to you. But we intend to explore other treasures within this esteemed establishment. The young master chuckled with satisfaction. At least you know your place. Shopkeeper, kindly wrap this Ice Heart Jade Dew for me. The shopkeeper promptly acquiesced. Of course, young master, just a moment. Xiaofeng led Longxin further into the treasure pavilion, where Longxin whispered, Aunt Feng, are we really letting him off so easily? Chapter 309, Arrival of the Lord. Xiaofeng softly replied in Longxin's ear, Do not fret, Xianxia. He cannot claim the Ice Heart Jade Dew. As they perused a few more items, Longxin suddenly pointed to an ancient box, exclaiming, Aunt Feng, this box looks intriguing. I wonder what treasures lie within. The shopkeeper approached, opened the box, revealing a pill that emitted a peculiar glow. The shopkeeper explained, This is the Xianling pill, which can enhance the success rate when breaking through bottlenecks. It is exceedingly rare. Longxin's eyes lit up. Aunt Feng, this is splendid. We must acquire it. Xiaofeng nodded and inquired of the shopkeeper, What is the price of the Xianling pill? The shopkeeper pondered briefly. This pill is a cherished item of our pavilion. It is priced at 300,000 divine stones. Before Xiaofeng could respond, the young master approached once more, condescendingly stating, I shall offer 500,000 divine stones for this gathering spirit pill. It shall be mine. Little girl, you have no room to object now. Longxin clenched her fists in frustration, yet Xiaofeng remained unruffled, saying, Young master, it seems rather inappropriate for you to repeatedly raise the price for items we have set our sights upon. The young master leered at Xiaofeng, My dear, if you agree to accompany me back to my residence, I shall gift you these treasures without hesitation. A flicker of disdain crossed Xiaofeng's eyes, while Longxin seethed with rage. You lecherous scoundrel, cease your nonsense. Aunt Feng, let us purchase all these treasures and see how he attempts to snatch them away. Xiaofeng nodded and addressed the shopkeeper. We shall take both the Ice Heart Jade Dew and the Xianling pill. Whatever he bids, we shall counter with double. The young master's expression shifted. You dare defy me? Do you know who I am? Longxin scoffed. You're merely the son of a lord. What makes you so formidable? Aunt Feng, let us raise the price. We possess ample divine stones. The shopkeeper observed the escalating conflict, feeling caught in a dilemma, yet reluctant to offend either party. The young master, his face flushed with fury, waved his hand and exclaimed, You two foolish creatures shall today learn the consequences of offending me. Bring these two women to me. Immediately, his attendants surged forward, lunging towards Longxin and Xiaofeng. With a cold snort, Longxin produced a long sword, the very blade she had acquired during her earlier confrontation with Zili. In a flash, she darted into the throng, her swordplay fierce, and several attendants found themselves wounded in an instant. Meanwhile, Xiaofeng transformed into her true form, emitting a resounding cry as flames erupted skyward, sweeping towards the assailants. The searing blaze forced the attendants to retreat in haste, many of them igniting and screaming in agony. The young master, witnessing the chaos, turned pale in disbelief. He had never imagined that these seemingly delicate women possessed such formidable strength. As he stumbled back, he shouted, How dare you resist? I will summon the elite of the city lord's manor and have you torn to pieces. Longxin, sword in hand, advanced step by step towards the young master, her eyes ablaze with murderous intent. You wicked scion, today marks your demise. Terrified, the young master crumpled to the ground, stammering, Do you dare kill me? My father is the city lord. He will not let you go unpunished. Xiaofeng transformed back into her human form and coldly declared, Exiner, eliminate him. Such a person is a menace that must be dealt with. Just as Longxin's sword was poised to strike the young master, a cacophony of footsteps erupted from outside. A contingent of armored soldiers burst in, led by a robust middle-aged man, the city lord of Icewater City. Stop, the city lord bellowed, halting Longxin's sword before it could pierce the young master's neck. He surveyed his son's disheveled state, and then turned his gaze to Longxin and Xiaofeng, his voice laced with anger. Who are you to cause such a ruckus in my Icewater City and lay hands on my son? Unfazed, Longxin replied. Your son has taken advantage of his position, repeatedly increasing the price to seize the treasures we desired, and has spoken disrespectfully to Aunt Feng. Is it so wrong for us to teach him a lesson? The city lord furrowed his brows and glanced at his son. Tiger, is what she says true? The young master, in a tone of grievance, protested. Father, these two emerged from nowhere, causing havoc in the treasure pavilion and even attacking me. You must stand up for me. Xiaofeng scoffed. City lord, you are well aware of the truth. If you doubt it, you may inquire with the manager of the treasure pavilion. The manager quickly stepped forward, recounting the events in meticulous detail. The city lord's expression darkened as he shot a glare at his son. Then, addressing Longxin and Xiaofeng, he said, Ladies, indeed, my son is in the wrong. I apologize on his behalf. I only hope that, in light of my position, you will let this matter rest. Longxin huffed. Let it go for your sake. Just moments ago, he sent men to capture us and attempted to insult Aunt Feng. You expect us to simply overlook that? Though the city lord was seething with anger, he refrained from escalating the situation, recognizing that these two women were not to be trifled with. Suppressing his ire, he asked, What is it that you desire? As long as it is within reason, I, the city lord of Icewater City, shall certainly accommodate your wishes. Xiaofeng remarked, It is quite simple. We shall secure the Ice Heart Jade Dew and the Xianling pill, and you must publicly apologize to us, acknowledging that it was your son's fault. The city lord's countenance shifted from pale to flushed, and, after a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and replied, Very well, I concede to your demands. Upon hearing this, the young master exclaimed anxiously, Father, how can you acquiesce to them? They are humiliating our lordship. The city lord shot him a fierce glare and retorted, Silence. Were it not for your meddling, would this situation have arisen? Subsequently, he directed his subordinates to present the Ice Heart Jade Dew and the Gathering Spirit Pill to Long Xian and Xiaofeng, and before all assembled, he offered them an apology. Satisfied, Long Xian sheathed her sword and declared, At least you recognize reason. However, the city lord secretly vowed that once these two women departed from the treasure pavilion, they would pay dearly for their insolence. As Long Xian and Xiao Feng prepared to exit the treasure pavilion with their treasures, the soldiers of the city lord's estate encircled them once more. The city lord coldly stated, "Ladies, although my son was at fault, you cannot simply leave after injuring so many within my ice water city." Long Xian retorted fiercely, "You old scoundrel, how dare you go back on your word?" Xiao Feng's expression turned frigid as she added, "It seems that unless we teach you a lesson today, you will remain oblivious to our might." With that, Xiao Feng transformed in her true form, flames roaring more intensely as she charged at the soldiers. Long Xian, undeterred, brandished her long sword and engaged in combat with the soldiers. The treasure pavilion erupted into chaos, the air filled with shouts of battle and flames reaching skyward. Witnessing the turmoil, the city lord intervened personally, wielding an icy blue long knife that emanated a chilling aura. He shouted a battle cry and swung his blade toward Xiao Feng, unleashing a wave of frigid energy. Xiao Feng screeched, flapping her wings as a fireball surged forth to meet the blade's energy, resulting in a thunderous collision that sent debris crashing from walls. Meanwhile, Long Xian battled fiercely against the elite fighters of the city lord's estate. Her swordplay exquisite and her movements agile. Despite their overwhelming numbers, they struggled to inflict harm upon her. As the battle intensified, the treasure pavilion became a scene of utter devastation. Long Xian and Xiao Feng grew bolder, gradually overpowering the soldiers. The city lord was astonished. He had not anticipated the formidable prowess of these two women. At that moment, Xiao Feng unleashed a torrent of flames directed at the city lord. He quickly raised his long knife to defend himself, but the flames engulfed him, scorching his garments as he fought to break free. "Retreat," the city lord commanded. Realizing the dire situation, the soldiers withdrew like a receding tide, and Long Xian and Xiao Feng chose not to pursue. "Aunt Feng, we cannot linger in Ice Water City any longer. They're certain to return," Long Xian stated. Xiao Feng nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we must hasten to the teleportation array and leave this place." Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, the two made their way towards the teleportation array, fending off the city lord's men who attempted to obstruct their path with ease. At last, they arrived before the teleportation array. Longxin produced the sacred stone required for the teleportation and placed it within the array. With a flash of light, they stepped onto the teleportation array leading to the Celestial Moon Kingdom, leaving behind this tumultuous land. Meanwhile, in the Ice Water City, the city lord surveyed the wreckage of the treasure pavilion and the injured soldiers. "Whoever you are, you shall pay dearly for this. Pursue them relentlessly. They must be eliminated," commanded the lord. A soldier interjected, "My lord, they are headed towards the Celestial Moon Kingdom. If we proceed, it may incite conflict between the two nations. Then let us issue a bounty at the 7-Kill Palace. I must ensure their demise," the lord decreed. "Yes, my lord." The 7-Kill Palace, ranked 5th among the assassin organizations in the Divine Realm, boasted a multitude of killers within its ranks. After the city lord of Ice Water City issued the bounty with gritted teeth, the news spread like wildfire throughout the assassin world. Within the 7-Kill Palace, a dark-clad informant hurried into the chamber of the palace master, Immortal. Kneeling on one knee, he presented a scroll. "Master, this is a bounty order from the city lord of Ice Water City, with a substantial reward. The targets are 2 young women, one a maiden of divine origin, and the other a suspected member of the Phoenix clan." Immortal unfurled the scroll, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. "Oof. The city lord of Ice Water City is quite generous. This reward is sufficient to significantly bolster our resources." He commanded, "Relay my orders. Dispatch a squad of elite assassins to ensure they bring back the heads of these two." Meanwhile, Longxin and Xiaofeng had successfully arrived at the Celestial Moon Kingdom through the teleportation array. The Celestial Moon Kingdom thrived in splendor, with bustling streets filled with people and an array of exotic treasures. Longxin, curious, glanced around and exclaimed, "Aunt Feng, this place seems far more lively than Ice Water City." Xiaofeng nodded with a smile. "Indeed, but we must remain vigilant. The city lord of Ice Water City will not let this go unpunished." The two continued along the main street, seeking information about the route to the Starry Sect. Longxin flagged down an elderly man passing by, politely inquiring, "Excuse me, sir, how might we reach the Starry Sect?" The elder appraised Longxin with kind eyes and replied, "Young lady, the Starry Sect is located in the northern part of the Celestial Moon Kingdom. To reach it, you must first get to Moon City. Then take a specially crafted spirit boat that follows the flow of the Star River to arrive at the Sect's mountain gate." Grateful, Longxin thanked the elder, and she and Xiaofeng set off towards Moon City. Shortly after exiting the city gates, a chilling wind swept through, causing the temperature to plummet. 6 assassins clad in black and masked appeared from all directions, surrounding Longxin and Xiaofeng. The leader of the assassins coldly declared, "Are you the ones for whom the city lord of Icewater City has placed a bounty? Surrender quietly, and we may leave you with your lives." Longxin scoffed disdainfully. "Is that all you have?" With a wave of her hand, the supreme puppet materialized before her, emanating a formidable aura that sent shivers through the assassins. Exchanging glances, the assassins simultaneously launched their assault, unleashing a barrage of dark sword energy and hidden weapons towards Longxin and Xiaofeng. The puppet, unhurried and composed, waved its hand, and an invisible force instantly deflected all incoming attacks. Subsequently, the puppet stepped forward, appearing before a nearby assassin in an instant. With a mere finger pointed, the assassin could not even let out a scream before being obliterated into a mist of blood. Witnessing this, the other assassins were struck with sheer terror, desperate to flee. The puppet moved like lightning, weaving through the throng of assassins, and where it passed, foes fell one after another, and in the blink of an eye, 6 assassins lay slain. Longxin clapped her hands and chuckled. With such meager skills, they dare to attempt our assassination. "Enfant, let us proceed." Xiaofeng shook her head in resignation. It seems the city lord is indeed persistent. There may well be even more formidable assassins ahead. As Xiaofeng had anticipated, during their journey, an incessant stream of assassins emerged, each more powerful than the last, transitioning from the initial great deity realm to the divine lord realm. With each appearance of an assassin, Longxin would unleash the puppet, which, like the harbinger of death, effortlessly dispatched the attackers. On one particular day, Longxin and Xiaofeng finally reached Tianhua City. The city loomed grand and majestic, its walls adorned with mysterious runes that radiated potent waves of spiritual energy. Upon entering the city, they sensed an unusual aura. "Be cautious, Aunt Feng. The assassins this time are likely not ordinary," Longxin warned with vigilance. No sooner had she spoken than 3 figures materialized in the sky. They were 3 assassins of the divine king realm. One of them brandished a black spear, its tip glinting ominously. With a thunderous shout, he declared, "This time, there will be no escape for you." With that, the trio formed a triangular formation, encircling Longxin and Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng transformed into her true form, flames roaring around her, exuding a formidable pressure. Longxin tightened her grip on her sword, her gaze resolute, while the puppet stood by her side, poised for battle. The spear-wielding assassin was the first to strike, his form flashing like a bolt of black lightning as he lunged at Longxin, the spear aiming for her throat with lethal intent. Longxin swiftly sidestepped, simultaneously thrusting her sword toward the assassin's arm. The assassin snorted coldly, twisting the spear to sweep toward Longxin's waist. She leapt back, narrowly evading the blow. The other 2 assassins were equally relentless. One formed seals with his hands, unleashing a barrage of black runes that shot toward Xiaofeng. With a cry, Xiaofeng flapped her wings, flames engulfing the runes, incinerating them in an instant. The other assassin stealthily circled behind Longxin, a dagger gleaming with cold light aimed at her back. Just as the dagger was about to strike, the puppet suddenly spun around, delivering a powerful punch. The assassin felt an overwhelming force crashing upon him, leaving no time to evade as he was sent hurtling away, crashing heavily to the ground and spitting blood. The spear-wielding assassin, taken aback by the turn of events, was astonished. He had never expected that this seemingly fragile divine realm maiden would possess such a formidable puppet by her side. He dared not underestimate his opponent any longer. Channeling all his spiritual energy into his spear, which blazed with a brilliant light as he unleashed his most formidable attack. "Dark Dragon Spear Break," the assassin shouted, and a serpentine manifestation of black spiritual energy surged forth from his spear, roaring as it surged towards Longxin. With a grave expression, Longxin infused her long sword with her entire essence, bracing herself to confront the looming black dragon. Just as the 2 forces were on the brink of collision, the puppet intervened, extending its palm to seize the black dragon. The creature thrashed violently in the puppet's grasp, yet it could not break free. With a powerful squeeze, the black dragon disintegrated into nothingness. The assassins, witnessing this turn of events, exchanged glances, realizing that their mission was doomed to failure, and prepared to retreat. However, the puppet was not one to allow them an easy escape. In a flash, it appeared behind one of the assassins, grasping his neck and twisting with force, resulting in a swift and brutal snap. The remaining two assassins, witnessing the fate of their comrade, fled desperately, but the puppet, swift as the wind, caught up with them in an instant, dispatching them with lethal efficiency. Longxin gazed at the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, exhaling a sigh of relief. Feng is finally resolved. Xiaofeng reverted to her human form and remarked, "The seven-kill palace truly does not know when to relent. It seems we must hasten our journey to the Starry Sect." The two made their way to the spiritual vessel dock in Tianyue City, boarding a vessel that glided along the cosmic river towards the Starry Sect. Meanwhile, within the seven-kill palace, the master, Tian, was engulfed in fury upon learning that the dispatched God Realm assassins had all been slain. A pack of useless fools. They cannot even handle two women. And they call themselves God Realm assassins. This is a disgrace to the seven-kill palace. Montauk Xian bellowed in rage. A subordinate, treading carefully, spoke up, "Master, it appears that these two are accompanied by an exceedingly powerful puppet, one that even the God Realm assassins cannot contend with." A glint of vicious intent flashed in Tian's eyes. Regardless of their advantages, anyone who dares to thwart the endeavors of the seven-kill palace must pay the price. I shall confront them personally. With that, Tian invoked the art of spatial displacement, vanishing from the hall in an instant. Moments latte. He materialized above the residence of the Icewater City Lord. Observing the surroundings with a gaze filled with murderous intent, he declared, "It is because of you that the seven-kill palace has lost so many formidable experts. Today marks your end." With a thunderous shout, a surge of overwhelming power erupted from him, sweeping towards the Lord's estate. The guard within the estate sensed a terrifying aura descending upon them, and hastily armed themselves for defense. However, Tian's strength was insurmountable. With a mere wave of his hand, a flash of black light obliterated the guards in an instant. The Lord of Icewater City, alerted by the commotion, rushed out of his chambers only to be met with the sight of Tian hovering above. His heart raced with alarm. "Why, you are the master of the seven-kill palace. What are you planning?" Tian regarded the Lord coldly. "Planning? You foolish wretch, you assign me an utterly unfeasible task, causing the seven-kill palace significant losses. What do you think I am planning?" The Lord's face turned pale with fear. "Master, I was unaware of their formidable ally. I am a victim in this as well." Montauk Tian disdainfully snorted. "Victim? You have caused my seven-kill palace to suffer the loss of numerous elite warriors. This debt must be settled with you." With that, a black longsword materialized in Tian's hand, slicing towards the city lord. The city lord hastily cast a spell, conjuring an ice-blue shield that appeared before him. However, Tian's sword effortlessly pierced through the shield, cleaving the city lord in two. After vanquishing everyone in the city lord's estate, Tian coldly remarked, "This is the fate of those who oppose my seven-kill palace." With that, he transformed into a streak of black light, vanishing into the horizon. Meanwhile, Longxin and Xiaofeng, aboard their spiritual vessel, gradually approached the majestic gates of the Starry Sect. The gates loomed impressively, reaching towards the clouds, with the words Starry Sect inscribed in large characters, emanating a mysterious glow. Longxin and Xiaofeng gazed at the gates before them, their eyes brimming with anticipation. "Feng, we have finally arrived at the Starry Sect. I wonder if we will be able to see that time treasure," Longxin exclaimed excitedly. Xiaofeng smiled. "Since we are here, let us give it a try. Perhaps the Starry Sect will surprise us even further." As Longxin and Xiaofeng stepped onto the threshold of the Starry Sect, two disciples clad in starry robes approached them. "You must be here to participate in the entrance examination, correct? Please follow me," one of the disciples politely stated. Longxin, puzzled, inquired, "How did you know we were here for the examination?" The disciple paused. "Aren't you here for the examination? Today is the last day. The sect will no longer accept disciples after tomorrow." Xiaofeng quickly interjected, "We are here for the examination. I was merely curious." "Very well, then please follow me," the disciple replied. Longxin and Xiaofeng followed the disciple to a spacious plaza, where many young cultivators had already gathered for the examination. In the center of the plaza stood a massive black stone tablet, inscribed with runes that emanated a terrifying aura. "This is the Starry Tablet, used to assess your qualifications and potential. Please step forward one by one, place your hand on the tablet, and infuse it with your spiritual energy," an elder beside the tablet announced loudly. As the examination commenced, the cultivators approached the tablet for testing. Some emitted faint glows, while others were slightly stronger. but none stirred significant reactions. When it was Longxin's turn, she took a deep breath, stepped forward, and placed her hand on the starry tablet. Instantly, the tablet blazed with brilliance, a dazzling multicolored beam shooting skyward, within which faint symbols of the great Tao flickered. The crowd was momentarily blinded by the sudden radiance. What is happening? I have never seen such a reaction from the starry tablet. An elder exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be that this girl possesses the legendary Tao divine body? Another elder stuttered in disbelief. Longxin herself was taken aback by the spectacle, hastily retracting her hand. Yet, the multicolored beam did not dissipate. Instead, it intensified, illuminating the entire starry sect with resplendent light. Little Feng gazed at Longxin, her eyes brimming with astonishment. Xiner, you are indeed the divine body of the great Tao, a truly rare and unparalleled constitution. The surrounding cultivators began to murmur amongst themselves. The divine body of the great Tao? Is that not an existence confined to legends? It is said that those who possess such a constitution cultivate at an extraordinary pace and comprehend the great Tao in a remarkable manner. Chapter 312, Entering the Sect. To witness the divine body of the great Tao in person today is indeed a stroke of immense fortune. Just as the crowd was in awe, it was Longxin's turn to undergo the test. She stepped forward and placed her hand on the star tablet. In an instant, the star tablet radiated a brilliant glow once more, this time a blazing red light. A colossal phantom of a vermilion bird materialized within the luminescence. Soaring into the sky with a resounding cry, flames erupting towards the heavens, causing the surrounding temperature to rise sharply. The vermilion bird divine body. Another divine body. An elder with flowing white hair trembled with excitement, his beard quivering. Who are these two young ladies, possessing such astonishing constitutions simultaneously? This is indeed a blessing for our star sect. The elders sighed in unison. The news spread like wildfire, swiftly reaching every corner of the star sect, and then radiating throughout the entire heavenly moon divine kingdom. In an instant, the entire realm was set abuzz. The royal family, prominent clans, and other sects of the heavenly moon divine kingdom received this astonishing news. Countless powerful individuals turned their gazes towards the star sect, some filled with curiosity, while others harbored ulterior motives. Within the star sect, several elders who had been in seclusion for many years emerged. Among them was the supreme elder Xianxia, clad in a golden robe, exuding an imposing aura. He regarded Longxin and little Feng on the plaza, his heart swelling with pride. I never anticipated our star sect would welcome two divine bodies. This is an opportunity for our sect's rise. Another supreme elder, Xianxia, furrowed his brow and remarked, however, once this news spreads, it is likely to attract considerable trouble. Those with nefarious intentions will undoubtedly seek to exploit these two divine bodies. Xianxia nodded gravely, his expression serious. Dispatch orders to strengthen the sect's defenses. Anyone who dares to intrude upon the star sect shall be dealt with ruthlessly. At that moment, Longxin and little Feng stood on the plaza, feeling somewhat bewildered under the gaze of the crowd. Longxin whispered to little Feng, Aunt Feng, what should we do? It feels like everyone is looking at us strangely. Little Feng smiled reassuringly. Fear not, Xiner. It is merely because our constitutions are exceedingly unique. Everyone is simply astonished. Moreover, the star sect will not turn a blind eye to this. Indeed, Elder Xianxia approached, smiling as he addressed Longxin and little Feng. Congratulations, young friends, on passing the assessment and officially becoming disciples of our star sect. From this day forth, you shall be our key focus for cultivation. Longxin and little Feng hurriedly bowed. Thank you, Elder. Xianxia continued. However, now that news of your divine bodies has spread, there will inevitably be some ill-intentioned individuals lurking. Rest assured, our star sect will protect you both. Longxin expressed her heartfelt gratitude, saying, Thank you for your concern, Elder. We shall strive diligently in our cultivation, so as not to disappoint the expectations of the starry sect. Just then, a powerful surge of energy rippled through the sky. Several formidable figures descended on swords, hovering above the starry sect. At the forefront was the grand elder Tiansong of the celestial moon divine kingdom's royal family, who gazed down upon the starry sect and proclaimed loudly, Esteemed members of the starry sect, I have heard that two divine bodies have arrived today. The royal family of the celestial moon divine kingdom has come to offer our congratulations. Xianxia scoffed, Tiansong, do you think I am unaware of the intentions of the celestial moon divine kingdom's royal family? These two divine bodies are disciples of our starry sect, and we shall ensure their safety without your concern. Tiansong's expression shifted, but he maintained a feigned smile, saying, Elder Xianxia, you have misunderstood. We merely wish to meet these two divine bodies. Our intentions are purely benign. Elder Xianxia stepped forward with disdain, remarking, Humph. We are well aware of the reputation of the Celestial Moon Divine Kingdom's royal family. It will not be so easy to lay your hands on these two young friends. Just as tensions mounted between the two factions, several powerful figures from prominent families of the Celestial Moon Divine Kingdom appeared. One of the family heads chuckled. Let's not damage our camaraderie. These two divine bodies are treasures of the entire Celestial Moon Divine Kingdom. Why not discuss how best to nurture them, so they may contribute to our kingdom? Xianxia's countenance darkened. This is an internal matter of the Starry Sect, and it is not your place to interfere. If you persist in your meddling, do not blame the Starry Sect for being ungracious. With that, numerous elders of the Starry Sect unleashed their formidable auras, standing resolutely against the figures in the sky. Longxin observed the tense situation with a sense of unease, asking inwardly, Anti-Feng, will our presence cause trouble for the Starry Sect? Xiaofeng gently patted Longxin's head, reassuring her, Do not worry, dear Exen. Since the Starry Sect has chosen to accept us, they possess the ability to protect us. Moreover, these individuals would not dare to act recklessly. For the Starry Sect is a powerful force within the Celestial Moon Divine Kingdom. Seeing the impasse, Tiansong and his party realized their efforts would be futile today. With a disdainful grunt, they departed. Xianxia watched their retreating figures, a frown creasing his brow. It seems the days ahead will not be peaceful. We must ensure the safety of these two young friends with utmost vigilance. Subsequently, Elder Xianxia arranged for Longxin and Xiaofeng to reside in the core area of the Starry Sect, assigning several elders to guard them personally. Longxin and Xiaofeng were deeply moved by this kindness. Longxin said to Xiaofeng, Anti-Feng, the Starry Sect is treating us so well. I must cultivate diligently to prevent my father from destroying the Starry Sect. Xiaofeng nodded in agreement. Indeed, Xian. Let's concentrate on our cultivation here and enhance our strength. An elder alighted before them, stating, Follow me. The ancestor wishes to see you. Xiaofeng nodded affirmatively, and the two followed the elder towards the core area. Upon their arrival, the revered ancestor Xingyi of the Starry Sect also emerged from seclusion, having heard the news. Xingyi is a legendary figure within the Xianxia sect, having secluded himself for many years, his cultivation depths inscrutable. Upon his arrival, the entire sect trembled in reverence. With eyes brimming with surprise and admiration, he gazed at Long Xian and Xiaofeng, exclaiming, I never anticipated that our Xianxia sect would be graced with such fortune, receiving assistance from two divine bodies. From this day forth, you shall both be my direct disciples. Long Xian and Xiaofeng, filled with joy, promptly bowed, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, ancestor, for your acceptance. We shall strive diligently in our cultivation. Xingyi smiled and helped them to their feet, stating, Rise. As my disciples, you shall accompany me to the Xianxia Tower for your training. The Xianxia Tower is a treasure of time. Within its confines, a single day equates to a month outside, greatly benefiting your cultivation. Thank you, Master, they responded, following Xingyi to the entrance of the Xianxia Tower. The tower, standing 9 stories tall, emanated a mysterious celestial power, each level harboring different principles of force. Xingyi guided them directly to the 7th level, which bore the most suitable temporal flow for their current cultivation stage. You shall cultivate here at ease. Should danger arise, crush this star token, and I will be informed, Xingyi instructed, leaving behind 2 radiant tokens before departing. Long Xian and Xiaofeng immersed themselves wholeheartedly in their training. Within the tower, the abundant spiritual energy accelerated their progress remarkably. Long Xian, with her divine body of the Tao, grasped various principles with remarkable swiftness, while Xiaofeng's vermilion bird divine body continuously advanced in the realm of fire principles. However, other factions within the Tianyue Divine Kingdom were not idle. Xianxia, the master of the Blood Demon Palace, secretly conspired with Duba, the leader of the Poison Dragon sect. With a grim expression, Xianxia declared, with the Xianxia sect acquiring 2 divine bodies, should they grow in strength, the standing of my Blood Demon Palace within the Tianyue Divine Kingdom will surely be compromised. Duba nodded in agreement. Indeed, we must devise a way to eliminate these 2 divine bodies. Even if we cannot harness their power, we cannot allow the Xianxia sect to flourish. After deliberation, they resolved to launch a surprise attack on the Xianxia sect. Days later, The Blood Demon Palace, in alliance with several smaller factions, stealthily surrounded the Xianxia sect. Xianxia hovered above the sect, bellowing, "Old man Xianxia, today marks the demise of your sect. Surrender those 2 divine bodies, and perhaps we shall spare your lives." Xianxia and others soared from within the sect, surveying the surrounding foes. "He bao fu osi, susha, zuba. How dare you conspire with other forces to besiege my Xianxia sect? Are you not afraid that other factions within the Tianyue Divine Kingdom will profit from your treachery?" Xianxia scoffed a joke. "In this world of the survival of the fittest, power is everything. Once we extinguish your Xianxia sect, who would dare speak against us?" With that, Xianxia struck first, summoning a blood-red long knife that radiated an eerie crimson glow, slashing towards Xianxia. A wave of blood-red energy surged forth, resembling a ferocious blood demon, roaring towards Xianxia. In response, Xianxia conjured a star sword, its blade shimmering with celestial light, and proclaimed, "Come forth." With a swift sweep of the celestial sword, a blade of starlit energy surged forth to meet the ominous force of the blood demon blade. The collision unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated through the surroundings, causing the very fabric of space to fracture. Simultaneously, the toxic overlord launched an assault on Starshine. With a flourish of his hands, countless tendrils of green toxic mist surged toward Starshine. The latter's expression shifted with alarm as she quickly summoned her spiritual energy, conjuring a protective shield of starlight before her. As the toxic mist made contact with the shield, it hissed with a corrosive sound, rapidly creating numerous small holes upon its surface. The other elders of the celestial sect were also engaged in fierce combat with their adversaries. In that moment, the sky erupted with flickering lights and the deafening clamor of battle cries. Inside the celestial tower, Longxin and Xiaofeng sensed the tumultuous atmosphere of the ongoing conflict outside. Concerned, Longxin remarked, "Aunt Feng, it seems there is a battle occurring outside. Could it be because of us?" Xiaofeng furrowed her brow, replying, "It is likely the machinations of those with ulterior motives. We cannot remain idle. We must assist." The 2 drew their celestial tokens, shattering them before dashing toward the battlefield. Upon their arrival, they immediately drew the attention of the combatants. Bloodshard's eyes gleamed with greed upon spotting Longxin and Xiaofeng. "Huh, the 2 divine bodies have finally appeared. If I capture you, the Blood Demon Palace shall surely dominate the Celestial Moon Kingdom," he declared. Abandoning the stardust, Bloodshard lunged toward Longxin and Xiaofeng, wielding his long blade to unleash several crimson blades of energy toward them. Transforming into her true form, Xiaofeng let out a resounding phoenix cry, unleashing a torrent of flames that consumed the oncoming energy. Meanwhile, Longxin, armed with a spear, charged at Bloodshard. The latter scoffed derisively. "A mere deity dares to challenge me? Such folly is tantamount to seeking death." With a deft twist of his blade, he employed the blood demon blade technique, creating flashes of light akin to blooming crimson flowers. Unfazed, Longxin harnessed the power of the great Tao, her spear shimmering with profound runes. She executed a series of intricate spear techniques, aiming for Bloodshard's vital points. Startled, Bloodshard realized that this young deity possessed unexpected strength. Observing the tussle between Bloodshard, Longxin, and Xiaofeng, Toxic Overlord sought to exploit the distraction for a surprise attack. Yet, Starshine bellowed, "Toxic Overlord, your opponent is me." In his grasp, a celestial staff materialized, radiating brilliance. He invoked the celestial incantation, sending forth chains of starlit energy toward Toxic Overlord. The latter hastily evaded, while simultaneously forming hand seals, summoning a horde of venomous dragons to assault Starshine. With a sweep of his staff, the celestial chains ensnared the dragons, which struggled against their bindings, releasing plumes of toxic mist. Just as the fierce battle raged on, a powerful surge of energy emanated from the distance. It was revealed to be other neutral factions of the Celestial Moon Kingdom. Discontented with the deeds of the Blood Demon Palace and the Toxic Dragon Sect, had resolved to aid the Celestial Sect. Among them was a formidable figure known as the Sword Master of the Clear Wind, who, wielding a jade-green longsword, transformed into a streak of azure light. Plunging into the fray, he pointed his sword at Bloodslaughter. "Bloodslaughter, you despicable wretch, how dare you besiege the Starry Sect? Today, I shall eliminate you." The Sword Master of the Gentle Breeze unleashed a fierce sword technique. The momentum of his blade was as gentle as a breeze caressing the face. It concealed boundless murderous intent. Blood Slaughter, sensing the formidable strength of the Swordmaster, did not dare to underestimate him and confronted him with all his might. Meanwhile, a venerable master skilled in earth-based magic, the Rock Mountain Elder, also joined the fray. With both hands pressed to the ground, enormous stone pillars suddenly rose from the earth, crashing down upon the disciples of the Poison Dragon sect, throwing them into disarray. Under the relentless assault from various factions, the allied forces of the Blood Demon Hall and Poison Dragon sect gradually faltered. Realizing the impending failure of their operation, Blood Slaughter roared in frustration, "Starry sect, and you two divine bodies, wait for us. The Blood Demon Hall will not rest until we have our vengeance." With that, he fled in disarray with the remaining subordinates. Poison Tyrant, too, lost the will to fight and followed Blood Slaughter's retreat. Within the Starry sect, the onlookers gazed upon the ravaged battlefield, their hearts filled with myriad emotions. Stardust looked at Long Xian and Xiaofeng, expressing his gratitude. "We owe our success to you and all the friends who came to our aid. Without your support, the Starry sect would have surely faced disaster." Long Xian responded with a smile. "Elder, it is our duty. The Starry sect has shown us kindness. We could never stand idly by while it faced peril." The Swordmaster of the Gentle Breeze chuckled. "Elder Stardust, you are too modest. The Blood Demon Hall and Poison Dragon sect have always acted with arrogance. If we do not teach them a lesson now, they may commit even more egregious acts in the future." The Rock Mountain Elder nodded in agreement. Indeed, these two factions have long needed to be brought to heel. The ancestor Xing Yi, observing the crowd, smiled and remarked, "Although the crisis has been temporarily averted, it is certain that the Blood Demon Hall and Poison Dragon sect will not relent." Long Xian, "Xiaofeng, you must continue to cultivate diligently and enhance your strength. The Starry sect must also bolster its defenses against future incursions." Long Xian and Xiaofeng nodded resolutely. "Rest assured, Ancestor, we will strive to improve our cultivation." Chapter 314, Breaking the Sovereign Pill. In the Yinwang Divine Kingdom, within the courtyard of Dragon City, Long Yuan reclined in a chair and inquired, "Tang Tang, do you possess any treasures that can accelerate time? The Dragon Clan's advancement is far too sluggish." "Master, the tower you brought has that capability. The second level offers 100-fold increase, while the third level provides 1,000-fold. Why did you not mention this sooner? I had so many clan members out searching for resources." "Master, the key is that you never asked." Long Yuan fell silent for a moment before appearing directly before Long Ling. Upon seeing Long Yuan, Long Ling exclaimed with excitement, "Brother Long, is there another battle to be fought?" Long Yuan shook his head. "That tower can accelerate the speed of cultivation outside. One day equates to 100 days or even 1,000 days within." Long Ling stared at Long Yuan in shock. "Brother Long, why did you not say this earlier? We have wasted so much time here." Long Yuan smiled awkwardly. "I just found out myself. You all should enter and cultivate now. Here are some resources for your training." A storage ring was thrown to the dragon spirit, causing the person to vanish without a trace. In Longjin, Long Yuan echoed this statement, inciting a fierce rage in Longjin. However, upon seeing the storage ring tossed by Long Yuan, his anger dissipated in an instant. Several elders of the Long family entered the tower to cultivate. As one of the elixirs given to Longjin by Long Yuan was a pill designed to forcefully break through realms. Once consumed, it would be exceedingly difficult to enhance one's cultivation thereafter. This particular elixir could elevate a true deity to the first tier of supremacy. Long Yuan bestowed this elixir upon Longjin to facilitate the training of a cadre of death warriors. Presently, the Long family lacked high-level combat strength. Fearing that they might be annihilated upon venturing outside, all members of the Long family commenced their cultivation within the tower, which required substantial resources. With a sense of resignation, Long Yuan resorted to purchasing materials to concoct high-tier elixirs. He intended to auction these elixirs at the Xiantian Merchant Association, thereby ensuring that the Long family would not suffer from a lack of resources. Long Yuan first concocted a batch of breaking supremacy pills, which possessed a certain probability of enabling a peak divine emperor to transcend to the supremacy realm. The first tier breaking supremacy pill had merely a 10% chance, while the 10th tier would guarantee a breakthrough. Such elixirs were exceedingly rare, with many alchemists limited to producing only 5th tier breaking supremacy pills. Even a 5th tier breaking supremacy pill, when it appeared in auction, became a coveted item among various factions. Long Yuan summoned Zhu Shi, who soon arrived at the courtyard. "Senior, you wish to see me?" Long Yuan placed dozens of vials of elixirs on the table. I would like to request your assistance in auctioning these elixirs. Zhu Shi examined the jade vials and casually opened one. Senior, this is a 9th-tier returning ruins pill, capable of allowing individuals below the 8th tier of supremacy to break through a minor realm. Long Yuan nodded with a smile. Please continue. Zhu Shi continued to inspect the vials. The breaking supremacy pills and divine origin pills were exceedingly rare in the divine realm. Zhu Shi remarked, Senior, this batch of elixirs is extraordinarily precious. I must notify headquarters to send a powerful guardian to oversee the auction. If we wish to secure a favorable price, we will also need to promote these elixirs. Long Yuan nodded in agreement. Very well, you may arrange this. The elixirs are entrusted to you. Zhu Shi waved her hands in refusal. Senior, I cannot dare to leave with the elixirs. I lack the strength to protect them. Long Yuan chuckled lightly. Then, go make your arrangements, and you may return to collect the elixirs later. Zhu Shi rose. Understood, Senior. As she departed from Long Yuan's courtyard, her steps were imbued with a sense of lightness. The table laden with high-tier elixirs felt akin to a treasure trove, stirring her spirit. Particularly, the several vials of breaking supremacy pills, though she had not closely examined their grades, exuded a pure fragrance that far surpassed that of 5th-tier elixirs. She must report to headquarters immediately. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Shi forced herself to quell her trembling. In a flash, she transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the Long City branch of the Xianxia Merchant Association. Half an hour later, at the headquarters of the Xianxia Merchant Association, in a resplendent palace of white jade, suspended high above the clouds, the steward responsible for intelligence transmission received a communication jade slip from Zhu Shi. The moment his consciousness penetrated the slip, he abruptly sprang from his seat, exclaiming in astonishment. What? The 9th grade Gui Su pill? And an uncertain number of Pazun pills? Without a moment's hesitation, he seized the jade slip and hurried toward the inner hall. Within the inner sanctum, a middle-aged woman adorned in a purple robe, exuding grace and elegance, was meditating with her eyes closed. She was one of the vice presidents of the Xiantian Chamber of Commerce, Xian, whose cultivation had reached the supreme 7th level. Vice President. Urgent news from Long City. Xian slowly opened her eyes, a flicker of brilliance passing through her gaze. What is the cause of such alarm? The steward presented the jade slip. Zhu Shi, the branch leader, has relayed that a senior in Long City has entrusted the auction of a batch of pills, including the 9th grade Gui Su pill and other divine grade Pazun pills. Xian took the slip, her consciousness sweeping over it, and the previously serene expression on her face was instantly stirred by tumultuous waves. There are actually over 10 bottles of 9th grade Gui Su pills and Pazun pills. Zhu Shi mentioned that the quality of those Pazun pills might exceed the 7th grade. It is noteworthy that even the headquarters of the Xiantian Chamber possesses only a few 7th grade Pazun pills in stock. Determined, Xian issued a command. Send my orders at once. Instructing Elder Mo Chun from the Law Enforcement Hall to lead 10 guardians of the first supreme level or higher to Long City immediately. Ensure that the auction proceeds without a hitch. Furthermore, disseminate the news to the top forces across the various regions of the Yin Huang Divine Kingdom and neighboring divine realms. 3 days hence, the Xiantian Chamber of Commerce in Long City will hold an extraordinary auction of pills, including the 9th grade Gui Su pill and 7th grade or higher Pazun pills. Understood. The news spread like wildfire, emanating from the headquarters of the Xiantian Chamber and reaching far and wide. The Yin Huang Divine Kingdom, vast in territory, is divided into 9 regions, with Long City situated in the eastern region. However, upon hearing the terms 9th grade Gui Su pill and 7th grade or higher Pazun pill, a tempest of excitement erupted across all factions, regardless of their location. In the northern region, at the Ice Palace, the Palace Master, Bing Yao, draped in a gown as white as snow, contemplated upon receiving the news. 7th grade Pazun pills? If I could acquire 10th grade, perhaps I might have a chance to ascend to the supreme 9th level and prepare for the Divine Stone. I must personally venture to Long City in the eastern region. In the western region, at the Burning Sky Palace, amidst flickering flames within the Grand Hall, the Palace Master, Xianxia, struck the stone table with fervor, exclaiming with laughter, Excellent, excellent. Heaven aids me. My son has been stuck at the pinnacle of the Divine Emperor for years. These Pazun pills are precisely his opportunity. Take the Burning Sky order and summon the 10 elders. Let us proceed to Long City. In the southern region, at the Valley of 10,000 Poisons, the Valley Master, Du Qianji, clad in a black robe, twirled his fingers, entwined with wisps of toxic gas. With a sinister smile, he remarked, "The Xiantian Chamber of Commerce is making such a grand spectacle. The owner of those pills must be formidable. However, as long as there is a pill that can facilitate my breakthrough, regardless of who the owner may be, I shall seize it." In the central region, a haven of formidable powerhouses, within the depths of the imperial palace of the Great Xia dynasty, Emperor Xiaoqi received the news, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Long city in the eastern region? When did such an alchemical master emerge? Proclaim my decree. Summon the grand General Meng Ao, who shall carry with him 1,000,000 divine stones, and ensure the acquisition of at least one breaking sovereign pill within a mere span of 2 days. Formidable beings from all corners of the Yanhuang divine kingdom surged into the once ordinary dragon city of the eastern region, akin to rivers converging into the sea. In an instant, the atmosphere within Dragon City became a tapestry of powerful energies colliding and intertwining. The streets were thronged with potent cultivators, and occasionally, one could catch glimpses of beings at the sovereign level. The Lord of Dragon City, along with his officials, stood on high alert, as if facing a formidable adversary, maintaining vigilance day and night, fearing that any disagreement among these esteemed figures could lead to chaos and the potential destruction of Dragon City. At the eye of the storm, the Xiantian Chamber of Commerce S branch in Dragon City was besieged by layers of powerful entities. Outside the branch, Elder Mo Chun, accompanied by 10 guards, had already arrived. Towering in stature with a resolute countenance, he emanated a formidable aura of the 6th level of the sovereign realm, akin to an unyielding anchor that deterred those eager to act recklessly. Standing beside Elder Mo Chun, Zhu Shi observed the bustling scene outside, her heart racing with excitement and trepidation. She could not help but exclaim, "Elder Mo Chun, the number of forces that have arrived exceeds our expectations. Even the ice palace from the northern domain of the Great Xia dynasty has come." Elder Mo Chun nodded lightly, with so many high-tier pills at stake. Any faction would be driven to madness. We need only to focus on our duties and maintain order. As for the rest, the pill's owner will attend to it. He too harbored a quiet curiosity about the esteemed individual capable of presenting such an abundance of divine pills. On the 3rd day, the day of the auction hall of the Xiantian Chamber of Commerce was already teeming with people, every seat occupied. The hall was divided into 3 levels. The first floor for ordinary cultivators and representatives of minor factions, the second for the leaders of medium-sized forces, and the third exclusively reserved for the titans of top-tier factions. At this moment, within the 3rd floor box, figures such as Bing Yao, Xianxia, Du Qianji, and Meng Ao were seated, their gazes penetrating through a specialized formation to the auction stage below. Behind the auction platform, Zhu Shi, donned in an elegant gown, took a deep breath and stepped forward. She understood that after today, her name would undoubtedly resonate throughout the Yanhuang divine kingdom. Esteemed guests, welcome to the auction hosted by the Dragon City branch of the Xiantian Chamber of Commerce. Zhu Shi's voice rang clear, amplified through the formation, echoing throughout the hall. I trust everyone is aware of the highlight of today's event. Without further ado, let the auction commence. The first item up for bid, 10 3rd-rank divine source pills, capable of rapidly restoring the divine source of cultivators at the emperor level. The starting bid is 1,000,000 divine stones. Though merely 3rd rank, the divine source pills were immensely practical, sparking fierce competition among numerous individuals on the 1st and 2nd floors, ultimately selling for 3,000,000 divine stones. Zhu Shi subsequently presented several more valuable treasures, though these served merely as preambles. All eyes were fixed on the high-tier pills that lay ahead. Now, we arrive at the moment everyone has eagerly anticipated, the pills. A subtle smile graced Zhu Shi's lips as she retrieved a jade vial, proclaiming, "This is the first breaking sovereign pill, which our Xiantian Chamber of Commerce has verified to be of the 7th rank, at the pinnacle of the divine emperor realm. Consuming this elixir grants a 70% chance of breaking through to the supreme realm. The starting bid is set at 100,000,000 divine stones." Boom! The entire hall erupted in excitement. The 7th grade breaking the sovereign pill. Indeed, it is authentic. 100,000,000 divine stones. It must be seized. On the 2nd floor, a red-faced elder suddenly stood up, declaring, "I bid 150,000,000, 200,000,000. A cold voice emerged from another box. It was Bing Yao of the Ice Palace. "Humph, the little girl from the Ice Palace dares to compete with me? retorted Xianxia from the Burning Heaven Palace. 300 million. The price soared as the bidding intensified, and ultimately, the 7th grade breaking the sovereign pill was won by Xianxia for 500 million divine stones. A satisfied smile graced his face as he cast a provocative glance towards the other boxes. Soon after, Zhu Shi presented several more breaking the sovereign pills, ranging from 7th to 8th grade. Each appearance sparked fierce competition, with prices reaching unprecedented heights. Next, she revealed a 9th grade breaking the sovereign pill. Zhu Shi's voice trembled slightly as she produced a more exquisite jade vial. 9th grade breaking the sovereign pill, suitable for divine emperors at their zenith. With a 90% chance of breaking through to the supreme realm. The starting bid is 1 billion divine stones. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. The 9th grade breaking the sovereign pill. This was a legendary existence. 1 billion. Toxic Qianji from the 10,000 Poison Valley was the first to bid, his voice sinister. 1 billion, 100 million. Came the deep voice of Meng Yao from the great Xia dynasty. 1 billion, 200 million. Bing Yao responded once more. 1 billion, 500 million. Xianxia raised the stakes by 300 million, intent on securing his prize. 2 billion. A deep voice resonated from the furthest corner of the hall, causing all eyes to turn, yet none recognized the owner of that box. Xianxia frowned. Despite his substantial wealth, 2 billion divine stones was his limit. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately withdrew. In the end, the 9th grade breaking the sovereign pill was claimed by that mysterious box for 2 billion divine stones. The auction continued, and when the 9th grade returning void pill appeared, it similarly incited a frenzy of bidding. Although the returning void pill could not directly break through significant realms, it enabled supreme practitioners below the 8th level to breach a minor realm, making it just as enticing to those hindered by their bottlenecks. A single 9th grade returning void pill was ultimately purchased by Meng Yao of the great Xia dynasty for 1,800 million divine stones. As time passed, the alchemical products entrusted by Long Yuan were auctioned off one after the other. The atmosphere in the auction hall remained fervently charged. However, the proceedings were not without their challenges. Toxic Qianji from the 10,000 Poison Valley, frustrated by the loss of several coveted pills, harbored ill intentions. He covertly attempted to poison a representative from a minor faction who had successfully bid on a pill, seeking to forcibly reclaim it. Yet, as he made his move, Elder Mo Chan appeared before him, exuding the overwhelming aura of a 6th level supreme. Master of the Poison Valley, in the auction of the Xiantian Merchant Association, private duels are strictly prohibited. Do you wish to disrupt the order? Feeling the pressure of Mo Chen's presence, Toxic Qianji was taken aback, reluctantly retracting his malice with a cold snort, choosing to refrain from further mischief. He was aware that within the territory of the Xiantian Chamber of Commerce, the formidable Supreme 6th layer expert, Mo Chen, was not someone he could provoke. On another occasion, when disciples from the Burning Heaven Palace and the Ice-Cold Palace clashed outside the hall, a potential brawl was averted thanks to Mo Chen's timely intervention. Ultimately, under Mo Chen's overwhelming suppression and the constraints of the Xiantian Chamber of Commerce's regulations, all disturbances were quelled. When the last vial of the 10th grade breakthrough pill was sold for an astronomical 50 billion divine stones from a mysterious private box, the auction reached its zenith. The 10th grade breakthrough pill guarantees a complete breakthrough into the supreme realm. This transcended the realm of mere medicine, truly a divine artifact. Congratulations to this esteemed friend. Zhu Shi's voice was tinged with fatigue, yet brimming with excitement. Thus, all items in this auction were successfully sold. Gratitude to all for your participation. Chapter 316. The Delivery of Divine Stones. As the auction concluded, representatives of various factions departed, either satisfied or begrudgingly. Yet all retained the memory of Long City and the enigmatic purveyor of the elixirs. In the backroom of the Xiantian Chamber of Commerce, Mo Chun and Zhu Shi were tallying the gains from the auction. Zhu Shi, have you compiled the statistics? Montauk Chen inquired. Holding a jade slip, Zhu Shi responded with palpable excitement. Elder, the totals are in. The total sales of all elixirs amounted to 60 trillion divine stones. Even a worldly wise Mo Chun could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. Such wealth could drive any top-tier faction into a frenzy. According to the rules, we shall take a 10% commission, leaving a total of 5,400 million divine stones to be delivered to that esteemed elder, Zhu Shi stated. Mo Chen nodded. Such a colossal sum must be delivered personally. Zhu Shi, Lead the way. We shall pay our respects to that elder. At this moment, in a modest courtyard of Long City, Long Yuan reclined in a chair, humming a tune, as the voice of his system, Tang Tang, echoed in his mind. Host. Many powerful presences have dissipated outside. The auction must be concluding. It seems about the right time. Long Yuan yawned, hoping for a lucrative sale. Otherwise, the gluttonous members of the Long family would soon face a shortage. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Shi's voice rang from outside the courtyard. Esteemed elder, I am Zhu Shi, here with Elder Mo Chun to visit you regarding an important matter. Long Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile. Come in. The courtyard door creaked open as Zhu Shi stepped aside to usher Mo Chun inside. Mo Chun's gaze swept across the courtyard, seemingly ordinary in its arrangement, yet subtly exuding an ineffable tranquility. Even his formidable supreme sixth-layer aura was quietly subdued, deepening his wariness of this elder. Esteemed elder, Zhu Shi bowed respectfully. Mo Chun also inclined his head slightly, displaying a respectful demeanor. I am Mo Chun, sent by the headquarters of the Xianxia Chamber of Commerce to deliver the divine stones from this auction. Long Yuan sat up from his reclined position, tapping his fingertips against the armrest. The count is accurate, I presume? Not a single discrepancy. Zhu Shi promptly handed over a storage ring. After deducting our chamber's 10% commission, a total of 5,400,000,000 divine stones are contained within. Long Yuan took the ring, briefly scanned it with his divine sense, and then tucked it away, his expression remaining unperturbed. To him, the over 5,000,000 divine stones appeared to be mere common pebbles. This calm demeanor only served to reinforce Mo Chun and Zhu Shi's belief that this esteemed elder was no ordinary figure. How could one who possessed such a wealth of high-tier elixirs possibly concern themselves with a trifling amount of divine stones? After a moment of contemplation, Mo Chun clasped his hands and said, Esteemed elder, the successful conclusion of this auction is entirely thanks to your elixirs. I wonder if you happen to have any surplus Posendan or Guishu Dan. Our Xianxia Merchant Association is prepared to purchase them at a price 30% above market value, regardless of quantity. His words were sincere. The news of the 10th grade Posendan had already reached their headquarters, stirring the interest of several reclusive elders. Establishing a connection with this enigmatic alchemist would undoubtedly be a tremendous opportunity for the association. Long Yuan cast a sidelong glance at him. I do have some elixirs left, but I have no intention of parting with them at the moment. He had originally refined the elixirs to exchange for resources for the Long family. Now that divine stones were abundant, there was no need to sell high-tier elixirs. Keeping them would only increase their value. A flicker of disappointment crossed Mo Chun's eyes. Yet he dared not press the matter further. Instead, he continued, if you ever have any needs in the future, please do not hesitate to instruct the Xianxia Merchant Association. Whether it be resource intelligence or assistance required, we shall expend every effort within the divine realm. This was a gesture of goodwill and an attempt to build rapport. Long Yuan remained non-committal. Very well, just ensure the divine stones are delivered, and you may take your leave. Understood. Mo Chun and Zhu Shi did not linger, bowing as they departed. Upon reaching the gate of the courtyard, Mo Chun suddenly halted, turning back to Long Yuan. Esteemed elder, this auction has attracted the attention of numerous forces, some of whom are quite overbearing. There may be those with ill intentions towards you, so please exercise caution. Long Yuan smiled faintly. Let them come. Seeing his confidence, Mo Chun refrained from saying more and left with Zhu Shi. The courtyard returned to tranquility as Tang Tang's voice echoed in Long Yuan's mind. Host, Mo Chun speaks the truth. Just now, several hostile divine senses were lurking nearby, but I discreetly repelled them. Oh, Long Yuan raised an eyebrow. Which forces are they from? There are those from the Wandu Valley, along with a few unfamiliar auras that seem to belong to rogue cultivators from the central region, Tang Tang replied. They are certainly attempting to uncover your background in order to seize your elixirs. Seize? A glimmer of coldness flashed in Long Yuan's eyes. Then let them experience the consequences of their folly. He rose and walked to the center of the courtyard, flicking his finger to release a barely perceptible divine thought that enveloped the entirety of Long City. At that moment, the members of the Long family were still cultivating within the treasure tower. He needed to ensure that no one outside dared to disturb them. Anyone who dared to target the Long family would meet with his unequivocal wrath. Meanwhile, in a secluded within Long City, Du Qinji sat by the window, toxic vapors swirling at his fingertips as a hooded man stood opposite him. Have you uncovered the truth? What exactly is the origin of the owner of that elixir? Asked Du Qianji with a sinister tone. The man in the black scarf shook his head, replying, Master, that small courtyard is enveloped by a peculiar formation, rendering my divine sense incapable of penetrating it. I only know that a young man resides within, who rarely ventures outside and seldom interacts with anyone except for the members of the Long family. The Long family? A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Du Qianji's eyes. Is that the recently emerged minor clan? I have heard their clan leader is Long Zhan. Indeed, and many of their disciples have recently entered seclusion, seemingly engaging in secret techniques to enhance their strength, the man in the black scarf added. Some speculate that the rise of the Long family may be linked to that mysterious alchemist. A declining minor clan dares to covet such a divine pill? Du Qianji scoffed coldly. It appears that this young man is either a concealed powerhouse of the Long family or has an intimate connection with them. In either case, as long as we capture a member of the Long family, we can surely extract the secrets of the elixir. The man in the black scarf hesitated, saying, Master, Imo-chan from the Xiantian Merchant Guild is still in Long City, and that young man possesses a 10th grade breaking sovereign pill, suggesting he may have formidable backing. Montak Chen, merely a 6th level sovereign, he does not concern me. Du Qianji's eyes gleamed with malevolence. When night falls, take a few men and abduct a few disciples of the Long family. Be discreet. Do not alert the Xiantian Merchant Guild. Understood. Chapter 317. The Valley of Myriad Poisons. As night descended, Long City gradually fell into silence, with only the occasional footsteps of patrolling guards echoing. Outside the Long family residence, several dark figures flitted over the walls like phantoms. They were the individuals dispatched by Du Qianji, utilizing the cover of the night. They deftly evaded the patrolling guards and stealthily approached the rear courtyard where a few younger members of the Long family resided, the weakest among them and thus the easiest targets. However, just as they were about to touch the doors and windows of a particular room, the ground suddenly illuminated with a golden pattern, instantly forming a massive formation that ensnared the group. Not good. There's a formation. One of the shadows exclaimed in alarm, attempting to break free, only to discover that the formation's barrier was incredibly resilient. Their attacks fell upon it, as though they were mere drops in the ocean. What horrified them further was the sudden emergence of countless golden threads from within the formation, as if they possessed life, coiling around them. These threads, though seemingly slender, contained a terrifying binding force. The moment they made contact with their bodies, they sealed away their cultivation. The shadows were thrown into disarray, scanning their surroundings in panic. A figure slowly emerged from the shadows. It was Long Zhan. Now, at the Divine King realm, he had recently broken through. Yet his strength remained solid thanks to the resources provided by Long Yuan. At that moment, a cold smile played upon his lips. We truly have some audacious intruders who dare to invade my Long family. They are indeed courting death. Behind him stood several equally formidable Long family assassins, all of whom had consumed the elixirs provided by Long Yuan to forcibly break through to the sovereign realm. Their gazes were icy, devoid of any emotion, akin to the sharpest blades, fixated on the trapped shadows. Long Zhan, the shadowy figures, both startled and enraged, questioned your presence here. My family's young master anticipated the arrival of unwary intruders and instructed us to await their arrival. Long Zhan flexed his wrist, the joints cracking ominously, and demanded, Speak. Who sent you? Perhaps I can grant you a swifter demise. The shadows exchanged fearful glances, acutely aware that falling into the hands of the Long family would spell disaster. One among them suddenly opened his mouth, seemingly intent on shattering the poisoned sac hidden within his teeth to end his life. However, Long Zhan was prepared, flicking his finger to unleash a divine force that struck the man's chin, rendering him incapable of exerting any strength. Wishing to die? It would be that simple. Just then, a cold snort echoed from the distance, and a sinister claw of poison tore through the night sky, lunging towards the formation's barrier. Long Zhan, release my men. It was Du Qianji, having come personally upon realizing his subordinates had not returned. Long Zhan looked up, unflinching, and replied, Du Qianji, do you dare to trespass upon the Long family? Do you truly believe we are easy prey? Seize him. Several first-tier death warriors charged forward. Du Qianji sneered. A mere pseudo-supreme, bolstered by pills, dares to boast before me? The assault of the poison claw intensified, causing the formation's barrier to tremble violently, as if it might shatter at any moment. Long Zhan's expression shifted. He recognized that these death warriors were no match for Du Qianji. Just as he contemplated calling for aid, a calm voice resonated from above. "Did you seek permission from me before bullying the Long family?" As the words fell, a figure descended from the heavens like an immortal, landing before Long Zhan. It was Long Yuan. He didn't even glance at Du Qianji, merely raising a hand. With a hum, the previously trembling formation's barrier suddenly blazed with overwhelming brilliance. A terrifying pressure, far surpassing that of the Supreme Realm, erupted from within the formation. As Du Qianji's poisoned claw grazed the barrier, it dissolved as if scorched by fierce flames. A recoil force forced him to stagger back several steps, a trickle of black blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Supreme Ninefold? Du Qianji's face paled in horror, his gaze toward Long Yuan filled with disbelief. He could never have imagined that this seemingly youthful individual was a formidable being of Supreme Ninefold. Long Yuan regarded him with indifference, stating, "Wando Valley, very well. Today, let us commence with you, marking the ascent of the Long family in the divine realm." No sooner had he spoken than he vanished from sight. Du Qianji felt an overwhelming aura of death enveloping him, and though he wished to flee, he found his body utterly immobilized. Terror and regret filled his eyes, and he emitted raspy sounds from his throat, yet he could not utter a single plea for mercy. In the next moment, a flash of golden light pierced through. Du Qianji's figure, along with the poison mist surrounding him, was obliterated from existence as if he had never been. Outside the Long family estate, silence returned, leaving only the trembling shadows bound upon the ground. Long Zhan gazed at Long Yuan's retreating figure, his heart swelling with awe. He understood that with the young master present, the rise of the Long family was unstoppable. Long Yuan turned around, gazing at the shadows with a calm demeanor. "Take them away and interrogate them thoroughly. Furthermore, disseminate the word that tonight's events are merely the beginning. Anyone who dares to provoke the Long family must be prepared to face death." "Yes, young master," Long Xiao replied, bowing deeply, his voice resonating with strength. As the night breeze swept by, Long Yuan lifted his gaze toward the starry sky, a glint of sharpness flickering in his eyes. The Yin Huang divine nation appeared tranquil, yet beneath the surface, tumultuous currents surged. For the Long family to truly establish their foothold, their current means were far from sufficient. The third level of the pagoda, with its thousand-fold flow of time, might indeed become the Long family's greatest leverage for resurgence. Long Yuan conveyed a message to Long Zhan. "I shall pay a visit to the 10,000 Poisons Valley. Should any troublemakers arise, deal with them using puppets. Do you require assistance, young one? I can arrange for some to help you move things. No need, I can manage alone." With that, he tore through space and stepped inside. Tang immediately activated navigation for Long Yuan, and a straight line materialized before him in the void. After several hours of soaring along this path, he finally arrived above the 10,000 Poisons Valley. A rift in the sky opened, and Long Yuan emerged from within. Below lay palatial structures, with many discarded corpses strewn across the valley's sides. These remains belonged to the demon beasts and cultivators captured by the 10,000 Poisons Valley for experimentation. The disturbance in the sky caught the attention of those below. Upon seeing a stranger, they promptly activated their defensive formations. An elder of the third tier of the Supreme Realm ascended into the air and addressed Long Yuan. "Who are you, and what brings you to the 10,000 Poisons Valley?" Long Yuan smiled faintly. "I come with no particular agenda, merely to annihilate a sect. Those from the 10,000 Poisons Valley who dare to act against the Long family must brace themselves for obliteration." "Humph, such arrogance. You aspire to eradicate my 10,000 Poisons Valley? We shall see if you possess the capability," the elder retorted, activating the 10,000 Poisons Grand Formation. A vast spell enveloped the entire valley, unleashing countless clouds of toxic mist toward Long Yuan. "Is this all you can muster?" Long Yuan scoffed, invoking the boundless flame domain. Flames surged from his body, instantly incinerating the encroaching toxic mist into nothingness. The commotion attracted the attention of several supreme elders from the 10,000 Poisons Valley. Chapter 318, The Feudal Resistance. The toxic mist roiled above the 10,000 Poisons Valley, yet within a 10-foot radius around Long Yuan. It was consumed by the crimson gold flames, dissipating into wisps of azure smoke. The boundless flame domain formed an independent realm, where dragon shadows danced within the flames, distorting the air with intense heat. Impudent. A face, lined with wrinkles, suddenly materialized on the formation's luminous barrier. The voice of Imo-2, the Grand Elder of the 10,000 Poisons Valley, dripped with a venomous chill. I am Imo-2, at the 5th tier of the Supreme Realm. Let us see how this young pup intends to breach my 10,000 Poisons Grand Formation. No sooner had he spoken than countless toxic vines erupted within the formation. The edges of the leaves shimmered with a purple-black hue. Each leaf resembled a blade steeped in millennium-old venom, twisting through the gaps of the toxic mist towards Long Yuan. As these toxic vines touched the edges of the flame domain, they emitted a hissing sound of searing. Yet it did not dissipate like a toxic mist. Rather, it regenerated at an even swifter pace, subtly exhibiting the potential to push back the flames. Oh, this is intriguing. With a flick of his finger, Long Yuan summoned 3 fire dragons from the realm of flames. The fire dragons did not breathe forth ordinary flames, but rather manifested as solidified fire spears. The spear tips, adorned with spiral flame patterns, instantaneously pierced through the foremost cluster of toxic vines. A dull thud reverberated as the fire spears struck, causing the toxic vines to explode into a splatter of dark green toxic sludge. Where the sludge fell, even the hardest rocks were corroded, riddled with countless holes. Beware of his flames. The pupil of Imo-2 constricted sharply. 2 elders soared up behind him, namely the 2nd Elder Imo-Sha, who was at the Supreme 4th level, and the 3rd Elder Imo-Gui at the Supreme 3rd level. Elder, this boy's flames counteract the deadly toxins of our valley. Going head-to-head may not yield favorable results. Imo-Sha remarked ominously, a bone staff entwined with black serpentine scales now in his grasp. Imo-2 snorted coldly. My Wandu Valley has stood for a millennium. How can we fear a mere inexperienced brat? Imo-Gui grinned, revealing a set of blackened, yellow teeth. He produced a small bronze cauldron from his sleeve, and the moment he lifted the lid, a swarm of tiny, translucent toxic insects buzzed forth, their wings vibrating at a frequency capable of disrupting the spiritual energy within cultivators. This was the secret technique of Wandu Valley, the soul-devouring insect. A mere trick, Long Yuan retorted, his eyes flashing with golden light as the realm of flames surged, expanding 100 feet. Countless runes emerged from the crimson golden flames, taking root upon landing, transforming into a burning thicket of thorns. The soul-devouring insects collided with the thorny mass, reduced to ashes before they could even emit a cry of despair. The bronze cauldron was sent flying by the wave of flames, crashing against a distant mountain wall, cracking open several fissures. How can this be? Montauk Gui screamed in disbelief, feeling a searing pain in his mind as he was psychically linked to the soul-devouring insects. Blood gushed from his mouth as he staggered. Witnessing this, Imo-2 was struck with terror. He quickly struck his chest, spitting forth a mouthful of essence blood upon the light curtain of the Wandu Grand Formation. Instantly, the curtain darkened to an inky black, and countless shadowy figures of toxic beasts materialized within the formation. A phantom of a toxic serpent, colossal as a mountain, emerged from the heart of the array, opening its gaping maw to lunge at Long Yuan. Now, this is more like it. Long Yuan's footwork shifted, leaving behind dozens of afterimages in his wake. With his right hand, he grasped an ethereal long blade formed purely of flames. Coiling around the blade was the phantom of a red dragon, roaring fiercely. Heavenly flame slash. With a resounding shout, the blade's glow cleaved through the air like a scarlet ribbon, instantly bisecting the toxic serpent phantom. The black light curtain trembled violently, the array's runes fracturing, as the residual energy of the blade swept through the structures of Wandu Valley, igniting them in fierce flames. Imo-2 was repelled by the backlash of the formation. Stumbling back 3 steps, he gazed at Long Yuan in disbelief. Who exactly are you? Such strength cannot belong to an unknown individual. I am the true self, Long Yuan. Long Yuan gradually ascended into the air, with the domain of flames trailing closely behind him. Wherever he passed, the noxious mists dissipated, and the venomous insects were reduced to ashes. He was indeed the harbinger of your demise. Madman, do you know who stand behind the Valley of 10,000 Poisons? Imo-Sha, his voice a blend of menace and trepidation, roared, Our Valley Lord is. I care not who that may be. Today, you shall find no salvation. Long Yuan retorted dismissively. With a flick of his left hand, countless fiery raindrops cascaded from the domain of flames. As they fell onto the medicinal fields of the Valley of 10,000 Poisons, the spirit herbs tainted with lethal poison were instantaneously purified. leaving behind only the most exquisite fragrance of medicine. Those disciples who dared to resist were reduced to charred remains amidst the fiery deluge. Protect the medicinal repository. Mo2 bellowed as he charged deeper into the valley, where the millennia of accumulated herbs and divine stones were stored. Both Mo Sha and Mo Gue understood that they could not allow Long Yuan to succeed. They summoned their life-bound, poisonous treasures. Mo Sha's bone staff transformed into a black serpent, while Mo Gue conjured a shield adorned with toxic patterns. They flanked Long Yuan, launching a coordinated assault. Unfazed, Long Yuan stood his ground, and the flames surrounding him coalesced into a golden dragon-scale shield. The black serpent collided with the shield, emitting a wretched cry as its scales were singed away, prompting a howl of agony from Mo Sha. The bone staff was sent hurtling back, its body now marred by countless cracks. Mo Gue's shield fared no better. Upon contact with the protective barrier, it shattered with a resounding crack. Its toxic patterns consumed by the flames, and he was violently propelled backward, crashing through 3 pavilions before coming to a halt, his fate uncertain. With such feeble prowess, you dare to call yourselves the Valley of 10,000 Poisons? Long Yuan's voice reverberated like thunder throughout the valley. In a swift motion, he appeared behind Mo2, his right hand pressing against the crown of Mo2's head. No! Despair filled Mo2's eyes as he sensed a terrifying, searing force surge into his body. Wherever it traversed, his meridians and dantian were incinerated. Even his soul writhed in torment amidst the flames. Speak! Where are the herbs and divine stones concealed? Long Yuan's tone was devoid of any emotion. Mo2 clenched his jaw, contemplating self-detonation to take his adversary down with him. Yet, the moment the thought crossed his mind, the flames within him erupted violently, instantly reducing his flesh and soul to nothingness, leaving behind only a storage ring. Long Yuan flicked his finger, catching the ring as it fell into his palm, his consciousness swiftly scanning its contents to pinpoint the location of the repository. With a single step, he arrived at the core forbidden ground of the Valley of 10,000 Poisons, where a palace constructed of obsidian loomed. The grand entrance was adorned with anti-poison runes, which were now slowly melting under the heat of the domain of flames. Long Yuan, you have destroyed my mountain gate and slain my elders. I shall not rest until you are dead. A furious shout erupted from within the palace as a middle-aged man clad in a purple robe emerged, wielding a poison trident. His visage was grim, surrounded by swirling clouds of toxic mist. He was Mo Chun, the former Valley Lord, possessing the cultivation of the supreme sixth realm. As he made his move, it was a lethal strike, the trident pulsating with a dense black poisonous aura. Wherever the toxic light passed, the space rippled, evidently infused with a lethal principle. Chapter 319, The How US Sect. Long Yuan's gaze sharpened. The strength of Mo Chun had significantly surpassed that of the previous elders. Yet, it remained insufficient for him. With a mere gesture of his fingers, a flame sword aura, refined to its utmost precision, shot forth. The fiery aura collided with the black toxic light, emitting a hissing sound as the toxic energy was visibly eroded. Impossible. My heavenly erosion poison could be countered by you. Mo Chen's face was etched with horror. He had perfected his poison technique to its zenith. Even practitioners of the same rank would hesitate to confront it head-on. Yet he was astonished to find it so effortlessly dispelled by Long Yuan. There is nothing impossible. Long Yuan's figure flickered, and he appeared before Mo Chun, delivering a punch. This seemingly unremarkable strike was imbued with overwhelming dragon power. Before the punch even reached him, the toxic mist surrounding Mo Chun was already dispersed. Mo Chen's expression turned grave. He hurriedly crossed his weapon to defend. A resounding clang echoed as the toxic spear was bent and deformed by the force of the blow. As if struck by a heavy blow, Mo Chun was sent flying, crashing violently into the obsidian palace wall, creating a human-shaped indentation in the solid structure. Coughing up black blood, he looked at Long Yuan with fear in his eyes. Why you are the Dragon Clan? Only a member of the Dragon Clan could possess such terrifying physical strength. Long Yuan offered no reply, advancing step by step toward Mo Chun. With each footfall, the ground trembled violently, shattering the barriers within the palace. Spare me. Senior, please spare me. Mo Chun finally broke down completely, crawling and kneeling on the ground. I am willing to offer all the treasures of the 10,000 Poison Valley, just to ask for my life. It is too late. Long Yuan's voice was as cold as frost. When you struck against my Dragon Clan, You should have foreseen this day. He raised his hand to deliver a fatal blow, extinguishing the last flicker of hope in Mo Chen's eyes as his body was swiftly reduced to ashes in the flames. Having dealt with Mo Chen, Long Yuan waved his hand, incinerating the grand entrance of the obsidian palace. Inside the palace lay countless boxes of divine stones. Within the open sub-boxes, the stones were piled high, radiating a rich spiritual aura. There were also many ancient herbs, including several thousand-year-old poison ginseng and 10,000-year-old corrupted heartgrass. Although all were highly toxic, under Long Yuan's purifying flames, they could be transformed into sacred healing medicines. With a flicker of thought, these divine stones and herbs were gathered into his storage ring. Scanning the entirety of the 10,000 Poison Valley with his divine sense and confirming there were no remaining survivors, he turned and soared into the sky. Behind him, the 10,000 Poison Valley was engulfed in a sea of flames, its millennia-old legacy now obliterated. Standing amidst the clouds, Long Yuan gazed down at the burning valley, his expression tranquil and unruffled, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. He retracted the flame domain, transforming into a streak of light that vanished beyond the horizon, leaving only a sky filled with drifting ashes as proof of the 10,000 Poison Valley's former existence. Upon returning to the Long family, Long Yuan commenced his seclusion to concoct elixirs, as he urgently sought to enhance the strength of the Long clan members. At the main peak of the Hao Yue sect master Li Xiao gazed into a mirror, which depicted a scene of his daughter Li Ling holding hands with Long Jinghong. After departing from the Long family, Long Jinghong sought information on the most influential factions. Upon learning that Hao Yue sect was among the pinnacle powers of the Yanhuang Divine Kingdom, he set his course towards it. Let us rewind a few months. In a bustling city, Long Jinghong encountered a wandering cultivator named Xianxia, who possessed the cultivation of a mid-stage lesser celestial. While in an inn, Long Jinghong inquired about various sections. Coincidentally, Xianxia intended to join Hao Yue sect and began to enlighten Long Jinghong about the sects standing within the Yanhuang Divine Kingdom. In a private room on the third floor of the drunken Immortal Pavilion, the wooden window stood ajar, allowing the gentle evening breeze to carry the sounds of the street below. Long Jinghong tapped his fingers on the table, his gaze fixated on the young scholar in a green robe across from him, who was none other than Xianxia, exuding an air of nonchalance. After savoring a sip of strong liquor, Xianxia remarked, "Let me enlighten you about the sects of the Yanhuang Divine Kingdom, with the Sun, Moon, and Stars sects leading the charge." With a flourish, he opened his folding fan, revealing the elegant characters for carefree inscribed upon it. Intrigued, Long Jinghong urged, "Qin brother, do share more." After another sip of his drink, Qin Xiaoyao continued, "Allow me to tell you about Hao Yue sect. The sect master, Li Xiao, is a formidable figure at the half-step supreme level, and there are 17 individuals within the sect who have attained the supreme realm, not to mention the disciples of various stages." Long Jinghong raised an eyebrow. "What are the requirements for joining Hao Yue sect?" Clad in dark attire adorned with intricate golden dragon patterns, he appeared youthful, yet his eyes concealed a maturity beyond his years. Unbeknownst to others, this seemingly early-stage divine realm cultivator had truly attained the true divine realm, deliberately suppressing his aura. The unique entry requirements piqued Long Jinghong's interest, as Qin Xiaoyao smiled mysteriously. They do not consider spiritual roots or backgrounds. Only two criteria matter. First, one must be under 500 years of age, and second, one as cultivation must meet the standards. For individuals like us, if we wish to enter the outer sect, we must first overcome the challenge posed by disciples of the same realm. If one can defeat opponents 2 minor realms higher, one can directly take an elder as a master. Long Jinghong paused. Challenging across realms offers additional rewards? Indeed. Qin Xiaoyao leaned closer, lowering his voice. It is said that a century ago, a prodigy of mid-stage lesser celestial engaged in battle with a peak lesser celestial. Not only did he gain entry into the inner sect, but the sect master also personally took him as a disciple. However, such occurrences are rare, and even overcoming 1 minor realm is akin to climbing the heavens, let alone 2. A subtle smile graced Long Jinghong's lips. "It sounds quite intriguing. Qin brother, let us hasten to Hao Yue sect and give it a try." Qin Xiaoyao closed his fan and agreed, "Very well, let us make our way to Hao Yue sect." The two departed from the inn, heading directly towards their destination. 3 days later, they arrived at the entrance of Hao Yue sect, where a white jade staircase wound through the mist, ascending from the mountainside to the clouds above. On either side of the path, every 100 feet stood a stone sculpture of a guardian wielding a long sword, its blade radiating an aura that could unsettle even the most seasoned cultivators. At the moment, a throng of several dozen disciples gathered in the plaza before the mountain gate, all eager to pay homage to their masters. Xianxia clasped Long Jinghong's shoulder amidst the crowd, whispering a caution. When the steward arrives to register, be sure not to conceal your cultivation level. Otherwise, you risk disqualification. Or worse, the loss of your powers. Long Jinghong nodded, his gaze drifting to the enormous stone tablet at the plaza's end, where crimson rules were inscribed, aligning perfectly with Qin Xiaoyao's warnings. Silence. A commanding voice echoed from above. A middle-aged steward clad in a moon-white robe descended upon a flying sword. A jade pendant inscribed with the characters for bright moon hanging from his waist. All those under 500 years of age, with realms at or below the great celestial god level. Step forward to register. Those wishing to challenge within the same realm, stand to the left. Those seeking to cross realms, stand to the right. The crowd stirred, and most individuals moved towards the left. Only a handful hesitated, opting for the right, aware of the significant risks associated with cross-realm challenges. Failure not only barred entry, but could also result in grievous injury. Chapter 320. Sect Master Li Xiao. Qin Xiaoyao patted Long Jinghong's shoulder reassuringly. I will attempt to challenge the late-stage minor celestial god. You may choose your own path. With that, he made his way to the left registration desk. Long Jinghong sauntered to the right, where the registering steward frowned upon, sensing his nascent aura. Young brother, which realms do you intend to challenge? I will first test my mettle against those of the same realm, Long Jinghong replied calmly. The steward paused, then chuckled. Those competing within the same realm register on the left. This side is for cross-realm challengers. I understand, Long Jinghong replied, lifting his gaze. I shall first engage in a match within the same realm, followed by a cross-realm challenge. At this proclamation, laughter erupted around him. Is this boy mad? To confront opponents in the same realm only to challenge across realms thereafter? Does he think the disciples of Bright Moon Sect are mere clay? Observers noted his youthful appearance, likely unaware of the vastness of his ambition. The steward shook his head, but, intrigued, complied with the rules. You seem rather amusing. I'll allow it. What is your cultivation level? Long Jinghong stated. Elder, I am at the initial stage of the true god realm. The steward was taken aback, glancing at Long Jinghong. Your opponent in the same realm is Zhao Hu, an initial stage true god disciple. As the words left the stewardess' lips, a robust youth leapt onto the contest stage from the eastern side of the plaza, his brawny arms bulging with sinew, grasping a heavy mountain axe. He bellowed, which blind fool wishes to challenge me? Long Jinghong lightly tapped his toes, his form drifting gracefully onto the stage, his dark attire fluttering in the wind. Is it you, this delicate boy? Zhao Hu grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. I advise you to concede early, lest I cleave you in two with a single stroke. Long Jinghong remained silent, merely gesturing with an elegant hand to invite the challenge. Seeking death, Zhao Hu roared, swinging his mountain axe down with a howling gale. The blade shimmered with spiritual light, indicating he was employing his full strength. This strike was powerful and unrelenting. A typical initial stage true god cultivator would struggle to defend, let alone react in time. The crowd below shook their heads in disbelief, convinced that Long Jinghong was destined to fail. Qin Xiaoyao, having just emerged victorious against his opponent, felt a bead of sweat form on his brow at the sight. Just as the axe blade hovered less than 3 feet above his head, Long Jinghong made his move. He suddenly slid half a step to the right. It appeared slow. It was perfectly timed to evade the axe's lethal edge. Simultaneously, his right hand transformed into a palm, golden light shimmering at his fingertips. As he gently struck Zhao Hu's wrist, which gripped the axe, a sharp crack echoed through the air. Zhao Hu felt a sudden force surge through him, his wrist dislocating in an instant, causing the mountain axe to clatter to the ground. Before he could react, Long Jinghong's hand had already pressed against his chest. With a thud, Zhao Hu was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth, struggling futilely to rise. The arena fell into a profound silence. In a single move, the early-stage true god Zhao Hu had been defeated. The registrar's pupils constricted as he re-evaluated the young man in the black robe on the stage, his expression now tinged with gravity. Long Jinghong clapped his hands and turned to the registrar, stating, "The battle within the same realm is concluded. Now it is time to challenge a higher realm. How many minor realms do you wish to transcend? The registrar replied gravely, one major realm. Long Jinghong's voice was calm and unwavering, yet it resonated like thunder across the square. What? A true god in the early stage challenging a minor celestial god in the early stage? How can this be possible? Is he mad? The gap between the true god realm and the minor celestial god realm spans 4 minor realms. It is a chasm of a major realm. Xianxia was also taken aback. He himself was at the minor celestial god realm and understood the vast difference between the two realms. Even if Long Jinghong could transcend realms, it was inconceivable that he could triumph across a major realm. The registrar's expression shifted through a spectrum of emotions before he finally gritted his teeth and declared, "Very well. Since you are so insistent, I shall send forth Wang Chong, a disciple of the minor celestial god early stage, to answer your challenge." From the opposite side of the arena leaped a dark-featured young man, clad in black attire. He wielded a soft sword, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Long Jinghong. "You are quite arrogant, young man. However, you seem unaware of whether you possess the merit to be so. Underestimating a disciple of the Haoyue sect, you shall soon learn the breadth of your folly." Wang Chong was evidently far superior to Zhao Hu, and as soon as he ascended the stage, he unleashed the oppressive aura of the minor celestial god early stage. Spiritual energy surged within him, causing a ghostly blue luminescence to emanate from the soft sword, clearly infused with frost poison. "Prepare yourself." Wang Chong's figure blurred, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he closed in. The soft sword struck like a serpent emerging from its lair, aiming directly for Long Jinghong's heart. The sword's wind-sharp and imbued with a bone-chilling cold. This attack was executed with remarkable speed and an astute angle, leaving many in the audience gasping in alarm. Long Jinghong's gaze sharpened as he stopped holding back. The spiritual energy of the true god realm quietly coursed through him. He stepped forward with his left foot. The ground beneath him cracked with fine fissures, while his right hand formed a fist, golden spiritual energy coalescing into a miniature dragon shape upon his knuckles. "Break for me," he commanded in a low voice, as his fist collided with the soft sword. The clang of metal resonated deafeningly, with the soft sword bending under the force of his punch. Wang Chong felt an overwhelming force surge towards him, causing his grip to shatter and his soft sword to fly from his hand. He was seized by terror, unable to retreat in time, as Long Jinghong's fist struck his abdomen with relentless precision. With a gasp, Wang Chong expelled a copious amount of blood. His body, soaring backward like a kite severed from its string, colliding with the protective barrier of the arena, and slowly sliding down, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Another strike. The square fell silent. A pin dropping would have been heard, as all eyes were transfixed on the young man clad in dark robes upon the stage. As if witnessing an extraordinary spectacle, the registrar, Zhang, gaped in astonishment, taking a moment to comprehend the scene. His voice trembled. "Why, you have triumphed. Successfully challenging across such a significant realm. According to the rules, you may directly seek the elder as your master." Before he could finish, a gentle yet authoritative voice resonated from the clouds. "Oh, such a prodigy exists?" The crowd looked up to see a middle-aged man in a purple gold robe descending gracefully from the heavens. His features were strong, his gaze profound, exuding an aura that was both awe-inspiring and intimidating. It was Li Xiao, the leader of the Haoyue sect. Li Xiao landed on the stage, his eyes fixating on Long Jinghong, scrutinizing him for a moment. Suddenly, he broke into a grin. What a remarkable young man, to possess such strength at such a tender age, and more impressively, to exude this calmness. "What's your name?" "Long Jinghong," came the reply. "Long Jinghong," Li Xiao nodded, a gleam of interest flashing in his eyes. "I perceive your exceptional potential. I wish to take you as my direct disciple. Would you be willing?" At this declaration, the audience erupted in astonishment. To be a direct disciple was akin to being a direct descendant of the sect leader, a status comparable to that of an elder, an opportunity that countless individuals would vie for, now bestowed upon this obscure youth. Long Jinghong felt a stir within his heart. He had come to the Haoyue sect precisely to harness its power to elevate his own prowess. Naturally, becoming a disciple of the sect leader was the optimal choice. He bowed slightly. "I am willing, master." "Excellent." Li Xiao laughed heartily, stroking his beard. "From this day forth, you shall be my third disciple." Just then a melodious voice, as clear as silver bells, chimed in. "Father, this junior brother is truly remarkable. I could scarcely follow those 2 moves he executed. The crowd turned towards the sound, revealing a young woman in a pink dress stepping forward from the throng. Her complexion rivaled snow, her features were exquisitely delicate, and a crescent-shaped jade pendant adorned her waist. She was none other than Li Zhao's only daughter, Li Ling. She had been observing from afar, and now her gaze towards Long Jinghong was filled with curiosity and admiration. Long Jinghong met her gaze and offered a slight nod. Li Ling's cheeks flushed, and she quickly averted her eyes. Yet she could not resist sneaking glances at her new junior brother. His formidable prowess, coupled with his striking appearance, was far more intriguing than the brothers, who perpetually surrounded her. Li Xiao noted this exchange with amusement, then turned to Long Jinghong. "Come, let us ascend the mountain together. I shall introduce you to the sect and a few of your senior brothers and sisters." Long Jinghong replied affirmatively, "Master. Allow me a moment to bid farewell to my friends." Li Xiao nodded. "You may go." Long Jinghong approached Qin Xiaoyao and produced a storage ring. "Brother Qin, within this ring lie some resources. I am grateful for your guidance to the Haoyue sect." Qin Xiaoyao declined, saying, "Brother Long, you flatter me. It is I who feels honored to be acquainted with a prodigy like you. I could never accept your gift." Long Jinghong pressed the storage ring into Qin Xiaoyao's embrace. "I shall take my leave now. Should you need anything, find me at the main peak." With that, he followed in Li Zhao's footsteps, heading towards the depths of the mist where the main peak of the Haoyue sect awaited. Qin Xiaoyao stood among the crowd, watching Long Jinghong's retreating figure. His gaze shifted to the unconscious Wang Chong on the platform, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of bewilderment regarding the nature of the extraordinary being he had just met. Shaking his head, excitement washed over him. Forging a connection with such an individual promised to make his time at the Haoyue sect far more intriguing. The murmurs in the square lingered, echoing Long Jinghong's name, which had indelibly imprinted itself in the hearts of all disciples of the Haoyue sect. After becoming Long Jinghong's disciple, he acquired numerous treasures and resources, accelerating his cultivation remarkably. Li Ling frequently sought out Long Jinghong for sparring sessions, and over the months, sparks of romance ignited between them. This led to a scene where Li Xiao, holding the Haoyue mirror, surveilled Long Jinghong, with his wife beside him, observing the images reflected in the mirror. With a sigh, she asked, "Will you not intervene with Linga? She is betrothed to the saint son of the Yari sect." Li Xiao closed the mirror, slamming his palm on the table. "That worthless saint's son is no good. Who knows how many female disciples he has harmed within the sect. I cannot allow my daughter to marry such a man." Bai Qianshan smiled wryly. "Neither do I wish for my daughter to wed such a person, but the Yari sect is far more powerful than we, and they have connections to the imperial family. We cannot contend with them." Li Xiao abruptly rose, his purple-gold robe billowing without wind, and the spiritual energy swirling around him caused the teacups on the table to vibrate. "Even if we cannot win, we must still fight. As a master, I must protect the Haoyue sect. If I cannot even safeguard Linger, how can I defend Haoyue?" Bai Qianshan placed a hand on his arm, her fingertips cool with spiritual energy, calming his agitated aura. "I understand your concerns, but the leader of the Yari sect, Dongfang Lai, is already at the second level of the supreme realm. His son, Dongfang Hua, though merely at the divine monarch level, has garnered the favor of the national general from the imperial family. If we were to confront them directly," her words trailed off, yet they succeeded in tempering the fury in Li Zhao's eyes. "Indeed, the chasm between the second level of the supreme realm and our own is insurmountable, especially with the imperial family of the Yanwang divine kingdom backing them." Li Xiao sank heavily into his seat, his knuckles whitening as he clenched his fists. That Dongfang Yi was in Qingyang City last month, forcibly abducting women. Had it not been for an elder from the Xian Shui pavilion chancing upon him, who knows how many lives would have been lost? If Linger marries into that family, what kind of life can she expect? But the betrothal was arranged 600 years ago, back when the old sect master was still alive. It was a strategic alliance to counter the Xingyun pavilion. Bai Qianshan's voice grew soft as she gazed out at the mist-shrouded mountains beyond the window. "Perhaps we could find a reason to delay things for a while." Li Xiao furrowed his brow, contemplating the matter of procrastination. That old fox, Dongfang Lai, had sent someone last month to inquire, stating that once Linger achieved the great celestial god realm, a date would be selected for their wedding. Suddenly, he glanced outside the courtyard, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes. It was indeed concerning that child, Jinghong. "You wish for Jinghong to intervene?" Bai Qianshan instantly grasped his intention, but shook her head repeatedly, exclaiming no. Although Jinghong is exceptionally gifted, He has only just reached the late stage of the true god realm. How could he possibly contend with Dongfangyi? Moreover, that marriage pact has the tacit approval of the royal family. Provoking Dongfang, you would be tantamount to slapping the royal family in the face. Li Xiao fell silent, his fingertips unconsciously tapping the table. He recalled the effortless two moves that Long Jinghong executed when he took on his master. He thought of the remarkable progress Jinghong had made in just a few months, reaching a level that would typically take an ordinary cultivator 3 years to touch upon, the late stage of the true god realm. Long Jinghong accomplished this in merely 3 months. Such talent might indeed create miracles. Meanwhile, in the martial arts arena at the back mountain of the Haoyue sect, two figures were engaged in an intense duel. Just moments ago, they had been hand in hand, but now they were fiercely sparring, spurred by Long Jinghong's remark that Li Ling was progressing too slowly in her cultivation. Consequently, Li Ling felt compelled to assess Jinghong's training results. With a long whip in hand, she wielded it like the flowing light of the moon. The tip of the whip sparkled with a myriad of silver glimmers, each strike causing the surrounding spiritual energy to swirl into a vortex. It was evident that she had mastered the Luiyue whip technique to perfection. Her cheeks flushed, she fixed her gaze on Long Jinghong, declaring, "Junior brother, receive my move, Moonfall and Star Sync." The long whip suddenly elongated, transforming into a silver waterfall that descended upon him. The overlapping shadows of the whip made it nearly impossible to discern reality from illusion. "Senior sister, you are taking advantage of your greater strength. Do not think that I will fear you simply because of your higher cultivation." Long Jinghong's footwork shifted as he weaved through the shadows of the whip. The dark robe he wore billowed in the fierce wind, revealing a dragon-shaped jade pendant hanging at his waist, the Jinlong pendant bestowed upon him by Li Xiao last month. It could stabilize spiritual power and resist soul attacks. As he observed the myriad of whip shadows, a smile suddenly graced his lips. "Senior sister, your technique has indeed improved considerably." Before his words could fully escape, his right hand transformed into a claw, a strand of golden dragon energy coalescing at his fingertips. In what seemed like a casual grab, he accurately seized the core silver glimmer at the tip of the whip. Oh! Li Ling felt a tingle in her wrist. The long whip could no longer advance an inch. With a soft huff, she summoned her spiritual power to its utmost, and the whip erupted into a myriad of luminous points, challenging him to maintain his grip. The points scattered like a rain of stars, each containing a piercing chill. Yet, Long Jinghong did not retreat. Instead, he advanced, waving his left hand to conjure a golden barrier before him. The barrier, adorned with dragon scale patterns, deflected all the luminous points. Simultaneously, with a swift pull of his right hand, Li Ling was caught off guard and stumbled forward. "Careful!" Long Jinghong reacted swiftly, wrapping an arm around her waist. The warmth of her soft form against him made Li Ling's cheeks flush to the point where they could fry an egg. The faint scent of pine wafted from Long Jinghong, causing her heart to lose its rhythm. She hurriedly freed herself, turning her back to adjust her skirt. Her voice is faint as a whisper. "Thank you, junior brother." Long Jinghong observed the blush creeping to her ears, a flicker of amusement dancing in his eyes. "Sister, you seem out of sorts today. Perhaps your mind is elsewhere." "Who is distracted?" Li Ling spun around, puffing her cheeks in indignation. Yet her gaze bore no trace of anger. Rather, it was almost playful. "Clearly, you've been concealing your abilities. What martial arts have you practiced these past 3 months to improve so swiftly?" "It is merely diligence that compensates for my shortcomings." Long Jinghong deftly shifted the subject, directing his attention to a moonlit grass at the edge of the training ground. "This herb is nearly ripe. Didn't you express a desire to refine the Qinghua pill?" Li Ling's eyes sparkled. "Really?" But her expression soon faltered. "However, harvesting moonlit grass requires channeling lunar energy into one's body, and I can never seem to master the timing." "I shall teach you." Long Jinghong approached the moonlit grass, a gentle stream of spiritual energy coalescing at his fingertips. The lunar energy is profoundly soft and gentle. It must be guided along the veins of the grass, not forced with brute strength. The setting sun elongated their shadows as Li Ling leaned in closer to listen. Strands of her hair occasionally brushed against Long Jinghong's wrist, startling both of them momentarily. They hurriedly averted their gazes, the air thick with a subtle sweetness. This scene was perfectly captured in the Haoyue mirror held by Li Xiao. Bai Qianxian gazed at the reflection, letting out a soft sigh. "Look, the children are experiencing the stirrings of young love. Such connections cannot simply be severed." Li Xiao stowed away the mirror, his expression resolute. I have made up my mind. In 3 years, the sect competition of the Yanhuang Divine Nation will take place. I shall ensure Jinghong and Dongfang Yi are placed in the same group. If Jinghong can defeat him, and the royal family witnesses Dongfang Ye's true nature, then the engagement shall be rendered void. But what if Jinghong loses? Bai Qianqian expressed her concerns. Then I shall, even at the cost of the Hao Yu's sect's vitality, destroy this engagement. Li Zhao's voice was firm. At worst, I shall take you and our daughter away from the Yanhuang Divine Nation, to a place where no one knows us. Bai Qianqian looked into her husband's resolute eyes, her own gaze growing warm. She understood that Li Xiao was unwavering in his decisions. Time passed quietly, with Long Jinghong steadily enhancing his cultivation. Nearing the threshold of the late minor deity phase, his bond with Li Ling deepened, as they often ventured to the back mountains to gather herbs, or engaged in discussions of martial arts under the moonlight, their understanding growing ever more profound. One day, while Long Jinghong was consolidating his realm in the training chamber, he suddenly heard Li Ling's voice from outside, tinged with tears. "Junior brother, are you there?" He quickly opened the door to find Li Ling's eyes red-rimmed, clutching a letter of brocade, trembling with rage. Dongfang Yi is utterly insufferable. Long Jinghong took the letter, noting the flamboyant handwriting that boasted of Dongfang Ye's impending breakthrough to the Divine King realm. The contents further claimed that after their marriage, he intended to take all of Li Ling's maids as concubines, his words dripping with disdain for women. Scoundrel! A cold light flashed in Long Jinghong's eyes as he tightened his grip on the letter, reducing it to ashes in an instant. I shall confront my father. This marriage must be annulled. Li Ling turned to leave, but Long Jinghong grasped her arm. Calm yourself, my dear sister. Long Jinghong's voice resonated with a steady and powerful timbre. The matter of the annulment must be deliberated with care. However, I have taken note of this Dongfang Yi. He gazed intently at Li Ling's reddened eyes and added, 3 years hence, at the sect's grand competition, I shall defeat him, rendering him unworthy to claim you. As Li Ling beheld the unwavering determination in his eyes, a wave of tranquility washed over her heart. She understood that Long Jinghong was not one to make idle boasts. Yet she felt compelled to caution him. Dongfang Yi possesses not only formidable cultivation, but also wields the burning heaven technique of the Radiant Sun sect. He is quite the tyrant, so be exceedingly wary. I shall, Long Jinghong replied softly, gently patting the back of her hand. But you? Do not allow yourself to be unsettled by such a person. Li Ling nodded, her resolve firmly established. She intended to gift her cherished ice soul jade to Long Jinghong, as it could withstand fiery assaults in combat, perfectly countering Dongfang Ye's burning heaven technique. Word of this quickly reached the Radiant Sun sect. Within the resplendent hall, Dongfang Yi violently shattered the teacup in his hand upon the ground, the shards splattering tea across his opulent robes. Incompetent fools, a mere girl evades your grasp, allowing Long Jinghong to gain the upper hand. A few disciples, kneeling below, trembled in fear. Holy Sun, please temper your wrath. Long Jinghong is indeed enigmatic, having ascended from the initial to the mid-tier in mere 3 months. Surely he has encountered some fortuitous event. Fortuitous event? Dongfang Yi sneered, a vicious glint flashing in his eyes. No matter the fortune, one must possess life to enjoy it. Go, uncover the true nature of Long Jinghong. If he is indeed alone, then before the sex competition, he gestured across his throat ominously. However, Holy Sun, the grand competition is imminent, and the royal family will be present. Acting now may be unwise. What do you fear? Dongfang Yi kicked one disciple in the chest. If anything occurs, my father will bear the consequences. A nameless, wild boy dares to vie for my woman. He seeks his own demise. Outside the hall, a shadow stealthily concealed itself behind a stone pillar, absorbing every word of their conversation. This shadow was the spy dispatched by Li Xiao, who dared not linger and transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the Hao Yu's sect. Upon reaching the summit of the Hao Yu's sect, Li Xiao's visage darkened upon hearing the spy's report. What audacity, Dongfang Yi, to plot against Jinghong before the competition. Bai Qianqian grew anxious. What shall we do? Should we prevent Jinghong from attending? Li Xiao shook his head. We cannot stop him. That boy is determined to go. After a moment's contemplation, a flicker of resolve crossed his eyes. It appears I must inform Jinghong of certain matters beforehand. He turned to the inner chamber and retrieved an ancient token from a concealed compartment. The token bore the grotesque visage of a tiger, a relic from a former elder of an immortal faction who, recognizing Li Zhao's potential, had entrusted him with this token. suggesting that he could seek admission into their immortal ranks. It could also be shattered in times of peril, summoning a powerful projection. Not even a divine kingdom, let alone 10 combined, could stand against such an immortal force. Xianxia, he inquired, do you believe that entrusting this token to Jinghong will ensure his safety? Bai Xianxia gazed at the token, her pupils narrowing sharply. Husband, this is the last bastion of our Haoyue sect. It can save us once. Are you certain you wish to bestow it upon Jinghong? Li Xiao nodded with conviction. I am certain. I shall seek out Jinghong this evening. Bai Xianxia refrained from further protest. As night deepened, a faint glow suddenly illuminated Long Jinghong's cultivation chamber. Li Xiao pushed the door open, placing the token upon the table. Jinghong, this artifact may prove invaluable to you. Master, what is this? This is the elder token of the immortal force. Should you find yourself in peril, shatter it, and it shall preserve your life. Chapter 322. Provocations among disciples. Long Jinghong looked at Li Xiao's earnest expression with a hint of resignation. He desired to stir up trouble, as it would provide his family with a justification to act, thereby securing the funds for his betrothal. His scheme was already conceived: eliminate his rival first. And when they sought his life, he would simply summon the venerable Long Yuan. Now, with Li Xiao providing him this life-saving token, how could he instigate chaos? Long Jinghong hesitated to refuse, but meeting Li Xiao's gaze, he reluctantly accepted. At worst, he could rely on the jade token bestowed by Long Yuan. Master, I shall accept this token and will act according to the circumstances when the time comes. Seeing Long Jinghong accept it, Li Xiao finally felt at ease. He held a deep satisfaction in this disciple. Very well, Jinghong, focus on enhancing your strength, and do not concern yourself with other matters. Understand, do not worry. I shall not disappoint you. After Li Xiao departed the courtyard, Long Jinghong retrieved the elixirs brought from the Long family, commencing his journey to enhance his powers. Reserving the resources from the sect for his return, time flowed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, only a month remained before the grand competition. Long Jinghong chose to exit his seclusion. Having ascended from the minor celestial to the pinnacle of the major celestial over the course of 3 years, an impressive leap of 4 realms. Feeling the power within him, Long Jinghong smiled with confidence. Just a deity realm, is it? Watch how I dispatch you. Upon learning of Long Jinghong's emergence, Li Ling rushed over. Jinghong, you have come out of seclusion. Indeed, the sect's grand competition is imminent. I must participate. Jinghong, what realm are you at now? She was concerned that his strength might be too low for the competition. Long Jinghong noticed the worry etched on Li Ling's face and deliberately suppressed much of his aura, only revealing the fluctuations of an early major celestial. I have just reached the initial stage. I can barely join in the festivities. Initial stage? Li Ling was taken aback, her brow furrowing. Then perhaps you should refrain from attending. Dongfang Yi has already reached the pinnacle of the deity realm and is said to be but a step away from the divine king realm. It will be too dangerous for you. Long Jinghong affectionately ruffled her hair, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Do not fret. I am well aware of my limits. Even if I cannot win, escaping will not be a problem. A glint of cunning flashed in his eyes. Without amplifying the commotion, how could he summon Long Yuan's presence? 3 days later, the members of the Haoyue sect embarked on their journey aboard a flying vessel bound for Jinlin City. Due to his entanglement in sect affairs, Li Xiao was unable to accompany them, instead dispatching 2 esteemed elders to lead the party. Alongside Long Jinghong and Li Ling, there were over 10 inner disciples. The flying vessel sliced through the clouds, with Li Ling seated by the window, idly toying with a jade pendant. Occasionally, she would steal glances at the meditative Long Jinghong, a smile lingering on her lips that she could not conceal. Golden Scale City, a pivotal hub in the central region of the Yanhuang Divine Kingdom, derived its name from the abundant golden-scaled fish in its protective moat. At the heart of the city lay the Grand Competition Plaza, constructed from millennia-old mysterious iron, capable of withstanding the full force of a god-emperor's clash. With merely 3 days remaining until the competition, the city was already teeming with practitioners from various factions. Every tavern and inn was fully booked, and the streets buzzed with discussions about this year's frontrunners for the championship. As Long Jinghong and Li Ling disembarked from the flying vessel, they caught the taunting laughter and jeers emanating from a nearby tavern. The Haoyue sect is truly desperate. They sent a mere rookie at the early stage of the Great Celestial to compete with our Holy Sun for women. Indeed, they ought to take a good look in the mirror. Do they really believe that the fairy Li Ling is within his reach? Just wait for the competition and see how the Holy Sun knocks him down a peg. Li Ling's face flushed crimson, her fingers gripping the hilt of her sword turning pale. These people are intolerable. Long Jinghong gently restrained her wrist, a faint smile gracing his lips. No need to rush. The real spectacle is yet to unfold. He stepped toward the tavern, his dark robe drawing attention amidst the crowd. Inside, 5 disciples clad in the garb of the Ryu sect were gathered around table. The leader, a young man with slanted eyes, bore a token emblazoned with the character for sun at his waist. This was Zhao Kuo, an inner disciple of the Ryu sect. At the mid-stage of the great celestial realm, upon noticing Long Jinghong's entrance, he scrutinized him from head to toe and sneered, "Ah, speak of the devil. Isn't this the little suitor from the Haoyue sect? What brings you to Golden Scale City, seeking your demise?" The surrounding disciples erupted in laughter. Zhao Shixiao. Look at his delicate form. He has probably not even worth a finger of the Holy Sun. I wager he won't last 3 moves before kneeling and begging for mercy. Long Jinghong approached the table, leisurely pouring himself a drink from the jug. The disciples of the Ryu sect had sharp tongues, but it remained to be seen whether they would maintain such bravado in actual combat. You seek death. Zhao Kuo slammed the table and stood, his spiritual energy surging, causing the patrons in the tavern to recoil in fear. A mere early-stage great celestial dares to act so arrogantly before me? Do you believe I won't cripple you now to spare you the humiliation in the competition? Cripple me? Long Jinghong set down his cup and raised his gaze, his expression suddenly turning icy. Just because of you? His gaze seemed to carry a chilling aura, causing Zhao Kuo to involuntarily shudder. Enraged, he shouted, "Arrogance! Attack him!" 4 disciples from the Ryu sect immediately surrounded him, their artifacts flickering with spiritual light, evidently intent on overwhelming him. Li Ling drew her sword, the moonlight-like sword energy protecting Long Jinghong's side. What skill is it to bully the few with the many? Junior sister, step back. Long Jinghong pressed down on her sheath and took a step forward. He did not release his spiritual energy, yet an invisible pressure emanated from him, rendering it unnecessary for his junior sister to intervene against these ruffians. Ruffians? Zhao Kuo's face turned an ashen green with anger as he unsheathed his long blade. Its body ignited with crimson flames. Today, I shall make you understand the meaning of a fate worse than death. The long blade, propelled by the scorching waves of the burning heaven technique, cleaved through the air, warping the very atmosphere with its searing heat. Dragon Jinghong remained motionless, not flinching or evading, until the blade's edge was less than half a foot from his head. With a swift motion, he brought his right hand's index and middle fingers together, striking the back of the blade with the speed of lightning. Clang! In a resonant clash of metal, Zhao Kuo felt an overwhelming force surge along the blade. His grip shattered, and the long knife flew from his hand, crashing against a pillar in the tavern with a loud thud, causing tiles to rain down. Stumbling backward, he gazed in astonishment at Dragon Jinghong. "Why you, your cultivation level?" "Early stage of the great celestial god," Dragon Jinghong replied, brushing off the sparks from his sleeve with a calm demeanor. "What's the matter? Doesn't it seem so?" The 4 disciples, witnessing this, were too frightened to approach. They had distinctly sensed Dragon Jinghong's aura as merely at the initial stage, yet this effortless display of skill could likely surpass even those at the later stage. Chapter 323. The competition begins. Zhao Kuo, both astonished and enraged, bellowed fiercely, "You dare to play tricks! What secret method have you employed to conceal your true realm?" "Secret method?" Dragon Jinghong chuckled. "Do I need such a method to deal with you?" He strode toward Zhao Kuo, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly beneath him. "Just now, you all claimed you would incapacitate me during the competition." Zhao Kuo felt a chill run down his spine under Dragon Jinghong's gaze, retreating repeatedly. What do you intend to do?" "This is Golden Scale City, and the city guards are patrolling. Dare you try?" "Oh, the city guards?" Dragon Jinghong raised an eyebrow. "That's perfect. It saves me the trouble of getting my hands dirty." No sooner had he spoken than the sound of synchronized footsteps echoed from outside the tavern. A squad of city guards clad in silver armor entered in formation, led by a commander bearing a tiger head token. His long blade, still sheathed, emanated a chilling aura. He was Zhou Lai, a late-stage great celestial god. "Everyone halt!" Zhou Lai's voice boomed like thunder. His gaze swept across the disarray within the tavern, finally resting on Dragon Jinghong and Zhao Kuo. "Golden Scale City has rules. Private dueling is prohibited during the competition. Do you wish to violate city regulations?" Zhou Kuo, having found a semblance of support, immediately exclaimed, "Commander Zhou, It was this brat from the Hao sect who provoked me first and even attacked. Zhou Lai turned his attention to Dragon Jinghong, frowning slightly. A disciple of the Hao sect. Are you aware of the consequences of private dueling? Commander, please be discerning. Dragon Jinghong replied with poise. It was a disciple of the Riyao sect who first spoke disrespectfully, insulting my sect and my friends. I merely acted in self-defense. Self-defense? Zhao Kuo retorted anxiously. He disarmed me. How can that be self-defense? That merely reflects your lack of skill, Dragon Jinghong replied nonchalantly. Is it permissible for you to wield your blade against me, while I am not allowed to raise my hand to block? You, Zhao Kuo, was rendered speechless, his complexion shifting from green to pale. Zhou Lai, astute as ever, discerned from Zhao Kuo's frantic demeanor that he was likely the instigator of the conflict. However, given the close ties between the Dao sect and the imperial family, he refrained from overt favoritism. With a measured tone, he declared, regardless of who is right or wrong, engaging in private duels is against the rules. Considering the circumstances, I shall overlook this incident this time. But let it be known, should there be a recurrence, I shall not hesitate to enforce the city regulations. Zhao Kuo, eager to argue, found himself silenced by a fierce glare from Zhou Lai. With resentment, he directed a venomous look at Long Jinghong, muttering, "You little brat, let us see you at the grand competition. I wonder if you'll still be so defiant then." "I'm always ready," Long Jinghong retorted, "but I suggest you focus on whether you can even last until you face me." "What do you mean by that?" Zhao Kuo inquired, irritation brimming in his voice. "Nothing of consequence," Long Jinghong replied, moving beside Li Ling before turning to exit. "With your abilities, I fear you may not even survive the preliminary rounds." His words struck a nerve, for Zhao Kuo ranked low among the inner disciples of the Dao sect. His participation in the competition solely due to the influence of Dongfang Yi. Seething with rage, he trembled, yet under Zhou Lai's unwavering gaze, he could only watch helplessly as Long Jinghong and Li Ling departed the tavern. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. As soon as the two disciples of the Hao sect were out of sight, Zhao Kuo kicked over a nearby stool. To be bested by a mere boy, and still dare to call oneself a disciple of the Dao sect? Zhou Lai shot him a cold glance. Mind your own affairs. Should you dare to stir trouble in the city again, do not expect my leniency. With that, he led the city guards away, shaking his head in disappointment at the Dao sect's propensity for bluster. They were far inferior to the seemingly youthful disciples of the Hao sect. Outside the tavern, Li Ling tugged at Long Jinghong's sleeve, speaking in hushed tones. "You were too reckless just now. What if the city guards had captured you?" "Fear not. Zhou Lai is a man of discernment. He will not act without just cause," Long Jinghong reassured her, affectionately ruffling her hair. "Besides, how else could I provoke certain individuals to reveal themselves?" Li Ling paused, then realized you did that on purpose. "Why else?" Long Jinghong raised an eyebrow. "I cannot wait until the competition to demonstrate my prowess to Dongfang Yi, can I?" His gaze turned towards the direction of the Dao sect, a glint of cold determination in his eyes. "I will ensure they understand that before they dare to touch you, they must first reckon with my fists." The twilight sun cast a warm glow upon them, elongating their shadows. Li Ling gazed at Long Jinghong's sharply defined profile, her heart racing uncontrollably. In that moment, she felt that even if the path ahead were fraught with peril, as long as he was by her side, there was nothing to fear. Meanwhile, within the Dao sect stronghold, Zhao Kuo knelt before Dongfang Yi, embellishing the tale of his recent humiliation while omitting the part where he was sent flying by Long Jinghong's blade. He painted a picture of Long Jinghong's arrogance and audacity. Dongfang Yi toyed with a jade pendant, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Interesting, a mere novice in the divine realm dares to challenge me. It appears that my prolonged inactivity has led certain individuals to forget the formidable prowess of the Day of the Weak sect." Rising from his seat, crimson spiritual energy coursed around him, causing a sudden spike in the temperature of the air. "Zhou Kuo, go inform that Long Jinghong that in the first round of the competition, I wish to be paired with him." Zhao Kuo's eyes brightened at the implication. Is the Holy Sun personally intervening? What else could it be? Dongfang Yi retorted coldly. Since he seeks his own demise, I shall oblige. Before all, I will crush his bones inch by inch, demonstrating to Li Ling the true worthlessness of the man she has chosen. Time swiftly passed, and soon the competition commenced. In the grand arena at the heart of Golden Scale City, the imposing platform forged from mysterious iron gleamed with an austere brilliance. The surrounding stands were filled to capacity, with banners of various factions fluttering in the breeze. At the center of the arena, the royal representatives of the Yanhuang divine nation and the leaders of major sects took their places in succession. Li Xiao and the leader of the Radiant Sun sect, Dongfang Lai, faced each other across the platform, as if invisible sparks of tension crackled in the air. Boom! 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 The resounding chimes of a heavy bell echoed into the heavens, heralding the official commencement of the Yanhuang divine nation's sect competition. Presiding over the event was the royal elder Zhang Hao, an aged figure with hair and beard as white as snow. Holding a jade tablet, his voice, amplified by spiritual energy, resonated throughout the arena. This competition consists of 3 rounds. The first round is a knockout stage, wherein 200 participants will be divided into 50 groups, each comprising 4 individuals. The victors will advance to the second round, a platform battle, where they will engage in fierce combat to determine the top 10. The final round will be a ranking match, where the top 10 contenders will vie for their positions. He paused momentarily, casting his gaze over the mass of figures below. The groupings had been randomly generated by the heavenly divination technique, and he now announced the first round matchups. As Zhang Hao's voice echoed, golden characters emerged on the water screen suspended above the arena. The names and images of the participants were distinctly visible. Li Ling stood beside Long Jinghong, anxiously watching the names scroll across the screen, her palms slightly sweating. Please, don't let me be grouped with Dongfang Yi. Just as her thoughts lingered, the names on the screen froze, revealing the pairing. Dongfang Yi, Radiant Sun Sect. Long Jinghong, Bright Moon Sect. Qin Feng, Stone Shatter Sect. Lu Rian, Flower Valley. What? Li Ling's complexion turned pale instantly. How could this be? The stands erupted into uproar, countless gazes converging on Long Jinghong. There was sympathy, derision, and, more predominantly, a sense of anticipation for the unfolding drama. Now, a spectacle was assured, as the lad from the Bright Moon sect was unexpectedly grouped with the holy son of Dongfang. Not only was advancement questionable, but even the possibility of surviving the platform battle was in grave doubt. The holy son had openly declared his intention to shatter his bones. This youth was doomed. Dongfang Yi, seated in the resting area of the Radiant Sun sect, studied the names on the screen, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips. He deliberately raised his voice, ensuring those around could hear. It seems even fate wishes to hasten your demise, Long Jinghong. Let us hope you don't soil yourself in fear. Long Jinghong's expression remained serene, even offering a slight nod in the direction of Dongfang Yi, as if to convey gratitude. This calm demeanor ignited an inexplicable fury within Dongfang Yi, for he loathed nothing more than the sensation of being overlooked. The preliminary rounds proceeded in order by group. Although the earlier battles were thrilling, none stirred significant waves until the announcer's voice rang out. Group 37, prepare to enter. Long Jinghong adjusted his robe and smiled at Li Ling, saying, wait and see the spectacle. Li Ling bit her lip, cautioning Jinghong, with your ice heart and jade body, you can withstand fiery assaults, but do exercise caution. Long Jinghong tightened his grip on his jade pendant and leapt onto the stage. Simultaneously, Dongfang Yi ascended the platform, radiating with intense spiritual energy. The crimson light swirled around him, and before he even struck, the ground began to emit wisps of white smoke. Qin Feng from Shattered Stone Gate and Lu Ruyan from Hundred Flowers Valley exchanged glances, their expressions darkening as they found themselves caught between these 2 formidable opponents. They feared they might not even be left with the scraps. This round was a free-for-all. Within half an hour, only one would remain standing on the stage to advance. As Zhang Hao's voice echoed, he struck the gong to signal the start. Before the sound faded, Dongfang Yi surged towards Long Jinghong like an arrow released from a bow. His right hand transformed into a claw, crimson spiritual energy coalescing into a vividly lifelike fiery eagle's talon, accompanied by a piercing cry that tore through the air. Kid, Klipava to die. He disregarded the other 2 and aimed to deliver a lethal blow to Long Jinghong right from start. Qin Feng and Lu Ruyan exchanged wary glances, each recognizing the trepidation in the other's eyes. With an unspoken understanding, they retreated to the sides, evidently choosing to observe the clash from a distance. Excellent. Long Jinghong stood his ground, unleashing the peak power of his celestial god level. Golden radiance surged forth like a tidal wave, colliding with Dongfang Yi's crimson flames, producing a hissing sound and enveloping the arena in dense white mist. What? He has reached the peak of the celestial god level. Gasps rippled through the audience. as no one had anticipated that this young man, who had concealed his strength, had achieved such a formidable realm. Li Xiao abruptly straightened in his seat, a glimmer of astonishment flashing in his eyes, while Dongfang Li's brow furrowed, his expression dark and brooding. Well hid indeed, Dongfang Ye's pupils constricted, yet he did not falter. The temperature of the fiery eagle's talon surged even higher. Unfortunately, even at the peak, you shall still meet your end. Not necessarily, retorted Long Jinghong, forming a hand seal with his left hand as golden energy coalesced before him into a shield resembling dragon scales. His right hand formed a fist, a dragon-shaped illusion spiraling and roaring upon his knuckles. With a resounding crash, their claws clashed, and a terrifying shockwave of energy radiated outward. Qin Feng and Lu Ruyan, although at the edge of the stage, were still jolted back by the residual force, their blood surging as they staggered. Dongfang Yi felt an overwhelming force emanating from Long Jinghong's punch, causing his arms to tingle and forcing him to involuntarily retreat 3 steps. He was both astonished and enraged. Impossible. How can your physical body be so strong? Guess, came the cryptic reply. Long Jinghong relentlessly advanced, his fist descending like a tempestuous storm. Each strike was infused with the overwhelming might of the Dragon Clan, compelling Dongfang Yi to continuously defend himself, gradually succumbing to disadvantage. You think a bit of brute strength makes you arrogant? Dongfang Yi roared, suddenly unleashing a torrent of crimson golden flames from his mouth. The flames transformed into a burning fire dragon upon striking the ground, pursuing Long Jinghong with a fierce intent. It was the signature divine art of the Radiant Sun sect, the 7th level of the Heaven Incineration technique, the bone-corroding fire dragon. This fire dragon not only boasted an astonishing temperature, but also possessed the ability to erode the spiritual power and flesh of cultivators, a truly nefarious force. Li Ling watched from the sidelines, her heart racing, unable to restrain herself from exclaiming, "Be careful." Yet, Long Jinghong remained unfazed, gripping the ice soul jade that Li Ling had given him. The jade immediately emanated a piercing chill, forming a blue ice wall before him. The fire dragon collided with the ice wall, producing a cracking sound as it froze. The crimson golden flames were visibly encased in ice, ultimately transforming into a translucent ice sculpture. Is it the ice soul jade? Dongfang Yi screamed in disbelief. That's mine. How do you have it? The jade was originally a token of affection he had bestowed upon Li Ling, only to find it had been given to Long Jinghong. Your possession? Long Jinghong raised an eyebrow. It was given to me by senior sister Li Ling, thus it is mine. Do you presume that anything belonging to her should fall under your jurisdiction? Wretched fool. And you, wild brat, I will slay you both. Dongfang Yi struck at his core. Lost all reason. His spiritual power surged violently as he recklessly burned his essence blood, temporarily elevating his cultivation to the initial stage of the divine monarch realm. This is bad. He is going all out. Li Xiao's expression changed drastically, rising to intervene, but was met with a cold glare from Dongfang Li. Leader Li. There are rules in the competition. Do you wish to interfere? Li Xiao glared back. Dongfang Li, do you want him to kill Jinghong? Let each rely on their own abilities. Dongfang Li replied indifferently, yet a hint of malice flickered in his eyes. On the arena, Dongfang Ye's aura sword. Crimson flames intertwined with threads of black destructive energy. He formed seals with his hands, and the fire dragon ice sculpture exploded, transforming into a rain of fire. Heaven incineration. Earth annihilation. As the rain of fire fell, the entire arena was engulfed in flames. Even the very fabric of space seemed ignited, causing Qin Feng and Lu Ruyan to scream as their clothing was singed, turning to ash, their bodies tumbling from the stage. Now it's your turn. Dongfang Yi grinned maniacally as he approached Long Jinghong, madness gleaming in his eyes. Long Jinghong surveyed the fiery deluge, finally abandoning his playful demeanor. He took a deep breath, unleashing the full extent of his divine power from the great heavenly god realm. A golden radiance soared skyward, coalescing behind him into a towering golden dragon silhouette. The dragon roared, its voice echoing through the heavens. Is this still the great heavenly god realm? Zhang Hao suddenly stood, astonishment etched on his face. Li Xiao's anxious heart eased instantly, replaced by exultation. What a clever lad, to conceal such depth. The countenance of Dongfang Li underwent a dramatic transformation as he forcefully shattered the table before him. Impossible. This cannot be, he exclaimed, incredulous at the overwhelming strength displayed by his adversary. Chapter 325. Long Jinghong invites the ancestor. The golden dragon shadow swayed its massive form, and with a powerful sweep of its claw, extinguished the torrential rain of fire in an instant. Long Jinghong's voice resonated as if it descended from the heavens. Dongfang Yi, do you truly believe that igniting your essence will secure your victory? Such naivety. In a mere blink, he appeared before Dongfang Yi, his right hand pressing upon the latter's crown. Golden spiritual energy surged into Dongfang Ye's body like a flood breaking through a dam, dissipating all the strength he had summoned from his ignited essence. No, my cultivation. Dongfang Yi felt the rapid depletion of his spiritual force within, his eyes filled with despair. Long Jinghong's palm shattered Dongfang Ye's dantian, and a piercing scream reverberated throughout the square. Dongfang Ye's dantian was utterly obliterated by the golden spiritual energy, sending him hurtling backward like a severed kite. He crashed heavily at the edge of the arena, bloodied and breathless. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. All present stared in stunned disbelief at the young man in black on the stage, along with the majestic golden dragon shadow looming behind him, their minds blank. Long Jinghong surveyed the surroundings, his voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. Is there anyone else? No one responded. Zhang Hao, finally regaining his senses, trembled as he announced. Group 37, How USX Long Jinghong advances. Excellent. Li Xiao sprang to his feet, bursting into laughter, a sound filled with long-suppressed exhilaration. Li Ling covered her mouth, tears streaming down her cheeks, but this time they were tears of joy. Long Jinghong leapt down from the stage and approached Li Ling, returning the ice-souled jade to her. It belongs to its rightful owner. Yet, Li Ling shook her head and pressed the jade back into his hand. It is a gift for you. She gazed at Long Jinghong, her eyes shimmering with a unique brilliance. You are truly magnificent just now. Dongfang Lai suddenly stood, rushing to Dongfang Ye's side. Ye, how are you? Father, I have been rendered incapable. My dantian is shattered, and I can no longer cultivate. Dongfang Yi lamented. Dongfang Lai turned to glare at Long Jinghong. You dare to cripple my son? I will have your life. Just as Long Jinghong was about to respond, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the square. A group of royal guards clad in dragon robes advanced swiftly, escorting a middle-aged man. At his waist hung the tiger talisman, symbolizing the national general, Zhao Kong, Dongfang Ye's powerful ally. Zhao Kong surveyed the nearly lifeless Dongfang Yi on the arena floor, then fixed his gaze upon Long Jinghong, his expression darkening ominously. What audacity! To injure one I hold dear. Seize him. Long Jinghong's eyes turned cold, his fists clenching tightly. He understood that the true spectacle was only just beginning. Li Xiao positioned himself protectively in front of Long Jinghong. Zhao Kong, what do you intend? Do you wish to capture the pride of our sect? Zhao Kong replied with a chilling smile. Sect Master Li, it would be wise for you to step aside. I must take this young man with me. I suspect he is a spy sent by foreign powers, deliberately crippling the talents of our Yanhuang divine nation. This inexplicable accusation was suddenly thrust upon Long Jinghong. Li Xiao, both furious and amused, observed his daughter Li Ling anxiously glancing between him and Long Jinghong. Just as Li Xiao contemplated severing ties and departing with Long Jinghong and the disciples, the latter stepped forward, declaring, Master, allow me to handle this myself. Li Xiao, peering into Long Jinghong's eyes, assumed he intended to utilize the jade token bestowed upon him, and nodded in agreement. Very well then, handle it as you wish. Having settled his son, Dongfang Lai swiftly approached Zhao Kong. You won't leave Jinlin City today, he declared. Long Jinghong chuckled, retorting, Who says I intend to leave? It is you who shall not escape today. With that, he produced the jade token given by Long Yuan and crushed it effortlessly. In Longcheng, within the courtyard, Long Yuan lay asleep in a chair, while Xiao Meyer and the others were engrossed in seclusion within the tower, leaving him unattended. Suddenly, a surge of energy pierced his consciousness. Long Yuan's eyes flew open, realizing, a disciple of the Long family is in peril. He tore through the fabric of space and entered. In the plaza, Zhao Kong and Dongfang Lai observed the unfolding scene without interference, eager to witness whom Long Yuan would summon. They intended to capture all at once, sparing them an additional chase. Dongfang Lai sneered, You foolish boy. It was sufficient to end your life alone, yet now you summon others to their demise. I cannot decide if you're clever or simply foolish. Suddenly, the sky split open and a foot emerged from within. Long Yuan's voice reverberated across the plaza. I am well aware of whether my Long family disciples are clever or foolish, but you, indeed, are the foolish one. Stepping through the spatial passage, Long Yuan appeared in the sky above. Long Jinghong promptly approached and bowed, greeting esteemed ancestor Long Yuan. Long Yuan nodded and turned his gaze towards Dongfang Lai and the others. You are the ones who seek to harm my Long family disciples. Zhao Kong roared in fury. Seize this traitor from a foreign nation. How dare he brazenly intrude upon our divine nation's capital? You are courting death. Above the plaza of the Jinlin City Grand Tournament, the rift in space had yet to fully close. Long Yuan stood with hands clasped behind his back, his robes billowing in the fierce wind. The lingering spatial fluctuations surrounding him caused the air to ripple, and his indifferent gaze swept over those below, as if surveying a swarm of ants. A traitor from a foreign nation? Long Yuan scoffed, his voice low yet resonating like thunder in everyone's ears. Is this how the general of the Yanhuang divine nation fabricates lies? Zhao Kong felt an inexplicable chill at that gaze, quickly succumbing to rage. Preposterous. Capture him. The soldiers accompanying Zhao Kong could no longer contain their agitation. Dozens of spears pointed skyward, their tips shimmering ominously with infused spiritual energy. The leading captain bellowed, "Apprehend this madman." The soldiers surged towards Long Yuan like a tide, yet before they could close within 3 meters, they were repelled by an invisible barrier. Crashing to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths, their spears shattered. What? Zhao Kang's pupils constricted in disbelief, realizing the formidable strength of this suddenly appearing man. Dongfang Lai stepped forward, unleashing the full force of his supreme second realm might. Crimson spiritual energy coalesced behind him into a phantom sun. Who are you to meddle in the affairs of my Yin Huang divine kingdom? Do you truly believe my realm is devoid of defenders? Having just lost his son, he was already consumed by an overwhelming rage, and the formidable aura of Long Yuan only served to ignite his ferocity further. Who am I? Long Yuan cast a fleeting glance at him, his tone as nonchalant as if discussing a trivial matter. The one who will kill you. Arrogance. Dongfang Lai roared, and the illusory sun surged dramatically. It transformed into a crimson beam of light that pierced the heavens, descending upon Long Yuan with a might to scorch mountains and boil seas. Burning heaven's sun. This was a forbidden technique of the Radiant Sun sect, and he was willing to sacrifice a decade of his cultivation to eliminate Long Yuan. Chapter 326. The Emperor Takes Action. The spectators on the platform recoiled in fear, while Li Zhao's pupils constricted. Clenching his fists, he realized that even he might struggle to withstand such power. Li Ling covered her mouth, so tense that she forgot to breathe. Yet, Long Jinghong remained calm. He was acutely aware of the strength of Ancestor Long Yuan. This level of attack did not even warrant the ancestor's serious consideration. Indeed, in the face of the cataclysmic crimson beam, Long Yuan merely raised his right hand and lightly tapped with his index finger. There was no earth-shattering roar, no dazzling brilliance. Only a barely perceptible golden beam shot forth from his fingertip, colliding with the crimson light like a shooting star. Crack! The sound of shattering echoed, teeth-achingly sharp. The beam, capable of effortlessly incinerating mountains, fragmented like glass. The golden beam penetrated the light, continuing unabated to strike Dongfang Lai's forehead. The arrogant smile on Dongfang Lai's face froze instantly, the light in his eyes dimming rapidly. He opened his mouth, seemingly to utter something, but only a faint wheeze escaped him before his body slumped to the ground. A tiny blood hole remained at his brow, his soul already crushed by the golden beam. A profound silence enveloped the arena. The sound of falling pin would have been audible. Everyone stood as if ensnared by a spell, staring blankly at the figure in the sky, their minds blank. Dongfang Lai, the supreme second realm master of the Radiant Sun sect, was dead, killed with a mere finger? A gasp escaped someone in the crowd, awakening the onlookers from their stupor, and an uproar erupted on the platform. That was Dongfang Lai, a formidable being in the mid-stage of the divine monarch realm. He perished with just a finger? What kind of terrifying entity was this? The young man from the Long family referred to him as Ancestor Long Yuan. Could he be from some reclusive, ancient clan? Li Xiao gasped, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. He had always known that Long Jinghong had an extraordinary background, but he never imagined the being behind him could be so fearsome. To them, the supreme realm was as insignificant as ants. He recalled his previous desire to protect Long Jinghong, and could not help but chuckle at his own meager abilities. What were they worth in the presence of true power? Zhao Kang's face turned ashen, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. He finally comprehended the gravity of the situation he had stumbled into. He was acutely aware of Dongfang Lai's prowess, having witnessed even he being vanquished with a mere finger. His own cultivation level seemed utterly inadequate. He feared he could not withstand even a single finger from his opponent. Who on earth are you? Zhao Kang's voice quivered, losing all semblance of the arrogance he had previously displayed. Long Yuan, disinterested in him, directed his gaze towards the trembling disciples of the Radiant Sun sect below. Radiant Sun sect, effective immediately, you are hereby expelled. As his words echoed, he flicked his fingers, unleashing a golden flame that shot forth, precisely enveloping the area where the disciples had gathered. The flames did not spread, yet they meticulously engulfed each disciple of the Radiant Sun sect. Cries of anguish rose in a cacophony, and within mere moments, dozens of disciples were reduced to ashes, leaving not a trace behind. The sheer ease with which such slaughter was executed left all present paralyzed with fear, scarcely daring to breathe. At that moment, the deep recesses of Jinlin City resounded with a hurried bell toll. 9 chimes reverberated through the heavens, signifying the highest level of alert in the Yanhuang divine kingdom. Such a summons would only resound in the event of an imperial assault or the arrival of a supreme being. It came from the direction of the palace. Could it be that His Majesty the Emperor was on his way? Whispers filled the air, yet a flicker of hope ignited in Zhao Kang's eyes. If the Emperor intervened, perhaps there was still a chance for redemption. However, the anticipated imperial pressure did not descend. Instead, a venerable and respectful voice resonated across the plaza, tinged with unmistakable excitement. All cultivators within the city, heed my command. From this moment forth, no one shall interfere in this matter. Those who disobey shall be executed. This proclamation, transmitted through spiritual power, was unmistakably the voice of Emperor Zhou Wentian of the Yanhuang divine kingdom. What? Zhao Kang felt as though struck by lightning, collapsing to the ground. How could His Majesty? Li Xiao was equally astonished, unable to fathom why the emperor would show such deference to Long Yuan, even going so far as to issue such an edict. Only Long Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly, as though grasping the situation's implications. Moments later, a golden dragon carriage descended from the direction of the palace, landing at the edge of the plaza. An elder clad in a dragon robe, exuding an air of authority, stepped down briskly. It was none other than Emperor Zhou Wentian. Following him were several enigmatic elders, clearly the pinnacle of the kingdom's martial prowess. Zhou Wentian did not acknowledge anyone else, but made his way directly to the center of the plaza. He clasped his fists toward the sky, addressing Long Yuan. It is an honor to meet Master Long Yuan. What a trivial matter this is to have stirred your attention. I am curious to know how you have considered the proposal my son mentioned to you previously regarding the crafting of a Dao artifact. Zhou Wentian's deference towards Long Yuan stemmed from his understanding of the terror embodied by one capable of forging Dao artifacts. Even those of immortal stature would greet such an individual with utmost respect. Upon hearing Zhou refer to Long Yuan as a master, the crowd comprehended the formidable identity of Long Yuan. Whether as a master of weapon forging, an alchemical expert, or any other esteemed title associated with mastery, he was undeniably a figure of great terror. Only those who could forge Dao artifacts could rightfully be called masters. The assembly was left in a state of astonishment, particularly Zhao Kang, who suddenly understood the magnitude of the person he had provoked. Li Zhao's heart surged with tumultuous emotions as he gazed at Long Yuan with profound reverence. No wonder Long Jinghong exuded such confidence. He stood behind a presence that even the emperor would honor with respect. Long Yuan waved his hand dismissively, stating that it was a trivial matter, and asked Zhou when to send the materials to Long City when he had the time. He then addressed Zhou Wen, warning him to handle those who dared to threaten the members of the Long family. Without hesitation, Zhou Wen declared, I shall send someone to deal with the Radiant Sun sect. Zhao Kang has committed an unforgivable offense against a master and deserves the harshest punishment. Bring Zhao Kang and his accomplices to justice, and execute them after autumn. Yes, the royal guards responded in unison, dragging the unconscious Zhao Kang and his associates away as if they were mere dogs. Zhou Wen then turned to Long Jinghong, smiling. This young friend possesses such strength at a tender age. He is indeed a worthy descendant of Master Long Yuan. I wonder if you would consider remaining in our divine land of Yanhuang. The divine land is willing to provide you with cultivation resources. Long Jinghong glanced at Long Yuan and, upon receiving a nod of approval from his ancestor, replied respectfully, I am grateful for your majesty's generosity, but I still have matters concerning my sect to attend to. Should the opportunity arise, I shall certainly return to pay my respects. Zhou did not press the issue and smiled. You are always welcome. He then turned to Li Xiao, saying, Master Li, it is a fortunate event for the Haoyue sect to have such a prodigy. The Divine Land wishes to allocate 10 billion divine stones to assist your sect's development. Li Xiao stepped forward to express his gratitude, his heart brimming with joy. This journey to Jinlin City had not only resolved the complications regarding the marriage contract, but had also secured such a powerful ally. It would be nearly impossible for the Haoyue sect not to rise to prominence. Long Yuan glanced at the sky, noting that the matter was concluded. I shall take my disciple back now. Your Majesty, please remember to send the sect's resources to Long City. Zhou replied with a smile, Rest assured, Master. I will send the materials along as well. Chapter 327. The Marriage Grant. Long Yuan waved his hand nonchalantly. Do as you please. He then turned to Long Jinghong, saying, Let us return to the clan and retrieve your resources from Long Zhen. Long Jinghong nodded and approached Li Ling, whispering, I must return with my ancestor to attend to some matters, but I will seek you out in due time. Li Ling's cheeks flushed as she nodded. I will await your return. Long Yuan raised his hand to tear open the fabric of space, revealing a spatial passage leading to the Long family. He stepped inside, followed closely by Long Jinghong. Once the spatial passage vanished entirely, the crowd on the square awoke from their reverie, casting awed and envious glances toward the direction of the Haoyue sect. It was evident to all that, after this event, the Haoyue sect would soar to unprecedented heights, and the name Long Jinghong would become synonymous with the pinnacle of power in the divine land of Yuan. Li Xiao gazed in the direction where Long Yuan had vanished, then turned to observe his radiant daughter beside him. He could not help but burst into hearty laughter at the events of the day, which had truly been exhilarating. After the figures of Long Yuan and Long Jinghong disappeared into the spatial passage, the clamor of the grand competition in Jinlin City continued to linger. Zhou Wentian watched the residual ripples of space where the passage had closed, stroking his beard and reflecting, I never anticipated that I would encounter Master Long Yuan here. Today's meeting has revealed the depths of the Master's prowess, which are unfathomable. Beside him, the royal worshipper Zhang Hao whispered, Your Majesty, a person of Master Long Yuan's caliber has surely touched the realm beyond the supreme tenfold, has he not? Before him, Dongfang Lai could not even endure a single breath. Zhou Wentian nodded. It is difficult to say, but he is certainly not comparable to an ordinary supreme. Dispatch a decree regarding today's events. No one is to privately discuss the Long family, nor provoke the Haoyue sect. He paused, turning to Li Xiao. Master Li, I perceive that your apprentice, Long Jinghong, and your daughter share a mutual affection. Shall we have a divine nation officiate their betrothal? This would indeed fulfill a beautiful tale. Li Xiao was both astonished and delighted. Hastily bowing in gratitude, Thank you, Your Majesty, for your benevolence. However, he recalled a previous engagement, hesitating. The prior engagement with the Yari sect? Zhou Wentian chuckled. Dongfang Yi has been rendered incapacitated, and the Yari sect has been disqualified. Thus, that engagement is naturally void. I shall personally oversee this matter for you. Who would dare to dissent? Standing aside, Li Ling felt her cheeks flush upon hearing this, stealing a glance at her father, her eyes betraying her delight. In Long City, within the Long family residence, the spatial passage opened in the courtyard, and Long Yuan and Long Jinghong stepped out. On the bluestone floor of the courtyard, several dragon blood herbs emitted a shimmering red glow. Long Bingling and several elders of the Long family had just emerged from their seclusion in the tower. Upon seeing Long Yuan return, they all approached to pay their respects. Ancestor, Long Bingling, clad in a crimson robe, exuded a spirited demeanor, her gaze falling upon Long Jinghong. It seems Jinghong has made considerable progress during this outing. Long Jinghong scratched his head. I owe it to Elder Bingling for imparting the transformation dragon technique, which allowed me to break through successfully. Long Yuan settled onto a stone chair, accepting the spiritual tea that Long Bingling offered. He remarked softly, Zhou Wentian from the Yanhua Divine Nation is quite perceptive. Jinghong, when do you intend to formalize your betrothal with that girl from the Haoyue sect? Long Jinghong's cheeks flushed slightly. I wish to wait until Linger achieves the Divine King realm before proceeding. Very well, Long Yuan nodded. However, the betrothal gifts must be prepared in advance. A member of the Long family marrying should not lack in grandeur. He retrieved a storage ring from his storage bracelet. This is a Chinkun array that I crafted in my earlier years. It contains numerous divine stones and medicinal herbs. Take it and make the necessary preparations. Long Jinghong accepted the ring, and upon scanning its contents with his spiritual sense, he could not help but gasp at the mountain of superior divine stones it contained, along with dozens of 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs, enough to make any sect envious. Ancestor, is this not excessive? Not all. Long Yuan waved his hand dismissively. The bride of the Long family deserves only the best. Indeed, during your time at the Haoyue sect, are you aware of their treasured artifact, the Haoyue mirror? Long Jinghong was momentarily taken aback. Yes, that is the magical artifact of Master Li Xiaozong, capable of reflecting scenes from thousands of miles away. Long Yuan's eyes glimmered with a spark of insight. The material of that mirror is rather unique. It might be utilized in the crafting of the Star Track instrument. Once you are betrothed to that girl, inquire with Li Xiao if he would be willing to part with it. Naturally, I shall offer equivalent treasures in exchange. Long Bingling, standing nearby, chuckled. Ancestor, are you contemplating the creation of a new magical artifact again? That void shuttle from last time certainly piqued the interest of the Xintian Merchant Association. Long Yuan laughed heartily. When one has little to do, it is a mere pastime to hone one's skills. Years later, within the Haoyue sect, in Li Ling's boudoir, she was grooming herself before a bronze mirror, which reflected her slightly flushed visage. A maid, Xiaozue, entered with a basin of clear water, smiling. Miss, you ought to cease your gazing. Your face will surely turn crimson. Young Master Long will be arriving in 3 days. You should consider what attire to wear. Li Ling shot her a playful glare. You do chatter excessively. Nevertheless, her lips could not suppress a smile. Since parting ways in Jinlin City, she had devoted herself to cultivation, and now she had reached the early stages of the Divine King realm, making her one of the elite prodigies of the Divine Kingdom. At that moment, a voice called from outside. Linger, step outside for a moment. Li Ling promptly rose and followed her father to the Grand Hall. Inside, besides several elders, stood a middle-aged man dressed in a brocade robe, the envoy sent by Zhou Wentian. Upon seeing Li Ling enter, the envoy clasped his hands and smiled. Miss Li, His Majesty has learned of your breakthrough into the Divine King realm and has specifically dispatched me to present a congratulatory gift, while also discussing the wedding date between you and young Master Long Jinghong. Li Xiao turned to his daughter. His Majesty suggests that the 3rd day of next month is an auspicious date for the wedding. What do you think? Li Ling's cheeks turned a shade of pink as she gently nodded. I shall leave it to Father and His Majesty to arrange. The envoy clapped his hands in delight. That is splendid. I shall return to report to His Majesty and ensure preparations are made throughout the Divine Kingdom. By the way, a missive has also been dispatched to young Master Long. 3 days later, Long Jinghong arrived as scheduled, accompanied by Long Bingling and several elders. 5,000 Dragon Shadow Guards stood aboard the Qinglong warship, present to lend prestige to Long Jinghong. The guards bore dozens of treasure chests filled with betrothal gifts for the Haoyue sect. Li Xiao personally welcomed them at the mountain gate and was astonished by the lavishness of the gifts brought by Long Jinghong. He could not help but exclaim, Jinghong, you are being exceedingly extravagant. Long Jinghong chuckled. Master, you jest. These are all the wishes of our ancestor. He turned his gaze towards Li Ling, his eyes brimming with tenderness. Linger, I have come. Li Ling stepped forward, presenting him with a jade pendant. This is a Heart's Union pendant that I crafted personally. Please keep it safe. Chapter 328. The Coming Assault of the Liang Army. Long Jinghong accepted the pendant. Gripping it tightly in his hand, I shall wear it close to me. The two locked eyes, and the air around them was thick with sweet affection. Li Xiao and Xiao Meyer exchanged knowing smiles, both reflecting a sense of contentment. On the eve of the wedding, Long Jinghong found himself alone in Li Xiao's study. Li Xiao was polishing the exquisite Haoyue mirror, its surface gleaming like a tranquil lake, subtly reflecting the surroundings. Master, Long Jinghong approached. There is a matter I wish to discuss with you. Speak freely. Li Xiao set the mirror aside. Long Jinghong produced a jade slip bestowed upon him by Long Yuan. The ancestor mentioned that the material of this Haoyue mirror is quite unique and wishes to utilize it to forge a magical artifact. He is willing to exchange it for 3 magical tools, and I wonder if you would consent. Li Xiao paused momentarily before responding with a smile. I was curious about what this concern might be. Though the Haoyue mirror is a treasured possession of our sect, it is no longer a necessity for me. If it is needed by Master Long Yuan, take it without further discussion. That is unacceptable, Long Jinghong interjected hastily. The ancestor insisted on an equitable exchange. Reluctantly, Li Xiao acquiesced. Then let it be as you say. Might I request your ancestor to arrange a powerful formation for our sect? Our current formation is somewhat lacking. That is certainly feasible. I shall convey your request to the ancestor. On the day of the wedding, The Haoyue sect was adorned with vibrant decorations, radiating an atmosphere of celebration. Members of the royal family from the Yanhuang Divine Kingdom and leaders from various sects personally attended to offer their congratulations. And even Zhou Wentian set aside his duties to witness the occasion. Long Yuan was not present, but had entrusted Long Bingling to deliver a congratulatory gift, a dragon-patterned jade capable of evolving its own defensive formation, rumored to withstand a full-force strike from a supreme eightfold Rel practitioner. The ceremony took place in the Grand Plaza of the Haoyue sect. Li Ling donned a resplendent red wedding gown, crowned with a phoenix tiara, exuding an unparalleled beauty. Long Jinghong, clad in a dark ceremonial robe, wore the token of love gifted by Li Ling at his waist. Standing side by side with Li Ling, they welcomed the blessings of all. Zhou Wentian, acting as the officiant, proclaimed, "Today, Li Ling of the Haoyue sect and Long Jinghong of the Long family are united in matrimony. May they remain forever in harmony and enjoy a long life of happiness." As the celebratory cannons boomed, spiritual energy transformed into a spectacular display of fireworks, painting the sky with vibrant patterns. Li Ling and Long Jinghong exchanged rings, embracing amidst the cheers of the crowd. Li Xiao, witnessing his daughter's joyful smile, felt a warmth welling in his eyes. He turned to Bai Qianqian beside him and said, "See, I told you Jinghong is a fine young man." Bai Qianqian nodded with a smile. "Indeed, we can rest easy now." After the wedding, Long Jinghong returned to Long City with Li Ling. Long Yuan gazed upon the newlyweds, stroking his beard with a smile. "Excellent, excellent. My Long family has welcomed another member. Linger, this will be your home from now on. Should anyone dare to bully you, do not hesitate to inform the ancestor." Li Ling promptly bowed. "Thank you, ancestor." Long Jinghong clasped Li Ling's hand, his heart brimming with warmth. "You may go now." Long Yuan waved his hand. "Yes, ancestor." Just as Long Jinghong departed, Long Zhen entered. "Young Master Long, news has arrived from the Tianyuan mountain range. Hundreds of warships are heading our way, bearing the banners of the Liang Divine Kingdom. They may be preparing to engage in battle with the Yanhuang Divine Kingdom." Long Yuan furrowed his brow. Over the years, he had installed numerous surveillance treasures throughout the Tianyuan mountain range. There's a palpable fear that the Long family may encounter peril during their trials, unnoticed by anyone. Unexpectedly, these entities have also been monitoring the enemy forces from the opposing nation, preparing for a surprise assault. How much longer until their arrival? Have you informed Zhou Wentian? I have conveyed a message to Zhou Wentian. They estimate it will still take 3 days to reach Tianhai City. Long Yuan nodded. The Tianyuan mountain range serves as a boundary separating the Liang Divine Kingdom from the Yanhuang Divine Kingdom. Liang's intent in traversing the Tianyuan mountain range is to launch a surprise attack on Yanhuang. Should chaos erupt within Yanhuang, the pressure on the border would inevitably intensify, significantly increasing the likelihood of defeat against Liang. However, Liang would never anticipate that Long Yuan would establish a city here, equipped with numerous surveillance artifacts. Long Yuan gently tapped his fingers upon the stone table, gazing through the window towards the horizon, as if he could pierce through the clouds to behold the warships on the other side of the Tianyuan mountain range. The ambition of the Liang Divine Kingdom is formidable. Daring to traverse the Tianyuan mountain range for a surprise attack, they must believe that the main forces of the Yanhuang border are constrained and their internal defenses vulnerable. Long Zhen spoke in a grave tone. The ruler of Liang, Zhao Li, is a formidable character who has been secretly amassing power over the years. It is said that he has recruited numerous high-level warriors and commands a formidable army composed of God King realm cultivators, with warships forged from 10,000-year-old mysterious iron, boasting astonishing defensive capabilities. A cold smirk graced Long Yuan's lips. Even if more come, they will be insufficient. Should they threaten my Long family, I shall obliterate them. He rose, hands clasped behind his back, his dark robe billowing gently in the wind. Tianhai City is a crucial stronghold in the eastern region of the Yanhuang Divine Kingdom. If breached, the Liang army could advance unimpeded, directly threatening the capital. "Is there any news from Zhou Wentian?" Longzhen inquired. Zhou Wentian has already issued orders at the border, summoning General Zhenbei for reinforcements, but it will take at least 5 days for him to arrive at Tianhai City. I fear it may be too late. Long Zhen presented a communication jade slip, a recent message querying whether we are willing to extend our assistance. Long Yuan accepted the slip, his consciousness scanning it before tossing it back onto the table. "He certainly knows how to calculate," he remarked. "Nevertheless, should chaos ensue in the Yanhuang Divine Kingdom, my Long City shall also be affected. We must lend our aid. He turned to Long Zhun. Notify them to have Long Ling lead 30,000 Dragon Emperor troops to accompany me to Tianhai City. 30,000? Long Zhun was taken aback. The Liang army numbers at least 1,000,000. Isn't 30,000 rather insufficient? Is more than adequate. Long Yuan replied nonchalantly. There's no need to mobilize a grand force against a rabble. 3 days later, at Tianhai City, the guards atop the city walls wore grim expressions, gazing at the ominous fleet of warships looming in the distance. The soldiers tightened their grips on their weapons. City Lord Lin Yu stood atop the watchtower, cold sweat beading on his forehead. The number of Liang warships exceeded expectations, amounting to a staggering 500. The banners fluttering from the ships' prows crackled in the wind, exuding a chilling aura of impending slaughter. City Lord, what shall we do? The reinforcements have yet to arrive. The deputy commander urged anxiously. Lin Yu gritted his teeth and commanded, hold the line, even if it comes down to the last man. We must not allow the Liang army to set foot within the city. At that moment, a massive ship emerged from the throng of vessels. At the bow of the ship stood a middle-aged man clad in black armor, none other than General Zhao Kuang of the Liang Divine Kingdom, a formidable figure of the fourth stage of supremacy. He wielded a sound amplification artifact, his voice reverberating through the vast sky. The guards of Tianhai City, heed my words. Surrender promptly, or face annihilation when the city falls, leaving no trace behind. A wave of unease rippled through the defenders atop the city walls, many revealing expressions of dread. Fire the arrows, Lin Yu bellowed, striving to suppress the adversary's momentum with a barrage of arrows. Yet, as the projectiles soared within 100 yards of the warships, they were thwarted by a barrier of black light, plummeting into the forest below. Zhao Kuang erupted in laughter. Is that all you can muster? Charge! 500 warships surged forward simultaneously, their prows igniting with blinding spiritual light as they bore down upon the city walls. Instantly, the defensive formation flickered to life, yet trembled violently under the onslaught, its intricate runes fracturing one by one. With a thunderous roar, the barrier of the defensive array emitted a mournful cry under the fifth impact. Cracks spread like a spider's web. And Lin, you could hear the sound of bricks and stones from the city wall cascading down. Even the hilt of his sword became slick with cold sweat. Just as he believed Tianhai City was on the verge of becoming ruins, a powerful dragon's roar suddenly rent the clouds, appearing swiftly in the sky. What is that? Zhao Kuang spun around, his gaze drawn to the western horizon where 10 colossal ships of a verdant hue approached. Their hulls were forged from the bones of ancient dragons, and the scales on the deck shimmered with a radiant green light. At the prow, a magnificent dragon statue lit up its eyes, unleashing 2 massive beams of light that instantly encased the first 2 Liang warships in ice. What manner of vessels are these? Gasps echoed within the ranks of the Liang army. On the deck of the dragon ships, the dragon spirit, clad in silver armor with her hair tied in a high ponytail, waved a flag. Her clear voice resonated through the amplification array. Dragon Emperor army, heed my command. Charge the main cannons and lock onto the Liang warships. Yes, Commander. 30,000 soldiers of the Dragon Emperor army, adorned in dark armor, responded in unison, their voices overpowering even the explosions on the battlefield. They moved in perfect synchrony, embedding diamond-shaped divine crystals into the cannons on either side of the vessels. In an instant, 12 golden beams coalesced at the cannon mouths, their brilliance eclipsing even the midday sun. Fire! The moment the dragon spirit's flag fell, 12 golden columns shot forth like meteors piercing the sky towards the Liang fleet. The leading 3 flagship vessels barely managed to raise their black barriers before being penetrated by the beams. The ships were cleaved as if by an invisible axe, splitting in 2 and plummeting to the depths below. The generals on board of the celestial god realm had no chance to self-destruct before being reduced to ashes in the golden light. Lin Yu atop the city walls inhaled sharply as he beheld the 10 dragon ships. Realization dawned upon him. Reinforcements from the dragon clan had arrived. Zhao Kuang was both enraged and alarmed, pointing at the dragon ships and roaring, "Concentrate fire! Bring down those 10 vessels." The remaining Liang warships redirected their cannons, unleashing a torrential downpour of black energy projectiles upon the dragon ships. However, a cerulean shield suddenly enveloped the warship. The luminous projectiles struck the shield, merely generating ripples before vanishing without a trace. Dragon Emperor's 3rd Battalion. Follow me to defend the city. Dragon Spirit commanded, glancing at dragon armor, a general beside him wielding a long spear, whose cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the celestial god realm. Dragon Armor clasped his fists in acknowledgement and led his soldiers onto the floating dragon-shaped platforms, soaring towards the city walls. With his spear swirling like a dragon, he deftly dispatched the soldiers of the Liang who attempted to scale the battlements. A minor commander from Liang summoned a poisonous banner, enveloping half of the city wall in a shroud of dark mist. Yet, Dragon Armor pierced through the banner with a single thrust, the tip of his spear glowing with golden light, piercing through the commander's chest. Excellent. The morale of the defending soldiers surged upon witnessing this. Following suit, the Dragon Emperor's soldiers launched a counterattack, miraculously stabilizing what had once been a faltering defense. The main cannon of the Azure Dragon warship continued to roar, each volley resulting in the sinking of several Liang vessels. Standing on the observation deck, Dragon Spirit observed the diminishing red dots on the battle map. Addressing Dragon Abyss beside him, he remarked, "Old ancestor, the main force of the Liang army is still behind, waiting for us to exhaust our ammunition." Dragon Abyss stood at the bow with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon, where shadowy figures could be seen lurking. "No matter. The forces of Zhou Wentian will arrive by tomorrow afternoon at the latest. We only need to hold the Heavenly Sea City. The rest can be entrusted to the Yin Huang Divine Kingdom." With a flick of his fingertip, he launched a fist-sized divine crystal bomb towards a warship attempting to flank them. The bomb detonated midair, unleashing a golden shockwave that evaporated the vessel along with the surrounding sea water within 100 meters, leaving behind a colossal vortex. This spectacle sent shivers down the spines of the Liang soldiers. Even Zhao Kuang felt a tremor in his heart at the bomb's formidable power, which rivaled a full-force strike from a divine king. On the following morning, the Liang army initiated their most frenzied assault. Zhao Kuang unleashed his ultimate weapon, the mountain-crushing cannon, launching dozens of projectiles engulfed in black flames towards the city wall. The defensive formation finally shattered with a deafening roar, debris raining down like a torrential downpour. "Charge in!" The Liang soldiers surged towards the breach like a tidal wave, but they were met with a barrage of crossbow bolts from the Dragon Emperor's forces, halting them just outside the city. Dragon Spirit summoned 10 crossbow carts, their bolts entwined with cerulean dragon energy. A single shot could pierce through the chests of several soldiers, quickly piling the breach high with corpses. Dragon Armor led 1,000 men to seal the breach. Dragon Spirit commanded sternly. Dragon Armor complied, sweeping his spear, causing waves of Liang soldiers to fall. Yet, the Liang army seemed tireless, relentlessly charging towards the gap. A Liang lieutenant seized the opportunity to bypass Dragon Armor. Wielding a great sword imbued with the pressure of a divine monarch, aimed at Lin Yu within the city. "Be careful." Lin Yu's adjutant raised his shield to block, but was sent reeling back, blood spewing from his mouth due to the sword's force. Just as the great sword was about to strike Lin Yu's head, a golden light suddenly shot from the Azure Dragon warship, precisely pinning the lieutenant against the city wall with a dragon-patterned arrow shot by Dragon Spirit. "Thank you, Commander Dragon," Lin Yu exclaimed, still shaken, as he bowed in gratitude towards the Azure Dragon warship. Longling nodded slightly, directing his gaze towards the opposite side of the battlefield. The shattering mountain army of the Liang forces had arrived. This elite force, comprised entirely of formidable celestial realm cultivators, donned heavy armor of mysterious iron, wielding colossal axes that cleaved through the torrential rain of arrows, carving a path forward. "Deploy the divine crystal bombs. Cover the area," Longling commanded decisively. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Over 10,000 divine crystal bombs were unleashed from the Azure Dragon warship. Golden light erupted in a series of explosions, instantly disbanding the formation of the shattering mountain army. The soldiers at the forefront were reduced to mere dust, yet several dozen managed to breach the walls, their axes crashing against the fortifications with a sound that made one wince. "Let's fight them." The defenders atop the walls, driven by fury, engaged in close combat with the shattering mountain soldiers, brandishing their swords. Longjia, with a spear, dispatched 2 of the enemy, only to be struck on the shoulder by the axe of a 3rd soldier. The armor cracked, blood seeping through the fissure. Longling's heart clenched. He was about to send reinforcements when he saw the main cannon of the Azure Dragon warship illuminate once more, this time with Long Yuan himself taking aim. A golden beam, significantly thicker than before, shot toward the concentration of the shattering mountain army, obliterating the entire area in an instant. "Ancestor." Longling looked at Long Yuan, gratitude flickering in his eyes. Long Yuan replied coolly, "Conserve the divine crystals. Save them for the impending celestial emperor-level threats." The battle endured until dusk of the following day, the momentum of the Liang forces gradually waning. The sea was littered with the wreckage of warships, almost completely covering the waters between the walls and the fleet. Zhao Kuang surveyed the battlefield, with casualties surpassing 10,000, despair flooding his eyes. He had never imagined that a city of Tianhai would become the grave of the Liang army. Just then, a thunderous horn echoed from the eastern horizon.